fired from his dead-end job, and stripped of his dignity. Lu Fan thought life had hit rock bottom, but a cheap cruise ticket meant as an escape plunges him into a fight for survival after a catastrophic shipwreck. Washed ashore a deserted island, he isn't alone. With him is Wang Xiufang, the stunning, unattainable beauty from his village. In a world where civilization has crumbled, she is his only comfort and his greatest temptation. As the woman who once seemed untouchable now depends on him for survival, Lu Fan discovers that the rules of the old world no longer apply. Here, strength is everything. And when an ancient power awakens within him, he realizes this island isn't a prison, it's his kingdom. Chapter 1. Stranded. The first thing Wang Xiufang felt was the coarse, wet sand beneath her cheek. The second was the solid, warm weight of an arm draped tightly around her. Her eyes flew open. Golden morning light spilled over the shoreline, and the tang of salt hung thick in the air. For a disorienting moment, she didn't understand where she was or why she was pressed against a man's bare chest. Then all rushed back. The ship, the storm, the screaming. She shoved herself away, scrambling backward in the sand. Lu Fan, wake up. Lu Fan stirred, blinking slowly as if surfacing from a deep dream. He rubbed his eyes, his voice rough with sleep. "Wang Xiufang, what's wrong?" Wrong? Her face burned. She couldn't look at him, her gaze darting anywhere but downward. "Look at yourself. Have you no shame?" He followed her horrified glance and froze. In an instant, he rolled away, turning his back to her. His shoulders tensed, and he looked as if he wanted the sand to swallow him whole. Wang Xiufang took a sharp breath, forcing her voice into the stern tone she used with younger relatives. "Lu Fan, listen to me. I'm your aunt. Whatever happens here, you will not forget that. Is that clear?" When he didn't answer, she nudged him sharply in the back with her bare foot. "Why wise? I understand," he mumbled, his voice barely audible over the gentle crash of waves. The rising sun should have brought warmth, but for Lu Fan, it only illuminated the depth of his humiliation. 1 week earlier, the July sun beat down like a hammer on an anvil. On the construction site, Lu Fan's shirt was soaked through, his eyes stinging with sweat. He couldn't take it anymore. The thirst was a raw ache in his throat. Ducking away from the foreman's sight, he slipped out to buy the cheapest bottle of ice-cold water he could find. He never made it back. "You lazy little punk." The site owner, a man with a bulging belly and a perpetual sneer, caught him just as he twisted the cap off. "I'm not paying you to stand around. Get lost." Something in Lu Fan snapped. All the swallowed anger, the weeks of withheld pay, the endless humiliation, it boiled over. "You talk about laziness?" Lu Fan's fist clenched, knuckles white. "While you pocket our wages and work us to the bone." "Fine, I quit." He was thrown out with a thin envelope of cash and a worn-out duffel bag. The city roared around him, a river of strangers flowing past. He was utterly alone. The thought of returning to the village was worse than staying here. He could already hear the whispers. "Look, old Lu's boy. Couldn't even handle a laborer's job. A total failure." Then he saw Ida, garishly colored flyer stapled to a telephone pole. "Last chance. 7-day luxury cruise. Only $99. Find your paradise." Tan bodies laughed under a brilliant sun. Turquoise water, white sand, and women in bikinis that left little to the imagination. A reckless, desperate idea took root. He dialed the number. The ship was a floating palace. To Lu Fan, who had never left his provincial hometown, it felt like stepping into another universe. Polished railings gleamed. Well-dressed passengers sipped colorful drinks. And the women, confident, urban, their eyes sliding over his faded t-shirt with casual indifference, made him feel like he didn't belong. He quickly realized the luxury cruise was a front for the onboard casino. He was about to count his blessings for the Aliokinia buffet when a woman approached, her perfume thick and sweet. "Feeling lucky, handsome?" She smiled, a practiced, empty gesture. "A man with your spirit could win big. Change your life." For a heartbeat, he was tempted. But then he saw the large men lurking behind her and the cold glint in the tour guide's eye. A chill cut through the fantasy. "No, thank you," he said, forcing his voice steady. He caught the muttered word as he walked away, deadbeat. Lu Fan didn't look back. He just tightened his fists, nails digging into his palms, and headed for the food. He was piling his plate high, trying to fill the hollow feeling inside, when he saw her. A floral print dress, white high-heeled sandals, and, inexplicably, a pair of beige ankle socks. Her makeup was too heavy, trying to mask a life of sun and hard work. She stood out like a weed in a rose garden. Lu Fan stared, his fork hovering in midair. "Wang Xiufang, what's she doing here?" Chapter 2. An Unexpected Alliance. Wang Xiufang's husband, Chun Weidong, was the village success story. A long-haul trucker, had made good money, bought a car, and married the prettiest girl from the next village over. That girl was Wang Xiufang. Beautiful and capable, she kept their home and land in perfect order. But her husband was always away. Their comfortable life was a quiet, lonely one. "And Xiufang, over here." The familiar voice made her jump. She turned, and her face lit up with relief when she saw Lu Fan waving from a corner table. "Lu Fan? Good heavens, what are you doing here?" She hurried over, her tone a mix of surprise and maternal concern. Lu Fan's cheeks warmed. The work site is on break. Just taking a trip." The truth, the shame of being fired stuck in his throat. "What about you, Auntie?" Your uncle Wei Dong thought I needed to get out more. Her smile wavered for a fraction of a second. "Oh, I'm so glad I ran into you. I was feeling completely lost." Sitting together, slipping back into their local dialect, was a comfort to them both. Talking about people and places they knew, Lu Fan forgot his troubles, and Wang Xiufang shed her nervousness. That evening, they ventured to the pool deck. When Wang Xiufang emerged from the changing room in a simple pink bikini, Lu Fan's breath caught in his chest. Her face and arms were tanned from years working under the sun, but the skin revealed by the swimsuit was a startling, creamy white. The contrast was striking. A raw, earthy beauty, lush and full like fruit ripe for picking. He couldn't look away. His throat went dry. Wang Xiufang flushed under his intense stare. She crossed her arms over her chest, a gesture that only accentuated her curves. She scolded him, her voice lacking its usual force. "You rascal. Where are you looking?" "I'm your aunt." "It's nothing," he stammered, wrenching his gaze away, his face burning. You look really nice, Andy." Her own eyes then fell on him, and her embarrassment melted into amused pity. The young man standing before her had the broad shoulders and solid build of a laborer. But below the waist, he wore a pair of ragged blue underwear, complete with a sagging, outdated security pocket. It was absurdly out of place. A snicker came from a nearby sunbather. Lu Fan stood rigid, humiliation washing over him. Wang Xiufang's heart softened. She disappeared and returned moments later, thrusting a pair of new swim trunks into his hands. "Here, change into these. Those things might float away if you go in the water." He wanted to refuse, but the image of his drawers drifting across the pool was too horrifying. "Thank you, Annie," he mumbled, grabbing them. He ducked his head and hurried toward the changing rooms, his mind a blur of gratitude and shame. He never saw the man coming. Lu Fan collided hard with a wall of flesh abroad, beer-bellied man covered in tattoos. The man staggered back, his face twisting in fury. "Watch where you're going, you little shit. You got a death wish or something?" Chapter 3. The obese man seizes the opportunity to tease his auntie. "I apologize, brother. It was not my intention." Lu Fan, aware of his wrongdoing, hastily expressed his regrets. The rotund man looked at Lu Fan, clad in anti-theft underwear, with a gaze brimming with disdain, arrogantly berating him. Sensing Lu Fan's lack of any rebuttal, he departed with a self-satisfied expression. Lu Fan, acknowledging his fault, paid little heed, persistently apologizing. He then entered the changing room, donning the swimsuit that Wang Xiufang had purchased for him. Wealthy individuals truly know how to indulge. A grand swimming pool had been constructed aboard this cruise ship. The water was crystal clear, teeming with bikini-clad beauties of various styles. For Lu Fan, who was in the throes of adolescence, this was a feast for the eyes. Far more exhilarating than swimming in the stream beside his village. Although Wang Xiufang also hailed from a picturesque countryside, being a woman, she had seldom ventured into the water. At this moment, she could only don a life preserver and frolic in the pool. Despite her usually modest and conservative attire, Wang Xiufang stood out amidst the throng of beauties aboard the cruise ship. Her fair and voluptuous figure, coupled with her sparkling eyes, made her resemble a lotus emerging from the water, undeniably radiant. Naturally, she attracted the attention of several suitors, who approached her under the guise of offering swimming lessons. However, with Lu Fan acting as her vigilant guardian, they had no choice but to retreat in frustration. The previously encountered rotund man also noticed her, consumed by jealousy. He cursed under his breath, questioning how this rustic could possibly be worthy of such a beautiful woman. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Bolstered by his wealth and the presence of a few sycophants, he resolved to teach Lu Fan a lesson, believing that only by doing so could he have a chance to be alone with Wang Xiufang. Thus, he swaggered towards Lu Fan, his rotund figure resembling that of a bear, deliberately bumping into him. Before Lu Fan could express his anger, the obese man audaciously retorted, "Kid, are you blind?" Lu Fan's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze turning cold and piercing as he fixed his eyes on the rotund man, unflinchingly responding, "You bumped into me on purpose, didn't you?" The rotund man, lacking any sense of guilt, crossed his arms defiantly, a sneer adorning his face as he mockingly questioned, "What? You country bumpkin want to fight me? Let me tell you, on this cruise ship, dealing with you is as simple as squashing an ant." Just as his words faded, his sycophants quickly gathered around him. One of them inquiring, "Brother Long, what happened?" Wang Xiufang, witnessing the scene, felt a tightening in her chest and hurriedly swam over to shield Lu Fan, fearlessly shouting at the rotund man, "What do you want? It was clearly you who bumped into him, and now you wish to bully him?" At this moment, Lu Fan felt deeply moved by Wang Xiufang's actions, realizing that this village beauty regarded him as a child in need of protection. Brother Long, observing Wang Xiufang's defense of Lu Fan, felt the flames of jealousy within him intensify. With a mocking laugh, he said, "Oh, this little lady is quite protective of you. Well then, if I don't receive an explanation today, neither of you will have it easy." At that moment, a crowd began to gather, people whispering and pointing, clearly intrigued by the unfolding conflict. Wang Xiufang, wishing to diffuse the situation, softly told Lu Fan, "Xiao Fan, ignore him. Let us leave." With that, she grasped Lu Fan's hand and turned to exit the pool. However, Brother Long was unwilling to relent. Seeing this, he promptly pursued them, blocking their path and shouting, "Want to leave? Not so easily." Lu Fan halted, not wishing to cause Wang Xiufang distress, and positioned her behind him, casting a frosty glare at the rotund man and inquiring, "What do you want?" In response, Brother Long, hands on his hips, adopted an exceedingly arrogant demeanor, stating, "You kneel down and apologize publicly, and this matter will be settled." The surrounding crowd cast curious glances, some with a sense of justice beginning to point fingers at the rotund man and his entourage, while the majority adopted a detached stance, eager to witness the spectacle. "Why does this concern you?" Brother Long shouted at the onlookers, his tone brimming with arrogance. Having grown up in a martial arts stronghold, Lu Fan had accompanied his father in training and hunting from a young age. Engaging in intense physical labor daily, he felt no fear towards the idle thugs before him. Thus, he stepped forward, his gaze sharp yet composed, retorting, "What if I refuse to kneel?" Brother Long chuckled darkly, responding, "Not kneeling is fine. But then this lovely lady behind you might have to keep me company. Who knows, I might just let it go." "How shameless!" Wang Xiufang exclaimed in disgust. At this moment, Lu Fan could barely contain his fury. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and entered a combat-ready state. Gritting his teeth as he addressed the rotund man, "With a figure like yours, one might mistake you for a pig that has somehow stood upright." Brother Long, enraged, retorted, "You're seeking death." He then turned to his henchman, barking, "What are you waiting for? Get him." The henchman charged at Lu Fan with yells. Lu Fan deftly sidestepped one thug's punch, then swept his leg, sending the thug tumbling into the pool. Following that, he kicked another thug in the abdomen, who cried out in pain and collapsed. Another thug attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Lu Fan seemed to sense it beforehand. He swiftly grabbed the thug's arm and hurled him into the adjacent pool, where he flailed helplessly. Witnessing his lackeys falter, Brother Long's expression soured dramatically. Enraged and embarrassed, he decided to confront Lu Fan personally and lunged at him. Lu Fan remained unfazed, waiting for the opportune moment to execute a sweeping kick, sending Brother Long's hefty form crashing to the ground, momentarily disoriented. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps, some applauding in approval. Struggling to rise, Brother Long looked at Lu Fan, fear evident in his eyes, yet he attempted to maintain his bravado, shouting, "Do you dare hit me? Do you know who I am?" Lu Fan coldly replied, "I don't care who you are. If you bully others, you must face the consequences." Realizing he was up against a formidable opponent, Brother Long recognized the peril and immediately scrambled to escape. "Get lost." With Lu Fan's thunderous shout, Brother Long and his henchmen hastily retreated. Wang Xiufang had long known of Lu Fan's martial prowess, but was astonished by his sheer capability. She gazed at him in admiration, exclaiming, "Xiao Fan, you are incredible." Lu Fan, brimming with pride, replied, "Naturally, Auntie, rest assured, I will protect you from now on." However, as fate would have it, just then, a sudden gust of wind swept across the previously tranquil sea. Wang Xiufang, dressed lightly, felt a chill and instinctively crossed her arms over her chest. Lu Fan, ever considerate, gently draped a nearby towel over Wang Xiufang, saying, "Auntie, it's getting windy. We should head back to avoid catching a cold." Wang Xiufang nodded in agreement. However, as soon as they returned to their room, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, and a fierce gale stirred the sea, creating monstrous waves. Even the massive cruise ship began to sway violently in the tempest. At that moment, the captain's urgent voice crackled over the intercom. "Attention, passengers. We are encountering an unprecedented storm. The situation is critical. Please return to your cabins immediately, secure your doors and windows, and follow instructions. Inside the room, facing the howling winds and torrential rain, Wang Xiufang appeared somewhat frightened. After a brief wash-up, she made her way to Lu Fan's room. Clutching his arm tightly as she asked, "Why is the wind so strong? Is the ship going to be all right?" Lu Fan reassured her by patting the sturdy wall, saying, "Auntie, don't worry. This cruise ship is very robust. It will be fine." However, his words were soon contradicted. As the wind intensified, the ship rocked more violently, and objects began to roll about the room. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Fan looked at his once composed and dignified aunt, now filled with terror as she gazed around the swaying room. In a prudent move, he stepped out to fetch a life jacket, putting it on the non-swimmer Wang Xiufang. He comforted her, "With this, you should be safe." Yet, just as he spoke, a thunderous crash echoed. It felt as if the ship had collided with something enormous, causing the entire room to shake violently. Wang Xiufang gasped, nearly losing her balance, but Lu Fan swiftly caught her in his arms. At that moment, the door burst open, and a crew member rushed in, shouting, "Hurry! The ship is sinking." "What? How can such a large cruise ship sink?" Wang Xiufang cried, her voice trembling with fear. Chapter 4. The ship capsizes in the tempest. Lu Fan was equally bewildered, not expecting such a calamity. Regaining his composure, he urgently took Wang Xiufang's hand as they fled the room, supporting each other as they made their way to the deck. The corridors outside were already crowded with panicked passengers. Cries for help and shouts filled the air, creating a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. As they ran, Lu Fan said to Wang Xiufang, "It seems the ship is about to capsize. Remember, when the ship tilts, we must run in the opposite direction." After a brief struggle amidst the throng, they finally reached the deck, but the sight before them chilled their hearts. Towering waves crashed against the ship like ferocious beasts, and the vessel tilted precariously. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged, sweeping many unsteady souls into the abyss. Lu Fan held tightly onto Wang Xiufang, trying to maintain their balance. At that moment, he noticed crew members hastily launching lifeboats, beckoning people to board for escape. However, their path to the lifeboats was obstructed by fallen masts. Gritting his teeth, Lu Fan said to Wang Xiufang, "Stay here and don't move. I'll clear the mast." He dashed forward with all his might, straining against the heavy mast. With great effort, he finally managed to shift it slightly. He quickly returned, grasping Wang Xiufang's hand as they rushed towards the lifeboats. Just as they boarded, the already tilted ship emitted a deafening roar, and they watched helplessly as those still on the ship sank into the sea. On the surface, only a handful of lifeboats and terrified passengers remained, floating like fragile leaves awaiting rescue. The waves tossed the small lifeboats upon the vast ocean. Lu Fan reassured, "Auntie, don't be afraid. Remember to keep your life jacket on. We will be all right." Yet, facing the monstrous winds and waves that had even overturned the massive cruise ship, how could this small lifeboat withstand such fury? Suddenly, a towering wave crashed down, thrusting the lifeboat high into the air before slamming it down mercilessly. Humanity appeared so diminutive against nature's might. In an instant, their lifeboat was capsized. Lu Fan, submerged in the frigid water, desperately swam towards Wang Xiufang, who clung to her life jacket, struggling to stay afloat. Panic surged within her, and she cried out, "Lu Fan, where are you?" Hearing her call, Lu Fan shouted back, "Auntie, don't be afraid. I'm here." Seeing Lu Fan approaching, Wang Xiufang, who had felt utterly despondent, found a flicker of hope. The fact that Lu Fan risked his own safety to protect her deeply touched her heart. Thus, Wang Xiufang clung to her life jacket while Lu Fan grasped it with both hands, swimming through the icy waters, braving the relentless waves. They drifted in the darkness for what felt like an eternity until Lu Fan, exhausted, lost consciousness. In desperation, Wang Xiufang clung tightly to his hands, unwilling to let him sink, calling out his name, "Lu Fan, wake up." Lu Fan's arrival had initially brought her a sense of security amidst despair, but now, with his unconsciousness, darkness and fear enveloped her. Eventually, Wang Xiufang awoke, finding herself on the sandy shore of a small island, where the sun shone brightly and the sea was calm, as if nothing had transpired. Overwhelmed with joy at surviving the ordeal, she eagerly scanned the beach for Lu Fan. "Lu Fan, where are you?" she called out, but in the desolation of the deserted island, an inexplicable fear began to creep in. However, she refused to give up and continued searching along the shore. Suddenly, she spotted Lu Fan's figure not far away on the sand and hurried over. She shook him vigorously, calling his name, but to no avail. Seeing him unresponsive, she whispered to herself, could Lu Fan be dead? At this thought, Her face turned pale with fright, and she could only shuffle backward on her bottom. Yet, gazing at Lu Fan, who lay peacefully on the beach, his body pale from the salt water, she could not believe that this vibrant and strong young man had met his end. Summoning her courage, she crawled closer and pressed her ear to his chest. When she heard a faint heartbeat, tears of joy streamed down her face. Immediately, she began performing artificial respiration. With her unwavering efforts, Lu Fan finally coughed up some seawater and opened his eyes. Weakly smiling at the tear-streaked face of Wang Xiufang, he said, "Xiufang, I'm all right." Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Xiufang was both astonished and delighted, hastily embracing him tightly. "At last, you have awakened. You frightened me to death. What would I do if you had perished here alone?" With Wang Xiufang's support, Lu Fan sat up and began to survey his surroundings. The two found themselves on a desolate island's sandy shore, with an endless expanse of the ocean before them and a lush forest behind. "Xiufang, we must devise a way to survive while we await rescue," Lu Fan said weakly. Hearing this, Wang Xiufang nodded and steeled herself. Observing Lu Fan's frail condition, she resolved to find some nourishment to help restore his strength. Wang Xiufang roamed the beach, eventually discovering sparse wild fruits on the trees at the forest's edge. She sampled a few, finding them pleasantly tart and sweet, assuring her they were safe to consume. After gathering a modest supply of wild fruits, she brought the weakened Lu Fan to the shade of a large tree, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Since Lu Fan still needed to recuperate, she gathered some dry grass to lay beneath him before nightfall. Gazing at Lu Fan resting on the grass, a faint smile graced her face, seemingly pleased with her handiwork. However, as night descended, the temperature on the island dropped, causing the two, already clad in scant clothing, to shiver uncontrollably. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from a distance. Wang Xiufang, being a woman, was frightened and clung tightly to Lu Fan. Although he felt a twinge of fear himself, he feigned calmness and reassured her, "Auntie, do not be afraid. I am here." In that moment, cold and fear enveloped Wang Xiufang's fragile heart. Meanwhile, Lu Fan's heart was filled with joy, as he never imagined he would have the opportunity to be so close to the village beauty, even holding her in his arms. Unable to suppress a laugh, he was met with Wang Xiufang's puzzled gaze. "You silly boy, what are you laughing at?" "I wasn't laughing. It's nothing, just go to sleep quickly." Lu Fan would not divulge his thoughts, for the notion of a deserted island and a beautiful woman was indeed the dream of every man, thrilling to contemplate. The following day, as the sun rose over the horizon, bathing the beach in light, Wang Xiufang awoke to find Lu Fan still embracing her. Instantly, her face flushed crimson. "Wake up, Lu Fan, quickly." Lu Fan stirred from his slumber at her slightly irritated call. "What is it, Annie? Why are you awake so early? How can you say that? Just look at what you've done." Wang Xiufang stammered, pointing at him. Lu Fan glanced down, realizing his position, and swiftly turned away. With an authoritative tone, Wang Xiufang admonished him, "Remember, I am your aunt. You must never harbor any inappropriate thoughts about me, or I shall not forgive you." With that, she playfully nudged him with her foot. "Understood," Lu Fan replied, his voice barely above a whisper, his head bowed as if trying to bury it in the sand. Resembling a student caught in wrongdoing, nodding repeatedly as if to placate her anger. Observing his pitiful demeanor, Wang Xiufang felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. She had intended to scold him further, but upon seeing his forlorn expression, her heart softened. "Xiaofan, how do you feel today? Are you any better?" "Oh, I am fine now, much improved," Lu Fan replied hastily, anxious that she might bring up the previous embarrassment. With a swift motion, he sprang to his feet, showcasing a clean and agile movement that belied any previous discomfort. Wang Xiufang was astonished by Lu Fan's rapid recovery. "Ah, youth truly has its advantages. You have bounced back so quickly." However, as she pondered this, a sudden thought struck her, filling her with trepidation. Alone on this desolate island, with only each other for company, and having slept in such close proximity the previous night, it seemed implausible that nothing would occur over time, especially considering the young man before her, standing at 6 feet tall, muscular, and radiating masculinity. If he were to entertain any improper thoughts or act irrationally, she would be utterly defenseless. Recalling the way Lu Fan had looked at her in her bikini on the cruise, a chill ran down her spine, and her hair stood on end. Noticing her unease, Lu Fan gently inquired, "Auntie, what is troubling you?" Awakened from her reverie, Wang Xiufang quickly replied, "It's nothing. I am fine." Yet, her tone betrayed a hint of anxiety. "Oh, by the way, Auntie, there were those beastly cries last night. This island is certainly not safe. We must find shelter immediately," Lu Fan stated seriously, a note of concern in his voice. "Yes," Wang Xiufang responded. recalling the chilling roars from the previous night that still haunted her. Fortunately, the beasts had not discovered their presence, or the outcome could have been dire. Subsequently, Lu Fan gathered some oysters and crabs from the shore to replenish their strength. With no means of cooking, they had no choice but to consume them raw, which Wang Xiufang found quite unappetizing. Yet, Lu Fan devoured the seafood as if it were a sumptuous feast. Aware of her lack of options in such circumstances, Wang Xiufang reluctantly took a few bites. While eating, Lu Fan surveyed the deserted island. The island appeared to stretch several thousand meters, with their current location being a broad sandy beach facing the ocean, surrounded by dense vegetation. At the highest point of the forest was a prominent mountain, standing tall like a divine pillar amidst the vast sea. Xiufang, we should explore that mountain. Only then can we gain a full view of the island and better search for shelter. Oh, Wang Xiufang replied, somewhat understanding. With Lu Fan's protection on this deserted island, her previously terrified heart found a sliver of solace. However, they faced more than just the challenges of food and shelter. The lack of fresh water posed the greatest threat. On this island surrounded by salt water, if they did not find a way to secure fresh water promptly, dehydration could become a grave concern. Observing the once vibrant village beauty now suffering from chapped lips due to the lack of hydration, her formerly supple skin appeared dry and lifeless. Perhaps due to the recent consumption of seafood, Lu Fan found himself parched and in discomfort. Even the act of swallowing saliva felt as if his throat were being scraped by a blade. At that moment, Wang Xiufang suddenly shouted, Lu Fan, look over there. Upon hearing her, Lu Fan immediately turned in the direction she pointed, and a coconut tree came into view beside the mountain. Although both resided in a remote mountain village, they were aware that coconuts from the seaside could quench thirst. Thus, they hurriedly made their way towards the coconut tree, one following the other. However, upon observing the towering tree standing at least 10 meters high, they encountered a dilemma. Sensing the situation, Lu Fan quickly devised a plan and began to unfasten his belt. Wang Xiufang, who was trailing behind, halted at this action, instinctively taking a step back. She thought to herself, could it be that Lu Fan is unable to control his desires and intends to do something inappropriate? If that were the case, what could she do? After all, as a fragile woman, she was no match for him. Lu Fan, what are you doing with your pants? I warn you, do not act recklessly. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Though she spoke with bravado, her actions belied her anxiety as she retreated further. Lu Fan was left speechless by her words. Xiufang, what are you thinking? He then ceased to explain and, using both feet to step on the belt, began to ascend. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Xiufang realized she had misunderstood him. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she awkwardly exclaimed, be careful, it's dangerous. At that moment, her concern for Lu Fan's safety was palpable. After all, if he were alive, she would not feel fear or despair. Moments later, when Lu Fan presented the refreshing coconut to her, the parched Wang Xiufang could no longer dwell on the earlier awkwardness. She eagerly grasped the coconut and began to drink heartily. Shortly thereafter, the two resolutely ventured deeper into the forest. This vast expanse of woodland was rarely trodden by human feet, its dense vegetation resembling a green ocean. The intertwining vines appeared as layers of verdant curtains, obscuring the path completely. Traversing such a wilderness posed considerable challenges, as they needed to navigate through the intricate maze of vines while remaining vigilant against the sudden assaults of hidden snakes, insects, and wild beasts. However, for Lu Fan, none of this presented a significant obstacle. Having accompanied his father on hunting trips since childhood, he was well versed in navigating the forest. He moved with agility, akin to a monkey, effortlessly weaving through the thick underbrush. In contrast, Xiufang struggled to keep pace, despite her best efforts. Unbeknownst to her, the distance between them gradually widened. Lu Fan, wait for me. Wang Xiufang gasped, her voice tinged with frustration and helplessness. Oh, Lu Fan casually replied, internally bemused by her predicament. At her current pace, she would likely not reach their destination before nightfall. Chapter 6. It wasn't intentional seeing Wang Xiufang laboring through the jungle. Lu Fan couldn't help but feel anxious for her. Just as he prepared to offer her assistance, his gaze was unexpectedly drawn to her form, swaying rhythmically due to the rugged terrain. Her thin, semi-transparent clothing, akin to a delicate veil, subtly revealed her alluring figure, rendering her irresistibly enticing. Lu Fan found himself captivated. Completely forgetting his initial intent to help, he became an unwitting spectator, unable to tear his eyes away. Wang Xiufang seemed to sense his gaze, abruptly lifting her head to meet his eyes, filled with desire. In an instant, her anger ignited. You little brat. This path is treacherous, and instead of helping me, you dare to take advantage of me? Just wait, I'll take care of you. With that, She quickened her pace to catch up with Lu Fan. Upon reaching him, she unhesitatingly raised her right foot and aimed a fierce kick at his backside. Lu Fan, noticing her intent, swiftly sidestepped, causing her to miss and lose her balance. With a startled cry, she slipped, leaning forward. In that split second, Lu Fan reacted quickly, rushing forward to shield her from falling. Suddenly, Wang Xiufang felt an unexpected force catch her, halting her fall. She glanced down to find Lu Fan half reclining on the grass, his hands propping up her body, preventing her from collapsing. However, to her embarrassment, the area he supported was rather sensitive. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, her mind scolding him as a reckless boy who clearly knew no bounds. "Let go, you scoundrel! Where are your hands wandering?" Wang Xiufang shouted, her voice piercing. Startled by her sudden outburst, Lu Fan reacted as if shocked, releasing her without considering the consequences. The momentum caused Wang Xiufang to tumble forward, landing directly atop Lu Fan. Time seemed to freeze, creating an incredibly awkward scene. Their lips were mere inches apart, and their bodies pressed closely together. Lu Fan, lying beneath her, was paralyzed with shock, fearing that any movement might further infuriate the proud village beauty. In their shared gaze, he could distinctly see her bewilderment and confusion, causing his breath to quicken. The warmth of her breath, mingled with her feminine scent, wafted into Lu Fan's nostrils like a refreshing stream. This close proximity to such a beautiful woman was a first for him, and the unfamiliar, exhilarating sensation made his heart race uncontrollably. To his embarrassment, he realized his body was responding to this intimate contact, causing his cheeks to flush. At that very moment, Wang Xiufang also sensed Lu Fan's unusual reaction. Suddenly emboldened by newfound courage, Lu Fan impulsively leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on her lips. In that instant, a powerful jolt coursed through him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Wang Xiufang, too, experienced that electrifying sensation. Panicking, she sprang to her feet, goosebumps prickling her skin. Then, with a sharp crack, her hand flew out like lightning, delivering a resounding slap to Lu Fan's face. "What on earth were you thinking?" Wang Xiufang's face flushed with rage, her voice trembling slightly. Lu Fan, taken aback by the sudden slap, covered his face and looked at her with an innocent expression, asking, "What have I done, Aunt? Why did you hit me? How can you still ask that? Why did you kiss me? And look at yourself." Wang Xiufang stammered, clearly still in shock from the earlier incident. Following her gaze, Lu Fan finally noticed his body's reaction. "Oh, I see. I will be more careful next time," he said, gazing at her with a teasing grin. Seemingly proud of what had just transpired, Wang Xiufang understood that his earlier touch had not been intentional, but the flick of his tongue certainly had been. Now, she could only hope to leave this wretched place soon. Otherwise, she feared that this insufferable brat would inevitably take advantage of her. Concerned for her safety, Lu Fan found a sturdy branch and handed it to her. "Aunt, use this as a walking stick. It will provide more stability," he said with genuine care. Wang Xiufang looked at the branch he offered, her anger gradually dissipating. She accepted it, steadied herself, and said, "That's much better. Thank you, Xiufang." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan smiled faintly and turned to lead the way, clearing a path for her. Whenever they encountered difficult terrain, he would pause and turn back to assist her. Wang Xiufang followed closely behind him, treading carefully. "Xiufang, I'm sorry. I was just too anxious earlier. Please don't hold it against me," she said, somewhat embarrassed. Hearing her words, Lu Fan quickly shook his head and replied with a smile, "I'm fine, Aunt. After all, as a junior, having your lessons in this desolate place is a kind of fortune, haha." Wang Xiufang couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart at his words, thinking, this insufferable brat has quite a sweet tongue. Observing Lu Fan's thoughtful and understanding nature, a subtle smile of appreciation crept onto her lips. As they traversed the tangled forest, the trees on the mountain became relatively sparse. Although the underbrush was still thick, it was much easier to navigate compared to the previous tangled foliage. As they walked, they reached a rather dark spot beneath a large tree. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emerged from the grass ahead. Though the noise was subtle, it stood out starkly in the quiet surroundings. Instinctively, Lu Fan's nerves tightened, and he halted, standing alertly to observe his surroundings. In stark contrast to his vigilance, Wang Xiufang appeared completely oblivious to the lurking danger, continuing to walk forward and even surpassing him. She secretly rejoiced, thinking, it seems this brat Lu Fan lacks stamina. He was overtaken so quickly. Just as Wang Xiufang basked in her triumph, Lu Fan suddenly shouted in alarm, "Aunt, don't move. There's a snake." His shout startled Wang Xiufang, who instinctively took a step back. However, as she retreated, she caught sight of the scene before her, a green venomous snake, over a meter long, coiled less than half a meter away, flicking its tongue and poised to strike. Overcome with fear at the sight of the snake, which she already harbored a deep-seated dread for, Wang Xiufang felt her hair stand on end, her legs weakening as if all strength had left her. For a moment, she stood frozen in place, trembling. Lu Fan cautiously approached her, his steps light and slow, careful not to startle the snake. His eyes were fixed on the branch in her hand, which would serve as his weapon against the serpent. Just as Lu Fan snatched the branch away, the panicked Wang Xiufang noticed him. With a startled cry, she leapt up as if a frightened rabbit, clinging tightly to Lu Fan, as if he were her last hope. At the same time, she quickly lifted her legs, wrapping them around his waist, terrified the snake might strike. This action resembled a monkey clinging to a tree trunk. However, her sudden movement completely obstructed Lu Fan's view of the snake, rendering him unable to track its movements. Reluctantly, Lu Fan was forced to step back, attempting to distance himself from the snake's attack range. Unbeknownst to them, this series of actions only served to alarm the snake further. The venomous creature bared its fangs, occasionally flicking its tongue, aggressively lunging toward them. With Wang Xiufang tightly clutching his neck, Lu Fan couldn't see the snake clearly. He could only glance around anxiously, hoping to find an escape route. In such close physical proximity, Lu Fan's lips unintentionally brushed against the area between Wang Xiufang's ear and cheek. Whether this was deliberate or accidental, only Lu Fan knew in his heart. At that moment, Wang Xiufang was consumed by fear, unable to focus on such trivial details. Her entire attention was fixated on the ferocious green snake, terrified it might suddenly attack. The speed of the snake exceeded Lu Fan's expectations. He thought to himself, my backward retreat with ant will surely not match the speed of the snake. If it catches up, I would be utterly defenseless. Just as the situation grew dire, Lu Fan's gaze sharpened, fixated on the snake, searching for a flaw. Suddenly, he spotted a perfect opportunity and without hesitation, lunged forward, swiftly stepping on the snake's head. Simultaneously, his other foot followed suit, like lightning, landing on its tail. This coordinated movement left the snake with no room to maneuver, forcing it to writhe helplessly in place, attempting to break free. However, the snake's strength was immense. Despite Lu Fan exerting all his effort to hold it down, he could distinctly feel its powerful writhing beneath his foot. Fortunately, Lu Fan was firmly holding Wang Xiufang, and their combined weight barely sufficed to subdue the snake's movements. Had he been alone, it was unlikely that his weight alone could withstand such a formidable creature. Should the snake break free, given their proximity, both Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang would undoubtedly be bitten, with catastrophic consequences. Amidst his anxiety, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Lu Fan's mind. He quickly devised a plan. He leaned his body to the left, shifting their combined weight onto his left foot, firmly pressing down on the snake's head. Not only that, but he also began to pivot his heel, as though extinguishing a cigarette, using their weight to mercilessly crush the snake's head, attempting to kill it outright. Sensing the lethal pressure, the snake went into a frenzy, thrashing wildly, desperate to escape its terrifying confinement. Yet, no matter how much it struggled, the weight of several hundred pounds bore down upon it like a mountain, suffocating its attempts to breathe. Lu Fan's left foot ruthlessly trampled upon the venomous snake, each forceful stomp eliciting agonizing cries from the creature. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air, the unmistakable sound of the snake's bones shattering. In an instant, the snake's head was crushed beneath Lu Fan's foot, blood splattering forth, staining his shoes and pant legs with vivid crimson. The snake's body gradually ceased its thrashing, its once fearsome head now contorted and misshapen, lying still as it surrendered all signs of life. Observing the snake's stillness, a heavy weight lifted from Lu Fan's heart, and he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Yet, Wang Xiufang remained in a state of shock, her body trembling slightly as she clung tightly to Lu Fan, as if fearing that loosening her grip would invite calamity. Seeing the terror etched on Wang Xiufang's face, Lu Fan felt a twinge of helplessness. He managed to smile and softly reassured her, "It's all right now. You can let go." However, Wang Xiufang seemed oblivious to his words, her arms still locked around him like a vice. In response, Lu Fan wrapped his arms around her back, swaying gently, as if mimicking the snake's movements. This gesture resulted in a surprising friction between Wang Xiufang's ample bosom and Lu Fan's sturdy chest, stirring unexpected feelings within him. As someone with experience, Wang Xiufang quickly grasped Lu Fan's intentions. Embarrassed and indignant, she playfully punched his broad chest, scolding him, "What are you doing, you rogue? Still thinking of taking advantage of me at a time like this?" Lu Fan feigned innocence, adopting a look of mock grievance. "Auntie, you've got it all wrong. It was you who wouldn't let go. Yet inwardly, he was elated. It dawned on Wang Xiufang that she had inadvertently straddled him, leading to a rush of embarrassment. Her face flushed bright red, resembling a ripe apple, and she hurriedly jumped down from him. Once she regained her footing, her emotions simmered down somewhat. But she still glared at Lu Fan, questioning, what was that rubbing all about? As she spoke, she hastily adjusted her slightly disheveled clothing, as if to mask her awkwardness. Lu Fan gazed at her with feigned innocence and quickly explained, rubbing? Not at all. I was merely imitating how that snake moved. He pointed at the now motionless serpent at Wang Xiufang's feet. Chapter 8. Discovering the cave. Wang Xiufang followed Lu Fan's gesture and looked down, only to be nearly overwhelmed with terror upon realizing her foot was precariously perched atop the mangled head of the snake. The horrifying sight sent chills down her spine. Ah! She exclaimed in fright, recoiling several steps as if jolted by electricity, maintaining a safe distance from the creature. Her heart raced, pounding as if it might leap from her throat. Once she regained some composure, irritation surged within her again, and she pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Fan. Though she intended to berate him, words momentarily eluded her. Ultimately, Wang Xiufang could only drop her hand in exasperation, muttering under her breath before giving Lu Fan a sharp glare, saying, "What are you waiting for? Let us move." Lu Fan replied, "Oh, let us go." And the pair resumed their journey. After their recent ordeal, Wang Xiufang was now too wary to walk ahead, obediently following Lu Fan, unwilling to endure another frightful encounter. After a long and arduous trek, they finally reached the mountainside. From their vantage point, the view opened up magnificently, revealing the entire island beneath them. Gazing out, the deserted isle appeared vast and boundless, akin to a colossal green gem set within the azure ocean, surrounded by towering, verdant trees. Their dense foliage and intertwining vines formed a natural green barrier, resembling a fence encircling the island. In the heart of the island, mist swirled ethereally, imparting an air of mystery and tranquility. Above, flocks of seabirds soared, infusing life and vitality into the serene landscape. The peak they occupied was situated on one side of the island, offering not only a panoramic view of their surroundings, but also a clear sight of the beach and sea from whence they arrived. Beneath them lay a flat expanse of approximately 100 square meters, leading directly to a steep mountain face, resembling a natural haven from the elements. Lu Fan turned, smiling at Wang Xiufang. "Let us build our shelter here. The view is unobstructed, allowing us to keep watch for passing ships. If a rescue vessel appears, we will spot it in time." Wang Xiufang surveyed the area and nodded in agreement. After their exhausting journey, she was breathless, parched, and famished, promptly sitting down on a nearby rock to rest. As the sun began its descent, time grew increasingly precious. They needed to construct a shelter before darkness fell, lest they find themselves shivering through the cold night. Lu Fan decisively chose a spot near the mountain to erect their refuge. This location would not only provide protection from the howling winds, but also utilize the mountain's natural features to expedite the construction of a simple shelter. Without hesitation, he began to clear the surrounding underbrush with his bare hands, despite lacking any tools. As the dense foliage thinned, a dark opening emerged before him. However, as he approached the entrance, a faint dripping sound reached his ears. Although soft, it heightened Lu Fan's alertness, prompting him to step back. "What's wrong?" Wang Xiufang inquired, her concern evident. Lu Fan turned to her, signaling for silence. This action immediately set her nerves on edge once more. At that moment, Lu Fan's emotions were a tumultuous blend of surprise and hope. He feared that the cave might conceal a fearsome beast or other perilous creature. Yet if it could serve as a refuge, it would be fortuitous. With time slipping away, he could not afford to dwell on his thoughts. He quickly fetched a thorny branch to use as a temporary barrier for protection. Taking a deep breath, he stepped over the unkempt grass and resolutely approached the dark cave. Yet, as he entered, he nearly collided with a bat that swooped towards him. As his vision adjusted, Lu Fan finally discerned the full extent of the cavern. It was not particularly large, approximately 3 meters wide and about 10 meters deep. Deep within, a corner concealed the source of that peculiar sound. Lu Fan's gaze fixated on the shadowy corner, a palpable tension enveloping the air. After a moment's hesitation, he summoned his courage and slowly advanced toward it, his steps heavy, each one feeling as though he were treading upon cotton, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. As he approached the corner, the peculiar sound grew increasingly distinct. Suddenly, he halted, muttering to himself, "Wait, why does this sound resemble dripping water? Could there be some enormous beast lurking here, drooling in anticipation?" Yet, no traces of large animals are visible on the cave floor. With this thought, Lu Fan's heart raced uncontrollably, and he gripped the thorny branch in his hand tighter, as if fearing it might be snatched away by an unseen force. However, upon finally turning the corner, he was taken aback to find no wild beasts at all. Instead, there was merely a small cave, spacious enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people standing side by side. Water dripped from above, creating a basin-sized puddle on the ground over time, which could very well exemplify the adage of water wearing away stone. After ensuring there were no hidden openings nearby, Lu Fan eagerly bent down to scoop up the clear, icy spring water, drinking it in large gulps. Although Lu Fan was relishing his drink, his aunt Wang Xiufang, waiting outside, grew increasingly anxious due to his prolonged silence. Boldly, she called into the cave, Xiufang. Xiufang, are you all right? Speak up. Hearing his aunt's voice, Lu Fan suddenly remembered that she was still outside. Just as he was about to turn and invite her in for a drink, a playful idea struck him. He decided to tease her a bit, curious to see if this lovely aunt would come to his rescue in a moment of peril. Standing at the edge of the puddle, he shouted towards Wang Xiufang, Aunt, come save me. After which, he covered his mouth to stifle his laughter. What's wrong? Don't scare me. After contemplating for a moment, Wang Xiufang resolved to investigate, realizing that if she remained alone in this desolate wilderness, her chances of survival would be severely diminished. Hurry, Aunt, came Lu Fan's voice again from the cave. Approaching the entrance, Wang Xiufang did not rush inside but instead cleared away some weeds at the cave's mouth, thinking it prudent in case of real danger, providing herself with an escape route. It must be said, she was far more sensible than Lu Fan, considering the situation more comprehensively. Upon entering the cave, she initially found no sign of Lu Fan. However, with the underbrush cleared away, the cave was considerably brighter. At that moment, she noticed a shadow flickering in the depths around the corner. Xiufang, is that you? At this juncture, Lu Fan was doing his utmost to suppress laughter, and although there was no reply, Wang Xiufang approached with a heart full of trepidation. Upon reaching the corner, she finally laid eyes on Lu Fan, who stood by the small puddle with a cheeky grin, arms wide open, as if inviting her for an embrace, reminiscent of their previous encounter during a moment of danger. Wang Xiufang's expression darkened instantly. Her eyes widened, glaring at Lu Fan as if to shoot fire at him. All right, you just wait. No sooner had she spoken than she pushed Lu Fan aside. Seeing this, Lu Fan wasted no time lingering, swiftly turning to exit the cave. Wang Xiufang, watching his retreating figure, felt her ire intensifying. She cursed Lu Fan through gritted teeth before crouching by the puddle, drinking the water with the fervor of a parched beast. Meanwhile, Lu Fan meticulously examined the cave, observing the disarray on the ground, littered with twigs, dead grass, and some dark animal droppings. After Wang Xiufang quenched her thirst, she stormed over to Lu Fan in a fit of anger. Sensing her fury, Lu Fan quickly approached her with a conciliatory smile. However, Wang Xiufang was evidently unimpressed, glaring at him and preparing to scold him, only to be interrupted by Lu Fan's sudden interjection. Aunt, please don't be angry. How about this? You tidy up here while I go outside to gather some dry grass to make our sleeping area a bit more comfortable. Before Wang Xiufang could respond, Lu Fan darted out of the cave as if he had oil on his feet, not wishing to incur the wrath of his furious aunt. Hey you! Wang Xiufang stamped her foot in frustration as she watched him flee. This boy truly is a clever one, she muttered to herself, shaking her head, though the corner of her mouth lifted in a reluctant smile. Finding dry grass in the woods was no arduous task, and Lu Fan soon gathered several large bundles. After multiple trips, he managed to bring all the grass back to the cave. For safety's sake, he also collected a sufficient amount of vines, which were both flexible and sturdy, to weave a door at the cave entrance to ward off any wild beasts. Lastly, he retrieved a watermelon-sized round black stone to further fortify their shelter. It must be said that Wang Xiufang was a commendable homemaker. She had swiftly cleaned the cave floor. The bed of dry grass, though simple, was arranged with care, resembling a soft mattress and exuding warmth. Wait a moment, Aunt. Why did you lay out 2 areas of grass? Why not combine them? Lu Fan scratched his head, puzzled. Wang Xiufang shot him an exasperated glance, inwardly cursing his foolishness for asking the obvious. Yet, maintaining her composure, she replied, how can you even ask why? Remember, you'll sleep on the outside, and I'll take the inner spot. Realizing his aunt was still miffed about the previous incident where he had taken advantage of her, Lu Fan felt a bit embarrassed and chuckled awkwardly, saying, Oh, I see. I thought we were going to sleep together before he could finish. Wang Xiufang interrupted him sharply. Stop. Remember, don't come near me, or I will truly be angry. Her tone was serious, leaving no room for negotiation. Recognizing the futility of further argument, Lu Fan nodded in resignation, acknowledging her stipulation. As the sun began its descent, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Lu Fan contemplated that weaving the door would have to wait until tomorrow, so he piled the collected vines at the cave entrance and placed some thorns around them, creating a rudimentary barrier for protection. Satisfied with his handiwork, he clapped his hands and smiled faintly, contemplating, this should ensure our safety. Finally, I can rest easy. Due to time constraints, Lu Fan had not procured any food that day. After quenching his thirst with the fresh spring water, they both returned to their respective sleeping areas to rest. Despite his own stomach growling with hunger, Lu Fan reassured her, Aunt Xiufang, bear with it for today. Tomorrow morning, I will find something to eat. Wang Xiufang responded softly, a hint of resignation in her voice. All right, you should get some rest too. We have much to accomplish tomorrow. As night deepened and silence descended, they enjoyed a peaceful slumber. The first rays of morning sunlight seeped through the leaves, illuminating the cave. Lu Fan awoke early, moving lightly towards the beach. Unconstrained by his aunt's presence, he felt like a nimble monkey, skillfully navigating the dense jungle. His stride was brisk and agile, as if the forest were merely a playground. Within an hour, he successfully reached the seashore. Standing upon the beach, Lu Fan inhaled deeply the invigorating sea breeze. His spirits notably uplifted. He reminisced about the wilderness survival programs he had once watched on television, and thus began to meticulously search for usable materials washed ashore by the waves. His eyes widened in determination, leaving no corner unchecked in hopes of discovering bottles, old clothes, or ropes. Yet, after an extensive search, he only managed to retrieve an antiquated military helmet from the last century and a tattered fishing net. At that moment, Lu Fan muttered to himself in frustration, expressing disbelief at the deception portrayed on television. However, he remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, even feeling a sense of pride at the prospect of cohabiting with the village beauty on a deserted island. Little did he know, they were marooned on an isolated isle deep within the vast ocean, miles away from the nearest land. Moreover, this island was not situated along bustling shipping routes, making it unlikely for any vessels to pass by. Fishing boats would certainly not venture such distances for a catch. In these dire circumstances, they could only hope for a miracle. After all, surviving in such a desolate environment was no simple task, and receiving external rescue would be akin to climbing a mountain. The island boasted an abundance of marine life, and for Lu Fan, who possessed experience in fishing, it was effortless to catch several unknown large fish, crabs, and oysters, simply gathering them from the shore. Food was plentiful, primarily consisting of seafood, and fresh water was available in nearby caves. He envisioned returning and igniting a fire, which would be perfect. With the village beauty accompanying him, he could easily forsake the idea of returning home. Lu Fan strung the fish and seafood together with slender vines, hoisting them over his shoulder, whistling merrily as he set off towards the cave, entirely devoid of any anxiety that one might typically associate with being stranded on an island. Chapter 10. Friction Fire. As Lu Fan returned to the cave, bearing the bounty of seafood and fish with steady strides, Wang Xiufang had already awakened from her slumber. Xiufang Ani, look what I've brought back. Lu Fan exclaimed excitedly, his voice echoing throughout the cave, filling the space with enthusiasm. Wang Xiufang, upon seeing the catch, gasped in astonishment. Heavens, such a large fish. Lu Fan beamed with pride, placing the fish and seafood on the ground. Xiufang Ani, please prepare these sea delicacies while I figure out how to start a fire. Soon, we shall feast on roasted fish. His words conveyed a sense of confidence and satisfaction, as if he had triumphantly accomplished a formidable task, now basking in the glow of victory. Yet, a look of concern crossed Wang Xiufang's face as she gazed at the multitude of seafood before her, lamenting, but how shall we prepare this? There isn't even a single cooking utensil. Indeed, within the rudimentary cave, there were neither pots nor pans, nor knives, making the processing of the seafood a daunting challenge. Although Wang Xiufang was an experienced housewife, she felt utterly helpless in such a predicament. That is a problem, but fear not, I have a solution. Lu Fan seemed to have anticipated this, his lips curving into a sly smile. He turned to a corner of the cave and retrieved the dark stone he had collected the previous day. Wang Xiufang gazed at him skeptically, uncertain of his intentions. What do you mean? Are you suggesting we use this large stone to smash the fish? She inquired, her tone laced with disbelief. Ani, do not underestimate this black stone. It is not an ordinary rock, it is obsidian. Lu Fan replied, excitement bubbling within him as he picked up another stone and struck it gently against the obsidian. With a crisp crack, a shard of obsidian fell away. Observing this, Lu Fan eagerly picked up the fallen fragment and continued to strike it against the stone. His movements were deft and rapid, as though this were not his first attempt at crafting a tool. Over time, the shard gradually morphed into a shape resembling a dagger. Finally, Lu Fan paused, satisfied with his handiwork. He carefully wrapped slender twigs around the handle and then gingerly handed the crafted dagger to Wang Xiufang, smiling. "The knife is ready, auntie. Do give it a try?" Wang Xiufang hesitated momentarily before accepting the dagger, her mind swirling with doubt. Will this knife really work? However, upon witnessing Lu Fan's confident demeanor, she resolved to test it. Approaching the large fish, she positioned the dagger against its body and made a gentle cut. In an instant, the fish was cleanly bisected as if enchanted, the incision smooth and devoid of any ragged edges. Wang Xiufang's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the dagger and the bisected fish. She never anticipated that a knife fashioned from stone could possess such sharpness. At that moment, Lu Fan, witnessing her astonished expression, felt a surge of pride. He smiled at Wang Xiufang, saying, "What do you think, auntie? Quite impressive, isn't it? This is obsidian. Knives made from obsidian are dozens of times sharper than ordinary kitchen knives. Now, please prepare the fish while I figure out how to start a fire." Start a fire? Surely, he does not intend to attempt friction fire? Wang Xiufang thought, her face a mask of confusion. Lu Fan gathered a dry branch and used the obsidian shard to scrape off some shavings from it, then carved a small groove into the branch to hold the shavings. Next, he selected a sturdier branch, sharpened one end, and placed it in the groove, rapidly rubbing the branch with both hands. As this was his first attempt at friction fire, he lacked experience and spent a full half-hour, his hands blistering, before the shavings began to smoke. Wang Xiufang watched intently, holding her breath, her eyes filled with anticipation. As Lu Fan continued to rub, the smoke thickened. Suddenly, he halted and blew gently into the groove containing the shavings. Moments later, a faint flicker of flame emerged from the shavings. "I did it!" Lu Fan exclaimed triumphantly, carefully transferring the burning shavings to the dry grass he had prepared, gently blowing until the grass ignited, the flames roaring higher. Wang Xiufang gazed at the blazing fire, her face alight with surprise and admiration. "Xiaofan, you truly are remarkable, capable of everything." At that moment, Wang Xiufang felt immensely grateful to have such a resourceful companion on this desolate island, bringing her a sense of security. Noticing the admiration in the village beauty's eyes, Lu Fan humbly declared, it was but a trivial task, nothing to fret over. Yet, he completely overlooked the crimson blood seeping from the blisters on his hands. While Wang Xiufang prepared the large fish, Lu Fan busied himself with weaving a door to defend against wild beasts. After all, a secure barrier was essential for a peaceful night's sleep. He had no desire to be dragged away by a beast in the middle of the night. Wang Xiufang threaded the cleaned fish onto branches and carefully placed them by the fire to roast. Simultaneously, she tossed the oysters and crabs directly into the flames, allowing them to sizzle amidst the heat. Though devoid of any seasoning, the aroma of the roasting fish began to waft through the cave as the flames grew higher. The alluring aroma captivated Wang Xiufang, who fixated on the sizzling grilled fish before her, her heart brimming with anticipation. She envisioned the exquisite flavors she would soon savor in this seafood feast, causing her to involuntarily swallow. At that moment, the gluttonous Lu Fan could no longer contain his inner impulses and dashed over like a famished wolf. He quickly tore off a generous piece of fish and unceremoniously stuffed it into his mouth. With a single bite, the fish's inherent salty and fresh flavor erupted in Lu Fan's mouth, filling his eager taste buds with its rich essence. The tender, juicy flesh danced upon his tongue, offering an unparalleled gustatory delight. However, in his haste, Lu Fan failed to notice the sizzling oil still bubbling from the fish, causing scalding droplets to splatter onto his lips, prompting him to grimace. Yet he remained unwilling to relinquish the mouth-watering delicacy. Observing Lu Fan's comical demeanor, Wang Xiufang could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Look at you, you little glutton. Can't you wait a moment before indulging?" Yet, Lu Fan was entirely absorbed in the world of gastronomy, responding without lifting his head. "It's cooked, it's ready to eat." He then seized a raw oyster from the fire, drinking both meat and broth in one gulp. For Lu Fan, this was hardly a survival ordeal. It felt more akin to a luxurious island vacation. Chapter 11. Setting traps just as the two were relishing their meal. An unusual sound suddenly emanated from outside the cave. Lu Fan, alert, rose to his feet, grasping his handmade dagger, and cautiously approached the cave entrance, with Wang Xiufang nervously trailing behind him. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, they beheld a wild boar, tusks protruding, foraging nearby, as if in search of food. Lu Fan frowned. Although the boar was not large, it appeared formidable. Should it venture into the cave, their safety would be compromised. This wild boar is likely drawn by the aroma of our grilled fish. And Xiufang, please stay inside and secure the door while I drive it away. Upon hearing Lu Fan's intent to confront the wild boar, Wang Xiufang expressed her concern. Xiaofan, perhaps we should reconsider. That is a wild boar. If we block the entrance, it probably won't be able to enter. Lu Fan reassured her, the protective door I crafted is not only resilient, but it is also fortified with thorns. The cave's entrance is small, making it easy to defend. Not to mention, even a larger wild boar would find it challenging to breach. And, think about it. If there is a small wild boar, there must certainly be a larger one. If we do not drive this one away now, we could be in trouble when the larger boar arrives. Wang Xiufang, somewhat understanding, nodded in agreement. After all, Lu Fan possessed considerable experience in hunting, and it was wise to heed his counsel in this situation. Lu Fan sprung into action, locating a sturdy branch to which he securely bound his dagger, fashioning a makeshift spear. Although the spear appeared rudimentary, it radiated sharpness and lethality in Lu Fan's capable hands. Once prepared, Lu Fan inhaled deeply, adjusted his demeanor, and dashed forth with determination. His target was the young wild boar. He brandished the spear and charged directly at it. The wild boar, caught off guard by Lu Fan's sudden appearance and assault, became enraged. It charged at Lu Fan, baring its tusks and attempting to confront this uninvited intruder. However, Lu Fan remained undaunted by the boar's ferocity. With agility, he deftly sidestepped the boar's charge, which, due to its momentum, collided with a nearby boulder, producing a resounding thud. Seizing the opportunity while the boar was momentarily disoriented and in pain, Lu Fan swiftly advanced, thrusting the spear like lightning, piercing accurately into the boar's leg. The boar emitted a piercing shriek of agony, its injured limb preventing it from continuing its fierce assault. Instead, it turned to flee, escaping the clutches of this formidable adversary. Wang Xiufang, who had been observing from a distance, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She admired Lu Fan's bravery and cleverness, exclaiming, "Xiaofan, you are truly courageous." Upon hearing Wang Xiufang's praise, a hint of pride illuminated Lu Fan's face. This was merely a trivial matter. Do not worry. Let us return to our meal. Though the wild boar had been successfully driven away, Lu Fan was acutely aware that it might return, and there could be other, more ferocious beasts lurking nearby. After careful contemplation, Lu Fan resolved to set traps around the cave. This strategy would not only deter potential animal attacks, but might also inadvertently capture some game, enhancing their diet, as consuming seafood daily would inevitably become tiresome. He turned to Wang Xiufang, saying, "Aunt Xiufang, I plan to set traps all around here, so that even if I am not home, you will be safer. But please, do not wander off while I am away." Wang Xiufang understood Lu Fan's thoughtful intentions and smiled as she nodded, inquiring, "Do you need my assistance?" Lu Fan quickly waved his hands, chuckling, "No need, aunt. Such laborious tasks are not meant for you. I cannot bear to see you toil so." With a playful wink, he conveyed a hint of jest. Wang Xiufang, amused, retorted, "Oh, you've learned to be quite the smooth talker." Yet, her tone held no reproach, rather a touch of affection. Encouraged by her response, Lu Fan grew bolder, playfully asserting, "Aunt Xiufang, seeing how considerate I am, shouldn't I be rewarded?" As he spoke, he cheekily stuck out his tongue and made a silly face. Wang Xiufang burst into laughter, feigning annoyance. "You cheeky boy, I knew you had ulterior motives." She pretended to reach for him, but Lu Fan, swift as a rabbit, grasped the dagger beside him and darted out, calling over his shoulder, "Aunt Xiufang, I'm off to set the traps. Don't wander off." Setting traps is a fundamental skill for every hunter, and Lu Fan was no exception. Armed with his spear, he meticulously scoured the grassy expanse surrounding the cave. Each step was taken with utmost caution, wary of any potential dangers. Lu Fan understood that this foliage might conceal various threats. Venomous snakes and pests could be lurking within. After all, the previous encounter with the green-patterned snake served as a stark reminder. After a thorough examination, Lu Fan confirmed the absence of snakes and pests in the underbrush. He exhaled in relief, though he remained vigilant. Next, he gathered some dried mugwort ash, evenly distributing it around the cave to form a protective barrier. While this barrier appeared simple, it effectively deterred snake intrusions, providing Aunt Xiufang with a secure area to enjoy the scenic views of the sea. After all, one cannot remain cooped up in a cave indefinitely. With this protective wall in place, Aunt Xiufang could feel at ease moving about. Upon completing the installation of the protective barrier, Lu Fan did not cease his endeavors. He continued to toil in the periphery, using sturdy vines to connect the resilient trees with the snares crafted from the underbrush. These traps were ingeniously concealed within the foliage. and when a wild beast inadvertently stepped upon them, they would trigger a mechanism that would catapult the creature high into the air with tremendous force. Furthermore, Lu Fan unleashed his creativity by bending a small tree to fashion a crossbow trigger device. Should a beast wander by and entangle itself in the hidden vine snares, the apparatus would be activated, unleashing a multitude of crossbow bolts that would rain down upon the creature, piercing it with lethal precision. In Chapter 12, I Did It Intentionally, Lu Fan meticulously arranged various traps and mechanisms within a 2-kilometer radius, adhering to his previous methods. Satisfied with his work, he thought to himself that even the half-grown wild boar he had encountered earlier would be no match for his contraptions, let alone a tiger. However, Lu Fan was now utterly exhausted, panting heavily, and his throat felt parched as if set ablaze. He resolved to return to the cave to replenish his fluids before resuming his work on the traps the following day. Despite his fatigue, the thought of the beautiful village woman, Wang Xiufang, waiting for him in the cave revitalized his spirits. He felt as though he had been invigorated, and he hurried back with a spring in his step. Upon arriving at the cave, Lu Fan found no sign of Wang Xiufang, only her garments drying by the fire. He called out loudly, "Aunt, I'm back. Where are you?" As he shouted, he made his way toward the small pool around the corner, certain she would be there. However, just as he approached the corner, he suddenly heard Wang Xiufang's voice, "Don't come over. You need to leave first." Yet, Lu Fan's steps did not falter. Instead, he quickened his pace and reached the corner before she could finish her sentence. When Lu Fan's gaze fell upon Wang Xiufang, he stood frozen in shock, as if ensnared by a spell. There she was, holding half a coconut shell, completely bare, her hair damp and dripping with water. Since arriving on the deserted island, Wang Xiufang had not bathed for several days, feeling sticky and emitting an unpleasant odor. Realizing Lu Fan had been gone for too long, she decided to wash herself in the spring water, but ironically, he returned just as she was bathing. Seeing Lu Fan standing there, scrutinizing her with unabashed curiosity, Wang Xiufang's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment and anger. She had never anticipated that Lu Fan would return at such an inopportune moment, nor did she expect him to gaze at her so openly. In a fluster, she grabbed the coconut shell, unsure of which part of her body it should cover, above or below. After a moment of turmoil, she ultimately turned her back to Lu Fan. Her heart raced, a blend of embarrassment and indignation coursing through her, prompting her to shout, "Why aren't you leaving? Get out." Realizing that Wang Xiufang was genuinely angry, Lu Fan quickly apologized. "Aunt, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. I didn't know you were bathing." His expression bore a hint of lingering curiosity, which only fueled Wang Xiufang's irritation. Reluctantly, Lu Fan retreated. Squatting at the entrance, he could hear the sound of rushing water from within, igniting an insatiable itch within him, akin to being clawed by a cat. He pondered whether he should enter now. If he hesitated, he might miss a rare opportunity. Yet, if he rushed in, would he not be no different from a rogue? Ultimately, he decided against it, reasoning that a forcibly obtained fruit is not sweet. After all, she could not escape him. She would eventually be his. When Wang Xiufang emerged, she did not mention the earlier incident. Although she was still upset, she assumed it had been an unintentional act on his part. Intentionally shifting the topic, she inquired about the progress of his trap setting. Having experienced such endeavors before, she understood that men are often impulsive when driven by desire. It was not the time to confront him about the earlier incident. The consequences could be dire. If he suddenly recalled the earlier scene and became agitated, who knew what he might do? Initially bracing himself for a reprimand, Lu Fan felt a great weight lift from his shoulders upon hearing Wang Xiufang's question. His face brightened, and he cheerfully replied, "It's nearly finished. Aunt, you won't believe it. I even created a safe zone within a few dozen meters around here. Not even a snake or wild beast could enter, let alone an ant." As he spoke, he gestured animatedly, eager to ensure she grasped his meaning. His tone was filled with flattery and eagerness, as he feared she might hold a grudge over the earlier incident. Wang Xiufang regarded the man before her, noting his bravery, intelligence, and attentiveness. In this desolate place, he managed to uphold moral integrity, stirring within her an indescribable feeling. She had contemplated that if Lu Fan were to act upon his desires, she might not be overly surprised or resistant. After all, everyone has physiological needs, herself included. Yet, despite this, Wang Xiufang retained a flicker of hope regarding their return home. She firmly believed that as long as they remained alive, it wouldn't be long before a rescue team would find them. When that time came, they would safely return to the village and resume their separate lives. However, the thought of developing an ambiguous relationship with him complicated her feelings. If they returned to the village and encountered each other regularly, she felt a wave of confusion and turmoil. After all, their relationship as aunt and nephew rendered her uncertain about how to face Lu Fan. Should he indeed develop deeper feelings for her, how would she respond? These questions swirled in her mind, and as she gazed out at the sea, her mood grew increasingly somber. Suddenly, a dark spot appeared on the horizon, capturing her attention. Wang Xiufang's eyes widened, and she pointed excitedly, exclaiming, "Lu Fan, look! What is that?" Following her finger, Lu Fan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be a rescue boat? Wang Xiufang, filled with enthusiasm, grabbed Lu Fan and urged him to run toward the shore. At that moment, her excitement was palpable. She longed to reach the water's edge. Yet, Lu Fan wore a worried expression. If a rescue ship truly arrived, their idyllic solitude would likely come to an end. Sensing Lu Fan's unease, Wang Xiufang asked curiously, "Why do you look so unhappy? Do you want to stay on this isolated island forever?" Lu Fan indeed wished to remain with her. But witnessing her yearning to return home and the thought of his own parents made him realize his selfishness. Reluctantly, he replied, "No, I'm just surprised." With that, they made their way toward the shore. However, as the dark shape drew closer, their hearts gradually sank. What appeared to be a rescue ship was merely a lifeboat adrift on the sea. As they approached, Lu Fan did not rush to leave. Instead, he grasped the excited Wang Xiufang and advised, "Aunt, let's not be hasty. We should ascertain the situation before venturing out. What if they are villains?" Chapter 13, Saving Lives. However, Wang Xiufang, yearning to return home, believed that Lu Fan was deliberately avoiding departure. She had long sensed his possessive feelings towards her. In that moment, her dissatisfaction and anger ignited, and she exclaimed, "I knew you didn't want to leave. Let go of me. If you won't go, I'll go alone." Before she finished speaking, she summoned all her strength and wrenched her hand free from Lu Fan's grip. Her movements were swift and decisive, as if she wished to erase Lu Fan from her life entirely. Without looking back, she hurried towards the beach, as if it held the long-desired path home. Lu Fan gazed at Wang Xiufang's retreating figure, a sense of helplessness swelling within him. He understood that no words would suffice to sway her at that moment. As the saying goes, good advice is often disregarded by the stubborn. Thus, he refrained from pursuing her. After all, Lu Fan had elderly parents awaiting his return. He could not resign himself to a life on this desolate island, especially for someone as homesick as Wang Xiufang. Yet, he chose not to leave immediately. Instead, he resolved to conceal himself in the woods and observe the situation before making any decisions. This way, should any danger arise, they would not be entirely trapped. From his vantage point, Lu Fan surveyed the scene from afar. His gaze fell upon the lifeboat, stirring a familiar feeling within him. This lifeboat bore an uncanny resemblance to the one they had boarded during the cruise mishap. However, it now drifted aimlessly, rendered powerless by depleted fuel, like a solitary leaf adrift in the vast ocean. Aboard the lifeboat were 6 individuals, their figures appearing minuscule against the boundless sea. A couple in their 60s, Aunt Li and her husband, clung to each other, their faces betraying anxiety over their uncertain fate. Among them was Lin Shuer, a striking woman in her 30s, who owned a publicly traded company and exuded an air of elegance and aloofness. Yet, the prolonged scarcity of fresh water and the looming uncertainty had dulled her once radiant complexion. Despite her diminished appearance, her noble aura remained evident. Also present were Long Gu and his 2 underlings, with whom Lu Fan had previously clashed on the cruise. Long Gu, once brimming with vitality, now appeared considerably emaciated. His 2 lackeys, starved after 3 days with scant sustenance, clawed at the lifeboat with frantic desperation, propelling it towards the nearby island. Their actions, though somewhat clumsy, were fueled by an instinctual will to survive. Remarkably, Long Gu had managed to endure, which took Lu Fan by surprise. Wasn't he supposed to have 3 followers? Now only 2 remained. Meanwhile, Wang Xiufang, hastily traversing the forest, was oblivious to the presence of these individuals on the lifeboat. She ran desperately, striving to escape the unfamiliar and perilous terrain. However, without Lu Fan's assistance, navigating the intricate, vine-entangled woods became exceedingly arduous. Suddenly, she stumbled over a vine and fell heavily to the ground, crying out in pain as her knees and palms scraped against the earth. "If it weren't for that rascal Lu Fan, I would have reached the beach by now." Struggling to rise, the searing pain compelled her to weep. At that moment, Long Gu and his companions had just landed on the beach, and upon reaching shore, they dashed frantically towards the coconut trees. Behind them, Lin Shuer, along with Aunt Li, assisted her frail husband, who appeared utterly exhausted, barely able to stand. Unbeknownst to Long Gu and his crew, all the coconuts had already been harvested by Lu Fan. leaving only a few immature green coconuts. Ignoring the potential dangers of consuming raw coconuts, they plucked and devoured them with the fervor of starving beasts. They paid no heed to Lin Shuer and her companion's plight. "Can you leave us a little?" Lin Shuer pleaded, her lips cracked and parched like a parched riverbed. As the saying goes, when one is well fed, they may indulge in other desires. Having temporarily quenched their thirst, Long Gu turned to the eagerly awaiting Lin Shuer. He had harbored inappropriate thoughts about her while adrift at sea, but the dire scarcity of food and water had left him too weak to act on those impulses. This was precisely why the inherently selfish Long Gu had kept her close. As for the elderly couple, Aunt Li and her husband had been experts at a major city hospital before their retirement. Throughout their time adrift, it had been their medical knowledge that provided vital hydration to the others, preventing them from succumbing to dehydration. Without their assistance, Long Gu and his companions might have perished long ago. Long Gu stroked his chin, a lecherous grin spreading across his face as he surveyed Lin Shuer. "You want a drink?" He feigned surprise, to which she eagerly nodded. "Yes, I want a drink." Her gaze fixated on the coconut in his hand. "If you want a drink, you must trade your body for it." Before Lin Shuer could respond, he advanced towards her with ill intent. The once aloof Lin Shuer could only retreat helplessly, attempting to escape while shouting, "Let me go. I'd rather die of thirst than let you succeed, you beast." Long Ji's expression darkened as he declared, "You have no say in this." Seeing their leader's intent, the two underlings moved closer. "Brother, after you're done, let us enjoy some too. Don't worry. Once I'm satisfied, I'll share with you." The two lackeys perked up at this, swiftly subduing the woman on the beach and tearing at her clothing. A panicked Lin Shuer struggled with all her might. Witnessing this brazen act, Aunt Li cried out, "Stop. You are committing a crime. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution?" One of the underlings turned and shouted back, "Shut your mouth, you old hag. If it weren't for your medical knowledge, you'd already be fish bait." At this moment, Aunt Li and her husband realized that on this desolate island, Long Gu and his crew could easily murder them without anyone knowing. Moreover, they were defenseless against such brutish foes, leaving them with no choice but to helplessly witness the horrific scene unfolding before them. Meanwhile, Lin Shuer, pinned to the beach, cried out in terror, begging for mercy, attempting to awaken their conscience. Yet, the depraved Long Gu and his companions showed no signs of halting their actions. Just when they were on the verge of succeeding, Wang Xiufang, unaware of the gravity of the situation, shouted, "Stop, you brutes." From his vantage point in the forest, Lu Fan witnessed the scene unfold and felt an urgent pang of dread. His aunt was in peril. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted down the mountain. Wang Xiufang, naive and unassuming, believed that these thugs would regard her feelings as Lu Fan had done, unaware that this decision would lead her to profound regret. Chapter 14. A sudden revelation. The unexpected appearance of Wang Xiufang left Long Gu and his companions utterly astonished. Her immaculate attire and the delicate, youthful texture of her skin caught them off guard, making her appear even more radiant than she did aboard the cruise ship. It was hard to believe that she had been forced to survive on this desolate island. One could easily mistake her for a vacationer. Long Gu stared at Wang Xiufang in disbelief, exclaiming, "What is this woman doing here?" "Well, this is splendid. You fellows need not wait any longer. We can enjoy her together." He laughed as he gestured to a nearby underling, both rushing toward Wang Xiufang. Seeing Wang Xiufang approaching nonchalantly, the kind-hearted Li Ai and her husband could not bear to witness another person suffer. They shouted, "Miss, don't come over. Run away quickly. These men are beasts." Furious, Long Gu picked up a coconut shell from the beach and hurled it at the couple, seething with rage. As Li Ai's husband, unable to bear the thought of his wife being harmed, gathered his last ounce of strength to shield her, he was struck. The sound of impact echoed as blood gushed from his head, and he collapsed into a pool of crimson. "You bastards! You will suffer divine retribution," Li Ai cried, embracing her bloodied husband as despair overwhelmed her. Lin Shuer, pinned to the beach, shrieked in terror at the brutality unfolding before her. Summoning every ounce of strength, she broke free from her captor and fled toward Wang Xiufang. The yellow-haired thug pursued her relentlessly. Witnessing this inhumane scene, Wang Xiufang finally snapped out of her stupor and turned to run back, but it was too late. Just a few steps into her escape, she was tackled to the ground by Long Gu and his accomplice. Long Gu pressed down on the struggling Wang Xiufang, malevolently stating, "You thought you could evade me last time, but now you have delivered yourself right into my hands. Today, I will have my way with you." As he uttered these words, he lunged at her, tearing at her clothing. Fear flooded Wang Xiufang's eyes. She could hardly fathom that these two men dared to brazenly commit such acts. At that moment, the underling beside Long Gu urged, "Boss, let me have a turn after you." Seeing the eagerness in his subordinate's eyes, Long Gu smirked. If you cannot wait, there's another one over there. Nodding toward the grieving Li Ai. No need, boss, I can wait a bit. Why would I take the old when the young is available? Horrified at the thought of being violated by these repugnant men, Wang Xiufang's will to survive ignited, and she fought desperately against her captors. Yet, as a frail woman, she was no match for two brutish thugs. Behave yourself, or I will kill you. Long Gu roared, slapping Wang Xiufang twice. In that moment of despair, Wang Xiufang cried out, Lu Fan. Lu Fan, come save me. Upon hearing her call for Lu Fan, Long Ji's body stiffened, and he instantly stood, drawing his weapon in alarm. Hidden in the jungle, Lu Fan observed the scene unfold without rushing in, knowing that the men were armed with daggers and machetes. A reckless move could further endanger Li Ai. Long Gu scanned the surroundings, barking, Kid, where are you? If you have guts, show yourself. But the only response was the sound of crashing waves. Regaining his composure, Long Gu snarled, playing tricks, are we? I'll deal with you after I finish with her. He lunged toward Wang Xiufang once more. Just then, Lin Shuer, nearly caught by the yellow-haired thug, saw an arrow suddenly shoot forth. With a swift whoosh, the yellow-haired man collapsed, howling in agony, clutching his wounded foot. Realizing the peril of his companion, Long Gu bent low, scanning for potential ambushes. Suddenly, a figure darted from the trees like lightning, Lu Fan. His eyes were cold, exuding an aura that instilled fear. Lu Fan swiftly positioned himself in front of Wang Xiufang and kicked Long Gu, sending him sprawling onto the sand. One of Long Ji's underlings, emboldened, swung his machete menacingly at Lu Fan. However, Lu Fan deftly sidestepped and seized the thug's wrist, twisting it until a sickening crack echoed as the wrist broke, causing the thug to drop his weapon. Screaming in pain, the underling fell to the ground. Long Gu struggled to rise, his eyes filled with terror and rage. Picking up a dagger, he blustered, Kid, don't think you can do anything. I'll fight you. Lu Fan chuckled darkly. Oh, how fortuitous. In a flash, he appeared before Long Gu, snatching the dagger and pressing it against his throat, coldly declaring, You wanted a fight, didn't you? This dagger is waiting for you. Pale and trembling, Long Gu pleaded for mercy, his bravado evaporating. In the distance, Lin Shuer, witnessing the scene, realized Long Gu had been subdued. She rushed forward, fury in her eyes. You scoundrel. You bullied me. Grabbing the dagger from Lu Fan, she plunged it into Long Ji's groin, eliciting a blood-curdling scream that echoed across the island. This strike would surely ensure Long Ji's ruin, as he writhed on the ground, blood staining the sand. Lu Fan was taken aback by Lin Shuer's ferocity. He never expected this beautiful woman to be so fierce. He thought to himself that this scoundrel was doomed, never to bully another woman again. He resolved to keep his distance from this formidable lady in the future. At that moment, Wang Xiufang sobbed as she crawled to her feet and collapsed into Lu Fan's embrace, overwhelmed with relief. Xiufang, thank goodness you arrived, otherwise I might not have. Wang Xiufang was no longer the dignified woman she once was. She resembled a frightened little girl, her eyes reflecting the terror of her near escape. Lu Fan comforted her. It's all right. It's all over now. Lin Shuer, observing Lu Fan's tender interaction with Wang Xiufang, looked on in confusion. Noticing her gaze, Lu Fan courteously nodded in acknowledgement. He felt immense respect for the kindness shown by Li Ai and her husband and approached them with concern, asking, Auntie, how is your husband's injury? Li Ai shook her head helplessly, pointing toward a small boat anchored nearby. The medical kit is in the box. Hurry. Upon reaching the lifeboat, Lu Fan discovered it filled with empty bottles, a medical kit, a larger suitcase, and several travel backpacks. After transferring all supplies to the beach and handing the medical kit to Li Ai, Lu Fan approached Long Gu and his companions, his eyes gleaming with fury. Chapter 15. Returning to the cave at this point, Long Gu and his associates were utterly terrified of Lu Fan, resembling mice in the presence of a cat, scarcely daring to lift their heads. Get lost. I never want to see you again. If I do, I will kill you, Lu Fan declared, his voice laced with menace and his expression devoid of emotion. Their astonishment was palpable. They understood that in this lawless land, no one would be aware if he decided to end their lives. The yellow-haired thug, stricken in the leg, incredulously asked, What? You will really let us go? I will count to 3. If you are not gone by then, I will change my mind, Lu Fan warned, yet he had not even begun to count. 3 injured individuals clumsily climbed aboard a small boat, paddling into the depths of the sea. Lin Shuer, filled with rage, gazed at the retreating figures of Long Gu and his companions, bewildered by the question she posed to Mr. Lu. Are you truly letting them go so easily? What other choice do we have? Lu Fan replied. Shall we treat human life as inconsequential like they do? Lin Shuer found herself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Lu Fan's retort. However, before she could elaborate, Lu Fan interrupted, "Do not worry, my dear. In this vast ocean devoid of fresh water, their chances of survival remain uncertain. Remember, evildoers have their own reckoning." At this moment, Lu Fan had yet to stain his hands with blood. He would not hastily condemn another to death unless absolutely necessary, as this was his moral boundary. "What should we do now?" Wang Xiufang inquired, appearing like a compliant kitten awaiting its master's command. As dusk approached, Lu Fan suggested they return to the cave for rest. It would be troublesome to encounter wild beasts after nightfall. Thus, under Lu Fan's guidance, the group set forth towards the cave. Wang Xiufang, still shaken, trailed closely behind Lu Fan, her mind replaying the recent events, her heart still racing. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, "Xiufang, did you foresee the danger? Which is why you didn't come out earlier?" Upon hearing her question, Lu Fan paused, glancing back at her. He noticed her disheveled hair and tattered clothes, looking quite distressed. Seeing her in such a state, Lu Fan refrained from reprimanding her and simply replied, "I didn't know. I only acted out of concern for safety." However, the village beauty seemed unconvinced, retorting, "Then why didn't you stop me?" Lu Fan found her accusation both amusing and exasperating. Shaking his head helplessly, he replied, "My dear aunt, let us not misinterpret intentions. When I tried to stop you, you thought I had ulterior motives. How could I possibly restrain you? And now, you blame me instead." Wang Xiufang attempted to defend her position but faltered midway, perhaps realizing her earlier impulsiveness. "What could I do? Should I have held you back? Wouldn't that just lead you to accuse me of trying to take advantage of you?" A smirk crept onto Lu Fan's face, his eyes twinkling with playful mockery. He then added mischievously, "So, you wished I had embraced you back then? If so, I could oblige now, haha." His teasing words wafted through the air like a playful spring breeze, laced with jest. Wang Xiufang, evidently irritated by his banter, raised her brows and widened her eyes in feigned anger, scolding, "You scoundrel, are you truly jesting at my expense? Just wait until I tear your mouth apart." Without hesitation, she seized Lu Fan's ear and twisted it sharply. "Ouch, that hurts. Let go. Aunt, I admit my fault. I shall not embrace you again." Lu Fan yelped, desperately trying to wriggle free from her grip. This comical scene resembled a farce, provoking laughter from those behind them. Lin Shuer watched this unfold, astonished that the previously fierce Lu Fan possessed such a humorous side. This unexpected contrast piqued her curiosity about the man before her. The three from Lin Shuer's group had not eaten for several days, leaving them in a dire state, weak and on the verge of dehydration. After a strenuous trek, they began to lag behind Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang. Noticing this, Wang Xiufang called out to Lu Fan, signaling him to assist. Though reluctant, Lu Fan obeyed her request and approached Lin Shuer, offering his arm for support. However, Wang Xiufang observed this interaction with discontent, chastising Lu Fan, "Humph. They say no good deed goes unpunished. Look at you. She hardly needs your help. You should be aiding Aunt Li with her husband instead." Lu Fan found himself at a loss, inwardly grumbling, "Really? This is what I get for trying to help?" Yet, he could not retort against Wang Xiufang's reproach and quietly made his way to Aunt Li and her husband. Whether Wang Xiufang genuinely wanted Lu Fan to assist Aunt Li or merely wished to prevent him from engaging with other women was a question even she could not clarify. After all, she always displayed immense anger towards Lu Fan's attempts to gain her favor, yet when he approached another woman, an inexplicable feeling stirred within her. Thus, Lu Fan carried the injured Uncle Li on his back, while Wang Xiufang and the remaining two supported each other, trudging along the rugged mountain path. This stretch of road felt both endless and arduous. Ultimately, they managed to return to the cave before nightfall. By this point, Lu Fan was utterly exhausted, sweat cascading down his forehead like raindrops, gasping for breath as he leaned against a rock. Seeing him in such a state, Wang Xiufang felt a surge of sympathy. She hurried to him, gently wiping the sweat from his brow, concernedly asking, "Are you all right? Would you like to rest for a moment?" Lu Fan lifted his gaze to meet Wang Xiufang's, inhaling her familiar scent, filling his heart with satisfaction. He shook his head and smiled involuntarily, his grin radiant like blossoms in spring. Wang Xiufang, perplexed by his expression, inquired, "What are you grinning about?" Lu Fan quickly composed himself, responding nonchalantly, "Nothing. Just thinking how lovely the weather is today." "What? The weather?" Wang Xiufang glanced outside the cave and playfully agreed, "Indeed. The weather is quite pleasant." They exchanged smiles, sharing a moment of unspoken understanding. Suddenly, Wang Xiufang seemed to remember something, rising to address Aunt Li and the others. "Oh, I almost forgot, there's fresh water here. Pure, natural spring water. She gestured towards a small pool around the corner. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer, nearly dehydrated, rushed to the pool and greedily drank from it, completely shedding her previous aloof demeanor. Wang Xiufang quickly cautioned, "Slow down. Drink carefully, there's enough water here." However, Lin Shuer paid no heed, continuing to drink. After quenching her thirst, she gazed at the water in her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. Just moments ago, she had nearly fallen victim to those vile men for a mere drop of water. Meanwhile, Aunt Li took a sip and filled a coconut shell with water, bringing it to her husband. "Old Li, drink some water, this is spring water." Uncle Li, severely injured, had just endured a rough journey to the cave, and his condition was perilously critical. With Aunt Li's assistance, Uncle Li struggled to sit up, having not consumed a drop of water for several days. His body was exceedingly weak, and his emotions became somewhat agitated, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Aunt Li hurriedly offered him the spring water, and Uncle Li drank it greedily, as if this bowl of water were the very essence of life. Witnessing this scene, a trace of relief appeared on Aunt Li's face. She knew her husband had finally received some nourishment. However, just when everyone thought the situation was improving, Uncle Li suddenly began to cough violently. With a heart-wrenching fit of coughing, blood gushed from his mouth. This unforeseen turn of events left everyone stunned. Uncle Li's body became rigid and then collapsed backward as if losing all support. Observing this, the crowd quickly gathered to assess the situation. Lu Fan anxiously inquired, "Annie, what has happened to Uncle Li?" Aunt Li's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Her trembling hands checked her husband's pupils, and upon noticing their dilation, she could no longer contain her grief and wept bitterly. Seeing Aunt Li so distraught, the others seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. They surrounded her, offering comfort in hopes of alleviating her sorrow. After all, once a life is lost, it cannot be restored, especially in such an isolated place. With Aunt Li's consent, Lu Fan quietly carried Uncle Li's lifeless body to a nearby hillside. He dug a small grave, carefully placed Uncle Li inside, and covered him with earth. After completing this solemn task, Lu Fan stood silently before the grave, honoring Uncle Li with a moment of reflection, his heart filled with sorrow and respect. Upon returning to the cave, Lu Fan immediately spotted Wang Xiufang standing at the entrance, her face etched with worry as she awaited his return. At that moment, Wang Xiufang appeared refreshed. She had not only cleansed herself of dirt, but had also donned a completely new outfit. This clothing was not her original attire, but rather something retrieved from the mysterious chest aboard that small boat. The garments seemed brand new, carrying a faint fragrance, as though specially prepared for her. Clad in her new attire, Wang Xiufang radiated a newfound charm. Her already striking features now appeared even more captivating, accentuating her beauty. Her long hair was neatly tied back into a braid, swaying gently with her movements, adding a touch of grace. Her skin was delicate and smooth, her figure perfectly balanced, embodying the ideal of a virtuous wife and mother. Every smile and frown of hers exuded warmth and kindness, inviting affection and dependence from those around her. Observing this, Lu Fan felt a surge of warmth within him. He quickly approached her and asked with concern, "Auntie, why are you waiting for me here? Has something happened?" Wang Xiufang, upon seeing Lu Fan's return, felt slightly reassured, yet her brows remained furrowed as she replied, "Xiao Fan, you've finally returned. I was almost beside myself with worry over your absence." Lu Fan promptly soothed her, "Don't fret. I'm perfectly fine, see?" Though Wang Xiufang felt a bit of relief from his words, her gaze lingered on Lu Fan, as if she had something further to express. After a moment, she finally asked, "Xiao Fan, do you think we might never return?" Lu Fan, taken aback by her question, queried, "Why do you ask that all of a sudden?" Wang Xiufang sighed and explained, "I just spoke with Aunt Li and the others, and learned they drifted at sea for several days without sighting a fishing boat. I can't help but wonder if we are trapped here forever." Her voice dipped, revealing a hint of despondency and helplessness. Although Lu Fan harbored a deep yearning to return to their former world, at that moment, he felt an overwhelming inclination to remain here with the enchanting Wang Xiufang, sharing their lives together. At least in that instant, he was resolute in his belief. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Lu Fan, prompting him to gauge Auntie's thoughts. He cautiously asked, "Auntie, if we truly cannot return, what do you intend to do?" Wang Xiufang pondered for a moment before responding. "I would first build a wooden house and surround it with beautiful flowers." However, as she envisioned this, she inadvertently caught sight of the mischievous smile on Lu Fan's face. A sudden realization dawned on her. She sensed Lu Fan's intentions and shot him a fierce glare. Nevertheless, Lu Fan was undeterred by her gaze and boldly declared, "Aunt Xiufang, I care for you deeply. If we cannot return, I would dedicate my life to caring for you. This unexpected confession left Wang Xiufang momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated Lu Fan's forthright expression of his feelings. Although she understood that in this desolate island, the presence of a man and woman together would inevitably lead to certain developments, she was not entirely prepared to confront such a shift in their relationship. Moreover, with Lin Shuer and Aunt Li present, aware of their aunt-nephew bond, the situation had grown even more complex. Wang Xiufang's face flushed a deep crimson, and she turned away. Chiding, "You mischievous boy, what nonsense are you spouting? This is hardly the time for romance." Yet, her eyes betrayed a hint of shyness and delight. Just then, Lin Shuer emerged from the cave, raising an eyebrow at the palpable tension between the two. It seems even on this deserted island, romance is blossoming," she remarked. Wang Xiufang grew flustered and quickly attempted to clarify. Lin Shuer waved her hand dismissively. "I'm not saying anything improper. After all, we must support one another to survive here." At that moment, Lin Shuer resembled a fresh and elegant lily, having washed away the grime and adorned herself in a pristine white dress. Her lustrous, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, complementing her stunning beauty and exuding an enchanting allure. Lu Fan's gaze was captivated by Lin Shuer, and he felt as if he were witnessing a celestial being descend to earth. However, this scene did not escape Wang Xiufang's notice. The warmth in her heart, once kindled by Lu Fan's earlier gesture, was abruptly extinguished, leaving her feeling cold as if doused in icy water. In a fit of anger, Wang Xiufang raised her foot and delivered a swift kick to Lu Fan's shin with all her might. "Ouch!" Lu Fan yelped, jolting back and landing on the ground. He grimaced in pain, rubbing his injured leg while exclaiming, "Why did you kick me? Are you mad? That hurts." After venting her frustrations, Wang Xiufang stormed back into the cave, leaving Lu Fan groaning in agony. Lin Shuer, noticing the commotion, quickly approached with concern, asking, "Are you all right?" Her voice was as melodious as a songbird, gentle and soothing. Lu Fan raised his gaze towards Lin Shuer, who stood before him like a goddess. At this moment, she was so close that he could catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance. His eyes were irresistibly drawn to her, and he found himself swallowing nervously, completely oblivious to his own pain. However, in his state of excitement, Lu Fan failed to pay attention to the path beneath his feet. Suddenly, he lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, landing with a thud. This comical scene elicited peals of laughter from Lin Shuer, her melodious laughter echoing through the valley like a gentle spring breeze, soft and warm. Upon returning to the cave, the group emptied the contents of their suitcases and backpacks. The items inside were evidently meticulously prepared for their journey. Opening one suitcase revealed an array of exquisite items, featuring numerous high-end branded clothing, all of which boasted exceptional style and quality. Additionally, the suitcase contained a wealth of cosmetics from renowned brands, indicating that its female owner was undoubtedly remarkable. The other bags yielded similar findings, devoid of any men's clothing or items, all belonging to women. Disappointment washed over Lu Fan as he pondered whether the men aboard the cruise had ventured out without any luggage. According to Lin Shuer, the backpacks and suitcases were salvaged from the surface of the sea when their cruise ship sank. In their frantic state, they had hoped to find edible provisions among the belongings. Yet, upon opening the bags and suitcases, they discovered none of the food they had anticipated. The first aid kit held by Aunt Li was merely an emergency kit standard on every rescue boat, containing only basic supplies for treating wounds, such as bandages, antiseptic cotton balls, and adhesive bandages. After hastily replenishing their food supply, the group settled down for a brief rest. Aunt Li and Lin Shuer slept on the dry hay inside, while Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang occupied the space outside, which had originally belonged solely to Lu Fan. However, the village beauty, Wang Xiufang, appeared to be still upset about the matter between Lu Fan and Lin Shuer. She not only allocated Lu Fan a mere third of the available space, but also sternly warned him not to cross the designated boundary. As night fell, darkness enveloped the cave, rendering it impossible to see even one's own hand. Unwilling to yield to despair, Lu Fan remained restless, tossing in bed as he attempted to stealthily inch closer to Wang Xiufang, pretending to be asleep. However, each of his subtle movements was keenly observed by Wang Xiufang, who unyieldingly kicked him away, thwarting Lu Fan's plans time and again. Ultimately, resigned to the situation, Lu Fan curled up in a corner and succumbed to a deep sleep. The sudden addition of two individuals increased the already limited food supply demands. Observing the dwindling provisions, Lu Fan felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, he could not bear the thought of allowing everyone to go hungry. Thus, he resolved to traverse the forest once more and head to the seaside to catch fish. Lu Fan swiftly gathered his gear, slinging his homemade bow and arrows over his shoulder, securing a sharp dagger at his waist, and gripping the machete he had confiscated from Long Gu tightly. Once prepared, he turned to face Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer, who stood nearby, with a look of concern. Wang Xiufang implored, "Xiaofan, please be careful on your journey. Return as soon as you can." Her voice conveyed genuine worry. Lin Shuer chimed in, "Yes, Xiaofan. Do take care of your safety." Her eyes mirrored similar apprehension. Aunt Li, still grieving the loss of her husband, remained enveloped in sorrow. Lu Fan sensed their concern and smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. I am well acquainted with this path. There won't be any issues." With that, he stepped out of the cave without hesitation, heading towards the forest. The thought of two beautiful women waiting for him in the cave filled Lu Fan with renewed vigor. He quickened his pace, almost as if the wind were propelling him forward, eager to reach the seaside and catch enough fish to win the favor of the two lovely ladies. Upon reaching the beach, Lu Fan stood on the sandy shore, the sea breeze gently caressing his face, bringing a refreshing chill. Armed with a spear, he focused intently on the water. With practiced skill, he plunged the spear into the depths, swiftly pulling it up to reveal a lively fish impaled on the tip. He continued in this manner, and soon enough, the ground was strewn with various sizes of fish. Delighted, Lu Fan thought to himself that these fish would surely suffice for their meals over the next couple of days. Although lacking seasoning, it would still constitute a sumptuous feast. Just then, an idea struck him, and his eyes sparkled with realization. He hastily gathered several larger coconut shells nearby, filling them with seawater. Lu Fan intended to extract salt from the seawater, enhancing the flavor of the grilled fish. Once prepared, he slung the coconut shells filled with seawater around his waist, shouldered the large fish along with some crabs and other seafood, and hurried back. The three anxiously waiting individuals spotted Lu Fan's silhouette from afar. When they saw the abundance of seafood he had brought back, they rushed over in excitement. "Wow, Xiaofan, you're amazing," Wang Xiufang exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. "So much. We'll get to enjoy grilled fish again, though it's a pity we don't have any seasoning. Otherwise, it would be perfect," Lin Shuer chimed in, her voice tinged with a hint of disappointment. Without hesitation, Lu Fan declared, "Who says we have no salt? Ani, you all handle the fish. I will go get the salt." Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer exchanged astonished glances at the mention of salt, exclaiming in unison, "Get salt? No way." Yet, Lu Fan appeared confident, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he nodded affirmatively. At that moment, Aunt Li, observing the seawater in the coconut shells, seemed to suddenly grasp the meaning behind Lu Fan's intent to extract salt. She smiled and explained to Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer, "Xiaofan plans to refine edible salt from the seawater." Although still somewhat bewildered by Aunt Li's explanation, Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer nodded in acknowledgement, indicating they understood a bit more. Next, Lu Fan set to work preparing to extract sea salt. He first searched the area for several flat stones and skillfully arranged them to construct a makeshift stove. Then, he carefully poured the filtered seawater into an old steel helmet he had scavenged from the beach and placed it securely on the stove. With everything in place, Lu Fan ignited the fire, allowing the flames to gradually lick the bottom of the helmet as he began to simmer the seawater. Meanwhile, Wang Xiufang, engaged in her own task of cleaning the fish, couldn't help but be curious about Lu Fan's actions. She frequently paused to glance over at him, peppering him with questions. "Can you really extract salt from seawater? My dear aunt, have I ever deceived you? Do you doubt me?" Lu Fan replied confidently, playfully winking at Wang Xiufang. "You little rascal, look at what you've done." As the seafood was being prepared, and the salt had yet to be boiled, Aunt Li turned to Lin Shuer and said, "Shuer, on our way here, I noticed quite a few Ji Lu Zi in the woods. Let us gather some to use as seasoning." Ge Lu Zi possesses a delicate fragrance, remarkably similar to that of cumin and Qian Li Xiang. Thus, it serves to eliminate fishy odors, enhance aroma, adjust flavors, and prolong aftertaste in culinary applications. This was, of course, unknown to Lu Fan, yet Aunt Li, accustomed to dealing with medicinal herbs as a doctor, was well aware of its properties. As the moisture gradually evaporated, once the seawater reached a salinity of 13, charcoal was added, known for its ability to absorb impurities. Moments later, the charcoal, now laden with impurities, was floated away. The remaining liquid was then filtered through gauze, and the seawater was boiled again until it reached the same salinity for sedimentation. After half an hour, the sedimented seawater was poured into a pot for further boiling. When 1/3 remained, it transformed into brine, which, once fully evaporated, became a pale yellow coarse salt, slightly bitter and not yet suitable for consumption. The remaining moisture was then cooked off until dry. Once cooled, water was added to dissolve it, and the mixture was brought back to a boil. After this process, it became edible fine salt. Success! Lu Fan exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, Aunt Li and Lin Shuer had gathered a fair amount of Ji Lu Zi, and Aunt Li instructed Lin Shuer to crush the Ji Lu Zi into a powder using a stone. With salt and seasoning at hand, Lu Fan threaded the prepared seafood onto branches, coated them with salt, and roasted them over the fire, occasionally sprinkling some Ji Lu Zi spice. Before long, the delightful aroma of the seafood filled the air. Everyone gathered around, beginning to enjoy a true barbecue. As they savored the delectable seafood, they praised Lu Fan's culinary skills. Observing the satisfied smiles on their faces filled Lu Fan's heart with warmth. He knew that with these provisions, their lives on this deserted island would only improve. Just as they were relishing their meal, a deep growl suddenly echoed from afar, chilling them to the bone. Lin Shuer and Aunt Li, new to the island, were initially immersed in the joy of the feast. Yet, the sudden noise made their nerves tense, and they gazed fearfully at the cave entrance, attempting to discern the source of the sound. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, already accustomed to such terrifying roars, remained remarkably calm. He seemed unfazed by the unexpected noise, continuing to enjoy the food leisurely. Lin Shuer, anxious and distraught, urgently asked Lu Fan, "What is that sound? Surely there can't be wild beasts nearby?" Her voice revealed her unease, and her eyes were filled with fear and worry. Aunt Li echoed her concern. "Indeed, Lu Fan, could that beast find this cave? We might be in danger." Worry was evident on her face as well. Seeing their distress, Lu Fan set down his food and reassured them. "There are indeed wild boars and other beasts on this island. Not long ago, Aunt Xiufang and I encountered a wild boar not far from the cave." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer became even more agitated, thinking of her recent escape from the clutches of Long Gu and his gang. Could it be that she was now facing a wild beast attack? This felt like escaping a wolf's den only to enter a tiger's lair. Lu Fan continued, "But fear not. I have set traps in a circle 2 kilometers around. Not even a tiger could breach them. Within a radius of 50 meters. Not even a snake would dare to approach. You may move about freely without concern." Chapter 19. The wild boar that walked into the trap. Lin Shuer and Aunt Li felt somewhat reassured by Lu Fan's words. However, the growling in the distance grew not quieter, but rather more pronounced. Occasionally, the sound of snapping trees punctuated the air, echoing sharply in the previously tranquil forest. Lu Fan furrowed his brow, concentrating on the sounds approaching from afar. As the noise intensified, a smile of excitement appeared on his face, and he called out to Wang Xiufang and the others, "Listen to that commotion. It seems a wild beast has triggered one of the traps." Before he finished speaking, Lu Fan swiftly grabbed a spear and bow from the side, darting out like an arrow. Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer, somewhat puzzled by the sudden turn of events, were driven by curiosity and cautiously followed behind. As they ran, Lu Fan noticed the two trailing him and quickly halted, turning to face them with a puzzled expression. "Why are you two following me? Are you not afraid?" Wang Xiufang hurriedly explained, "We were worried about you." Lin Shuer nodded vigorously in agreement. This display of concern warmed Lu Fan's heart, but he still handed his machete to Wang Xiufang. At the same time, he drew an obsidian dagger from his waist and handed it to Lin Shuer, advising, "Keep this dagger for protection. If any danger arises, it's good to have a weapon." Lin Shuer stared incredulously at the nearly half-meter-long gleaming machete in Wang Xiufang's hands. Then, glancing at the unremarkable black stone dagger in her own grasp, a wave of strong dissatisfaction surged within her. She pouted and rolled her eyes at Lu Fan, muttering, "Humph, so biased." Lu Fan seemed oblivious to Lin Shuer's discontent, feigning concern as he said, "Oh, Lin Shuer, despite your tall stature, you are rather delicate. That machete is too large for you to wield." He stepped closer, lowering his voice, "But don't worry, I will protect you. Besides, she is my aunt. If we were to fall in love and marry on this deserted island, it would be nice to have an elder present as a witness, wouldn't it?" Lin Shuer felt her face flush with anger upon hearing Lu Fan's words. She glared at him, her fury ignited by his nonchalant demeanor. Without a second thought, she raised her right leg and delivered a powerful kick to Lu Fan's groin. A pained yelp escaped Lu Fan as he jumped up, clutching himself, his face contorted in agony. Seeing this, Lin Shuer's anger lessened slightly, but she still pointed at Lu Fan, saying, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, this will be your fate." Lu Fan hopped around like a kangaroo, his face pale and cold sweat pouring from his brow, evidently suffering greatly. How ruthless! Lu Fan cursed inwardly. Realizing she had attacked a man's most vulnerable spot, was she trying to take his life? He continued to jump frantically, hoping to alleviate the pain. Wang Xiufang observed the scene and shook her head with a sigh, saying, You brought this upon yourself. Even now, you think to take advantage of women." Her tone carried a hint of reproach and discontent. As Lu Fan prepared to retort, he found himself speechless, interrupted him mercilessly, saying, "Stop your nonsense and hurry up." Her voice was icy, leaving no room for negotiation. Seeing this, Lu Fan had no choice but to swallow the words that lingered on his lips. His face contorted into an expression more grotesque than tears. He took a few deep breaths to ease the pain, then, with a resigned expression, led Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer toward the source of the earlier commotion. As they drew closer to the cacophony, a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. A massive wild boar was ensnared by vines, dangling upside down from a sturdy tree. The creature's size was truly astonishing, weighing several hundred pounds, resembling a small elephant. Emanating an aura of terror, its eyes, as large as bronze bells, glared fiercely at Lu Fan and the others, while its formidable tusks resembled two sharp daggers, radiating a chilling menace. The boar opened its gaping maw, emitting a low and ferocious roar that reverberated through the silent forest like distant thunder, as if issuing a warning to Lu Fan and his companions. Immediately, it began to struggle violently against its restraints. The wild boar's immense strength shook the sturdy tree, causing leaves to rain down like a shower. Witnessing such a perilous scenario, Lu Fan's heart tightened, fully aware of the dire consequences should the boar break free. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Everyone, step back." At the same time, he focused intently on the boar, seizing a fleeting opportunity to thrust his spear at it with lightning speed. The spear struck the boar, causing it to thrash even more violently in pain. It writhed and let out a series of enraged roars, echoing through the woods and assaulting the eardrums. Lu Fan gritted his teeth, gripping the spear tightly, his feet firmly planted on the ground. Locked in a struggle with the frenzied beast, his arms bulged with exertion, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet he showed no signs of retreat. Sweat rolled down his forehead, soaking his clothes, but his gaze remained resolute. Wang Xiufang, witnessing the tense scene, was filled with anxiety. She quickly grasped her machete, determination gleaming in her eyes, attempting to attack the boar. However, due to the awkward positioning of the boar, she found it nearly impossible to land a blow, no matter how hard she tried. Frustration caused beads of sweat to emerge on her forehead, leaving her helplessly anxious. Lin Shuer held her small dagger tightly, its blade glinting faintly in the sunlight filtering through the leaves. Her eyes were fixed on the struggling boar, her petite frame trembling slightly. Yet she resolutely pointed her dagger at the beast, assuming a defensive stance, ever vigilant against the possibility of the boar breaking free and charging at them. Lu Fan, refusing to relent, gripped the spear firmly and yanked it from the boar, splattering warm blood around. He then targeted the creature's vital spots, thrusting time and again with all his might. Each strike was accompanied by a roar, as if he sought to expel all fear and tension through his assault. The boar's cries echoed through the forest, its wounds multiplying, blood gushing forth and pooling on the ground. Eventually, under Lu Fan's relentless onslaught, the boar began to weaken, its once frantic limbs growing limp and its struggles diminishing. Finally, with a faint whimper, the boar ceased its thrashing, its massive head drooping in defeat. Its once ferocious eyes dulled, blood seeping from its wounds, staining the earth beneath it. Seeing the boar finally motionless, everyone released a collective sigh of relief. Lu Fan turned to the tense Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face as he said, "The meat of this boar is edible. It seems we shall feast on roasted wild boar today." His voice carried a hint of exhaustion, but more so the joy of survival. Upon hearing this, the two women relaxed, their tense expressions transforming into smiles of relief. Wang Xiufang let out a sigh, wiping the cold sweat from her brow, exclaiming, "We finally subdued this beast. I was utterly terrified just now." Lin Shuer sheathed her dagger, patting her chest, still shaken, adding, "Indeed, it was too perilous. But thankfully Lu Fan was here." Lu Fan felt a surge of joy at Lin Shuer's praise, as if sunlight had suddenly brightened his day, instantly dispelling his fatigue. However, the memory of Lin Shuer nearly undermining his masculinity reignited a flame of anger within him. "Oh, is that so?" Lu Fan's voice involuntarily rose an octave, laced with unmistakable discontent and accusation. "Yet, I can't help but feel that some people didn't need me at all." His words dripped with sarcasm and provocation. Lin Shuer quickly grasped the meaning behind Lu Fan's words, her cheeks flushing a vivid red, resembling a ripe apple, as she felt both shy and embarrassed. "I was just anxious," she replied in a voice barely above a whisper. "And who told you to only think about taking advantage of us?" She raised her voice deliberately at the end, ensuring Wang Xiufang heard her. Hey, Miss Lin, you're just wronging an innocent man. Lu Fan quickly defended himself. When have I ever taken advantage of you two? As he spoke, he glanced at Wang Xiufang, seemingly seeking her support. Wang Xiufang, watching Lu Fan and Lin Shuer bicker, couldn't help but smile. All right, stop arguing, she said with a chuckle. You two are quite something. Why bother squabbling over such trivial matters? She was well aware of Lu Fan's penchant for opportunistic behavior, having grown accustomed to his playful antics. See, my Xiufang Ani understands me, unlike you, who just wrongs the good, Lu Fan said with a beaming smile, quickly approaching Wang Xiufang and leaning toward her in a flattering manner. However, at that moment, Lin Shuer was thoroughly infuriated by Lu Fan's words. Trembling with rage, she pointed at him and shouted to Wang Xiufang, Sister Xiufang, don't be fooled by him. Yesterday, while you were bathing, I saw him peeking. Before Lin Shuer could finish her sentence, Lu Fan, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, leaped up in alarm. He rushed over, panic-stricken, and covered Lin Shuer's mouth with his hand, fearing she would reveal more damning information. Wang Xiufang's expression shifted to one of disbelief upon hearing Lin Shuer's words. Her eyes widened as if they might shoot flames, akin to a lion provoked to anger, wishing to devour Lu Fan whole. Let me go? Lin Shuer mumbled, her mouth covered, only managing to produce indistinct sounds. She furiously lifted her right foot, poised to deliver a fatal blow to LFN. However, LFN was evidently prepared. He swiftly extended his legs, clamping down on LN Suar's lethal kick with the grip of a vice. Then, with a smug expression, he regarded LN Suar and taunted. Are you really going to try that again? Thankfully, I was ready. Otherwise, you would have succeeded. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind them. How audacious. LFN, to dare spy on me. Just wait and see. Upon hearing Wang Xiufang's angry tone, LFN realized he was in trouble again. He quickly released LN Suar, spun around, and faced Wang Xiufang, his face a picture of urgency as he explained, Auntie, please don't misunderstand. I truly didn't mean to. You mustn't believe her wild claims. However, Wang Xiufang, who had spent considerable time with LFN, knew well that LN Suar spoke the truth. Her fury was ignited instantly. Her right hand rose high, propelled by a gust of wind, and struck LFN with great force. Simultaneously, LN Suar, having regained her balance after being released by LFN, raised her right hand and delivered a fierce slap from behind him. The crisp sound of two slaps echoed, as if LFN had been struck by a heavy hammer, causing stars to dance before his eyes, his head buzzing, as if the entire world were spinning around him. His face burned painfully, as though scorched by fire, and the two large handprints were distinctly visible, red and swollen, as if branded by a hot iron. LFN, in agony, covered his swollen cheeks with his hands, rubbing them incessantly in hopes of alleviating the piercing pain. His expression a mix of grievance and innocence. He first glanced at Wang Xiufang, then turned to LN Suar, his pitiful demeanor evoking sympathy from those who beheld him. However, when Wang Xiufang and LN Suar caught sight of his woeful expression, they could not help but smile in unison. The pent-up frustration within them seemed to dissipate significantly, finding LFN's predicament rather gratifying. How can you still laugh? You are practically attempting to murder your own husband. If you injure me, you too will be left to live in widowhood. LFN mumbled softly, but his voice reached the ears of both women. LN Suar raised her brows in indignation and pointed at LFN, playfully scolding. How dare you speak such nonsense? LFN, ever the adaptable character, seeing LN Suar's expression, quickly donned a smile, saying, all right, my dear ladies. I am thoroughly intimidated. Wang Xiufang, aware that this was not the venue for playful banter, swiftly interjected. All right, enough of this. Let us focus on the task at hand. To which LFN eagerly replied, yes, Auntie Xiufang is absolutely correct. With that, he seized a machete and decisively severed the vines binding the wild boar, which then fell heavily to the ground. Immediately, LFN procured two sturdier wooden poles and fashioned a makeshift frame with remarkable speed, before the three of them exerted themselves to hoist the wild boar onto it. You two should take the wild boar back first. I'll go and reset the trap, LFN instructed, patting his hands together. However, as the two women gazed at the boar, which weighed several hundred pounds, they were momentarily stunned. LFN, are you joking? There's no way we can lift such a massive creature. LN Suar exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. LFN, feigning astonishment, replied, oh, Just a moment ago, you both had such strength when you struck me. How is it that now you cannot even move a wild boar? Having said this, LFN paid no further heed to the two women still engaged in their chatter, focusing instead on crafting the trap. His movements were fluid and swift, as if he were an expert in such matters. That rascal LFN is clearly trying to embarrass us. Wang Xiufang complained to L.N. Suar, her face expressing irritation. L.N. Suar mirrored her annoyance, glaring at LFN's back. Her teeth gritted as she whispered, "Sister Xiufang, what shall we do now? Shall we allow him to bully us like this? Should we teach him a lesson?" Wang Xiufang furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before shaking her head and saying resignedly, "That might not be wise. This cheeky lad is tough. He is merely humoring us. If he were to retaliate, we might not fare well. Perhaps we should appease him instead. After all, we will need his assistance in the future." Though Wang Xiufang's tone hinted at reluctance, she recognized that continuing to spar with LFN was not a prudent course of action given the current circumstances. Once LFN had completed setting the trap, he stood upright, dusted off his hands, and turned to find the two still standing like statues in place, which struck him as amusing. "What are you both waiting for?" LFN smirked, a teasing glint in his eye. "Are you hoping for me to take advantage of you?" His words ignited L.N. Suar's fury instantly. Her face flushed crimson, and just as she was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Wang Xiufang swiftly intervened. "Suar, have you forgotten what I just told you?" she urged in a low voice, signaling her to remain composed. L.N. Suar took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and managed to smile, saying, "LFN, you are magnanimous. Please do not hold our previous antics against us. Look at this wild boar. It's far too heavy for us to move. Could you lend us a hand?" Suddenly, LFN caught a glimpse of a shadow darting through the forest out of the corner of his eye. Alarmed, he rubbed his eyes and focused intently. But the shadow seemed to vanish without a trace, leaving him perplexed. "Did either of you see a shadow flit by just now?" LFN asked, pointing toward the woods outside the trap, his expression one of deep suspicion. Upon hearing LFN's inquiry, Wang Xiufang and L.N. Suar followed his gaze, but they saw nothing unusual in the thicket, just the grass swaying gently in the wind. "A shadow? What shadow?" "I didn't see anything," L.N. Suar replied, shaking her head with conviction. LFN, growing increasingly puzzled, scratched his head and murmured, "Really? Did I truly see it wrong? That doesn't seem likely." Wang Xiufang, observing LFN's demeanor, suspected he was merely trying to change the subject to avoid helping with the wild boar. Consequently, she quickly joined in. "There's no shadow, LFN. You're so capable. You could easily manage to bring the wild boar back on your own. Just consider it a favor for us." LFN, seeing the two women had not observed anything, genuinely believed he had misperceived the situation. He crossed his arms and playfully challenged, "Why should I help you? You both just hit me with all your might. My face still hurts." With that, he rubbed his still warm cheeks. L.N. Suar's face turned a deeper shade of red, her small feet stomping the ground in frustration, as if trying to create a hole in the floor. Yet, she held back her fury and pouted. "Oh, I was just joking with you. Why take it so seriously?" As she spoke, her tone was melodious, and she gently tugged at LFN's sleeve, seemingly attempting to convey a sense of vulnerability. Nevertheless, Lu Fan remained unfazed, a slight smirk of derision gracing his lips as he imperiously reproached, "Seriously? Eldest sister, is this what you call a playful disturbance? Do you truly think this is amusing?" His tone was rife with disdain and dissatisfaction. Observing the situation, Wang Xiufang promptly intervened to mediate, saying, all right, we acknowledge our mistake and sincerely apologize." Her voice was gentle, laced with a hint of remorse. Upon hearing their admission, Lu Fan's ire began to dissipate, his previously tense demeanor relaxing considerably. In truth, Lu Fan had no intention of inciting a conflict. He merely sought to tease them and observe their reactions. Witnessing their earnest apologies, his discontent gradually faded. Ultimately, Lu Fan generously declared, "Very well, considering your sincerity, I shall assist you this time." With that, he approached the wooden frame, draping the vine over his shoulder, and proceeded to drag the structure laden with wild boar, striding forward with purpose. Chapter 22. Pig Bladder Lin Shuer and Wang Xiufang exchanged glances, a shared smile blossoming on their lips, before they instinctively positioned themselves on either side of the wooden frame, firmly supporting it as they collaborated to assist Lu Fan. In their hearts, they mused that although Lu Fan often delighted in jesting and bewildering others in critical moments, a little coaxing revealed him to be quite reliable. Thus, the trio ambled toward the cave, engaged in light-hearted banter. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of hostile and fierce eyes lurked not far behind, fixated upon them with malevolent intent. Inside the cave, Aunt Lee observed the seconds ticking by. Lu Fan and the others had been gone for quite some time, without a sign of return, stirring a wave of concern within her. Surely, they had not encountered any peril? The more she pondered, the more anxious she became, prompting her to hasten to the cave's entrance, anxiously scanning the surroundings for any sign of them. Moments later, she finally spotted Lu Fan and his companions in the distance. A heavy stone lifted from her heart, her face instantly lighting up with joy as she hurried to greet them, akin to a parent welcoming home a long-absent child. However, as Aunt Lee approached, the sight of Lu Fan's swollen and somewhat distorted face froze her smile, replaced by shock and concern. "Ah, Xiufang, what has happened to you? How could your face have transformed in such a manner?" Aunt Lee exclaimed in astonishment. "Nothing much. Just encountered a tiger. That's all," Lu Fan replied, his voice tinged with discontent, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly still preoccupied with the earlier incident. "What? A tiger?" Aunt Lee gasped in horror, her complexion paling instantly as her voice trembled involuntarily. "Are you injured? Let me see." She rushed forward, flustered, inspecting Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer for injuries. And upon confirming they were unharmed, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, when she turned to Lu Fan, she noticed he bore no signs of fear. Rather, he appeared somewhat impatient. Aunt Lee, puzzled, could not help but inquire, "Xiufang, are you truly unscathed?" "Aunt Lee, worry not. I am perfectly fine. I merely stumbled upon two heartless tigresses during the hunt," Lu Fan replied, a faint bitter smile gracing his lips, his tone imbued with a measure of exasperation. With that, Lu Fan disregarded Aunt Lee and resumed dragging the wild boar toward the cave, his steps heavy, as if the encounter with the tigresses had left him burdened. Aunt Lee gazed at his receding figure, a hint of bewilderment crossing her face. Turning to Lin Shuer and Wang Xiufang, she found them doubled over with laughter, nearly gasping for breath. "What is the meaning of this?" Aunt Lee, perplexed by their mirth, questioned. After a struggle to contain her laughter, Lin Shuer wiped the tears from her eyes and, catching her breath, explained, "Aunt Lee, do not fret. Lu Fan is merely joking. There are no tigers. The tigresses he mentioned are actually just me and Sister Xiufang." "Oh, I see," Aunt Lee exclaimed, finally understanding, and she too began to chuckle. "You two rascals are quite mischievous. However, you were a bit too harsh, weren't you? Lu Fan is a good child. Please do not tease him further." Lin Shuer scoffed dismissively. "He brought this upon himself, didn't he? Who told him to take advantage of us? All right, enough of the antics. Let us assist. Together, we shall prepare the wild boar. Soon we will feast on delicious pork." Aunt Lee joyfully waved her hands, prompting Lin Shuer and Wang Xiufang to perk up at the mention of the delectable meal. Eagerly following her into the cave, Lu Fan laid the wild boar upon the stone slab outside the cave, and with his obsidian dagger in hand, he deftly made a precise incision, causing blood to spurt forth in a gruesome display. Those standing nearby, including Wang Xiufang, were taken aback by the sight, quickly averting their gazes from the brutal scene. However, Lu Fan remained unfazed, calmly grasping the boar's bladder and approaching Wang Xiufang with a smile, saying, "Auntie, this is a valuable item. Please clean it with wood ash." Wang Xiufang gazed at the bladder with skepticism, pinching her nose and questioning, "What is this? Why does it smell so strong?" Lu Fan quickly clarified, "Oh, this is the pig's bladder, also known as pig urine pouch. Once cleaned with wood ash, it will lose its odor." Despite Lu Fan's explanation, Wang Xiufang remained doubtful yet prepared to take the pig bladder for cleaning. Just then, Lin Shuer curiously leaned in to observe, asking, "Isn't the pig urine pouch just what pigs use to hold their urine? What use do we have for it?" Lu Fan nodded, responding with a smile, "Indeed, you are correct. However, this pig bladder serves more purposes beyond merely holding urine." Lin Shuer, intrigued, pressed further. "What other uses does it have?" Before Lu Fan could respond, Aunt Lee interjected, "Yes, Xiufang, with so much pork available, what do we need the pig bladder for?" "You may not realize this," Lu Fan said with a slight smile of pride, "but once cleaned, this pig bladder can be inflated like a balloon to the size of a basin. Then, with a few small holes poked in the bottom and filled with water, it becomes a makeshift shower." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, as if they had stumbled upon a new discovery. "Oh, now I understand," Wang Xiufang exclaimed, with others nodding in agreement, praising Lu Fan's resourcefulness and admiring his creativity. Without further ado, they sprang into action, dividing tasks among themselves. Wang Xiufang volunteered to clean the pig bladder, carefully wrapping it in wood ash and meticulously scrubbing it to ensure every inch was spotless. Meanwhile, Lin Shuer was responsible for transporting the pork that Lu Fan had skillfully divided into the cave. Although she possessed a delicate figure, her strength was quite remarkable, and in no time she had moved all the pork inside. Aunt Li then took the pork brought by Lin Shuer and meticulously salted it. This way, if they could not consume it all, the pork could be preserved for an extended period without spoiling easily. After completing these preparations, the group gathered around the fire and began to grill the delectable meat. Lu Fan, displaying his creativity, fashioned a simple tripod from branches above the fire and hung a steel helmet on it, filling it with water to simmer a fragrant pot of rib soup. As time passed, the enticing aroma of grilled meat and the savory scent of rib soup filled the cave, causing everyone's stomachs to rumble in anticipation. They sat around the fire, eagerly awaiting the culinary delights. The meat skewered on twigs sizzled and dripped with oil, resembling a group of jovial, chubby children on a trampoline. While the rib soup bubbled and steamed, its fragrant vapors wafting enticingly towards their noses. At that moment, everyone felt a collective urge to swallow in unison. Aunt Li, after sprinkling a handful of spices, was the first to tear off a piece of the grilled pork and bite into it. Her eyes instantly lit up. This is delightful. The wild boar meat is tender and juicy, simply exquisite. Lin Shuer and Wang Xiufang also began to indulge heartily. With a mouthful of meat, Lin Shuer mumbled, "Had I known outdoor grilling was this exceptional, I would have enrolled in a wilderness chef training course." Wang Xiufang, her mouth glistening with grease, took a moment to give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "If this meat were sold at a stall, the city officials would line up to buy it." Lu Fan, using a coconut shell as a bowl for the steaming rib soup, blew on it for a while before taking a tentative sip. Suddenly, he feigned an exaggerated expression of ecstasy, declaring, "This soup, it's as if a celestial being sprinkled a potion of enchantment into my mouth. I proclaim that anyone who dares to suggest I only deserve grilled meat shall face my wrath with this soup." Seeing Lu Fan extolling the virtues of the rib soup, Lin Shuer immediately took a coconut shell and filled it with soup, saying, "You've made me suspicious that you secretly added a love potion to this soup for us to drink. Well, be careful then. If I truly enchant you, it would be quite the predicament," Lu Fan replied, licking his lips suggestively. "Hey, Aunt Li, look at him. He was just like this outside. It's so annoying." Aunt Li chuckled, choosing not to engage in the playful banter of the younger ones. The group slurped from their coconut shells, the sounds of enjoyment echoing in the cave, nearly enticing the seabirds flying outside to swoop down. After finishing their meal, Lu Fan contentedly patted his round belly, preparing to lie down and rest as usual. However, just as he was about to recline, Wang Xiufang rushed over like a bolt of lightning, blocking his way. "Wait, don't sleep yet." Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. Lu Fan looked at Wang Xiufang with surprise as she quickly gathered a pile of hay and headed toward the sleeping area of Lin Shuer and Aunt Li. She neatly arranged the hay beside them, leaving Lu Fan with only a meager 1-meter wide straw bed. Lu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned, "Aunt Xiufang, what are you doing? You've given them all the hay. How will you sleep tonight?" Wang Xiufang continued arranging the hay without looking back, curtly replying, "No need for you to worry. Just sleep." Lu Fan, feeling increasingly perplexed, couldn't resist asking, "If you plan to sleep here too, I suppose I'll have to squeeze in with you." His tone carried a hint of teasing and flirtation. At this, Wang Xiufang stopped in her tracks, spun around, and shot him a fierce glare, retorting, "Dream on. I wouldn't want to share a bed with you. I'd be scared of you. You can sleep by yourself. I'm staying with Shuer." With that, she hurriedly took the remaining hay, eager to avoid further entanglement with Lu Fan. Lu Fan watched her retreating figure, chuckling softly to himself. He understood Wang Xiufang's reasoning. She was clearly wary of him making any advances during the night. Yet, he also recognized that despite her tough exterior, she was somewhat fearful of what he might do. After all, in such close proximity, a sudden surprise attack in her sleep would leave her utterly defenseless. This thought sent a shiver of apprehension through her, and she silently expressed gratitude that Lu Fan had not attempted anything untoward thus far. At that moment, Lu Fan was lost in his thoughts, muttering to himself, "Let's go. Let us go. We can't go back now. You and Lin Shuer will eventually be mine. There's no rush. We shall take our time." A subtle smile creased his lips as he entertained the notion. The warm glow of the fire illuminated the otherwise dark cave. Wang Xiufang, Lin Shuer, and Aunt Li lay on the hay inside, laughing and reminiscing about the amusing events of the day when they hunted the wild boar. In contrast, Lu Fan lay alone on the straw near the cave entrance, appearing somewhat solitary, and soon drifted off to sleep. "Xiufang Jia, do you think we can ever return home?" Lin Shuer asked, her expression laced with sorrow and a yearning for home. tinged with fear for the uncertain future. Wang Xiufang sighed gently, her tone filled with resignation. I don't know. Of course, I want to go home too. Her voice was slightly subdued, reflecting her own concerns about their current predicament. Lin Shui's heart sank at Wang Xiufang's answer. Her brow furrowed with worry as she lamented, what are we going to do then? Are we really destined to spend our lives on this deserted island? Her voice conveyed a profound sense of despair, as though all hope had vanished. The Lin Shui of now was a far cry from the once proud, imperious Co Lin, who seemed to command the world. Once confident and haughty, she now felt fragile and helpless, overwhelmed by anxiety about the unknown future. Just as despair threatened to consume Lin Shui, Aunt Li, who had been silent until now, interjected sternly, what else can we do? Don't wander off carelessly. The last time with those bad guys was a living lesson. Aunt Li's tone was firm, warning Lin Shui and Wang Xiufang against taking unnecessary risks to escape the island. Upon hearing Aunt Li's words, Wang Xiufang promptly nodded in agreement, saying, I understand. I won't act recklessly like last time. I trust Lu Fan. In this desolate place, I feel safest when I'm with him. Her words revealed her reliance on Lu Fan, as if he were her only anchor in this wilderness. At that moment, Aunt Li's curiosity seemingly ignited. She looked at Wang Xiufang and Lin Shui with interest and playfully inquired, if we truly can't go back, what do you both plan to do? Wang Xiufang naturally comprehended the profound implications behind Aunt Li's words, yet she chose to remain silent, as if reluctant to engage with the inquiry. In stark contrast, Lin Shui exhibited a much more forthright reaction. With an air of nonchalance and a slight smile gracing her lips, she casually remarked, what else can we do? We shall continue as we are. Enjoying roasted meat and drinking spring water is quite agreeable. Upon hearing this, Aunt Li's lips curled into a knowing smile, and she promptly turned her gaze toward Wang Xiufang, pressing further, but why does Xiao Fan wish to protect you? And why does he tirelessly seek food for us? In my view, if we truly cannot return, you two, being so young, will inevitably end up with Xiao Fan. At that moment, the two remained silent, merely listening intently. Every day, Lu Fan diligently inspected the traps he had meticulously set, leaving no detail overlooked. Furthermore, he fortified the periphery of the traps with a dense thicket of thorns, transforming the area surrounding the cave into an impregnable fortress over 2 kilometers wide. On this particular morning, Lu Fan was preparing to reinforce those mechanisms to ensure their effectiveness and safety when Lin Shui and Wang Xiufang approached him, expressing their desire to join him and gather some wild vegetables to replenish their vitamin intake. Are you truly sure you want to accompany me? Lu Fan inquired with a hint of skepticism. Absolutely. Lin Shui responded without hesitation. We've been eating nothing but meat for days. We haven't had any vegetables at all. This cannot continue. If one lacks vitamins for an extended period, their health will suffer. She explained earnestly. Indeed, Shui is correct. Wang Xiufang concurred. We must consume some vegetables. After considering their words, Lu Fan nodded in agreement, acknowledging their reasoning. However, he still harbored some reservations and cautioned, very well, you may accompany me. But remember, you must stay within the traps and cannot venture outside. It's perilous out there. We understand. Lin Shui and Wang Xiufang chimed in unison, exchanging a knowing smile. They were well aware that the outer world was fraught with unknown dangers, and thus would heed Lu Fan's advice and refrain from wandering. Thus, the trio embarked upon their journey into the forest. The woodland was characterized by towering trees and lush undergrowth, inhabited by an array of unfamiliar wild plants. However, uncertain of their edibility, they dared not hastily harvest, ultimately gathering only those vegetables they recognized, such as common purslane and gray grass. Lin Shui's knowledge of wild vegetables paled in comparison to Wang Xiufang's expertise. Despite her diligent efforts, she managed to collect only a few sprigs of gray grass and purslane. When Lu Fan observed Lin Shui's empty backpack, a smirk of sarcasm crept upon his face as he remarked, Sister Shui, are you harvesting vegetables? It appears more akin to weeding. Upon hearing Lu Fan's teasing words, Lin Shui felt a surge of displeasure and retorted defiantly, Humph. If you're so capable, why don't you try digging them up yourself? However, for Wang Xiufang, who had grown up in a remote mountainous region, foraging for wild vegetables was a mere trifle. She not only gathered an abundance of common vegetables like shepherd's purse and purslane, but also discovered some wild onions. Moreover, she collected various fungi, filling her backpack to the brim. Look at me, Sister Shui. This is how you forage for wild vegetables. Alas, it seems this illustrates the disparity between us. It seems I shall have to support you, Lu Fan said, shaking his head in resignation. This comment evidently irked Lin Shui, who retorted, You, Lu Fan, are clearly trying to provoke me. I do not require your support. Lu Fan nonchalantly replied, I haven't done anything. Don't accuse me unjustly. Wang Xiufang interjected. Come on, Xiufang, you shouldn't always provoke Shuer. At that moment, a nearby pear tree caught Lin Shuer's attention. Although the tree was not particularly tall, standing over 3 meters, it bore an impressive number of pears, appearing quite bountiful. Lin Shuer thought to herself, if I can't gather wild vegetables, surely I can salvage some dignity by picking wild fruits. Resolute, she hurried to the pear tree, preparing to climb and retrieve the pears. Yet, having grown up in the city, Lin Shuer lacked climbing experience. Standing beneath the towering trunk, she felt somewhat daunted. Nevertheless, she refused to back down. Bravely rolling up her sleeves, ready to take on the challenge. Taking a deep breath, she wrapped her arms around the trunk, attempting to ascend. However, her feet found no purchase, and she continually slipped down. After several failed attempts, she began to feel disheartened. Just then, Wang Xiufang approached, observing Lin Shuer's predicament. She laughed and said, Allow me to assist you. With Wang Xiufang's help, Lin Shuer finally grasped a branch above. Yet, the branch was not as easy to hold as it appeared. The pear tree's branches were lined with tiny thorns, and as Lin Shuer touched one, sharp pain shot through her hand. She could not help but exclaim in discomfort, loosening her grip and sliding down as if on a slide. Fear gripped Lin Shuer, her face paling as she quickly clung to the trunk, wrapping her legs tightly around it, terrified of falling. Lu Fan, witnessing the unfolding scene, shook his head in exasperation. Concerned that Lin Shuer might suddenly plummet from the tree, he rushed forward without hesitation. He swiftly extended his hands, firmly supporting her body and pushing upward to ensure she would not fall. However, while he was focused on lifting her, he heard Lin Shuer's furious shout from above. Lu Fan, you scoundrel! Let go of me! Where are you pushing? Lin Shuer glared down at Lu Fan, her face a mask of anger, clearly displeased with his actions. Startled by Lin Shuer's sudden reprimand, Lu Fan thought he had committed some grave error and quickly explained, Am I not trying to save you? If I don't push here, you will certainly fall. Wang Xiufang realized that Lin Shuer had misunderstood Lu Fan, and her previously tense expression softened slightly, though she still grumbled. But you shouldn't push her backside. Lu Fan looked at Wang Xiufang with an innocent expression, thinking, what choice did I have? Lin Shuer's center of gravity was below, and if I didn't support her backside, where else could I pull her from? Both of them seemed to be nitpicking for no reason. While Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang were bickering, Lin Shuer from the tree began to shout, Lu Fan, you are just trying to take advantage of me. Lu Fan found himself at a loss for words, feeling utterly wronged, as if he were more aggrieved than a character in a tragic tale. He retorted, Lin Shuer, do not bite the hand that feeds you. I am saving you. He then deliberately gripped her backside with greater force. What are you doing? Lin Shuer, ignoring Lu Fan's explanations, became even more exasperated and shouted, You are such a lecher. At this moment, Wang Xiufang could no longer bear to watch. She called out to Lin Shuer, who was dangling from the tree branch, Shuer, stop arguing with him and climb up quickly. Otherwise, you might actually slip down. Upon hearing Wang Xiufang's words, Lin Shuer suddenly realized the perilous nature of her situation and hurriedly reached for the tree trunk, attempting to ascend. However, in her panic, one foot landed on Lu Fan's shoulder while the other inadvertently stepped on his face. Chapter 25, Seizing the Opportunity While Picking Wild Fruits. Ouch, Miss Lin. Are you seeking revenge? Lu Fan exclaimed in pain, unable to suppress his cries due to the unexpected trampling from Lin Shuer. Meanwhile, Lin Shuer was struggling to climb the large tree, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her hands trembling from exertion. After considerable effort, she finally reached a fork in the tree. Standing there, she glanced down and was immediately frightened, her face turning pale upon realizing just how high she was above the ground. Her legs began to tremble uncontrollably, as if she might lose her balance at any moment. However, when Lin Shuer noticed Lu Fan below, watching her with a mocking expression, her indignation flared up. She silently resolved to pick more fruits to show him that she was not merely a pretty face devoid of substance. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Lin Shuer cautiously extended one hand to grasp a nearby branch, while the other trembled as it reached for a fruit within her grasp. Just when she managed to pluck some du li, an accident occurred. With both hands suspended in midair and her legs continuing to shake, she lost her balance and slipped from the branch, plummeting from a height of over 2 meters. Shuer, be careful. Wang Xiufang, standing nearby, gasped in shock at the sudden turn of events. At the same moment, Lu Fan recognized the danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward like an arrow, arms outstretched, hoping to catch the falling Lin Shuer. With a loud thud, Lin Shuer landed heavily against Lu Fan, and they both tumbled to the ground. Oh no, Miss Lin, you truly have a knack for causing chaos. Do you realize the peril you've put me in? My back nearly became as flat as a potato chip. How am I supposed to rely on my looks for a living now? Lu Fan grimaced in pain. You little rascal, you can forget about relying on your looks. Wang Xiufang teased, a smirk on her face. Still shaken, Lin Shuer attempted to push herself up with Lu Fan beneath her, only to freeze in place. She discovered that Lu Fan's hands had somehow found their way to her chest, akin to two innocent rabbits caught in a forbidden realm. Ah, she yelped, jumping back as if she had been shocked, her ears burning with embarrassment. You, release your hands. Lin Shuer's face flushed crimson, akin to a startled rabbit. As she quickly stood up, feeling awkward, she had initially intended to scold Lu Fan but realized he had acted to save her. You could have avoided that while saving me, she stammered, unable to finish her sentence. Lu Fan, with a playful glint in his eyes, responded, avoid what? Go on. Say it. He exaggeratedly raised his hands, his eyes squinting with mirth, adding, you were the one who leapt into my embrace. My hands were merely acting in self-defense. He even struck a mock defensive pose. Wang Xiufang, noticing Lin Shuer's bashful silence, kindly suggested, all right, Shuer, don't be disheartened. Let us gather some small berries over there. In the lush thicket, a variety of wild fruits flourished, including small black nightshades and snake berries. Although these berries were diminutive in size, their flavor was remarkably sweet and packed with nutritional value. Lu Fan stood nearby, quietly observing the graceful figures of Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer as they bent down, their curvaceous forms focused on foraging the small berries. His gaze was involuntarily drawn to them, his masculine hormones surging. In a moment of mischief, he stealthily approached from behind. Suddenly, Lu Fan playfully swatted both of their backsides. Ah! They screeched in unison, springing up like startled cats, their faces contorted in anger as they glared at Lu Fan. Initially, Wang Xiufang had thought Lu Fan's previous contact with Lin Shuer was accidental, but now her fury was fully ignited. She pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Fan, exclaiming, you, Lu Fan, have truly overstepped the bounds. Before she could finish her sentence, both Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer charged at Lu Fan like hungry tigers, intent on devouring him whole. Faced with their wrath, Lu Fan did not panic. Instead, he dashed away, a playful grin plastered on his face, attempting to explain himself. I saw mosquitoes on your backsides. I was merely assisting you in swatting them away. The two women watched as Lu Fan swiftly distanced himself, their eyes wide in disbelief. However, Lu Fan had no intention of letting them off easily. He turned back, a sly smile on his face, seemingly taunting them. Lin Shuer, incensed by the sight, felt her anger ignite. Naturally impulsive, she turned to Wang Xiufang and declared, Sister Xiufang, wait here and see how I'll catch that little rascal. With that, Lin Shuer stormed off in pursuit of Lu Fan. Observing the shapely but somewhat clumsy Lin Shuer chase after him like a waddling penguin, Lu Fan intentionally slowed his pace, as if luring her closer. Indeed, upon noticing his deceleration, Lin Shuer felt a surge of hope, believing she would soon catch up to him. Thus, she quickened her pace, sprinting fiercely ahead. Just as Lin Shuer was about to seize Lu Fan, he deftly sidestepped her grasp, with inertia propelling her forward. Lin Shuer could not halt in time and stumbled, hurtling towards the ground. In a moment of quick reflexes, Lu Fan reached out and caught her. With a firm pull, Lin Shuer lost her balance, collapsing into his embrace. Lu Fan seized the moment, wrapping her tightly in his arms, a triumphant smile on his face as he teased. Sister Shuer, this was entirely your doing. You can't blame me. But I must say, your form is quite delightful. Startled by Lu Fan's sudden motion, Lin Shuer's face turned a deep shade of crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. Embarrassed and furious, she struggled to free herself, shouting, pervert. Yet, Lu Fan showed no intention of releasing her. Instead, he leaned closer, inhaling deeply and exclaiming, wow, Sister Shuer, you smell amazing. Chapter 26. The encounter with the hungry panther Lin Shuer was both furious and anxious, her anger surging forth like a volcano. With her eyes wide open and a face full of rage, she fixed a fierce glare at Lu Fan, as if she intended to consume him whole. Suddenly, Lin Shuer opened her mouth and bit down hard on Lu Fan's shoulder. The bite was severe, catching Lu Fan off guard, and he cried out in pain, instinctively loosening his grip. However, as he did so, Lin Shuer lost her support and fell to the ground with a thud. The fall was not gentle. She felt a sharp pain in her backside, nearly crying out from the discomfort. As Lu Fan rubbed his shoulder where Lin Shuer had bitten him, he teasingly remarked, Sister Shuer, are you a dog? Why are you biting people? Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer became even angrier. Her eyes widened in outrage as she glared at Lu Fan. Scolding him, Lu Fan, your audacity grows by the day, truly brazen. Do you think I am easy to bully? As she spoke, she raised her hand as if to strike him. Yet, when her hand was raised halfway, it suddenly halted. Through their days of interaction, Lin Shuer had come to understand Lu Fan better. She realized that although he sometimes enjoyed joking, even to an excessive degree, he harbored no ill intentions. Moreover, he consistently came to her aid in crucial moments. Especially just now, he had saved her once again. Had he not caught her in time, she would have likely fallen and hurt herself. Reflecting on this, Lin Shuer gradually lowered her hand. However, she still felt a tinge of anger and said to Lu Fan, "You insufferable Lu Fan, why are you just standing there? Hurry and help me up." Only then did Lu Fan snap back to reality. He quickly extended his hand and smiled, saying, "I told you, women truly cannot manage without a man's help. Come on, Miss Lin, let me assist you." With Lin Shuer's fierce glare upon him, he exerted a slight effort and helped her to her feet. Once upright, Lin Shuer dusted herself off, maintaining her stubborn demeanor. "I could have gotten up on my own without your help." Yet, her tone lacked the previous anger. At that moment, a sudden rustling of branches caught their attention, and both Lu Fan and Lin Shuer turned alertly. Emerging from the underbrush was a sleek black panther. Its large frame exuded a primal aura, and its glossy coat shimmered under the sunlight. Its sharp claws gently scraped against the ground, producing a soft rustling sound, while its hungry gaze fixated on them, radiating aggression. Lin Shuer's face turned pale in an instant, and with a startled cry, she instinctively retreated behind Lu Fan, clutching the hem of his shirt tightly. Lu Fan, equally taken aback, felt a wave of panic wash over him, a chill running down his spine, causing the hairs on his back to stand on end. Nevertheless, despite his internal turmoil, he resolutely shielded Lin Shuer behind him, fearing for her safety. Just then, a distant voice called out. It was Wang Xiufang. Having heard the commotion, she hurried towards them, shouting, "What are you two doing out here? Have you had enough fun?" Concern etched on her face. She approached the thorny trap Lu Fan had set. However, as she neared the perimeter, she caught sight of Lu Fan and Lin Shuer standing outside the protective circle. "Why are you both outside? Have you lost your minds?" Wang Xiufang exclaimed, a mix of worry and irritation in her voice. But just as she was about to step out of the safety zone, a fierce black panther appeared in her line of sight. The sudden emergence sent her heart racing, and she instinctively recoiled, as if her body had lost all control. The panther, now aware of her presence, locked its gaze on her, while also noticing the dagger Lu Fan wielded. The cunning panther seemed to perceive the threat posed by Lu Fan. In contrast, the more delicate Wang Xiufang appeared to be a more enticing target. Thus, the panther shifted its strategy, redirecting its attack towards the relatively weaker Wang Xiufang. As the panther prepared to pounce, Lu Fan, filled with urgency, shouted at Wang Xiufang, "Aunt Xiufang, do not step out. Quickly block the gap with thorns." Upon hearing Lu Fan's desperate call, Wang Xiufang snapped back to reality. She scrambled backward while frantically reaching for nearby thorns to plug the opening in the protective circle. Observing the panther prowling at the gap, Lu Fan felt a sinking sensation. He realized returning to safety was no longer an option. However, this predicament also provided them with a chance to escape. With no time to ponder, Lu Fan swiftly turned, grasped Lin Shuer's hand, and sprinted away like an arrow released from its bow. His speed rivaled that of Olympic sprinters. Yet, Lin Shuer, accustomed to a life of luxury, struggled to keep pace with Lu Fan. After only a short distance, she stumbled over something unseen and fell to the ground. Exhausted, she gasped for breath. Calling out to Lu Fan, "Wait. I can't run anymore. Perhaps we should climb a tree?" Lu Fan, taken aback by her suggestion, admonished her, "Sister Shuer, have you lost your mind? Don't you know that leopards are adept climbers? If we go up a tree, it would be like walking into a trap." At that moment, Lu Fan anxiously glanced back, noticing the panther had not yet pursued them. However, he understood all too well that once the panther caught wind of their escape, they might not have any opportunity left to flee. In dire straits, Lu Fan acted without hesitation. He swiftly lifted Lin Shuer onto his shoulder and continued to run with all his might. The panther, driven by hunger, was intent on attacking Wang Xiufang, who was a tempting target within the thorny enclosure. The cunning beast repeatedly attempted to breach the thorny barrier, seeking entry. Yet, each time it drew near, the spiny thorns acted as an impenetrable shield, repelling it mercilessly. The panther's body bore numerous scratches from the thorns, yet its desperate hunger fueled an unwillingness to relent. Inside the thorny enclosure, A panicked Wang Xiufang hurled thorns at the advancing panther, inciting its fury further. Ultimately, the panther was pushed to its limits. It reared up on its hind legs, its powerful paws clawing at the thorny wall, revealing its sharp fangs as it bared its mouth in a menacing snarl. Chapter 27. Jumping into the river to escape, Wang Xiufang's keen eyes caught this alarming scene, intensifying her terror. In a moment of desperation, she disregarded everything and swung the thorns in her hands, striking fiercely at the panther's head. Under her frenzied assault, the slender thorns rained down upon the panther. One particularly sharp thorn found its mark, piercing one of the panther's eyes. Instantly, blood seeped from the wound, and the intense pain elicited a bone-chilling roar from the creature. Yet, this did not deter the panther. Rather, its rage escalated further. Before the thorny wall of traps, it paced back and forth, its sharp claws striking the ground like steel nails, producing a crisp metallic clattering sound, seemingly taunting Wang Xiufang. When the black panther reached a spot where the thorns were relatively sparse, it abruptly halted, as if scrutinizing this seemingly viable breach. Its gaze was sharp and vigilant, meticulously surveying its surroundings for any potential threats or opportunities. After a series of cautious explorations, the black panther finally resolved to enter this uncharted territory. It treaded carefully, each step imbued with caution, as if the ground beneath might collapse at any moment. However, just as the panther took its second step, it suddenly felt something ensnare its foot. Before it could react, countless branches tipped with obsidian arrows burst forth from the thicket, raining down upon it like a torrential downpour. Although the panther was agile, it could not wholly evade these lethal projectiles in such an unexpected situation. One arrow struck deeply into its abdomen, and the intense pain elicited a furious roar from the panther. Realizing it had suffered greatly in this sudden ambush, the panther understood that remaining here would only plunge it into greater peril. Thus, it unhesitatingly abandoned its immediate prey, its hunger gnawing at it as it caught the scent of its fleeing quarry, Lu Fan and Lin Shuer, and turned to pursue them. It moved with the swiftness of a black lightning bolt slicing through the jungle. Lu Fan and Lin Shuer raced forward like the wind, their hearts pounding like drums. Rapid and powerful, sweat soaked their garments, yet they dared not pause for breath. Just as they exerted themselves in flight, a tumultuous river appeared ahead, its waters roaring as if forming an insurmountable chasm. Upon seeing this, Lu Fan immediately halted, gently setting Lin Shuer down from his shoulder. At that moment, Lin Shuer, shaken and pale as a ghost, found her legs trembling beneath her. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from behind them, the furious growl of the black panther. The unexpected sound startled Lin Shuer, causing her to shudder and nearly collapse. In a split second, Lu Fan reacted swiftly, supporting her and reassuring, "Do not fear. I am here." However, their crisis was far from over. The one-eyed black panther, resembling a streak of black lightning, charged forth from the underbrush. Its abdomen bore the obsidian arrow embedded from the earlier trap, blood oozing from the wound, staining its fur crimson. With its one remaining eye, the panther fixated on Lu Fan and Lin Shuer, the menace gleaming in its gaze sending chills down their spines. It advanced slowly towards them, like a bowstring taut and ready to unleash a deadly strike. Each step it took resonated with a threat, clearly preparing for a fatal assault. Lu Fan, witnessing this, quickly shielded Lin Shuer behind him, gripping the obsidian dagger with intense resolve, adopting a defensive stance. His gaze remained locked on the panther, not daring to relax even for a moment. In this critical juncture, the panther suddenly lunged towards Lu Fan. Drawing a deep breath, Lu Fan seized the opportunity, leaping forward and thrusting the dagger towards the panther's neck. The panther reacted swiftly, turning its head just in time for the dagger to graze its fur. However, this movement distracted the panther, allowing Lu Fan to land a kick on its injured abdomen. The panther howled in agony, its body swaying, the arrow still embedded in its abdomen hindering its prowess. Otherwise, Lu Fan and Lin Shuer would surely have faced dire consequences. As the massive creature was thoroughly enraged, a wave of profound fear surged within Lu Fan. He was acutely aware that he was no match for such a fierce beast, and the repercussions of a direct attack would be catastrophic. In this pivotal moment, various strategies raced through his mind, yet none seemed feasible in such a short span. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. Lu Fan promptly secured the dagger at his waist, swiftly removing his shirt and gripping it tightly. This action left Lin Shuer utterly bewildered. She stared at Lu Fan in astonishment, anxiously questioning, "Lu Fan, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Internally, she pondered whether this person before her was truly daft, stripping off his clothing as if offering himself to the panther. However, Lu Fan remained silent. Entirely focused on the enraged panther, his hands tightly clutching the shirt, tearing it apart to form a makeshift pouch, confronting the panther. Seeing this, Lin Shuer grew even more confused, persistently inquiring about his intentions. Lu Fan, are you truly insane? At that moment, the furious black panther opened its gaping maw, revealing its sharp fangs, emitting a spine-chilling roar before launching itself toward Lu Fan and Lin Shuer like a cannonball. With a scream, Lin Shuer was gripped by terror at the sight. In an instant, Lu Fan darted forward as the panther lunged, deftly slipping the shirt over the panther's head as it charged blindly into the void. In that fleeting moment, Lu Fan's senses heightened, and he seized the opportunity to mount the panther, his right hand darting to his waist to retrieve the gleaming dagger. With unwavering focus, Lu Fan directed the dagger towards the panther, each thrust imbued with his full strength, his movements swift as lightning, dazzling to behold. Yet, the panther was no ordinary adversary. Its razor-sharp claws swung wildly in the air, clashing with Lu Fan's dagger, igniting a shower of sparks. Each of the panther's strikes bore immense force, seemingly intent on tearing Lu Fan to shreds. In this harrowing struggle, Lu Fan soon found himself adorned with numerous wounds. His chest, arms, back, and even face were marred by the panther's claws, blood gushing forth from the gashes, staining his body a vivid red. Yet, Lu Fan did not waver. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, determined to vanquish this ferocious beast and safeguard Lin Shuer. However, the panther's strength was overwhelming. Just as Lu Fan prepared to drive the dagger towards the panther's head once more, the panther unleashed a furious roar, sweeping its powerful forelimb to knock the dagger from Lu Fan's grasp. The dagger arced through the air, ultimately landing a short distance away. Without hesitation, Lu Fan sprang after the dagger, while the panther struggled to rise, clearly injured and swaying unsteadily. It clawed at the fabric, obscuring its vision, attempting to liberate itself from this constraint. Lu Fan was in a state of utter desperation. He knew that if the Black Panther managed to tear away the clothing obscuring its vision, both he and Lin Shuer would be plunged into grave danger. Seizing the moment while the panther was temporarily incapacitated, Lu Fan, aware of his own limitations, unhesitatingly grabbed the paralyzed Lin Shuer and leaped into the turbulent river like an arrow released from a bow. The icy water was piercing, and the waves surged like a pack of ferocious beasts, clawing at them. Both Lu Fan and Lin Shuer struggled desperately in the water, their bodies tossed about by the relentless current, as if they could be swept into a vortex at any moment. Nevertheless, Lu Fan did not relinquish hope. He clutched Lin Shuer's hand tightly, exerting all his strength in an attempt to swim toward the opposite bank. However, the power of the river was overwhelmingly strong, rendering their efforts seemingly futile, and in the blink of an eye, they were carried further away. The Black Panther, after exerting immense effort, finally managed to rip the garment from its head. Breathing heavily, it scanned its surroundings with a dazed expression, only to realize that the two figures had vanished without a trace. Enraged, the panther immediately pursued the direction the two had taken towards the riverbank. Upon reaching the riverbank, it anxiously sniffed the air, but the scent of the two had completely dissipated. Reluctantly pacing back and forth, frustration and anger filled its heart. The panther used its keen sense of smell to scour every trace in hopes of finding a clue. Yet, no matter how hard it tried, it could not catch a whiff of the two. After a moment, the Black Panther suddenly seemed to comprehend something. Its eyes widened as it gazed at the rushing river, a wave of despair washing over it. It realized that Lu Fan and Lin Shuer had likely escaped downstream. In a fit of rage, the Black Panther let out a deafening roar that echoed through the vast mountain forest. However, due to the wounds inflicted by Lu Fan's earlier attacks, blood continued to pour from its injuries, weakening it further. The panther's legs began to tremble, and it struggled to stand upright, the ground beneath it stained crimson. A horrifying sight. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and Lin Shuer, drifting in the river, heard the distant, furious roar of the Black Panther. They understood that they had temporarily evaded the ferocious beast, but they were uncertain where the river would lead them. Clinging tightly to a piece of driftwood, they surrendered to the river's relentless assault. As they floated along the tumultuous waters, their hearts were filled with fear and anxiety of the unknown. Just as they were still reveling in their escape from the panther's pursuit, Lin Shuer, with her keen eyesight, suddenly cried out in horror, "Lu Fan, look ahead. It's a cliff." At her words, Lu Fan's heart sank, and he hurriedly looked in the direction Lin Shuer was pointing. Indeed, not far ahead loomed a bottomless cliff, with a roaring waterfall cascading down, sending sprays of water and deafening sounds into the air. How could there be a cliff here? Lu Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Xuaner's face turned as pale as a sheet, and she trembled as she said, "What should we do?" It dawned on them that this was the reason for the river's swift currents. The waterfall was a gaping abyss. At that moment, the river they found themselves in surged forward like a wild stallion, racing toward the waterfall with alarming speed. Caught off guard, they attempted to resist, but the torrential waters, like a merciless beast, swept them away. Despite their desperate efforts to swim against the current, they were clearly no match for such a powerful force. In an instant, a massive torrent of water engulfed them, hurtling them toward the precipice. In this life-threatening moment, Lin Xuer, disregarding any thoughts of Lu Fan taking advantage of the situation, instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, seeking a semblance of safety amidst the chaos. From above, the cliff appeared bottomless, shrouded in mist, like a natural veil obscuring its true nature. No wonder when Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang first arrived on the deserted island and looked down from the mountaintop. They had noticed a fog enveloping the island's center. It must have concealed this unfathomable cliff. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves on a rocky bank beside a small stream, surrounded by dense woods, with a damp atmosphere permeating the air. With aching wounds, Lu Fan slowly opened his eyes to discover that he and Lin Xuer were tightly entwined, their bodies still wet. He gently pushed Lin Xuer away and pressed his hand against his bleeding wound, which had begun to dry and congeal. Straining to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings. Towering trees reached for the sky, arranged in a picturesque manner, creating a lush green sea. The grass beneath their feet was thick and vibrant, emitting a refreshing scent. They were beside a crystal-clear stream, which babbled melodiously as it flowed. The stones along the banks were covered in moss, imparting an ancient and tranquil ambience. The base of the cliff spanned roughly a square kilometer. Lu Fan gazed upward, where the mist formed by the waterfall's spray intertwined with the flora below, creating a thick veil of fog. This fog swathed the entire base of the cliff in a mysterious haze. Sunlight filtered through the mist, casting numerous dazzling rays of light, which resembled a rainbow in their vibrant hues, creating an enchanting atmosphere, as if they had stepped into a fairy tale. At that moment, Lin Xuer also gradually regained consciousness. Rubbing her eyes, she marveled at the ethereal scenery before her and exclaimed, "Wow, it's so beautiful. Where are we?" Lu Fan, suppressing the pain from his wounds, took a deep breath to compose himself before carefully observing their surroundings. Based on the current situation, we must have been swept here by the waterfall, he deduced. Looking at the towering cliffs around them, a sense of worry filled his mind as he said to Lin Xuer, "Let us first search the area to see if we can find a way out." Chapter 29. A cabin at the bottom of the cliff. Meanwhile, in a cave, Aunt Li had been sitting leisurely on a rock at the entrance, savoring the moment of tranquility. However, when she saw Wang Xiufang return in a state of panic, her heart filled with an ominous premonition. Aunt Li quickly stood up and rushed toward her, concern etched on her face as she asked, "Xiufang, what happened? Why are you alone? Where are Lu Fan and Xuer?" At that moment, Wang Xiufang's face was as pale as a ghost, her lips trembling as tears streamed down her cheeks like a bursting dam. Through her sobs, she stammered, "Aunt Li, we were picking wild fruits when suddenly we encountered a massive black panther. Lu Fan and Xuer found themselves blocked outside by a black panther, and I was equally terrified. Fortunately, I was sheltered within the thorny wall, thus avoiding the panther's assault." Aunt Li's expression grew grave. She was acutely aware of the panther's astonishing speed and inherent ferocity. The mere thought of Lu Fan and Xuer facing peril weighed heavily on her heart, as if a massive stone were pressing down upon her, rendering her breathless. "What? A black panther? What should we do?" Aunt Li murmured anxiously, contemplating how Lu Fan and Xuer could possibly outrun such a swift creature. She wondered whether they had managed to escape danger. Wang Xiufang's sobs grew louder, and she tearfully recounted, "Aunt Li, I saw the black panther chase after them, but I've waited here for so long, and they still haven't returned." After a brief pause, she continued, "If, hypothetically, something unfortunate has befallen Lu Fan, what will happen to us?" At that moment, tears welled in Aunt Li's eyes, yet she feigned composure, urging, "Let us not worry just yet. We must have faith in Lu Fan's abilities." However, in this dire situation, both Wang Xiufang and Aunt Li, powerless as they were, could only await the emergence of a miracle, for what else could they do? On the cliff's edge, Lu Fan, badly injured, stumbled along with Lin Xuer's support, as they navigated the stream in search of an escape route. Upon reaching the center of the cliff's base, they encountered a clearing, where Lin Xuer suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" Before them stood a dilapidated wooden cabin. The cabin's foundation was composed of several stout wooden piles. Firmly supporting the structure, which was suspended approximately 2 meters above the ground. The cabin appeared to be in a state of utter neglect, seemingly forgotten by time. With trepidation, Lu Fan and Lin Shui cautiously approached the cabin, their every step imbued with vigilance, fearful of encountering further unknown dangers. At last, they arrived at the cabin's entrance. Gently pushing open the aged wooden door, it creaked ominously, as if echoing the passage of time. Upon entering, they beheld a space partitioned into several rooms by wooden boards. Each room housed wooden beds fashioned from timber, yet a thick layer of dust blanketed the beds, indicating they had long been in use. The interior was in disarray, adorned with cobwebs, suggesting it had become a haven for spiders. Scattered across the floor were remnants of droppings from various birds, raising concerns about the cleanliness of the place. In a corner of the cabin, Lu Fan and Lin Shui discovered some household utensils, including pots, bowls, and rudimentary farming tools. However, when their gaze fell upon a dusty blue and white porcelain bowl, both felt a tightening in their chests. The bowl's antiquated design starkly contrasted with modern ceramics, leading them to conclude it was certainly not a product of contemporary craftsmanship. Driven by an increasing sense of curiosity, they ventured deeper into the cabin. Upon entering the innermost room, Lin Shui let out a terrified scream. Lu Fan quickly turned to see a suit of ancient battlefield armor hanging on the wooden wall. In the dim light, the armor appeared somewhat eerie, and at first glance, one might have mistaken it for a person standing there, which explained Lin Shui's fright. Beside the armor stood a rusty spear, and hanging at the waist of the armor was a curved dagger. As Lu Fan drew the dagger, wiping away the animal grease and dust, its blade gleamed sharply despite the rust on the hilt. He marveled at the extraordinary craftsmanship and ingenuity of ancient artisans. Surprisingly, the dagger felt remarkably comfortable in his hand, as if it were meant for him. His keen eyes then caught sight of a bundle tightly wrapped in animal fur beneath the bed. Lu Fan knelt down, cautiously pulling the bundle out from under the bed. Untying the fur, he discovered an ancient firearm, with the words Shenji Ing inscribed on the handle. Although the armor, the firearm, the porcelain bowl, and other items seemed unrelated, they collectively invoked thoughts of the Ming dynasty in Lu Fan's mind. Despite his modest education, Lin Shui approached with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with the desire to explore these artifacts. She softly inquired, "Are these impressive items?" Lu Fan smiled and replied, "These are indeed remarkable treasures, Shui. This is called a firearm, akin to a modern rifle." Having grown up hunting with a homemade gun alongside his father, he felt quite familiar with firearms. The discovery of the firearm invigorated Lu Fan, who realized that with it, neither the Black Panther nor any wild boar, let alone fiercer beasts, would pose a threat to him. However, he was acutely aware of his current frail condition. He needed to rest and recuperate before he could effectively confront the challenges that lay ahead. Thus, he turned to Lin Shui and suggested, "Shui, let us tidy up this place. We shall rest here today. Once I regain my strength, we can devise a plan to leave." Lin Shui found a leafy branch, which she fashioned into a makeshift broom, and began sweeping the cabin. She started with the floor, clearing away dust and debris. Next, she turned her attention to the beds, gently brushing off the thick dust to reveal the underlying surfaces. While cleaning, an ancient book unexpectedly caught her eye. The pages were yellowed and tattered, riddled with holes from insects. Intrigued, Lin Shui picked up the book and examined its cover, though the inscription had long faded and was indecipherable. She handed the book to Lu Fan, stating, "Take a look at this. Perhaps it contains a way out." Chapter 30. The identity of the cabin's owner. Lu Fan accepted the book as if it were a precious artifact, cautiously flipping through its pages. However, upon reaching the first few pages, he frowned as they were in tatters, the paper shredded and the text illegible. Undeterred, he continued to leaf through the book. The subsequent text was predominantly in traditional Chinese characters, which, while somewhat unfamiliar to him, were not entirely alien. With some educated guesses and contextual clues, he could discern parts of the content. As he delved deeper into the reading, Lu Fan's brow began to unfurrow. He discovered that the book seemed to be the diary or memoir of the cabin's owner, detailing his experiences and the circumstances that led him to this deserted island. According to the entries, the cabin owner was originally a lower-ranking officer in Zheng He's naval expedition during the Ming dynasty. He was aboard a warship, and during a long voyage, they encountered a rare and violent storm. The tempest was so fierce that the majority of the soldiers aboard tragically perished in the sea, leaving only a scant few to survive. The ship was severely damaged in the storm, losing its propulsion and contact with the main fleet. The remaining survivors were left to drift aimlessly across the vast ocean, ultimately floating for several days before reaching this deserted island. On this desolate isle, They gradually came to the realization that the hope of returning to land was exceedingly slim. However, driven by the instinct to survive, they relentlessly experimented with various methods to sustain themselves. Some ventured into fishing and hunting, navigating through the dense jungle in search of any edible prey. Meanwhile, another group harnessed their creativity, utilizing the dilapidated warship and sturdy tree stumps from the forest to construct a wooden shelter, providing a relatively safe refuge for all. Furthermore, they exerted great effort to cultivate what little food remained, daringly attempting to plant at the base of the cliffs. Despite the harsh conditions, they remained resolute, firmly believing that they could carve out a glimmer of life in this barren land. As days passed, they continually explored and practiced on the island, enduring multiple failures. To their delight, they eventually reaped a harvest from their crops, undoubtedly fortifying their chances of survival. However, time is relentless, and as the years wore on, the inhabitants of the island could not escape the natural cycle of life and death. One by one, lives quietly departed this lonely island, until only a single officer remained. Confronted by solitude and desolation, this officer was not vanquished. Instead, in his final moments, he began to chronicle his experiences on the island, detailing the hardships of survival and his longing for his homeland. He hoped that one day, these records would be discovered, allowing the world to understand all they had endured on this deserted isle. Lu Fan became engrossed in this diary, increasingly captivated by its contents. He felt as if he could sense the officer's state of mind and realized that this diary might serve as a precious guide for his own survival on the island. Thus, Lu Fan meticulously searched each corner of the room for the weapons and tools described in the diary. Though weathered by time, these tools remained functional, as if narrating their past stories. To his astonishment, he discovered not only an array of various weapons, but also a weathered hand-drawn nautical map and a mysterious floating compass. Uncertain of their utility, Lu Fan carelessly set these items aside, focusing instead on the weapons, which would offer him greater security in times of danger. Following the directions outlined in the book, he proceeded directly to the rear of the wooden shelter. Upon reaching the back, he beheld a vast expanse of wheat fields, just as the book had described. However, this field had gone unattended for countless seasons, and over the years, as the cycles of nature repeated, mature seeds had fallen to the earth, taking root and sprouting anew, only to mature and drop again. This cycle of growth and decay rendered the field chaotic and overgrown. Additionally, weeds flourished unchecked, intertwining with the wheat, creating an illusion of wild, untamed land that made it difficult to associate it with the promise of sustenance. Lin Schwerer followed closely behind Lu Fan, and, upon witnessing the slightly desolate, yet infinitely promising landscape, her eyes widened in disbelief, her hands covering her mouth in astonishment. There really is a wheat field here. Oh my, it's simply unbelievable. Her voice brimmed with surprise and excitement, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Indeed, with this food source, we need no longer worry about hunger, Lu Fan remarked, his gaze filled with visions of a hopeful future. Moreover, the abundant water supply here makes it an ideal place to reside. We must bring Sister Xiufang and Aunt Li here soon, Lin Schwerer exclaimed, already envisioning a life of prosperity together on this land. Lu Fan nodded in agreement without hesitation. Indeed, the conditions here are far superior to the cave we currently inhabit, and given that someone once lived here, it is unlikely that wild beasts would return. However, due to his earlier exertions, a sharp pain tore through Lu Fan's wound. As if countless needles were piercing him, he inhaled sharply, instinctively rubbing the area around the injury in an attempt to alleviate the agonizing pain. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, Lin Schwerer, observing Lu Fan's pained expression, was filled with concern and immediately urged, Xiufang, you should return to the wooden shelter to rest. Without waiting for a response, she draped his arm over her shoulder, her touch gentle yet firm. Carefully supporting him, she led him step by step toward the shelter. Leaning against her, Lu Fan suddenly smirked. By the way, Sister Schwerer, are you not afraid I might take advantage of you now? Despite the pain, he jested, yet his smile appeared weak and pale. His lips were chapped and cracked, his face ashen, clearly a result of prior blood loss. Chapter 31, A Kiss from Lin Schwerer. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Lin Schwerer pouted, casting a sideways glance at him, feigning anger as she chided, you. At a time like this, you're still making jokes. You rascal. Everything about you is fine except for that loose tongue of yours. If I don't scold you for a moment, you might feel uncomfortable all over. As she spoke, she playfully nudged Lu Fan with her shoulder. Although her tone carried a hint of reproach, it was laced with affection. Ah, are you plotting to harm your dear husband? Lu Fan exaggeratedly lamented, leaning his head against her shoulder. I'm just trying to distract myself with jokes. My wound hurts terribly. I need some mental solace. Don't I? Enough. Lin Shuer shot him a glare, yet unconsciously slowed her pace. Once your injury heals, I'll be the first to throw you out to chop wood for being so boastful. Well, I just wanted to impress you, Sister Shuer. Lu Fan weakly retorted, then suddenly lowered his voice. But seriously, if I could be supported by you like this every day, the pain would be worth it. Be quiet. Lin Shuer's ears turned red as she pretended to pinch his side. She was determined not to let Lu Fan get into trouble again. If she were left alone at the base of this cliff, she feared she might lose the will to live. If you keep joking around, I'll tell Sister Xiufang that you were still thinking of taking advantage of me after getting hurt. That is unjust. Lu Fan feigned horror, his eyes wide. Yet upon meeting her concerned gaze, he suddenly became serious. But honestly, having you here makes all the pain worthwhile. Smooth talker, Lin Shuer turned her face away, quickening her pace, yet she could not suppress the genuine smile that crept to her lips. Next time you try to act tough, I won't care what happens to you. Lu Fan chuckled in response, thoroughly enjoying the banter and refraining from countering Lin Shuer's admonishments. As night enveloped the canyon, darkness descended like a heavy shroud, rendering visibility nearly impossible. In this silent gorge, the injured and weary Lu Fan was soon overcome by exhaustion and slipped into slumber. Inside the dimly lit wooden cabin at the valley's base, Lin Shuer lay in her room, surrounded by tranquility, with only the occasional whisper of the wind and distant animal calls breaking the silence. Unlike her previous stay in the cave above, where Aunt Li and Wang Xiufang's presence offered comfort, the unfamiliarity of her current surroundings invoked an inexplicable sense of dread. Restlessly tossing and turning in bed, Lin Shuer found sleep elusive. The sound of her heartbeat echoed ominously in the stillness, each pulse a reminder of the surrounding darkness and fear. Unable to endure the anxiety any longer, she resolved to seek out Lu Fan. With utmost caution, she climbed out of bed, careful not to make a sound. Utilizing the faint glow from the campfire outside, she gradually approached Lu Fan's door. As she pushed it open, she found Lu Fan peacefully lying in bed, seemingly lost in dreams. Taking a deep breath to summon her courage, she edged closer to him. Her footsteps were light and measured as she softly called out, "Lu Fan, are you asleep?" However, when Lu Fan was roused by her voice and opened his eyes, the sight of Lin Shuer standing by his bedside startled him. "What are you doing, Shuer? It's the middle of the night. Are you trying to scare me?" Lu Fan's voice betrayed a hint of panic, his heart racing from the unexpected fright. "I'm not. I'm just scared and don't want to sleep alone," Lin Shuer replied, her tone tinged with a hint of vulnerability, her gaze imploring as if she were a frightened little rabbit. Lu Fan couldn't help but find her predicament amusing. He teased, "Did I hear you correctly? You want to sleep with me? What if I took advantage of the situation?" A flush crept over Lin Shuer's face, and she lowered her gaze, feeling a wave of embarrassment. Internally, she lamented, "If it weren't for my fear of sleeping alone, I wouldn't even bother with you." Yet, she recognized that she needed his assistance and couldn't afford to engage in their usual playful banter. Taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage and said, "Lu Fan, I know you're joking, but I truly am frightened and cannot sleep by myself." Seeing her helpless expression, Lu Fan felt a wave of compassion wash over him, and he decided against further teasing. He shifted on the bed, creating space, and patted the edge, saying, "All right, come up then." Feeling a bit awkward, Lin Shuer climbed onto the same bed as Lu Fan. Her body was stiff, and she remained motionless, her heart racing as if it were carrying a frightened little rabbit. Although she felt a sense of embarrassment, the thought of gaining some comfort soothed her fears. In different circumstances, Lu Fan would have eagerly welcomed such an opportunity with a stunning beauty like Lin Shuer. However, weakened by his injuries and fatigue, he found little inclination to entertain such thoughts. Closing his eyes, he regulated his breathing and soon fell into a deep sleep once more. The following morning, when Lu Fan awoke, his first sight was Lin Shuer, still lost in dreams, her serene and beautiful visage bringing him joy. He scolded himself for having wasted such a momentous occasion, thinking, "Lu Fan, you had a stunning beauty sharing your bed last night, and you just slept through it. What a waste." As he berated himself, he felt his strength gradually returning, and with it, his confidence. Gazing at Lin Shuer's slightly parted lips, a surge of desire overcame him, and without a moment's thought, he leaned in and gently kissed her. The kiss sent a jolt through his body, and he anxiously watched Lin Shuer, relieved to see she remained asleep. Spurred by his burgeoning desire, he prepared to try again. Yet, just as his lips were about to touch hers, Lin Shuer stirred, murmuring as she slowly opened her eyes. The instant their gazes locked, Lu Fan's heart seemed to stop. He froze, his mind blank and unsure how to navigate this unexpected situation. Lin Shuer, equally taken aback, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and surprise. "What did you do?" she exclaimed, a mix of anger and shyness evident in her voice as she sat up, covering her mouth with her hands. Panicking, Lu Fan stammered, "Shuer, I didn't mean to. I just lost control for a moment." Lin Shuer glared at him, ready to unleash her frustration, but upon noticing his injuries, she swallowed her words. "You are too much," she huffed, turning away to avoid his gaze, though her flushed ears betrayed her flustered state. "I'm sorry, Shuer. I know I was wrong." Lu Fan earnestly apologized, filled with regret. After a moment of silence, Lin Shuer took a deep breath and said slowly, "Forget it. Let us pretend it never happened. Just don't do that again." Lu Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him as he nodded vigorously. The two lapsed into an awkward silence, the tension palpable until the sound of a rumbling stomach shattered the stillness. Lin Shuer instinctively clutched her abdomen, her gaze evasive. Noticing this, Lu Fan scratched his head and cheerfully suggested, "Shuer, let us go find something to eat." Without waiting for her response, he hopped out of bed, and Lin Shuer, already feeling famished, followed suit. Stepping outside the wooden cabin, the fresh air of the canyon invigorated them, and sunlight streamed through the mist, illuminating the entire gorge. Though Lu Fan still bore some injuries, his strength had improved significantly, and he took the lead as they ventured forth. Lin Shuer trailed behind, occasionally stealing glances at him, feeling a bit awkward. Suddenly, Lu Fan halted, pointing excitedly at a nearby grove of wild fruit. "Shuer, look, wild fruits." Her eyes widening with delight, Lin Shuer quickened her pace toward the grove. They entered the thicket and began to forage for fruits. Lu Fan plucked a fruit, wiped it clean, and handed it to Lin Shuer. "Try this, it should be sweet." She took a bite, and the refreshing juice burst in her mouth, lifting her spirits. They continued along the cliffside, searching for a path that would lead them out of the canyon, the towering cliffs forming a natural barrier that isolated them from the outside world. Walking amid the towering cliffs felt like being in a small garden surrounded by skyscrapers. Although the space was limited, it was filled with enchanting sights and tranquility. With freshly picked fruits in hand, they savored the sweet and tangy flavors as they strolled. Suddenly, Lu Fan paused, captivated by clusters of red flowers blooming on the cliffside. "Sister Shuer, look over there. Is that the Shui Lanhua?" Lu Fan's voice was tinged with uncontainable excitement. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer hastily followed the direction of Lu Fan's pointing finger. When her gaze settled upon the blood-red blossoms, her eyes widened in astonishment as she endeavored to discern these flowers she had never encountered before. High upon the cliff, approximately 10 meters above the ground, clusters of crimson flowers burst forth like flames, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding verdant, moss-covered rock face. The shape of these blossoms bore a striking resemblance to lilies, but their vibrant scarlet hue exuded a captivating beauty that was almost heart-stopping. Although Lin Shuer was unfamiliar with the Shui Lanhua, she could surmise from Lu Fan's astonished expression that these flowers must possess extraordinary qualities. In a state of exhilaration, Lu Fan remarked to Lin Shuer, "I have only heard tales of the Shui Lanhua, yet I have never beheld its true form. However, judging by the shape and color of these flowers, they are almost identical to the legendary Shui Lanhua. The Shui Lanhua is a rare red orchid that thrives deep within untouched jungles, known for its remarkable ability to extend cellular longevity. Its dormant period lasts 7 years, with a fleeting blooming phase of merely 6 months. Today, Lu Fan fortuitously stumbled upon the Shui Lanhua in its flowering season. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Countless dignitaries and wealthy individuals had exerted immense effort in search of this plant, only to be met with despair. Its rarity rendered it a treasure that could neither be sought nor obtained at will. Should one manage to auction even a single bloom of the Shui Lanhua, it would suffice to ensure a lifetime of comfort and ease. To behold this vast expanse of crimson flowers was akin to discovering a mountain of gold. "What exactly is the Shui Lanhua? Is it truly that rare?" Lin Shuer inquired, her large, shimmering eyes brimming with curiosity. Observing her eagerness, Lu Fan assumed a serious demeanor and elaborated, "This is an exceedingly precious herb. It not only possesses miraculous healing and life-sustaining properties, but is also said to grant women eternal youth and beauty." "What? It can heal and prolong life? What are we waiting for? Let us hurry and pick it." Upon hearing of the Shui Lanhua's astonishing abilities, particularly its healing properties, Lin Shuer immediately thought of the injured Lu Fan and anxiously urged him to gather the blossoms. However, Lu Fan hesitated, his speech faltering, clearly apprehensive about something. "What's wrong?" Lin Shuer furrowed her brow and pressed for an explanation. You are unaware. But it is said that a great serpent guards the vicinity of the Shui Lanhua. At this revelation, Lin Schwetter gasped, her complexion draining of color as she instinctively recoiled. Despite his apprehensions, Lu Fan recognized the urgent need for the Shui Lanhua to heal himself. Although he could not ascertain whether the flower held the legendary powers attributed to it, he understood that only by trying could he discover the truth. Resolute, he steeled himself for the challenge. Furthermore, the cliff's appearance suggested it was not a lair for serpents. Fortune favors the bold. Lu Fan silently chanted this adage. Deciding to take the plunge. Without delay, he strapped on a curved knife and secured a sharp dagger at his waist, fully equipped for the endeavor. Though the cliff stood merely 10 meters high, its near-vertical angle posed significant climbing difficulties. Lu Fan took a deep breath and propelled himself forward like a cannonball, swiftly grasping a small tree growing from the cliff face. He then pushed off against the rock, using the reaction force to elevate himself upward. Once his feet found solid footing on the protruding small tree, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Carefully, he straightened his body and extended his hands towards another small tree above him. However, upon reaching out, he realized he was still half a meter short of his target. In a flash of inspiration, Lu Fan bent his knees and crouched down, aiming to utilize the small tree's elasticity and his own jumping ability to leap like a graceful cheetah and grasp the upper tree. As he crouched, his feet pressed firmly against the small tree, as if they shared a tacit understanding. He rhythmically bounced on the small tree, which seemed to respond to his movements, swaying in harmony. Just as Lu Fan prepared to unleash his full strength to launch himself, disaster struck. With a sharp crack, the small tree beneath him splintered. The sudden calamity caught Lu Fan off guard, and he plummeted earthward like a kite severed from its string. Chapter 33. Harvesting the Shui Lanhua. Fortunately, Lu Fan's fall was not from a great height, and he sustained only minor injuries. Upon impact with the ground, he felt a numbing jolt in his backside, leaving him momentarily dizzy, nearly causing him to regurgitate the wild fruit he had just consumed. Witnessing this, Lin Schwerer rushed over, her face etched with concern. Lu Fan, are you all right? Did you get hurt? Internally, Lu Fan lamented, oh dear, why don't you try it yourself? Sitting down from such a height feels as if my dairy re is being shattered into pieces. Yet, he feigned nonchalance, replying, it's nothing. This height is trivial to me. As he attempted to rise, a sharp pain shot through him, causing him to wince and rub his injured rear. Lin Schwerer, perceiving his bravado, felt a pang of sympathy and approached him without hesitation, gently massaging his backside in hopes of alleviating his discomfort. Lu Fan found himself flustered by Lin Schwerer's unexpected kindness, a blush creeping onto his cheeks, rendering him somewhat awkward. However, his penchant for jest remained unchanged, and he cheekily remarked, Sister Schwerer, are you taking advantage of me? This is quite unfair. Initially focused on her task, Lin Schwerer was taken aback by his comment, feeling a mix of amusement and irritation. Instantly, her gentle touch transformed into a firm pinch. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, how dare you take my kindness for granted? You deserve this for being such a brat. The pain from the earlier fall intensified as Lin Schwerer's pinch felt like fire to Lu Fan, prompting him to leap up in surprise. Sister Schwerer, what have I done to incur such wrath? Your grip is fierce enough to be lethal, he exclaimed, bounding away like a startled rabbit. Watching Lu Fan's comical antics, Lin Schwerer burst into laughter, tears nearly streaming from her eyes. After putting some distance between them, Lu Fan halted, scanning the area for suitable tools. Before long, he spotted a vine thick as a finger and promptly set about cutting it down. Continuing, he used the curved blade on his back to sever a branch, then skillfully shaped it into a hook with his dagger, securing it to a vine. Would this work? Lin Schwerer observed Lu Fan's rudimentary tool with a skeptical expression. He chuckled confidently, a smile gracing his lips, filled with faith in his creation. Once prepared, Lu Fan positioned himself approximately 3 meters from the cliff face, gripping the vine with his left hand and the hooked end with his right, beginning to swing vigorously. His movements were both adept and powerful, each swing accompanied by the sound of rushing air, reminiscent of a formidable horseman on the prairie. After spinning a total of 81 times, he finally halted his dazzling display. Taking a deep breath, he raised his heels and leaned forward, adopting a standard diving posture. With all his strength, Lu Fan hurled the hooked vine into the air. It soared like a falcon diving, slicing through the air at an astonishing speed, heading straight for a small tree above the cliff. With a swift whoosh, the hook latched securely onto the root of the small tree above the blood orchid. Seeing this, Lu Fan's heart surged with joy, and he eagerly tugged at the vine, confirming the hook's firm grip, which filled him with satisfaction. It worked, he exclaimed, his voice echoing through the valley. Gripping the vine tightly, he pushed against the cliff with his feet, beginning the arduous climb upwards. Lin Xuan'er stood below, anxiously watching Lu Fan's every move. Her hands instinctively clenched into fists, palms drenched in sweat. "Be careful, Lu Fan," she shouted, her voice tinged with concern and worry for his safety. Although the vine served as an aid, scaling the sheer cliff was no simple feat. He had to combat the force of gravity while maintaining his balance. A moment's inattention could lead to a perilous fall. Lu Fan was acutely aware of this fact, and thus, he dared not relax for even a moment. He exerted every ounce of his strength, using both hands and feet to ascend painstakingly. For Lu Fan, still recovering from his injuries, each step was fraught with hardship and challenge. Just as he was nearing the blood orchid, he overexerted himself, causing his muscles to tense painfully. In an instant, the wounds on his body, which had begun to heal, felt as if they were being torn open anew, blood gushing forth and mingling with yellow pus, cascading down his body. This sight left Lin Xuan'er below trembling with fear. Her heart raced, and cold sweat trickled from her palms. "Lu Fan, if you can't do it, let's think of another way," Lin Xuan'er urged anxiously, silently praying for his safety. Yet, Lu Fan refused to be defeated by the pain of his injuries. Gritting his teeth, he persevered through the agony, continuing his arduous ascent. Each step was filled with suffering and challenges, but he remained resolute, ultimately reaching the blood orchid's location. Balancing on a protruding rock with his toes, he grasped the vine tightly. Once steady, Lu Fan wasted no time and immediately reached for the blood orchid. Upon seeing the vibrant red petals so close, a wave of excitement surged within him. He unhesitatingly stuffed the blood orchid into his mouth, hastily consuming as he plucked, as though fearing these precious flowers might vanish at any moment. Meanwhile, the blood oozing from his arm dripped onto the leaves of the blood orchid, creating a peculiar and eerie scene as the crimson liquid mingled with the flower's vibrant hue. After gathering a sufficient quantity of blood orchids, he finally felt a sense of fulfillment and began to descend slowly along the vine. As his feet touched the ground, Lin Xuan'er hurried forward to receive the blood orchids he handed her, captivated by the brilliance of the flowers. Lin Xuan'er was momentarily lost in admiration for their beauty and uniqueness. Chapter 34. Blood attracts the poisonous snake. The blood-red petals appeared as if drenched in blood, glistening enticingly, while the scarlet stamens resembled flickering flames, delivering a striking visual impact. Such a breathtaking flower contrasted starkly with its surroundings, as if it had bloomed from the depths of hell. At that moment, the leaves of the blood orchid formed a verdant curtain, concealing a scarcely noticeable small opening below. Suddenly, a gleaming black snake head emerged from the hidden crevice, its scales shimmering with a chilling gleam that sent shivers down one's spine. As the black snake slithered from its hiding place, it extended its body, measuring over 3 meters long, robust, and powerful like an adult's arm. Its eyes were fixed on the blood dripping from the blood orchid's leaves, the vivid red liquid stark against the greenery. The black snake moved slowly, inching closer to the blood on the leaves, seemingly drawn by the scent of blood. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, tasting the residual blood with greedy licks, as if it were the most delectable morsel in existence. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and Lin Xuan'er remained oblivious to this unfolding danger above them, their focus solely on the blood orchids in their hands. Especially Lin Xuan'er, she noticed Lu Fan consuming the blood orchid without any apparent ill effects, heightening her doubts. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, "Does this blood orchid truly heal wounds and prolong life? What do you feel after consuming it?" Her voice carried a hint of worry, as the orchid's appearance seemed too strange for her to fully trust its purported miraculous properties. "I don't feel anything. Could the legend be false?" Lu Fan pondered, questioning the very tale of the blood orchid. Meanwhile, the black snake, having licked the blood from the leaves, appeared unsatisfied. It coiled its body and slithered around, searching for more of this exquisite delicacy. However, the few droplets of blood on the leaves had already been consumed, leaving nothing behind for the serpent. Yet, the black snake was undeterred. Utilizing its keen sense of smell, it began to crawl towards the vine that bore the remnants of blood. The black snake entwined itself around the vine, swiftly descending. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and Lin Xuan'er remained engrossed in examining the blood orchids, completely unaware of the impending peril. As the black snake neared the ground, it suddenly became fixated on Lu Fan, who stood less than a meter away from the vine. Lu Fan's wound continued to ooze blood, a faint scent of iron permeating the air. The black snake sniffed the air, confirming its target, flicked its tongue, bared its sharp fangs, and arched its body, preparing to strike. Lin Xuan'er and Lu Fan stood facing each other. When her gaze fell upon the black serpent poised to strike, She was momentarily paralyzed by the unexpected sight. "Ah, a snake!" she instinctively screamed, her body retreating as if electrified. Hearing Lin Shui's cry, Lu Fan's heart tightened, and he swiftly turned to assess the situation. Upon spotting the large, dark serpent, a surge of fear welled up within him. The snake's body was as black as ink, its scales glimmering with a chilling light, and the fangs protruding from its mouth were enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Lu Fan found himself staring in shock. The black serpent had clearly designated Lu Fan as its prey, its head slightly tilting back as if gathering strength. Suddenly, the serpent lunged forward with tremendous force, akin to a bolt of black lightning, charging directly at Lu Fan. Reacting quickly, Lu Fan evaded the attack by swiftly sidestepping, nimbly leaping aside. The serpent, propelled by its own momentum, crashed heavily to the ground. However, this setback did not deter the black serpent from its assault. It quickly turned around, baring its fangs once more to launch a second strike at Lu Fan. At that moment, he had no time to draw the curved dagger from his back. His heart raced, and a thin sheen of sweat formed on his forehead. In a moment of panic, he snatched a branch from the ground. As the serpent lunged again, he swung the branch with all his might, striking the serpent's head. With a crack, the branch splintered, and the serpent hissed in pain. Nevertheless, the serpent's reflexes were astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, it contorted its body, attacking Lu Fan from the side like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the serpent coiled tightly around his right leg. Lu Fan felt an immense force surging through him, knocking him off balance and sending him crashing to the ground. The serpent tightened its grip around his leg, and the pressure intensified, as if it aimed to snap his leg in two. In this critical moment, Lu Fan drew the curved dagger without hesitation, hacking wildly at the serpent's body. The enraged serpent seemed provoked by Lu Fan's frantic actions. It suddenly gathered its strength, opening its mouth wide to reveal its menacing fangs, and charged directly at Lu Fan's groin. Seeing this, Lu Fan was struck with terror, exclaiming, "No way. Sister Shuai, this serpent must have learned from you, targeting men's vulnerabilities." Lin Shuai, hearing Lu Fan's words, felt utterly speechless. Her voice trembled with anxiety and a hint of reproach. "What are you joking about at a time like this?" In that moment, Lu Fan displayed remarkable reflexes. With lightning speed, he pushed the dagger forward to block the serpent's attack. The serpent, with its gaping maw and ferocious countenance, lunged at him like a dark flash, intent on swallowing him whole. However, at that critical juncture, Lu Fan reacted swiftly. He bent his legs slightly, leaning forward, as he positioned the dagger perfectly in front of the serpent's open mouth. With a resounding crack, the dagger collided with the serpent's jaw, producing a chilling sound. The tremendous force caused the serpent's jaw to split apart, and Lu Fan distinctly heard the sharp sound of bones shattering. The serpent, severely wounded and writhing in agony, released its grip on Lu Fan's leg and recoiled instinctively. Yet, the black serpent was far from willing to concede defeat. It began to thrash its head wildly, attempting to dislodge the dagger lodged in its mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan rolled away swiftly, distancing himself from the serpent. As the serpent thrashed violently, the dagger spun through the air like a leaf caught in a tempest, eventually being flung several meters away, landing heavily on the ground. Chapter 35. Extracting the venom. The serpent soon regained its composure from the pain, its hostile eyes fixated on Lu Fan, hissing ominously as if to challenge him. However, instead of attacking Lu Fan immediately, it abruptly redirected its focus, lunging towards Lin Shuai, who was closer. Clearly, the serpent was incensed to the highest degree, determined not to relent until it had taken down a victim. Lin Shuai was completely unprepared for the serpent's sudden shift in target, and she was instantly struck with fear. Her complexion turning pale as paper, her body trembling uncontrollably. In a panic, she picked up a fist-sized rock from the ground and hurled it at the approaching serpent. The stone arced through the air, landing heavily upon the serpent's body. Although this strike did not inflict significant harm, it momentarily slowed the already injured serpent's movements. However, this brief hesitation only served to infuriate the serpent further. With a mighty roar, it opened its gaping maw, blood streaming from its mouth, and lunged at Lin Shuai with increased speed. Lu Fan shouted desperately from the side, "Run!" Yet, in her panic, Lin Shuai resembled a frightened rabbit, darting forward without a clear direction. But just a few steps in, she stumbled and fell to the ground. As she groaned in pain, preparing to rise, the horrifying serpent swiftly closed the distance, appearing before her like a flash of lightning. Lu Fan, seeing this, was consumed with urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the dagger from the ground and sprinted towards her. However, despite his best efforts, he was still a moment too late. The The serpent lunged, baring its sharp fangs, and bit down mercilessly on Lin Shui's thigh. Her piercing scream echoed hauntingly, sending chills through the air. Hearing her anguished cry, Lu Fan felt as though his heart was being torn apart, his eyes bloodshot with fury. In that instant, he transformed into a frenzied beast, swinging the dagger with all his might towards the serpent. With a sharp crack, the serpent's body was severed in two by Lu Fan's blade. The dismembered halves writhed on the ground, thrashing in a futile struggle. Enraged, Lu Fan did not cease his assault, but continued to hack at the serpent's remains. His every strike infused with rage and hatred, until the serpent's body lay in tatters, scattered like pieces of chopped cucumber. Finally, Lu Fan paused, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath, sweat cascading down his forehead like raindrops. He then discarded the dagger and rushed to check on Lin Shui's injuries. Swiftly, he tore open her pants, ripping a strip of fabric to tie around her thigh. "What are you doing?" Lin Shui exclaimed, clearly startled by his sudden actions, her voice trembling with fear and uncertainty, trying to block his attempts to continue tearing her clothing. "Don't move. What are you thinking at a time like this?" His tone was filled with urgency and reproach, rendering Lin Shui momentarily speechless, intimidated into stillness by Lu Fan's fervent shout. As the pants were pulled further apart, the wound was fully exposed. Two dark, hollow bite marks on Lin Shui's thigh were oozing black blood, while the surrounding skin had turned a sickly purple, emitting a nauseating stench. Her complexion grew increasingly pale, her lips trembled slightly, and she seemed on the verge of fainting. Lu Fan was consumed by anxiety. He understood the potency of the snake's venom, and if the toxic fluid was not extracted promptly, Lin Shui's life would be in grave danger. What could he do? Staring at the two wounds seeping with rancid, black pus, he found it almost impossible to take action. If he did not suck out the venom, Lin Shui might perish. Yet if he used his mouth, he too could face a dire fate. Watching Lin Shui gradually succumb to unconsciousness, her pallor deepening, eyes shut tight, and body trembling slightly, Lu Fan felt an overwhelming urgency. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved that saving her was paramount. Thus, he took a deep breath, braving the threat to his own life, enduring the revolting odor, and bent down to begin drawing the venom from her wounds. The area around the wounds had turned black from the poison, and Lu Fan sucked desperately at the black blood, each gulp akin to a fierce contest with death for Lin Shui's life. His face was etched with agony and resolve, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Yet he showed no sign of halting. As Lu Fan continued, Lin Shui's body trembled further, emitting pained moans that pierced through the silence of the surroundings. The enticing sounds stirred a tumult of emotions within Lu Fan, leaving him flushed. If one were to merely listen to the sounds without witnessing the scene, they might mistakenly assume something unspeakable was transpiring between them. At that moment, Lu Fan's singular thought was to save her. With each successive gulp, as the venom was extracted, Lin Shui's complexion began to regain a hint of color. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lu Fan bent over her, extracting the venom, her heart swelled with gratitude. She attempted to speak, her lips moving, but her frail body rendered her voiceless. Suddenly, Lu Fan felt a wave of dizziness, realizing he might also be affected by the snake's poison. However, despite his own severe discomfort, he gritted his teeth and persevered, continuing to draw the toxic black blood from Lin Shui. Time passed agonizingly slowly. Each draw felt like a battle against death. Finally, as the blood he drew transitioned from black to red, he exhaled a sigh of relief and ceased his efforts, observing the vibrant red blood flowing from the wound. At that moment, his lips had become a ghastly shade of bluish-black, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Yet, Lu Fan dared not relent. He was acutely aware of the venom's danger, knowing that a moment's carelessness could cost him his life. He retrieved the shuelanhua, placed it in his mouth, chewed it until it was pulp, and then applied it to the wounds. Although he was uncertain of its efficacy in healing or detoxifying, in this life-and-death scenario, he had no choice but to gamble on it. Feeling increasingly dizzy, Lu Fan's symptoms worsened, as if the world around him were swirling in chaos. He knew he could not succumb, so he stuffed a handful of shuelanhua into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it. Witnessing Lu Fan's selfless actions, particularly the sight of his darkened lips, filled Lin Shui with guilt and remorse. "Lu Fan, have you also been poisoned? I'm so sorry for dragging you into this." Lu Fan forced a smile, attempting to reassure her. "Don't worry, I'm fine. This little bit of venom is nothing to me." However, his voice sounded weak and unsteady. Tears welled in Lin Shui's eyes as she gazed at Lu Fan with concern, wanting to reach out to support him, but she found her strength utterly depleted. Her body limp, Lu Fan shook his dizzy head and struggled to stand, supporting Lin Shuer as they began to make their way back. His complexion was ashen, and he weakly suggested, "Let us return to the wooden cabin first." Lin Shuer nodded in agreement. As they progressed, Lu Fan's steps grew increasingly unsteady, and Lin Shuer felt a pang of sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. Just a few dozen meters from the cabin, Lu Fan succumbed to dizziness, his vision darkening as he collapsed to the ground. "Lu Fan, what's wrong? Please don't scare me," Lin Shuer cried as she wept. Yet, the unconscious Lu Fan offered no response to her calls. Hesitantly, Lin Shuer placed her hand near his nose, relieved to find he was still breathing. Summoning her strength, she bent down and draped Lu Fan's arms over her shoulders, determined to carry him back to the cabin. However, as a wounded and frail woman, how could she possibly bear the tall and robust Lu Fan? After several failed attempts, she ultimately resorted to dragging his arms, inching toward the cabin. After immense effort, she finally managed to pull Lu Fan back inside. Yet, this arduous task left her utterly exhausted, and she too collapsed to the ground. Time passed, and when Lin Shuer awoke, she was astonished to discover that her leg wound had begun to heal, and the speed of recovery surpassed her expectations. Cautiously attempting to stand, she found she could move about freely, as if unaffected by her injury. Overcome with surprise, she recalled Lu Fan, who remained in a state of unconsciousness. She hurried to his side, anxiously calling his name, "Lu Fan, wake up, Lu Fan." Yet, no matter how she called, Lu Fan remained unresponsive, lying still. Lin Shuer's anxiety deepened as she scrutinized his condition, noticing the peculiar blackish-purple hue across his face and body, beads of sweat erupting on his forehead, with wisps of vapor rising from his head as the sweat evaporated. This sight filled her with terror, her heart racing as she felt overwhelmed. However, after a brief moment of panic, she quickly regained her composure and began to devise a plan. Fixating on her own healing wound, a thought struck her, Shui Lan Hua. Realizing this could be the key, hope ignited within her. She understood that the rapid healing must be due to the Shui Lan Hua, for under normal circumstances, such swift recovery from a wound was unfathomable. Moreover, despite Lu Fan being poisoned, he was at least still alive. Lin Shuer believed this miraculous circumstance was linked to the copious Shui Lan Hua he had previously consumed, as one could not survive snake venom without medical assistance for more than half an hour. Realizing this, Lin Shuer wasted no time, crushing the remaining Shui Lan Hua and squeezing its juice into Lu Fan's mouth. After this, she hastily fetched a basin of water, dampened a cloth, and gently wiped the sweat from Lu Fan's face. At this moment, the unconscious LFN found himself engaged in a fierce internal struggle, as the medicinal properties of the blood orchid within him intertwined with the venom of the snake, battling against one another. It surged through his body like a raging inferno, causing him to alternate between periods of feverish perspiration and chilling pallor. As time ticked away, Lin Suar remained steadfastly by his side, her gaze never straying from him. Despite LFN's state of unconsciousness, he provided her with a sliver of reliance in this desolate canyon. Meanwhile, in the cave, Wang Xiufang and Aunt L were consumed by anxiety, watching the days slip by without any sign of LFN and Lin Suar. Although they silently speculated about potential misfortunes that may have befallen them, both chose to maintain a tacit silence, unwilling to voice the grim reality. Particularly for Wang Xiufang, deep within her heart lingered a faint hope. Each day, she stood at the cave entrance, gazing longingly at the distant beach, yearning to catch a glimpse of LFN. At times, she would venture into the jungle alone, calling out their names while searching desperately for them. Her voice echoed through the silent foliage, filled with boundless anxiety and concern. She seemed resolute, determined to find them at all costs, embodying an attitude of either finding them alive or their remains. However, such perilous actions eventually sparked Aniel's apprehension. After much persuasion, Wang Xiufang finally recognized her recklessness. Realizing that her solitary efforts in this treacherous jungle would not only fail to locate LFN and Lin Suar, but could also endanger her own life. "And it has been several days. Do you think they might have?" Wang Xiufang's words lingered in her throat, ultimately unable to suppress the dreadful conjecture. Recalling how LFN had playfully provoked her daily, she mused that if he were to return, she would willingly allow him to watch her bathe. As this thought struck her, tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrential flood. Aniel, witnessing Wang Xiufang's sorrowful visage, felt a pang of heartache. With a resigned sigh, she offered a comforting hope. "Let us pray that they are still alive." Though brief, this statement conveyed a profound prayer and longing for LFN and Lin Suar. Just as Wang Xiufang and Auntie L were enveloped in worry, a sudden flurry of barking echoed from the distance. The unexpected sound sent their nerves into a state of tension. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the fear and unease reflected in each other's eyes. Wang Xiufang's voice trembled involuntarily as she stammered, "What is happening? Could LFN and the others be there?" Auntie L's expression turned grave. And taking a deep breath, she endeavored to keep her voice steady. "Do not panic. Let us assess the situation first." Nevertheless, despite Auntie L's reassurance, doubt and concern continued to swirl in their minds. The sudden barking on this deserted island was indeed peculiar. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Xiufang gritted her teeth, resolved to investigate. Thus, the two made their way toward the source of the sound. Upon reaching the trap set by LFN, Wang Xiufang abruptly halted. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Auntie L, saying, "Auntie L, you are older and less mobile. Please wait for me here. This place is safe, but do not venture beyond this protective circle." Auntie L examined Wang Xiufang, then glanced at the thorny traps surrounding them, nodding in agreement while cautioning, "Very well, but do exercise caution. If anything seems amiss, return swiftly." Wang Xiufang nodded, then cautiously proceeded toward the direction of the noise. With each step, her heart raced as if it were a drum, the sound of her blood coursing through her veins palpable. As she drew nearer, she could distinctly hear voices ahead, yet she discerned that they were not LFNs. Concealing herself in a thicket, she peered through the foliage, gaining clarity of the situation before her. A group of roughly 10 individuals, clad in bizarre attire and armed to the teeth, did not appear benevolent. A jolt of alarm surged through Wang Xiufang as she considered the possibility that they were pirates. Suddenly, a familiar face emerged from the crowd, Wang Xiufang, the man she could never forget, who had nearly brought her to ruin. He was bowing deferentially before the apparent leader, urgently proclaiming, "Brother, I assure you I am not deceiving you. There are indeed 2 women on this island, and they are as beautiful as celestial beings." The leader, a burly man with a brutish visage and fierce, greedy eyes, scowled as he pointed a menacing finger at Wang Xiufang. "Remember your words. If you dare to deceive me, you shall pay dearly." From her concealed spot in the underbrush, Wang Xiufang observed in terror, suppressing her breath as she silently prayed for their swift departure, hoping they would not discover her presence. Just then, a dog sprinted toward her, causing her heart to leap into her throat. In a moment of desperation, as the dog approached, she instinctively picked up a stone and tossed it in the opposite direction, diverting the dog's attention. However, the noise still captured the pirate's attention. "What was that sound?" the pirate leader bellowed, his voice resonating through the silent woods with an air of authority and menace. Long Ji's eyes glinted with cunning as he suggested, "Brother, could it be that wretched boy accompanying those 2 women? He seems to have a knack for evasion and might possess some skills." The pirate leader commanded, "Take a few men and investigate." "Of course, leave it to me," Long Gu replied, bowing and immediately leading several pirates, resembling a pack of hunting dogs, in Wang Xiufang's direction. Wang Xiufang felt the sweat pooling in her palms, her heart nearly ceasing to beat. She desperately hid deeper within the foliage, trembling from fear. Each sound of the pirate's footsteps sent a jolt through her heart, as she muttered repeatedly, "Please do not find me, please do not find me." As the pirates drew ever closer, Wang Xiufang knew that remaining hidden would eventually lead to her discovery. Without a moment's thought, she sprang up and fled with abandon. In that instant, her position was revealed. Long Gu smirked wickedly, pointing at Wang Xiufang's retreating figure. "Brother, look there. It's that woman." The pirate leader's gaze followed Wang Xiufang as she ran, her alluring curves bouncing with each hurried step. His eyes gleamed with lascivious intent as he barked, "After her. Do not let her escape." Wang Xiufang raced ahead, her heart pounding, breaths coming in quick gasps, her legs heavy as if laden with lead. Yet, the primal instinct for survival propelled her forward, heedless of the risks. While Long Gu and the others pursued her relentlessly, their laughter rife with sinister anticipation. However, could not possibly outpace these seasoned pirates, who thrived in the wilderness and possessed agile physiques. Before long, she found herself encircled by the very pirates who had been pursuing her. Terror-stricken, she gazed upon the fierce expressions of the pirates surrounding her, her body trembling uncontrollably. The thought of falling into the clutches of these ruthless marauders sent shivers down her spine. Long Gu, exuding confidence, stepped forward with a lewd grin plastered across his face, and inquired, "My beauty, do you still recognize me?" Wang Xiufang glared at him, her eyes aflame with rage and hatred, wishing nothing more than to see him suffer. Yet, at that moment, She was utterly alone, with Lu Fan nowhere to be found, and she understood that she was ensnared in a dire predicament. The pirate captain approached, extending his rough, filthy hand towards her face. Wang Xiufang recoiled in disgust, glaring at him with fierce defiance. Infuriated by her rejection, the pirate's features twisted in rage, and with a swift motion, he struck her across the face. Instantly, her cheeks swelled and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. The captain barked menacingly. "Where are the others on the island?" "I don't know," Wang Xiufang stammered, too frightened to lift her head, her voice trembling with a hint of sobs. "Brother, this girl seems delightful. Can't we let the brothers have some fun before selling her?" One of the pirate's underlings asked eagerly, his gaze filled with lascivious intent. The captain shot him a cold, piercing glare, akin to a sharpened blade. The underling, frightened, scurried back like a startled rat, unwilling to entertain further inappropriate thoughts. With a gun aimed at Wang Xiufang's head, the captain growled, "Speak quickly, or I shall end your life this instant." "I truly do not know. I am searching for them too," Wang Xiufang cried, her eyes brimming with tears. The captain, frustrated by her lack of useful information, gritted his teeth and pointed at two of his crew members, commanding, "You two, take this woman back. The rest of you continue searching. If you fail to find anyone, do not expect to return." At that moment, despair engulfed Wang Xiufang. She could hardly fathom how she had ended up in such a predicament. Normally, she would not allow Lu Fan to touch her. Yet now she found herself at the mercy of these vicious pirates. Resolutely, she vowed that even in death, she would not let them succeed, a determined expression settling upon her face. As days passed quietly, Lu Fan's complexion gradually regained its color, and his furrowed brow relaxed. Upon awakening, his eyes immediately fell upon Lin Shui, who was resting beside his bed. Observing her weary yet anxious countenance stirred deep emotion within him. He gently rose, stretching his limbs, and discovered that he had fully recuperated, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease in his body. It appeared that the blood orchid had worked wonders. Overwhelmed by thirst, he rose to pour himself a glass of water. Lin Shui, still in a daze, opened her eyes, and upon seeing Lu Fan awake, froze momentarily before joyfully leaping into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. "You're finally awake. You scare me to death. Do you know? You've been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. She choked out, appearing immensely aggrieved. Lu Fan gently patted her back, soothingly assuring her, "It's all right now. I'm perfectly fine." Once they had calmed down, Lin Shui recounted the events that transpired during his unconsciousness. Suddenly, Lu Fan recalled something, his expression shifting to one of concern. "Sister Shui, how is your leg injury? Has it improved?" Lin Shui smiled faintly, reassuring him, "Don't worry. It's nearly healed." As she spoke, she unreservedly lifted her tattered pants, revealing her formerly wounded thigh. Lu Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. The once gruesome and dark wound had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. In its place were merely 2 minuscule black dots, nearly imperceptible upon close inspection. "Ah, how is this possible?" Lu Fan exclaimed, incredulous that such a transformation could occur in merely a few days. His face reflected sheer shock and disbelief. Chapter 38. The cliff crevice. Seeing Lu Fan's astonished expression, Lin Shui glanced down as well. Upon realizing that her previously battered thigh had returned to its original state, she too gasped in disbelief. Just yesterday, the wound hadn't fully healed. Today, not a single trace remains. Could it be that the blood orchid has taken effect? This is simply astonishing. Upon mentioning the blood orchid, Lu Fan suddenly snapped back to reality and hurriedly inquired, "Sister Shui, what happened to the remaining blood orchids?" With a hint of resignation, Lin Shui replied, "They're all gone." "What? Gone? How is that possible?" Lu Fan's voice escalated in disbelief. "Wasn't there a large quantity?" Calmly, Lin Shui explained, "I crushed them all for you to consume. Otherwise, how could you have awakened so swiftly?" Upon hearing her words, Lu Fan internally cursed. This extravagant girl has no sense of moderation, treating the blood orchid as if it were mere broccoli. However, the undeniable truth was that the legendary blood orchid indeed possessed miraculous healing properties, beyond any doubt. Yet, what about the fabled great serpent? The serpent they had encountered bore little resemblance to the legendary beast. It was, at most, a slightly larger snake. In an instant, a barrage of questions flooded Lu Fan's mind as he pondered various possibilities, attempting to unravel this enigma. The only plausible explanation was that the original great serpent had long since been dealt with by the previous occupant of the wooden house, and the serpent they had encountered was a later arrival. Noticing Lu Fan lost in thought, Lin Shui felt a twinge of worry, fearing that he might be unwell again. With concern etched on her face, she asked, Lu Fan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Fan, roused by her voice, returned to reality, finding solace in her worried gaze. Yet, he refrained from divulging his thoughts to her. Shaking his head, he feigned nonchalance, replying, I'm fine. Just a moment of distraction. Oh, by the way, Sister Shui, I believe the most pressing matter is to retrieve Aunt Xiufang and Aunt Li. After all, the conditions here are far superior to those in the cave, and it would be much safer for them here. Lin Shui nodded in agreement, acknowledging the soundness of his reasoning. Yes, I think so too. It's been several days. They must be anxious. Thus, the two gathered their belongings and prepared to set off. Lu Fan handed Lin Shui a curved knife for her protection while he equipped himself with a fire torch, a dagger at his waist, and a machete in hand, fully armed for their journey. They ventured along the cliff in search of the passage described in the ancient texts, which would lead them out of the canyon. Wandering through the mist-laden Emerald Gorge felt like stepping into an ethereal realm. The refreshing air invigorated their spirits, and the enchanting scenery eased their previously tense demeanor. In this tranquil atmosphere, Lu Fan's innate tendency for mischief resurfaced. He began to tease Lin Shui, his words laced with jest and playful mockery. Sister Shui, I recall that when I was injured, you seemed hesitant to sleep alone. How could that be? Don't speak nonsense. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Lin Shui's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lu Fan wore a mischievous smile, purposefully continuing to interrogate her. Then how did you manage when I was poisoned and unconscious? At this remark, Lin Shui seized the opportunity to assertively respond. I was utterly terrified, not daring to leave your side for a moment, fearing something might happen to you. You little rascal, how do you plan to repay me for my concern? Hearing Lin Shui's words, Lu Fan felt a surge of delight. Indeed, Lin Shui had fallen into his trap. Thus, with a sly grin, he replied, Given your profound concern for me, I must offer myself in return. After saying this, Lu Fan leaned closer to Lin Shui's ear, whispering sweetly, That way, you won't need to fear at night. You can sleep beside me every night. He chuckled proudly, seemingly satisfied with his humor. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Lin Shui's face turned crimson, her gentle smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by a scowl. A woman's mood can shift like the weather in June. Lin Shui glared at Lu Fan with her beautiful eyes, as if she could set him ablaze, her previously soft voice now sharp. You little rascal. Just as your body recovers, you start thinking of my aunt. Are you itching for a fight? Before she finished speaking, Lin Shui suddenly grabbed Lu Fan's ear and twisted it with force. Lu Fan felt a sharp pain shoot through his ear, nearly crying out. Ah, it hurts. He yelped while attempting to wriggle free from Lin Shui's grasp. However, Lin Shui showed no intention of letting go. She held onto his ear tightly, gritting her teeth as she threatened, I'll tear your mouth apart. Let us see you speak nonsense again. As she gestured to tear at Lu Fan's mouth, he was startled and quickly turned to escape her grasp. In their playful scuffle, they had unknowingly arrived at the cliff passage described in ancient texts. Yet, the sight before them was astonishing. Between two cliff walls, a massive fissure appeared, as if the mountain had been torn asunder. This crack extended from the base of the cliff to the summit, an awe-inspiring display of nature's artistry. The fissure was remarkably narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time. Even more astonishing was the presence of a man-made staircase within this narrow gap. Lu Fan felt a deep admiration for the predecessors who had once inhabited the wooden cabin. This staircase, carved into the fissure, was a marvel of ingenuity. It was constructed along one side of the mountain, so narrow that only one person could traverse it at a time, its surface uneven and pockmarked. Clearly a result of erosion over time and human effort. After climbing a short distance, the staircase took a sharp turn between the steep walls, switching to the opposite side of the mountain, winding upward like a great dragon coiling through the fissure. The steps were covered in moss, yet faintly visible were the irregular chisel marks, echoing the toil of its creators. The width of the staircase varied, at its narrowest requiring one to sidle carefully, while at its widest, it barely accommodated 2 feet. Remarkably, some steps formed clever angles with the cliff, allowing climbers to leverage the wall for support. Witnessing such remarkable design, one could not help but admire the craftsmanship of ancient artisans. Chapter 39. Aunt Li in the cave. This must be the passage out, Lu Fan remarked. Lin Shui nodded, saying, Let us ascend quickly. Lu Fan cautiously stepped onto the first step, the moss emitting a soft creak beneath his feet. He turned to remind Lin Shui, Sister Shui, be cautious, these steps are quite slippery. Lin Shui nodded and followed closely behind. They carefully ascended the stone staircase, but midway up, a sudden gust of wind howled, causing both to sway. Lin Shui gasped in fright, instinctively clutching Lu Fan's clothing. After regaining his balance, Lu Fan comforted her. "Do not be afraid. Hold on to me." Just then, several fist-sized stones tumbled down from above, hurtling towards them. Lu Fan reacted swiftly, pulling Lin Shuer behind him as the stones grazed his shoulder. Lin Shuer, still shaken, clung tightly to Lu Fan's arm, her voice trembling. "Lu Fan, can we do this? I'm so scared." Lu Fan patted her hand gently, assuring her, "Sister Shuer, with me here, nothing will happen." They continued their ascent, the staircase steepening with each step, and Lu Fan found each movement increasingly arduous. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he nearly fell. Fortunately, he managed to grasp a nearby crevice, stabilizing himself. Lin Shuer anxiously suggested, "Lu Fan, perhaps we should rest a moment before continuing." Lu Fan looked at her in astonishment, saying, "Rest here? Are you mad? It's unsafe. We must hurry out." After climbing over 60 steps, they emerged through a layer of mist, glancing back to see a blanket of white fog below. Above them was a low cave layer, appearing dark and confined. They bent down to enter the layer. Deep within, they found a hole, and the light filtering through the cracks in the stone slab above led Lu Fan to deduce it was the exit. Excitedly, he pointed to the hole, saying, "Sister Shuer, that must be the exit. Let us hurry." They crouched as they moved through the layer, and upon reaching the hole, Lu Fan raised his hands, attempting to push the stone slab open. However, years of disuse had caused it to become overgrown with moss, and thick tangled roots obstructed their way. After several attempts, he managed only to create a small gap. Lin Shuer peered through the opening. Her gaze met with a complex web of plant roots, intertwining like a gigantic spider's web, tightly securing the slab above. She furrowed her brow, sighing with worry. What are we to do? At that moment, Lu Fan, having worked up a sweat, sat in the damp, stifling layer, catching his breath. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration, as if he had conceived a plan, and swiftly drew his machete. "What are you doing?" Lin Shuer asked, her expression tense. "What else? I'm finding a way out," Lu Fan replied, puzzled by her sudden anxiety. He stood up abruptly, bracing his shoulder against the slab, using all his strength to pry it open just over a foot. Without hesitation, he wielded the machete, decisively cutting through the roots entangled around the stone slab. With each crisp snap, the roots that had bound the slab were severed, significantly reducing the obstruction. Seeing this, Lu Fan took a deep breath and exerted himself once more. At long last, he successfully pushed aside the stone slab, allowing a brilliant surge of sunlight to cascade into the dark, confined crevice, illuminating the shadows within. Both individuals squinted against the sudden brilliance, taking a moment to acclimate. Once their vision cleared, they exchanged smiles, their hearts brimming with joy, an overwhelming sensation of having narrowly escaped death washing over them. Lin Shuer could hardly contain her excitement, tightly grasping Lu Fan's hand as she exclaimed, "We're finally out. Let us go find Sister Xiufang and Aunt Li." "Indeed, let us proceed." Lu Fan, armed with a machete, forged ahead, while Lin Shuer followed obediently like a dutiful wife. Aunt Li had been anxiously awaiting the return of Wang Xiufang since yesterday, and an ominous premonition surged within her. However, at her age, she understood well that recklessly venturing into the jungle would merely serve to provide a delectable meal for the wild beasts. With no other choice, she could only wait anxiously in the cave, her heart heavy with worry. Just then, she heard voices emanating from the jungle outside, prompting her to cautiously peek out. As the voices drew nearer, she recognized the figures of none other than Lu Fan and Lin Shuer, whom she had not seen for days. At that moment, Lu Fan was bare-chested, carrying a firearm on his back, with a machete firmly in hand. His trousers were in tatters, suggesting he had just endured a fierce battle. Lin Shuer's appearance was scarcely better, with a large tear in her pants and her top looking disheveled and dirty. Upon seeing their disheveled state, Aunt Li was overcome with tears of joy and rushed towards them. "Thank heavens, you've finally returned," she exclaimed, scanning around as if searching for something. "Where is Xiufang? Did she not return with you?" Aunt Li inquired anxiously. Lu Fan and Lin Shuer exchanged a stunned glance, their expressions reflecting shock. Lu Fan's eyes widened as he asked incredulously, "Aunt Xiufang did not accompany us. Is she not here?" Lin Shuer echoed his disbelief, her voice trembling slightly. "Indeed. Aunt Li, could it be that Sister Xiufang did not return on the day we were attacked by the Black Panther?" Her sentence abruptly halted as she clasped her hands over her mouth, seemingly too frightened to continue. Observing Lin Shuer's impulsive demeanor, Aunt Li felt a pang of helplessness. "What are you talking about? She did return, but when she realized you hadn't come back, she grew anxious. Yesterday, upon hearing barking from below, she thought it was you, and insisted on going down to find you." I could not dissuade her. What? Barking? Lu Fan's brow furrowed tightly, his heart filled with dread. He pondered, how could there be barking in this jungle? Could there be wild dogs? Lin Schwerner's expression turned grave as she skeptically asked, Aunt Lee, are you sure you didn't team us here? In this desolate wilderness, where could dogs possibly come from? Aunt Lee shook her head, her tone resolute. It was indeed the sound of barking, and it seemed there was more than one. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan felt an immediate sense of foreboding. This is bad, Schwer. You and Aunt Lee should return to the cave. I will search for Wang Xiufang, regardless of whether there were wild dogs or beasts lurking in the jungle. The moment he learned that Wang Xiufang had not returned, Lu Fan was determined to venture forth without hesitation. After all, Wang Xiufang was not only his village beauty, but also his heart's goddess. Chapter 40. The Pirates. Lin Schwer, upon hearing this, quickly insisted, I will go with you. I cannot let you face danger alone. Her voice betrayed a sense of urgency and concern. However, Lu Fan's resolve was unwavering. No, Schwer, you must return to the cave with Aunt Lee and wait for news. Without waiting for Lin Schwer to respond, he turned and sprinted towards the direction Aunt Lee had indicated, without a moment's hesitation. Lu Fan treaded carefully through the jungle, his movements light and agile, striving to remain silent. His eyes were keen and alert, like those of a hawk, vigilantly scanning for any signs of danger. Suddenly, a faint sound reached his ears, causing him to become alert. It was the sound of two men engaged in conversation, their voices low but discernible amid the stillness of the jungle. Lu Fan's heart raced as he quickly concealed himself behind a large tree, peering through the dense foliage to observe the two men's every move. The men were clad in camouflage trousers and bizarre attire, wielding heavy weapons, resembling pirates. They were conferring in hushed tones, and Lu Fan strained to catch every word of their exchange. As they drew closer, he finally discerned their conversation. What is the boss thinking? He finally finds a woman, and won't even let us touch her. He keeps her all to himself, complained one pirate. Shoo, you fool, keep your voice down. If he hears you, you're finished, the other warned urgently. What is there to fear? In this godforsaken place, who would hear us? Besides, why should he have all the good fortune? The pirate called Baldy scoffed, discontent etched across his face. Lu Fan's heart tightened. The woman they mentioned must be Wang Xiufang. Realizing the pirates were drawing closer, he decided to take the initiative. Seizing the moment, he leapt from the tree, swiftly kicking the weapon from the hand of the nearest pirate. Following that, he delivered a powerful punch to the other pirate's face, knocking him unconscious. Lu Fan quickly seized the firearm from his grasp. The pirate, still reeling from the blow, barely had time to react before Lu Fan executed a sweeping kick, sending him crashing to the ground. With his foot on the pirate's chest, Lu Fan brandished his machete and demanded, describe the woman you've captured. What does she look like, and where is she now? In that moment, Lu Fan resembled an enraged lion, but at that instant, the pirate he had just knocked down regained consciousness and charged at Lu Fan, attempting to tackle him. Seeing his companion awaken, Baldy grew emboldened. You're looking for death. Let me go, or I'll skin you alive. Lu Fan, having consumed a considerable amount of shui lan hua, had not only gained immense strength, but also unparalleled speed, moving as if he were flying across the ground. As the pirate lunged at him, Lu Fan sidestepped deftly, extending his hand to seize the pirate's arm. With a powerful throw, he hurled the pirate against a nearby tree, causing him to spit blood and slump beside the trunk. Realizing that he could not afford to show mercy to these seasoned killers, Lu Fan drew a dagger from his waist, swinging it with precision, the blade finding its mark in the pirate's throat. As the pirate coughed up blood, he fell silent, rendering him utterly still. Witnessing the fierce, imposing figure of Lu Fan, the once defiant Baldy now lay beneath his feet, powerless. Instantly intimidated by the aura emanating from him, the man's face turned pale, and the previous arrogance vanished completely. Speak quickly, what does she look like? Lu Fan demanded, brandishing a knife at the bald man. The bald man stammered in response, She looks all right, just a bit older, around 40 years old, of medium height, but her figure is particularly good. Where is she now? Lu Fan's gaze was icy as he pressed down harder with his foot. Our boss has already sent her back to the base, the bald man said, drenched in cold sweat from the pain. What? Lu Fan's heart sank. He never anticipated that Wang Xiufang had already been moved off the deserted island by the pirates. He applied even more pressure with his foot and barked, How many of you are left on this island? Speak. The bald pirate, in agony, cried out. There are 12 of us in total. 2 took that woman back first. There are still 10 left. Lu Fan felt the urgency of time pressing upon him. He could not bear to think of the fate that awaited Wang Xiufang at the pirate base. He understood that he could not afford any delay and must swiftly eliminate the remaining pirates on the island before devising a plan to rescue Wang Xiufang. Call them all over to save you. Otherwise, Lu Fan threatened, gesturing with the machete close to the pirate's face. Please, I beg you, spare me. That woman was not captured by me. The bald man pleaded repeatedly, fearing that the terrifying figure before him would take offense and end his life. Stop with the nonsense. Shout when I tell you to shout. I will not repeat myself, Lu Fan commanded, and with that, he slashed the pirate's face, drawing a deep crimson line across his cheek. Blood immediately stained the pirate's face. Lu Fan then picked up a gun from the ground and concealed it in the bushes, leaving the bald pirate to call out in desperation. As the pirate's cries echoed, 2 more pirates hurriedly approached. Upon seeing their trembling comrade, they were astonished, initially thinking he had encountered a wild beast. One of the pirates asked, "What happened, Baldy?" But before he could finish, a machete flew from the bushes and pierced his chest, killing him instantly. In that moment, Lu Fan, swift as a ghost, emerged from the underbrush. He unsheathed his machete and, before the remaining pirate could comprehend the situation, struck him down. The pirate clutched his neck and fell backward, lifeless. The bald pirate, witnessing Lu Fan's terrifying prowess, stood frozen in place, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Lu Fan quickly approached and kicked the weapons of both fallen pirates into the nearby grass. He refrained from using the gun, fearing it would alert the others and prevent him from luring all the pirates over. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching from a distance. The sound was dense, suggesting more than 2 individuals. Lu Fan calmly found a concealed position, waiting for the pirates to draw near. When the remaining 7 pirates rushed in, Lu Fan seized the opportunity and opened fire, the bullets raining down upon them. The once arrogant pirates were utterly defenseless against the sudden onslaught, collapsing like wheat before the scythe. At that moment, Lu Fan emerged from the thick foliage like a specter. His steps were steady and composed, as if all of this were under his control. The once mighty pirate leader found himself in dire straits, desperately clutching his wounded abdomen as blood seeped through his fingers. With great difficulty, he attempted to raise his gun for a final strike against Lu Fan. However, Lu Fan did not grant him that chance. In a flash, he appeared before the pirate leader, and with all his strength, he struck decisively, his movements swift and unhesitating. In an instant, the pirate leader's head rolled away like a severed watermelon, coming to rest at the feet of the bald pirate. The bald man, still standing there in shock, was utterly petrified by the scene before him. His eyes widened in terror, he gasped as if witnessing the apocalypse. Lu Fan's actions were so rapid that there was no time for reaction. The bald pirate watched the horrifying spectacle, feeling all strength drained from his body. Collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Lu Fan's ruthlessness and decisiveness left the bald pirate thoroughly intimidated. The arrogance he once possessed vanished without a trace, replaced by profound fear and respect for Lu Fan. Amid the fallen pirates, Lu Fan spotted a familiar face, Long Ge. He walked slowly to Long Ge's lifeless body, realizing at that moment why the pirates had suddenly come here. "I warned you long ago, if I see you here again, it will be your end." Lu Fan's voice was cold and merciless, his gaze filled with a terrifying murderous intent that seemed capable of freezing one in place. He turned to the collapsed bald pirate. Now, his priority was to find a way to the pirate camp and rescue Wang Xiufang. "Get up, take me to your pirate camp," Lu Fan commanded coldly. The bald pirate trembled in fear, his legs weak, unable to stand. "Please, don't kill me. I'll take you there right away," he pleaded, his voice quavering with desperation. "Hurry and lead the way, or you will die now." Lu Fan's eyes conveyed an undeniable ferocity. The bald pirate, shaking, managed to stand. Lu Fan quickly donned the clothes stripped from the pirate, wearing a wide-brimmed cowboy hat and a black bandana covering his face, leaving only his eyes visible, rendering him both mysterious and imposing. At that moment, Lu Fan noticed the bald pirate rummaging through the pockets of the fallen pirates. It seemed this fellow was quite clever. After confirming that his fellow pirates were lifeless, he unhesitatingly extracted all the gold coins from their pockets. "What are these?" Lu Fan inquired, eyeing the pile of coins in the bald man's hands. The bald pirate, sensing an opportunity, smiled ingratiatingly and quickly handed over the collected coins, along with 2 coins from his own pocket, saying, "Brother, these are for you." Lu Fan accepted the heavy bag of coins, finding them quite substantial. He pulled out 1 coin and examined it closely. Under the sunlight, it gleamed brilliantly. One side bore the image of an island, while the other depicted a turbulent sea. Weighing it in his hand, Lu Fan found it to be quite hefty, around 10 grams. Through the bald man's explanation, Lu Fan learned that these pirates operated in this vast ocean for years, using these pure gold coins as their currency. Such coins could be used to purchase various supplies and weapons in the pirate camp, even buying the beautiful women captured by the pirates. This revelation underscored the considerable value of these coins. Moreover, these coins are crafted from pure gold, undoubtedly enhancing their value. Such coins, once they reach the shore from the sea, can be conveniently exchanged for various national currencies, providing immense convenience for those who need to engage in trade across different countries. However, a minor pirate like Tuzi, who toils diligently each month, can only earn a meager 5 coins. This pales in comparison to the wealth amassed by more notorious pirates. Take, for instance, the small pirate captain, who nonchalantly produced dozens of such coins. Nevertheless, at that moment, Lu Fan demonstrated his generosity. He not only returned Tuzi's original 5 coins intact, but also bestowed upon him an additional 5 coins. This gesture filled Tuzi with profound gratitude. Under Tuzi's guidance, Lu Fan boarded the speedboat that the pirates had arrived in, setting off towards the island where the pirate camp was located. Throughout the journey, Tuzi appeared exceptionally anxious, trembling as if fearing that a mere displeasure from Lu Fan might seal his fate. Observing Tuzi's submissive demeanor, Lu Fan felt somewhat speechless. He worried that Tuzi's excessive nervousness might lead to unforeseen accidents. Thus, he resolved to reassure him, urging him to relax. Steer your boat steadily, fear not. As long as you assist me in rescuing that woman, I assure you, your life will be spared. Lu Fan's voice was calm, yet resolute. Upon hearing this, Tuzi felt a weight lifted from his shoulders, gradually calming his frayed nerves. The speedboat sped across the water like a missile, and after a lengthy journey, they finally arrived at the pirate camp just before nightfall, as described by Tuzi. On the island, the pirate flag fluttered in the wind, and the camp was filled with a cacophony of sounds. Tuzi cautiously docked the speedboat and led Lu Fan towards the camp. As they entered, several pirates approached them warily. Tuzi quickly donned a friendly smile, gesturing towards Lu Fan. This is our newly recruited brother, here to join us in our fortunes. The pirates scrutinized Lu Fan, noting his pirate attire, and did not inquire further, allowing them entry. As Lu Fan followed Tuzi through the camp, he observed his surroundings meticulously. Chapter 42. A heartbreaking scene in the cargo hold. The pirate headquarters was a rusted luxury cruise ship, stranded on the island, towering at least 7 or 8 stories high. Its massive hull stood out starkly against the small island. A colossal, corroded anchor was skewed into the sand, symbolizing its final connection to land and hinting at its inability to return to the vast ocean. 3 skull flags were prominently displayed on the ship's mast, flapping in the sea breeze, their fabric tattered by the elements, as if narrating the storms they had weathered. The skeletal designs glowed ghastly white under the dim light, sending shivers down one's spine, resembling banners that had drifted from the depths of hell. According to Tuzi, the holding cells for the hostages were situated in the cargo hold at the bottom of the ship, where access was heavily guarded. Moreover, someone of his lowly status lacked the privilege to enter. Only the pirate leaders or captains of each crew had the authority to select their desired women. The women captured were often auctioned off to chiefs seeking supplies or dignitaries from nearby small nations, treated like mere commodities, stripped of their freedom and dignity. Just then, a group of pirates emerged from the cargo hold, escorting several terrified women. These women were in rags, their eyes filled with despair and fear. Suddenly, one young girl broke free from her captors, running towards the beach while crying out for help, but in such a lawless domain teeming with pirates. Who would come to her rescue? A pirate swiftly pursued her, tackling her to the ground and dragging her back. At this moment, Lu Fan was consumed by rage at the thought that his beloved village flower, Auntie Wang Xiufang, might be enduring similar inhuman torment. His grip tightened around his dagger, wishing to charge forward and shred the pirates to pieces. Tuzi, seeing his agitation, broke into a cold sweat and immediately grasped his hand, urging him, "Do not act impulsively. If you reveal yourself, you may never rescue the woman you seek." Tuzi understood all too well that if the leader discovered he had brought Lu Fan, his own life would be forfeit. Regaining his composure, Lu Fan made his way towards the cargo hold where the women were imprisoned. Tuzi anxiously called out from behind, "Come back. We cannot enter there." Upon reaching the entrance of the cargo hold, 2 burly pirate guards blocked his path. "What do you want, kid?" one of them growled. Lu Fan suppressed his fury and feigned deference, saying, "Boss, I heard there are many beautiful women newly arrived in the cargo hold, and I wish to select one." As he spoke, Lu Fan produced several gleaming gold coins from his pocket, handing them to one of the guards. The pirate leader scrutinized him, glancing at the heavy coins in his hand, and arrogantly stated, "You're not supposed to be here, but since I'm in a good mood today, I'll let you take a look." With that, he permitted them entry into the cargo hold. Tuzi, witnessing Lu Fan's maneuver, was astonished, thinking to himself that indeed, money could work wonders. He eagerly followed Lu Fan into the hold. One side of the cargo hold was divided into cells, while the other was piled high with various goods. A nauseating stench pervaded the air, and in the dim light, the women huddled in the corners of their cells, weeping and trembling, their eyes filled with terror and despair. This heart-wrenching scene deeply unsettled Lu Fan and heightened his concern for Wang Xiufang's safety. He hurriedly searched each cell for any sign of her. However, after scouring the entire cargo hold, he found no trace of Wang Xiufang. At that moment, Lu Fan suddenly heard faint footsteps behind him. His heart raced as he quickly turned around, only to see several burly pirates striding hastily towards the cargo hold. Tuzi, evidently hearing the footsteps as well, turned pale and swiftly grabbed Lu Fan's arm, whispering, "Quick, hide." With that, the two of them darted behind a pile of goods, like startled rabbits. As the footsteps grew closer, Lu Fan and Tuzi held their breath, afraid to make a sound that might attract the pirates' attention. The pirates conversed in low tones as they walked, their words audible enough to grasp their content. "The women we captured this time are quite the catch. They'll surely fetch a good price," one pirate exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed, I heard some of them are daughters of prominent families." "Huh, we've hit the jackpot this time," another pirate chimed in. Their words echoed in Lu Fan's ears, intensifying his anxiety. He silently prayed for the pirates to leave quickly, allowing him to continue his search for the imprisoned women. After selecting several attractive women from the cells, the pirates led them out of the cargo hold. As their footsteps gradually faded into the distance, Lu Fan and Tuzi finally exhaled, cautiously emerging from behind the pile of goods. "Didn't they say everyone was kept here? Why is there no one?" Lu Fan furrowed his brow, his face etched with worry as he questioned. The bald man scratched his head and pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Could it be that they have already been taken upstairs? Why don't we go check the upper level?" Lu Fan found a semblance of logic in the bald man's words, and thus, the two of them resolutely exited the cargo hold, following the few pirates they had seen earlier. They cautiously ascended the stairs. "Where are the other women being held?" Lu Fan inquired urgently, fearing that if they delayed any longer, Wang Xiufang would fall prey to the merciless pirates. After a brief contemplation, the bald man replied, "They must all be kept here. If they are not here, there is a high probability that they are being auctioned off on the upper deck." Lu Fan was taken aback by this revelation. "What? Hurry, take me there." Under the bald man's guidance, they hurried towards the deck. After climbing 4 flights of stairs, they traversed a narrow passageway that led to the deck at its end, flanked on either side by hotel suites. As they passed one of the rooms, Lu Fan heard a woman's anguished scream emanating from within. He halted and noticed that the door was ajar, which explained how the sounds could be heard so clearly. Gently, Lu Fan pushed the door open slightly, and, through the gap, caught sight of 2 pirates assaulting a woman clad in tight yoga pants, her wavy hair cascading down her shoulders. The woman, pinned to the bed, struggled desperately, but her efforts were futile against the 2 strong and brutal pirates. One of the naked pirates, like a raging beast, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon her. The woman's cries echoed through the room, filled with despair and helplessness. "We should leave," the bald man urged, his voice trembling as he seemed to fear the pirates, anxious that Lu Fan might provoke them and bring unnecessary trouble upon himself. However, Lu Fan disregarded the bald man's advice, his gaze fixed on the battered woman. He had never witnessed such a brutal scene before, and his sense of justice compelled him to act. "No, I must save her," Lu Fan declared with unwavering determination. "What? Are you out of your mind?" The bald man stared at Lu Fan in disbelief. "Do you know who they are?" He pointed at the naked pirate and continued. "He is the most formidable pirate captain in the entire camp, with the most men under his command, and that bald one is his most capable henchman. If we provoke them, we will surely face dire consequences." Lu Fan remained unfazed, gritting his teeth and stating, "They have committed worse atrocities. They deserve to be punished." Just as the 2 men were embroiled in their heated argument, the pirates inside the room were drawn to their voices. The bald pirate cursed as he approached the door, clearly displeased by the interruption of his enjoyment. Seeing this, the bald man quickly reached out to pull Lu Fan away to escape. Nevertheless, Lu Fan swiftly drew the sharp obsidian dagger from his waist, gripping it tightly. As the bald pirate opened the door, Lu Fan struck like lightning, the dagger gleaming ominously in the air as it sliced across the bald pirate's throat. The pirate's body convulsed violently, his hands instinctively clutching the gushing wound. His mouth opened wide in a futile attempt to scream for help, but all that escaped were low, choking sounds. Ultimately, he slumped against the wall, his eyes wide open, lifeless. Lu Fan quickly bent down and retrieved the pistol from the pirate's belt. Hearing the commotion, a junior pirate turned just in time for Lu Fan to charge at him, the dagger plunging deep into his chest. The wound tore open like a gaping maw, blood gushing forth. The pirate's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lu Fan, before he too fell heavily to the ground. The woman on the bed watched in terror, her eyes filled with a mixture of horror and relief. The woman was named Su Muyun, a scion of a wealthy family in a city of Xia country. During her vacation, she had set out to sea with a few close friends, expecting a delightful trip, only to be ensnared by fate. The yacht they had boarded had unknowingly caught the attention of these pirates. Caught off guard, they faced a brutal robbery amidst the vast ocean. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately fell into the clutches of the pirates, ending up in such a tragic predicament. Now, Su Muyun was enveloped in fear and helplessness. Don't be afraid. I am here to find someone. I won't harm you. Have you seen a woman in a floral dress? Slightly plump, around 40 years old, Lu Fan asked earnestly. Su Muyun strained to recall, her mind racing through images of every woman she had seen in captivity. After a moment, she answered, I think there was someone, but she was taken away before I was brought out. I really don't know where she was taken. Lu Fan's brows furrowed deeply as he contemplated. After a moment, he decisively stated, we can't afford to waste any more time. Old man, take me to the deck to rescue her. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Although the bald man was reluctant, he felt compelled to comply with Lu Fan's insistence. Deep down, he silently prayed that this living embodiment of death would leave the camp soon. Otherwise, he feared he would also be implicated. As they prepared to exit the room, Su Muyun suddenly sprang from the bed like a nimble rabbit, clutching Lu Fan's hand tightly as if it were her last lifeline. Her voice trembled with fear and desperation as she implored, Brother, please save me. If you can get me out of here, I will serve you faithfully. The bald man, witnessing this, immediately adopted a pitiful expression and pleaded with Lu Fan, Please, I beg you, don't get involved in this. If I am discovered, I will be doomed. Hearing the bald man's words, Su Muyun became even more frantic, terrified that Lu Fan might abandon her for fear of being burdened. She fell to her knees before Lu Fan, tears streaming down her face like a torrential flood. Brother, please, save me. My family is wealthy. I will pay you whatever it takes. However, to Lu Fan, stranded on a deserted island, money held no value. He understood the bald man's concerns were not unfounded. If anything went awry while attempting to rescue her, not only would he fail to save Wang Xiufang, but he might also find himself in peril. Yet, when he saw Su Muyun's pitiable state, her tear-streaked face and pleading eyes stirred his compassion. Very well, we will go rescue her, but you must stay here in the room and not move. I will take you with me when I leave, Lu Fan finally decided. Su Muyun nodded eagerly, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Cautiously, Lu Fan and the bald man exited the room, closing the door quietly behind them as they made their way towards the deck. They did their best to avoid the gaze of other pirates along the way. However, halfway through, a group of fully armed pirate patrols happened to pass by. The bald man turned pale with fright, his body trembling uncontrollably, fearing they would recognize Lu Fan. Due to Lu Fan's disguise as a pirate, with his face obscured and only his eyes visible, the patrolling pirates did not suspect anything amiss, and they finally passed by without incident. Upon reaching the deck, Lu Fan was astounded by the scene that lay before him. In front of the deck lay an abandoned stage, beneath which sat a multitude of men adorned in various attires and possessing diverse complexions. Upon the stage, a group of imprisoned women was being coerced into dancing, among them the slightly plump Wang Xiufang, clad in a floral dress. Her eyes brimmed with terror and despair, her body trembling, and each movement appeared painfully stiff. Lu Fan clenched the dagger in his grasp, ready to charge forth, but was abruptly restrained by the bald man, who whispered urgently, You mustn't act impulsively, there are too many of them. The bald man stroked his sparse beard thoughtfully and then proposed, These women will surely be auctioned off shortly. You possess a fair amount of gold coins, do you not? You could bid for them and quietly escort them away. At that moment, a pirate nearby bellowed for the women to dance with more fervor, lest he become displeased. Chapter 44, The Pirate Leader, Hulauda. Just then, a disheveled man exuding an aura of a pirate overlord emerged from behind the stage. He was of above-average height, with pronounced eyebrows, slanted eyes, a hooked nose, and a mouth reminiscent of a catfish, complemented by sparse, yellowish facial hair. His visage was far from commendable, inciting an immediate wave of revulsion at first glance. The bald man, noticing Lu Fan's reaction, pointed at the long-haired man on stage and said, That is our leader, the master of this camp, whom everyone reverently refers to as Hulauda. Lu Fan regarded Hu Laoda with skepticism, turning to the bald man with a dubious expression. Him? He looks even worse than you. Lu Fan continued. I say we should eliminate him right now and have you take his place as the leader. In the midst of this conversation, Lu Fan unexpectedly placed a pistol into the bald man's hand, nodding for him to take action, which left the bald man visibly shaken. His complexion paled instantaneously, and his hands trembled uncontrollably as he protested. Brother, please don't scare me. Do you know how many subordinates he has? Even if each of them merely slapped us, we would be utterly overwhelmed. Lu Fan, contemplating the bald man's words, observed the crowd below the stage. He noted several well-dressed gentlemen among them and inquired, how far is the nearest land from here? I'm not entirely certain. But if one were to travel by cruise ship, it would take approximately 10 days, the bald man replied. Lu Fan pressed eagerly. What if we were to use a yacht? Would that be faster? Don't be ridiculous. A yacht cannot cover such a distance, especially through deep waters. Taking a yacht would be tantamount to courting death, the bald man explained. Lu Fan had initially contemplated acquiring a yacht to bring Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer home. But the bald man's comments extinguished his flickering hope. At that moment, Hu Laodao announced that these beauties had just arrived 2 days prior and welcomed everyone to bid, with the highest bidder winning. The first woman presented was a stunning blonde with captivating blue eyes, her expression filled with fear as she was escorted by 2 burly men, her steps faltering. The chiefs and well-dressed gentlemen in the audience immediately expressed their interest, calling out bids. 20 gold coins, shouted a rotund chief. I'll bid 30. Another chief, adorned with a turban and sunglasses, chimed in. As the price soared, it ultimately concluded with a disheveled dark-skinned chief winning her for 60 gold coins. Upon ascending the stage, he began to manhandle the blonde, who screamed in terror and attempted to fend him off. In a fit of rage, the dark-skinned chief struck her twice, eliciting laughter from the audience. At this juncture, Hu Laoda interjected, assuring the new owner that she was now his possession, free for him to treat as he wished. Ultimately, the blonde was carried away in despair by the dark chief. Witnessing the unfortunate fates of the women being taken one by one stirred a profound sense of helplessness within Lu Fan. He clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. Then, another woman was brought forth, Wang Xiufang. The moment Lu Fan laid eyes on her, his heart constricted painfully. I bid 10 gold coins, shouted a pirate lackey from the crowd, drawing astonished and disdainful looks from those around him. Only 10 gold coins? What a pittance! Someone mocked from the throng. I bid 20, declared a well-dressed gentleman. Though she may not be youthful or strikingly beautiful, she possesses a certain allure, and her physique is commendable, capable of bearing children. A man with slicked back hair, embodying a streetwise demeanor, remarked to his companion, before raising his bid to 30. Yet, the high rollers dismissed these bids with disdain, and the price continued to escalate. 30 gold coins. I bid 40. Wang Xiufang, observing the array of unattractive and aged chiefs in the audience, trembled at the thought of being subjected to their torment indefinitely, tears welling in her eyes. Just as the bidding neared 50 gold coins, Lu Fan suddenly stood up, proclaiming, I bid 100 gold coins. All eyes immediately turned to him, expressions of shock and disbelief etched across their faces. The bald man was rendered pale, gripping Lu Fan's sleeve tightly, his voice trembling as he stammered, Brother, have you lost your mind? 100 gold coins. How can you so casually part with such an amount for a mere woman? Hu Laoda, noticing this commotion, smirked greedily and remarked, Oh, this brother is quite generous. However, 100 gold coins is no trivial sum. Do you truly possess such wealth? Unbeknownst to him, Lu Fan had acquired this fortune by eliminating 2 of his leaders and a band of pirates. At this juncture, mockery arose from the crowd. Who is this kid? Are you here to cause trouble? Do you really think you can muster 100 gold coins? You must be a pauper. Nevertheless, Lu Fan remained unfazed by their jeers and, with unwavering composure, produced a heavy pouch from his attire, unhesitatingly tossing it to Hu Laoda. Upon receiving the pouch and inspecting its contents, Hu Laoda's interest peaked as he beheld the glimmering gold coins. His smile widened, radiating satisfaction. Ah, quite commendable, brother. Here, as long as you have sufficient funds, I assure you, you can acquire anything your heart desires. Hu Laoda declared with pride. He weighed the pouch in his hands, savoring its weight. Observing Lu Fan's confident demeanor, Hu Laoda mused that he likely wasn't deceiving him. Very well, in recognition of your sincerity, this woman shall be yours. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for Wang Xiufang to be brought to Lu Fan. Eagerly, Lu Fan stepped forward and embraced Wang Xiufang tightly. Yet, in that moment, she had no inkling that it was Lu Fan who held her. Struggling in his grip, She instinctively kicked towards his groin, delivering a sudden blow that left Lu Fan wincing in pain, his face paling as he grasped his injured self and began to whirl in agony. Chapter 45. From now on, I shall be your husband. This scene brought unrestrained joy to the esteemed chieftains who were observing. They laughed uproariously, as if witnessing something exceedingly ludicrous. Seeing this, Hu Laoda was even more elated. He grinned broadly, his laughter booming like thunder. Ah, my dear brother, you are indeed too impatient. This lady is now yours. You may deal with her as you wish. There are guest rooms available at your convenience. Having regained his composure, Lu Fan noticed Wang Xiufang attempting to flee. In a swift motion, he dashed forward, seizing her arm with the precision of an eagle capturing its prey, and pulled her back forcefully. Startled by this sudden action, Wang Xiufang gazed at the man before her, who wore a cap and had his face concealed by a dark cloth, a sense of déjà vu washing over her. Particularly when she met his gaze, that familiar feeling intensified, for his features bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Fan. However, unbeknownst to Wang Xiufang, this enigmatic figure was indeed Lu Fan himself. She had never imagined that he would come to her rescue, having previously believed that Lu Fan and Lin Shuer had already fallen victim to the Black Panther. Just as she was about to discern the true identity of this man, Lu Fan suddenly hoisted her onto his shoulder. The movement was swift and powerful, leaving Wang Xiufang utterly unprepared. Following this, Lu Fan unceremoniously slapped her backside and strode purposefully toward the suite, the bald man trailing behind. Upon witnessing Lu Fan hurriedly carrying Wang Xiufang, quickly followed. A sycophantic grin plastered on his face. Boss, if you're in a hurry, the suite is at your disposal. His expression was laced with a lewd smirk, as if anticipating the unfolding drama. Nevertheless, Lu Fan remained impervious to his remarks, not even sparing him a glance. As he continued on with Wang Xiufang until he reached the door of Su Mu Yun's suite, where he finally halted. Once inside, Lu Fan unhesitatingly tossed Wang Xiufang onto the bed, akin to discarding a sack of potatoes, before turning to close the door. Su Mu Yun, standing by the window, witnessed the entire spectacle, her heart brimming with confusion and unease, yet she dared not utter a word. She merely stood there, timidly watching Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang, speculating on what Lu Fan might do next. Would he, like those pirates, pounce upon her like a famished beast? After all, she had witnessed too many such occurrences here. Wang Xiufang, upon being thrown onto the bed, was evidently terrified, curling up in the corner, her eyes wide with vigilance and fear, as if Lu Fan were a fearsome demon. Observing her distress, Lu Fan quickly removed the cloth from his face, revealing his true identity, and reassured her. Do not be afraid, it is I, Lu Fan. Upon hearing his voice, Wang Xiufang snapped back to reality and, upon closer inspection, realized that it was indeed Lu Fan standing before her. The terror in her eyes was swiftly replaced by joy. She burst into tears, exclaiming, Lu Fan. It truly is you. Woo-woo. She flung herself into Lu Fan's embrace, sobbing heartily. Between her sobs, she stammered, Do you know? If you hadn't come to rescue me, I would have been sold to those old, ugly black men. Ah, woo-woo. Her voice was rife with fear and despair, as if she could already envision her grim fate. After uttering these words, Wang Xiufang's crying intensified, her body trembling from the tension. Witnessing her agony stirred something within Lu Fan. He resolved to employ his silver tongue to alleviate her distress. He chuckled gently. All right, enough of the tears. I have come to save you, haven't I? Besides, weren't you always saying I was just a kid? Well, look now, I've secured you a chieftain for a husband. Shouldn't you be pleased instead of upset? However, Wang Xiufang did not find humor in Lu Fan's words. Instead, her face flushed with anger. She abruptly lifted her head, glaring at Lu Fan, and struck his chest with a fist, rebuking him. You scoundrel! How can you joke at a time like this? If it weren't for searching for you, would I have been captured by them? The bald man standing at the door, observing the scene, appeared bewildered, and thus interjected. So, she is your sister-in-law. No wonder the boss is so anxious. Yes, henceforth she is my woman. I spent 100 gold coins to acquire her. Lu Fan grinned mischievously at Wang Xiufang, adding, You must listen to me. I shall be your husband now. Stop your nonsense. Wang Xiufang shot him a reproachful glance, seemingly displeased with his words. The bald man, noticing her reaction, quickly chimed in. Folks, since she has been saved, you should hurry and leave. If Hu Laoda discovers this, it would spell great trouble, and you might find yourselves unable to escape. He gestured towards the two pirates still lying on the ground, as if to remind Lu Fan of their precarious situation. Lu Fan glanced at the two pirates and recognized the gravity of their circumstances. He promptly supported Wang Xiufang, saying, "Auntie, I shall take you home now." Wang Xiufang, still shaken from her ordeal, nodded gently in response. Just then, Su Muyun, standing at the window, saw Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang preparing to leave. Fearing she would be left behind, she fell to her knees with a thud, pleading, "Big brother, sister-in-law, please take me with you. Otherwise, I will be tormented to death by these beasts. I beg you, save me." Su Muyun's calling Wang Xiufang's sister-in-law brought a spark of joy to Lu Fan's heart. He had already harbored some fondness for the girl, and now, hearing her address Wang Xiufang this way, he felt she was quite perceptive. Suppressing his delight, he maintained a calm facade as he regarded Wang Xiufang, secretly contemplating. This little girl is rather clever, and she knows to call Wang Xiufang's sister-in-law, which is quite advantageous for Lu Fan, who had long coveted Wang Xiufang. Wang Xiufang, noticing Su Muyun's plight, felt a surge of compassion. "Xiaofan, why don't we let her come with us?" Lu Fan feigned reluctance. "Very well, since you have spoken, I suppose we can reluctantly allow her to accompany us." After saying this, Lu Fan wrapped an arm around Wang Xiufang and headed outside, throwing a thumbs-up gesture back at Su Muyun. Chapter 46. Returning to the deserted island, the group hurriedly made their way to the shore, their steps hurried and frantic. Their hearts raced like the pounding of drums, seemingly on the verge of bursting from their chests. Under the guidance of the bald man, they located a speedboat, and upon sighting it, Su Muyun scrambled aboard as if clinging to a lifeline. Just as they prepared to board the speedboat, two patrolling pirates appeared before them like phantoms. These two pirates were burly, armed, and wore menacing expressions. "Halt! What are you doing? Do you not know that women are not allowed to leave the island?" One pirate bellowed, his voice piercing the air. Originally, the two patrolling pirates mistakenly believed that Lu Fan and Tuzi intended to take women out to sea for merriment, which is why they approached to intervene. Observing the situation, Tuzi felt a sense of dread. Fearing exposure, he hurriedly stepped forward with a forced smile, saying, "Brothers, it's like this." However, before he could complete his sentence, a piercing air raid siren suddenly blared. The alarm echoed through the entire camp like a clap of thunder, deafening to the ears. Upon hearing the siren, Tuzi's face turned ashen, and he anxiously stomped his feet, muttering, "This is bad, this is bad." Seeing Tuzi's panicked reaction, Lu Fan's heart tightened, and he quickly inquired, "What's wrong? What does this siren mean?" Tuzi lowered his voice and explained, "As soon as the air raid siren sounds, no one is allowed to leave the island. It's a rule. Could it be that we've been discovered?" In the midst of their conversation, the two patrolling pirates had already begun to yank Wang Xiufang and Su Muyun, their actions rough and inconsiderate of the women's feelings. Fury ignited within Lu Fan as he bellowed, "Stop!" He charged forward and swiftly wrested the weapons from the pirates' hands. In a deft turn, a sharp obsidian dagger swiftly sliced through the throats of the two men. Blood sprayed forth as they stared wide-eyed, letting out a final cry before collapsing to the ground. Yet, the commotion caught the attention of other pirates, and soon a throng of armed marauders rushed toward them. Tuzi turned pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Desperate, Lu Fan called out to Wang Xiufang and Su Muyun, urging them to board the ship quickly. "Hurry! Get on the boat!" His voice carried an urgency. Upon hearing Lu Fan's call, Wang Xiufang and Su Muyun hastily boarded the speedboat. "Tuzi, which direction should we head in? Do you have a compass?" Lu Fan asked anxiously. Tuzi, however, seemed dismissive, wearing a scornful expression as he replied, "Brother, who needs a compass? What era is this?" With that, Tuzi skillfully climbed onto the speedboat, quickly setting the navigation on the GPS according to his memory of the route to the island. Without hesitation, he jumped off the boat. "And what about you? What is your plan?" Lu Fan looked at Tuzi, filled with confusion and doubt. Tuzi's expression turned serious as he anxiously replied, "They shouldn't have discovered me yet. Please, let us hurry." At that moment, Tuzi was terrified of anyone discovering that Lu Fan had been brought to the camp by him. Lu Fan gazed at Tuzi, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he suddenly struck Tuzi on the head with the hilt of his dagger. A dull thud echoed as Tuzi collapsed, blood trickling from his forehead. To Lu Fan, while Tuzi was somewhat detestable, he had not yet completely lost his conscience. Perhaps keeping him alive could serve a purpose later. Having completed his actions without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan swiftly boarded the yacht, started the engine, and accelerated with all his might, darting toward the boundless sea like an arrow released from a bow. Watching the pirate camp recede into the distance, Su Muyun felt her fear and unease begin to dissipate slightly. However, as the reality of escaping the terrifying den sank in, a wave of overwhelming grievance surged within her, and she could no longer suppress her tears, bursting into sobs. Wang Xiufang, who had also escaped the clutches of danger alongside Su Muyun, felt a profound sense of security simply by having Lu Fan nearby. Observing Su Muyun's distress, Wang Xiufang's nurturing instincts kicked in. She approached without hesitation, enveloping Su Muyun in a comforting embrace, softly reassuring her, "Don't cry, dear. We are safe now." Through her sobs, Su Muyun recounted the situation of their group to Wang Xiufang. It turned out that there were 5 of them in total, including 2 men and 3 of her close friends. Currently, her 2 friends remained imprisoned in the pirate's cargo hold, their fates uncertain. As for the 2 male companions, their whereabouts were entirely unknown. The thought of this sent Su Muyun's cries spiraling into deeper despair, as if all her pent-up grievances and fears from the past few days were released at that moment. Wang Xiufang continued to gently pat her back, soothingly comforting her in hopes of calming her emotions. Meanwhile, Lu Fan piloted the speedboat, glancing back occasionally. His own heart raced with anxiety, fearing that the vicious pirates might pursue them. However, upon noticing that the waters behind were devoid of any pursuers, the heavy stone in his heart finally lifted. The speedboat raced across the vast ocean like a swift arrow piercing through the clouds, creating a long white wake upon the tranquil waters. Noticing that Su Muyun appeared to be around his age, Lu Fan smiled and remarked, "Su Muyun, right? How about we call you Xiao Yun from now on?" Su Muyun nodded in agreement, a smile emerging on her face. "Oh, by the way, Xiao Yun, earlier in the pirate's suite, you referred to her as sister-in-law, didn't you?" Su Muyun looked at Lu Fan, puzzled by his words. "Did I call it wrong, Brother Lu?" "Not at all. It makes sense for you to call me brother and her sister-in-law." Wang Xiufang's face flushed crimson upon hearing this, resembling a ripe apple. She shot Lu Fan an annoyed glance, yet inside, her heart fluttered like a wild deer. Turning to Su Muyun, she said, "Xiao Yun, just call me Sister Xiufang from now on." At that moment, Lu Fan feigned a look of grievance and protested, "Hey, wait a minute. You're the wife I had to spend 100 gold coins to win. You can't deny it. All right, you Lu Fan, just escaped danger and you're already plotting against me. Let us see if I 1T kick you to death." With that, Wang Xiufang playfully kicked at Lu Fan's backside. However, she lost her balance and nearly stumbled, prompting Lu Fan to swiftly catch her in his arms. Wang Xiufang's face turned even redder, and she struggled for a moment but couldn't break free. Summoning his courage, Lu Fan planted a kiss on her cheek, then teasingly suggested, "How about we consummate our marriage tonight?" Haha. Wang Xiufang, flustered and irritated, raised her leg, preparing to deliver a decisive kick. But Lu Fan easily dodged her attempt. "I'm just curious. Did you and Lin Shuai learn from the same master? Why do you both target my soft spots?" With Lu Fan's antics, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Su Muyun glanced between Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang, suddenly stifling a laugh. "So, Brother Lu actually likes Sister Xiufang. How lovely, I knew it. You two are quite the match. Xiao Yun, why are you joining in on the teasing?" Wang Xiufang shot a shy look at Su Muyun. Just then, the speedboat jolted violently, as if colliding with something. Lu Fan quickly steadied himself and looked out at the ocean, only to see a massive shark circling the speedboat, its fins slicing through the water, sending up splashes. "Not good. We're encountering a shark," Lu Fan shouted, rapidly adjusting the speedboat's direction in an attempt to shake off the predator. Yet the shark was relentless, closely tailing the boat, its jaws agape, showcasing sharp teeth, as if ready to leap aboard and devour them whole. Su Muyun screamed in terror, while Wang Xiufang's face turned pale as she tightly grasped Lu Fan's arm. Maintaining his composure, Lu Fan accelerated the boat to distance themselves from the shark. However, the shark pursued them with astonishing speed. Just as it was about to pounce on the speedboat, Lu Fan suddenly spotted a cluster of rocks not far ahead. Without hesitation, he steered the boat toward the rocky formation. The shark seemed to sense the impending danger and attempted to turn back, but it was too late. It crashed headlong into the rocks, staining the surrounding waters with its blood. The shark struggled in agony for a moment before sinking to the ocean floor. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the tension in their hearts finally alleviated. "That was close. I nearly became fish food," Su Muyun said, still shaken. "It's all right now. Let us continue our journey," Lu Fan said, adjusting the boat's direction and steering onward across the vast sea. After a long journey spanning most of the day, they finally caught sight of the familiar island that was their sanctuary. "Look, there's our little island," Wang Xiufang exclaimed excitedly, pulling Su Muyun's hand and enthusiastically introducing her to the details of the island, mentioning 2 people living there, Aunt Li and Lin Shuai. "Once we arrive home, I'll introduce you to them." The speedboat gradually approached the island, and Lu Fan carefully docked it at the shore. He first allowed Wang Xiufang and Su Muyun to disembark, then maneuvered the boat to the side of the island to conceal it. Meanwhile, in a cave on the island, Aunt Li and Lin Shui anxiously awaited Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang's return. Shui, why haven't Ti Xiaofan and the others returned yet? Aunt Li asked with a worried expression, pacing restlessly, uncertain if he had found Xiufang. Lin Shui, equally concerned, reassured her, Aunt, don't fret. Lu Fan will surely find Sister Xiufang and bring her back. Perhaps they encountered some delays on their journey. The trio, oblivious to the anxieties of Lin Shui and Aunt Li waiting in the cave, chatted and laughed along the way. Upon seeing Lu Fan return, Lin Shui rushed over to greet him, her words filled with concern. Hearing her speak in such a manner, Wang Xiufang felt a twinge of jealousy, an indescribable sensation rising within her. She speculated whether something had happened between the two during their days apart. At that moment, Aunt Li, noticing an additional person, was quite surprised. What's this young girl, Xiufang? Wang Xiufang hurriedly explained the situation, and both Aunt Li and Lin Shui expressed sympathy for Su Mu Yun's ordeal, approaching her to offer comfort. That night, everyone gathered around the campfire, feasting on grilled fish while recounting all that had transpired at the pirate camp. When Lin Shui and Aunt Li learned that Lu Fan had killed so many to save Wang Xiufang, they were taken aback, instantly gaining a new perspective on him. They also felt a wave of apprehension for Wang Xiufang's experience. So, you're saying Sister Xiufang was essentially bought? Lin Shui remarked disdainfully. What else could it be? Should she marry those old black men? I pity her. I could have bought several beautiful girls for that 100 gold coins. Lu Fan paused, observing Wang Xiufang's reaction, fearful she might retaliate. I don't care. After we finish eating, you all go outside first. I'm going to share a room with her tonight, he declared, deliberately pointing at Wang Xiufang. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiufang raised her fist, ready to strike. So, you saved me just to have me as your bride? You really think of me as a commodity? Lu Fan realized the gravity of the situation and quickly jumped back, smiling apologetically. I was just joking. I would never dare. Saving you is entirely my pleasure, after all. You are my village's flower, my goddess. Laughter erupted among the group. Su Mu Yun, listening to their banter, felt envious, never expecting that the ruthless Lu Fan from the island camp could exhibit such a light-hearted side here. You all are wonderful, like a family, she remarked. Aunt Li affectionately patted her head, saying, from now on, you are our family. This island is our shared home. Su Mu Yun gazed at these kind-hearted individuals, her heart brimming with gratitude. She secretly vowed to foster good relationships with them and start anew in this place. As they gathered around the fire, eating and chatting, Lu Fan suddenly appeared troubled, contemplating their next course of action. He understood that once pirate who discovered the slain pirate, it was highly likely he would come looking for them, so they needed to prepare in advance. Just then, Wang Xiufang, noticing Lu Fan's furrowed brow, inquired with concern. Lu Fan, what's wrong? You seem troubled. She assumed his distress stemmed from her earlier rejection. Lu Fan furrowed his brow slightly and replied, Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking that we can no longer stay here. Tomorrow, we must move to below the cliff. Chapter 48. You still want to keep 2 boats afloat? Wang Xiufang, puzzled, pressed for clarification. Why? Isn't it fine here? It feels quite safe. Lu Fan explained. While it is relatively safe for now, the pirates are aware of our location. Living in such an obvious spot, they will discover us sooner or later. A few days ago, Lin Shui and I stumbled upon a better place. It not only has ready-made wooden huts, but also wheat. What? Wheat? How can that be possible? Aunt Li exclaimed in astonishment, nearly dropping her jaw. After all, this was an island. How could there be wheat? Lin Shui, seeing Aunt Li's shock, quickly interjected, There is indeed wheat, along with wild fruit trees. The scenery there is particularly beautiful. You will see when you go. As night fell, the campfire dwindled, and everyone, filled with satisfaction and anticipation, drifted into slumber. The next day, at dawn, Lu Fan rose early, armed with weapons, and hurried to the site where they had ambushed the pirates. He distinctly remembered the pirates carrying a significant amount of weaponry and ammunition, which were crucial for their survival on this desolate island. However, when he arrived at the scene with eager anticipation, he was astonished to discover that one of the 9 pirate corpses was missing. This unexpected turn of events left Lu Fan bewildered, pondering whether one of the pirates had not fully succumbed and had escaped while he was away. He scrutinized the surroundings, noting the evident drag marks and scattered footprints. From these traces, it appeared that the missing body had likely been dragged away by some large beast. Fortunately, the weapons on that pirate's body seemed to remain undisturbed, lying silently in place, as if awaiting Lu Fan's arrival. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan steeled himself against the nauseating stench and cautiously entered the area thick with the aura of death. The pungent odor, reminiscent of months-old refuse, mingled with a strong metallic scent of blood and the foulness of decay, surged into his nostrils, causing his stomach to churn violently. Nevertheless, Lu Fan gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort, and began to collect all usable items one by one. The items collected were not limited to the weapons and ammunition left behind by the pirates. They also included scarce treasures such as lighters and chewing gum, which were in high demand on this desolate island. At that moment, Lu Fan indulged himself with a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. After completing his task, he stood still, gazing at the lifeless bodies of the once feared pirates. Initially, he had contemplated digging a grave for them to provide a final resting place, but confronted by the suffocating stench and the gruesome sight before him, he ultimately changed his mind. Let the beasts of the jungle handle them, he thought, as this would serve as their deserved retribution. With that resolve, he hefted the gathered weapons and items, running towards the cave without looking back, eager to escape the realm of death and decay. Upon returning to the cave, Wang Xiufang and the others had already gathered everything they needed. As she glanced back at the cave that had sheltered them from the elements, a twinge of reluctance stirred within her. However, spurred by Lu Fan's urging, she reluctantly followed him towards the cliff base, where he had mentioned a wooden cabin awaited. After a grueling journey of nearly 2 hours, they finally reached the base of the cliff. It was the first time for Wang Xiufang and the others, and they were utterly astonished by the enchanting scenery of the gorge. She had never witnessed sunlight streaming down like pillars onto the earth, nor had she seen the fields of grain that lay behind the wooden cabin. Subsequently, Lu Fan instructed them to organize the rooms while he took a machete and ventured into the jungle to gather some logs to repair the damaged areas of the cabin. Since consuming a significant amount of blood orchid, Lu Fan had undergone remarkable changes. His strength had grown immensely. In addition, wielding a sharp machete further enhanced his capabilities. Before long, Lu Fan, like an indefatigable machine, transported dozens of robust logs back to the cabin. For an ordinary person, this task would have required considerable time and effort. Yet for Lu Fan, it seemed remarkably effortless. With the assistance of Lin Shuer and the others, he finally replaced the deteriorated sections of the cabin walls with the logs. Next, he collected some dry grass from the nearby stream, weaving them together with thin branches to create a roof cover against the wind and rain. After completing the roof repairs, Lu Fan did not pause. He continued his labors, bringing stones from the stream to construct a simple yet functional earthen stove. After much effort, the environment within the cabin was thoroughly improved, becoming clean and tidy. Lu Fan stood before the cabin, murmuring to himself that this would be their home, where he would be the head of the household, with Lin Shuer and Aunt Xiufang as his women, laughing heartily. Suddenly, Lin Shuer, busy with her tasks, heard Lu Fan's shameless remarks, and her expression darkened, fury rising from within. With wide eyes and clenched hands gripping her kitchen utensils, she forcefully threw them to the ground, creating a loud crash. Pointing at Lu Fan, she unleashed a torrent of invective. Lu Fan, are you not ashamed? You little rascal. How dare you wish to play both sides? Her sharp, piercing voice startled Lu Fan. After being berated by Lin Shuer, Lu Fan felt as if he had wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant, his demeanor deflated. He stood there, head hanging low, too intimidated to utter a word, let alone retaliate. After a considerable silence, Lin Shuer, finally exhausted from her tirade, continued to glare at Lu Fan, who seized the opportunity to flash a lecherous grin and softly suggested, "Then I shall be content to pursue only you. How does that sound?" Lin Shuer nearly fainted from rage upon hearing this. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she retorted with a fierce command, "Get lost," bending down to pick up the kitchen utensils and hurling them at Lu Fan without hesitation. In Chapter 49, Aunt Xiufang proposed sharing a room. Meanwhile, Li Auntie and Wang Xiufang had long grown accustomed to Lu Fan's smooth tongue and were unfazed. However, the newly arrived Su Muyun felt at a loss amid the sudden commotion. Watching Lu Fan and Lin Shuer bicker incessantly, she felt anxious and prepared to intervene. Wang Xiufang, quick on her feet, pulled Su Muyun back and sternly admonished, "Enough, Lu Fan, will you ever cease?" Upon hearing Wang Xiufang's reprimand, Lu Fan recognized his excesses and promptly fell silent. Lin Shuer also refrained from continuing her outburst due to Wang Xiufang's intervention. Thus, their verbal sparring came to a temporary halt. However, a new dilemma emerged. There were 5 of them, but only 4 rooms. How would they allocate the spaces? Confronted with this predicament, Lu Fan stepped forward without hesitation and proposed, "No need for discussion. Aunt Xiufang and I will share a room." and each of you will have your own." Before he could finish, Wang Xiufang abruptly interrupted, pointing at him with an angry expression. "This matter is far from resolved. You keep saying." Seeing Wang Xiufang's displeasure, Lu Fan stammered, "But you are indeed." Yet he was cut off, as Wang Xiufang was relentless, declaring, "Don't you dare say another word. If you continue to spout nonsense, I will genuinely become angry." At that moment, Lianne wore a knowing smile, her gaze landing on Lu Fan. She then extended her hand, pointing at him. "You, I don't even know how to address you." After a pause, seemingly pondering, she continued, "How about this? Since Xiaoyan just arrived and may need time to adjust, let her share a room with me. As for the rest of you, each can have your own." Lu Fan understood Lianne's kindness. He knew she was older and required ample rest. He quickly replied, "No need, Lianne. I was merely joking. Everyone having their own room is perfectly fine. I'm quite tough-skinned and can manage sleeping in the common area. Besides, it would be unfair to have two of you accommodate for my sake." Lianne was acutely aware that everything they possessed, including their comfortable abode, was the result of Lu Fan's hard work. She hesitated but ultimately spoke, "But you." However, Lu Fan seemed to anticipate her concerns and interjected, "It's fine, Lianne. Let's settle on this." His tone was resolute and decisive, leaving no room for rebuttal. Having reached an agreement, everyone began to organize their rooms. While Lu Fan's preparations were relatively straightforward, lacking a bed in the cabin's common area, he gathered a large bundle of dry grass and laid it in a corner, thus completing his makeshift sleeping arrangement. The closest room to him was Lin Shui's. After completing all these tasks, Lu Fan presented the ancient book he had previously discovered to the knowledgeable Liai, asking her to examine the unfamiliar characters and decipher their content. Liai accepted the tome, meticulously flipping through its pages. Occasionally, she furrowed her brow in deep thought, and at other times, she nodded gently in understanding. After a considerable time, she looked up, her eyes brimming with astonishment and delight, exclaiming, "Xiufang, this is truly a treasure. It contains numerous survival techniques for this deserted island, as well as the characteristics and uses of various wild herbs." Upon hearing Liai's words, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly responded, "Really? Liai, does that mean we have stumbled upon a manual for surviving on this island? This is absolutely wonderful." Liai smiled at Lu Fan's enthusiasm and nodded in agreement, saying, "Of course, one could certainly consider it a manual." At that moment, Su Mu Yun and Lin Shui, standing nearby, could no longer contain their curiosity and approached, their eyes wide with interest. Lin Shui, unable to hold back, asked eagerly, "Liai, please check if there are any mentions of the great serpent and the blood orchid." Her voice revealed a sense of urgency, as if she were filled with anticipation regarding the connection between the two. Liai nodded reassuringly, saying, "Do not rush. Such a thick book will indeed require some time to read thoroughly. I will make an effort to finish it." However, Lu Fan then realized that everyone had been preoccupied all day without even pausing to eat. He decided to first search for some food to satisfy their hunger. Lu Fan turned and stepped outside the wooden hut, only to discover that Lin Shui was closely following him. His heart raced, and he immediately adopted a defensive stance. Questioning her with suspicion, "What are you following me for?" Lu Fan inwardly wondered if she had come to confront him about the earlier incident. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his nerves tensed. Lin Shui, noticing his apprehension, smirked slightly, her lips curling in derision as she replied, "What are you afraid of? I'm no tiger, I won't eat you." Her tone was lighthearted, seemingly unconcerned with Lu Fan's anxiety. She then stepped forward, standing beside him, and confidently stated, "Let us go together. It is certainly faster for two than for one." Lu Fan strolled leisurely, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he suddenly remarked, "Aren't you afraid that if we reach a deserted place, I might just eat you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shui abruptly halted, turning to Lu Fan with a look of disbelief. "What? Eat me? I'm not some delicacy. What is there to devour?" With that, she deliberately puffed out her chest, as if to demonstrate her ordinariness. Yet, Lu Fan chuckled, revealing his neat row of teeth as he retorted, "What do you mean? I merely wish to take advantage of you." Before he could finish, he dashed away as if his feet were greased, quickly widening the gap between them. For he certainly did not wish to be kicked again. Lin Shui's face flushed crimson in embarrassment and anger as she pointed at Lu Fan's retreating figure, playfully scolding, "You stop right there. Just wait until I tear your mouth apart." With that, she disregarded any semblance of a demure image and hurriedly lifted her skirt, striding after Lu Fan. Chapter 50. The kindling of passion. Thus, the two chased each other, filled with laughter and joy, until they inadvertently found themselves by a small stream. Lu Fan leaped into the stream with a bound, and began to rummage among the stones. After a while, he triumphantly surfaced with a medium-sized crab. Holding it out to Lin Shui, he said with a hint of exasperation, "Sister Shui, look, there aren't many crabs here either. Shall we walk further along the stream to see if there are more ahead?" Lin Shui glanced at the crab, nodded in agreement, and replied, "All right. Let us search a bit more." As Lu Fan waded through the stream, searching diligently, he managed to catch a few crabs and small fish. Yet these were far from sufficient to meet the dietary needs of their group of 5. As they continued upstream, the water deepened and the variety of fish increased. Ahead lay the very waterfall from which they had been swept away, and below the falls lay a deep pool formed by the constant erosion of the waterfall. The water overflowing from this pool flowed into the canyon, nourishing the flora at the cliff's base. Observing the schools of fish in the pool, Lu Fan swiftly shed his shirt and plunged into the water. Lin Shui, standing on the bank, called out with concern, "Lu Fan, be careful." Lu Fan swam with agility, soon catching several plump fish. He tossed them onto the bank, beaming with excitement as he declared, "Sister Shui, with these fish, we will surely have a satisfying meal today." Lin Shui smiled as she gathered the fish into a basket, praising, "You are truly impressive." After gathering an ample supply of fish, Lu Fan leisurely swam in the pool, taking the opportunity to wash away the dirt from his body. As he glanced at Lin Shui standing on the bank, dressed in a flowing dress that fluttered in the breeze, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. He swam to the edge, splashed water with both hands toward Lin Shui, drenching her unexpectedly. Startled, she shivered and quickly turned to glare at him, accusing, "What are you trying to do? You want to get hit, don't you?" The water soaked her dress, clinging to her form and accentuating her curves. Lu Fan, captivated by Lin Shui's figure, found himself momentarily entranced. Suddenly, Lin Shui crouched down at the water's edge, scooping a handful of water and splashing it back at him with force. Lu Fan was caught off guard, water splattering across his face. Wiping the water away, he feigned anger and lunged toward Lin Shui. She squealed and turned to flee but slipped and tumbled into the water. Quick as a flash, Lu Fan caught her. Their bodies pressed closely together. In that instant, the air around them seemed to still, their heartbeats resonating in the silence. Feeling Lin Shui's unease, Lu Fan softly reassured her, "Sister Shui, it's all right. I am here." Gripping his shoulders tightly, Lin Shui, still shaken, gradually regained her composure. Their bodies remained entwined, and Lu Fan felt the warmth of her soft form against him, prompting an involuntary movement as he shifted against her. Realizing his inappropriate behavior, Lin Shui's face flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly attempted to push him away. However, Lu Fan, aware that they were still in the water, held on tighter. Teasing, "Sister Shui, you initiated this embrace. You cannot blame me." Lin Shui shot him an indignant glare, yet her usual fierceness seemed to have dissipated. In that moment, Lu Fan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to Lin Shui's alluring lips, as tempting as cherries, slightly parted as if awaiting something. Unable to suppress his yearning any longer, Lu Fan leaned forward, intending to kiss those enticing lips. However, just as he was about to succeed, Lin Shui abruptly raised a hand to block his mouth, exclaiming, "What do you think you're doing?" Lu Fan found himself in an awkward predicament due to the sudden interruption. He chuckled helplessly and quickly remarked, "Shuijia, your hands are truly beautiful," attempting to dissipate the uncomfortable atmosphere. After a brief stalemate in the water, Lu Fan ultimately resolved to lift Lin Shui to the shore first. He carefully cradled her with one arm while using the other to paddle towards the bank. Once there, he positioned Lin Shui to lie on the edge and, with both hands, hoisted her up, inadvertently giving her a firm squeeze as she emerged from the water. Lin Shui, upon reaching the shore, felt a flicker of anger at Lu Fan's earlier action but was at a loss for a retort, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Her hair, disheveled from the struggle in the water, clung damply to her cheeks. As she attempted to tidy her hair, she feigned composure and said, "It's all your fault for making me fall into the water." Lu Fan scratched his head and laughed. "Yes, you're absolutely right. It's my fault. But this pool is quite refreshing. Let's just say you had a nice bath. It feels pretty good, doesn't it?" His smooth words instantly transformed Lin Shui's initial irritation into amusement, prompting her to giggle. At that moment, Lu Fan's gaze was entirely captivated by Lin Shui before him. Her rosy cheeks glowed like the evening sky, and her cherry-like lips radiated an alluring sheen, seemingly beckoning Lu Fan to taste them. At that moment, Lu Fan felt an intense fire igniting within him. Longing for Lin Shui, he could no longer suppress the fervor within his heart. Without hesitation, he reached out and drew the still flustered Lin Shui tightly into his embrace. Startled, Lin Shuer trembled at his sudden move, momentarily rendered speechless. Before she could react, Lu Fan's kiss descended upon her like a tempest, forcefully capturing her lips and leaving her unable to utter a word. The unexpected kiss left Lin Shuer utterly unprepared. Her eyes widened in shock, her face a mix of astonishment and bashfulness. She pushed against Lu Fan's chest, attempting to break free. But his hold was as unyielding as iron, leaving her powerless. Enraptured by the sweetness of the moment, Lu Fan had completely lost his senses. All that occupied his mind was his yearning for Lin Shuer. His lips greedily explored Lin Shuer's, while his hands began to roam boldly across her body. Internally, Lin Shuer felt a whirlwind of confusion, yet a strange anticipation. After all, she harbored feelings for Lu Fan, albeit restrained by the presence of Wang Xiufang and Aunt Li. Lu Fan, let go of me. We cannot do this, she protested. Despite her words, as Lu Fan continued his passionate caresses and kisses, her body gradually softened, surrendering to his fervor. Noticing her diminishing resistance, Lu Fan grew bolder. Just as the atmosphere between them intensified, a distant voice called out, Lu Dage, Shuerjia, where are you? It was Su Muyun's voice. The shout doused Lu Fan's desires like a bucket of cold water, snapping him back to reality. Quick, let go of Lin Shuer, he urged, fearing Su Muyun would discover their embarrassing situation. As Lu Fan released her, she pushed him away forcefully, hurriedly adjusting her disheveled attire. Her face a canvas of embarrassment and fury. We're over here. Lu Fan responded loudly, his voice trembling slightly. Su Muyun soon appeared before them. Upon seeing their damp and disheveled appearances, she inquired, what happened to you two? Lu Fan scratched his head awkwardly and replied, we accidentally fell into the water. Lin Shuer kept her head down, avoiding Su Muyun's gaze, anxious that she might discern something amiss. However, Su Muyun was no fool. She seemed to sense an odd tension from their nervous demeanor. To alleviate the awkwardness, she refrained from probing further and said, all right, let's hurry back. Xiufang Jia has been waiting anxiously. Okay, let's go. Lu Fan agreed, though inwardly he cursed Su Muyun for her timing, wishing she had arrived earlier or later. But not at that moment to ruin his opportunity. The three of them, carrying their fish baskets, made their way towards the wooden cabin. Along the way, Lu Fan stole glances at Lin Shuer, who remained blushing and unable to meet his eyes. This unexpected intimate encounter had rendered their relationship increasingly delicate. As Lu Fan watched Su Muyun walk ahead, his frustration grew. He thought to himself that had she not interrupted, Lin Shuer might very well be his now. Blaming Su Muyun for the disruption, he decided to confront her, adopting a serious tone. Xiaoyun, what did you just call me? Su Muyun turned, puzzled by his stern expression, feeling a hint of trepidation, yet she bravely replied, I called you Lu Dage. Is there something wrong? Seeing her response, Lu Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he continued, then what do you call Lin Shuer? Su Muyun blinked, seemingly perplexed by the question. After a moment of hesitation, she answered, of course, I call her Shuerjia. What else? Xiaoyun, do you not understand? If you call me brother, then you should refer to her as sister-in-law, for Shuerjia is my girlfriend, do you comprehend? Lu Fan's voice suddenly escalated, tinged with severity. Su Muyun was taken aback by his declaration, her expression shifting to one of disbelief as she exclaimed, Lu Dage, didn't you tell me to call Xiufang Jia's sister-in-law? How come it has changed now? You truly are fickle. Lu Fan, alarmed by her escalating excitement, worried that Lin Shuer might overhear. He swiftly stepped forward, covering her mouth with his hand while whispering urgently, Xiaoyun, don't say another word. However, despite Lu Fan's quick actions, Lin Shuer had heard their entire exchange. Anger surged within her as she glared at Lu Fan, exclaiming, I knew you wanted to have your cake, and eat it too. At that moment, Su Muyun forcefully pried Lu Fan's hand away, lowering her voice as she cautioned, Lu Dage, you really should be careful. If Xiufang Jia finds out, she will undoubtedly be hurt. Lu Fan, feeling utterly helpless, replied, but what do I usually call your Xiufang Jia? Su Muyun squinted, trying to recall. And after a brief moment, she confidently stated, of course, I call her aunt. Exactly. Lu Fan nodded vigorously. I previously joked about you calling her sister-in-law. In truth, she is your real sister-in-law. As he spoke, Lu Fan pointed at Lin Shuer, who remained sulking nearby. Su Muyun seemed to grasp part of the situation but was still confused, nodding vacantly and murmuring, oh, I see. However, Lin Shuer interjected, Xiaoyun, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just a little brat. I would never be his girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan immediately pointed at his own nose, retorting, what? A little brat? I am already 25 years old. Who calls a 25-year-old a little brat? As soon as Lu Fan's words fell, before Lin Shuer could respond. Su Muyun unexpectedly interjected, exclaiming, "What? You're only 25? I've been calling you Brother Lu all this time, and here I am at 28. Lu Fan was utterly taken aback by this sudden revelation, left standing in shock, unsure of how to react. Regaining his composure, he sheepishly scratched his head and offered a somewhat awkward smile, saying, "So you're older than me, huh? That's quite unexpected. If that's the case, you can stop calling me Brother Lu, and I shall call you Sister Xiaoyun instead. How does that sound?" Upon hearing his words, Su Muyun felt a flutter of joy within her, nodding with satisfaction as she softly replied, "Sounds good." Observing this exchange, Lin Shuer let out a cold huff. Seemingly unfazed by Lu Fan's earlier statement, she bluntly remarked, "Humph, so what if you're 25? Now you finally understand, right? In our presence, you're nothing but a mere child. A novice." Naturally, Lu Fan felt a surge of defiance at Lin Shuer's words and retorted, "At my age, how can I be considered a child? I'm merely tender grass. Doesn't an old cow like you wish to taste the flavor of such fresh grass?" Lin Shuer, upon hearing this, instantly flushed with anger, glaring at Lu Fan as she shouted, "Get lost! Who would want to taste your tender grass?" Amused by their banter, Su Muyun couldn't help but giggle, swiftly waving her hands, saying, all right, you two stop arguing. Let us hurry back. I'm starving." With that, she took the lead and walked ahead. Lin Shuer, seeing this, chose not to continue her dispute with Lu Fan and cast a furtive glance his way. To her surprise, Lu Fan was grinning at her mischievously, causing her lips to curve upwards slightly, her earlier tension seemingly dissipating. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Wang Xiufang promptly approached, her expression shifting to one of displeasure upon noticing the wet state of the two. With a hint of skepticism, she inquired, "Lu Fan, what on earth have you two been up to? How did you end up like this?" Lu Fan, contemplating his response, hesitated to reveal the truth to Wang Xiufang for fear of her reprimand. Thus, he mustered the courage to regurgitate the same excuse he had previously concocted for Su Muyun. Wang Xiufang, upon hearing his explanation, displayed a flicker of doubt on her face. She scrutinized Lu Fan, seemingly attempting to glean some truth from his expression. Nevertheless, Lu Fan's cunning performance was convincing enough that Wang Xiufang detected no irregularities, though she did find the atmosphere between him and Lin Shuer somewhat peculiar. Despite her lingering doubts, she refrained from probing further, urging Lu Fan and Lin Shuer to change into dry clothes to avoid catching a chill. Lu Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him and seized the opportunity to slip away. Wang Xiufang took the fish basket and began preparing a grilled fish feast. During dinner, Lu Fan was noticeably distracted, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Lin Shuer. Although she feigned calmness, the slight blush on her ears betrayed her inner shyness. Thus, the meal concluded amid an awkward atmosphere. After dinner, everyone retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Lying on the hay-strewn floor, Lu Fan's mind replayed the intimate moments he had shared with Lin Shuer, the memories igniting a passionate fire within him, rendering him restless. Just as he was tossing and turning, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching, prompting him to close his eyes and feign sleep. It was Lin Shuer, rising to fetch a glass of water. Clad in loose pajamas, her footsteps were light, and the moonlight enveloped her, creating a serene tableau. Unaware of Lu Fan's pretense, she walked directly past him toward the kitchen. A delicate fragrance wafted from her presence, causing Lu Fan to surreptitiously open his eyes and observe her silhouette, his heart racing uncontrollably. After filling her glass, Lin Shuer turned to return, inadvertently locking eyes with Lu Fan. A moment of silence enveloped them, the atmosphere shifting palpably. Lin Shuer's face flushed deeper, her hands trembling slightly with the bowl of water. Lu Fan, equally flustered, decided to sit up. "Why, you're still awake?" Lin Shuer broke the silence, her voice soft and laced with shyness. Lu Fan scratched his head and stood, slowly approaching her. "I can't seem to sleep," he replied, his voice low and slightly husky. As they drew closer, each could hear the other's rapid breathing. Lin Shuer averted her gaze, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. Observing her bashful demeanor only stoked Lu Fan's fervor. Finally, he could no longer contain himself. He gently lifted Lin Shuer's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Lin Shuer shut her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes fluttering like a startled fawn. Lu Fan leaned in slowly, just as their lips were about to connect. Suddenly, a faint cough emanated from Wang Xiufang's room, shattering the stillness. The sound, though subtle, reverberated loudly in the quiet surroundings. At the moment they heard it, Lin Shuer and Lu Fan recoiled as if struck by lightning, hastily retreating like two startled rabbits. Lin Shuer's face turned crimson, resembling a ripe apple, and she lowered her head, avoiding Lu Fan's gaze. Like a frightened deer, she dashed back to her room, slamming the door behind her. Standing there, Lu Fan watched her retreating figure with a sense of reluctance. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to take a chance. Taking a deep breath, he boldly dashed into Lin Shuer's room, swiftly shutting the door behind him. Clearly taken aback by Lu Fan's audacity, Lin Shuer trembled involuntarily. What are you doing here? Hurry up and get out before they see you. Her voice trembled with a mix of panic and shyness. Yet, in that moment, Lu Fan was consumed by his emotions. His face flushed, his eyes gleaming with fervor, oblivious to her concerns. He stepped forward and enveloped Lin Shuer in his arms, as if fearing she might vanish at any moment. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, "Sister Shuer, I can no longer suppress my feelings. I like you, and I want you to be mine." His voice quivered with emotion. With that, he succumbed to his impulses, lowering his head to plant a kiss upon Lin Shuer's soft cheek. Completely unprepared for such a bold move in the wooden cabin, Lin Shuer's eyes widened in shock, her face blushing with a vibrant hue. She attempted to push Lu Fan away, but his embrace was as unyielding as iron, rendering her motionless. "Lu Fan, this is too sudden. I am not ready." Her voice quivered, a mixture of confusion and uncertainty flooding her heart. The intimacy they had shared earlier ignited Lu Fan's primal instincts, transforming him into a figure of unrestrained desire as he pulled Lin Shuer onto the bed. Although Lin Shuer verbally protested, the vibrancy of her youth had been thoroughly ignited by Lu Fan, causing her to cease her resistance. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the two of them. As Lu Fan awoke, he gazed lovingly at the sleeping Lin Shuer, his heart brimming with tenderness and contentment. However, in the next moment, his expression turned ashen upon hearing the familiar call of Wang Xiufang from outside, announcing that breakfast was ready. Alarmed, Lu Fan hurriedly scrambled from bed, hastily putting on his trousers. The sound startled Lin Shuer awake. Upon witnessing the scene before her, her face flushed crimson as she frantically searched for her clothes, whispering urgently to Lu Fan to leap from the window. Just then, the door creaked open slightly, and Wang Xiufang's voice echoed again, inquiring about the lack of activity, hinting that she was about to enter. Realizing there was no time to escape through the window, Lu Fan quickly devised a plan and dove beneath the bed. Wang Xiufang entered, and her gaze fell upon the flustered Lin Shuer, instantly raising her suspicions. "Shuer, what is going on? Why are you in such a flurry this early in the morning?" she asked, approaching the side of the bed. Lin Shuer's face reddened further, her eyes darting as she stammered, "Nothing. I just woke up and feel a bit disoriented." Wang Xiufang scrutinized her, her gaze inadvertently landing on Lu Fan's vest, which lay discarded in the chaos. Chapter 53. Wang Xiufang agrees to be my girlfriend. Furrowing her brows, she bent down to pick up the vest. "Why is Lu Fan's vest in your room?" she questioned, a puzzled expression crossing her face. Lin Shuer's heart raced, cold sweat breaking out as she struggled to find a response. Just as the tension reached its peak, Lu Fan, hidden beneath the bed, accidentally kicked the bed leg, producing a loud noise. Wang Xiufang's expression shifted, and she quickly bent down to investigate, her eyes locking onto Lu Fan's. "Lu Fan, you little rascal." Knowing he could no longer hide, Lu Fan forced a smile and crawled out from under the bed. Wang Xiufang stared at him in shock before her expression transformed into one of fury. "How dare you sneak a peek at Shuet? Just wait until I deal with you. Auntie, if I told you I was here to catch mice, would you believe me?" Lu Fan replied with a cheeky grin. Wang Xiufang placed her hands on her hips, snorting derisively, "Don't try to fool me. Who goes into a young lady's room to catch mice at this hour? Do you think you're a tabby cat? I see you as nothing but a lecher." Lin Shuer had wanted to concoct a lie to defend Lu Fan, but found herself at a loss for words, ultimately choosing silence. Just as the awkwardness reached its peak, Lu Fan stealthily inched toward the door, abandoning his clothes and making a dash for freedom. Wang Xiufang, witnessing this, immediately pursued him, yelling, "You little rascal, stop right there." At that moment, Su Mu Yun, hearing the commotion, entered with a puzzled expression and quietly inquired about the situation. Lin Shuer, her face flushed, whispered a few words. Su Mu Yun's eyes widened in astonishment before a smile crept onto her lips. As they chased each other, Lu Fan reached a small stream and finally halted. Wang Xiufang, behind him, panted heavily as she caught up, pointing an accusing finger at him. "You little brat. Thinking you could escape after pulling such a stunt?" Lu Fan quickly responded with a grin. "Auntie, I merely peeked. I didn't do anything inappropriate. Besides, didn't I peek at you bathing before? You didn't seem this angry then." It suddenly dawned on him that he had misspoken, and he quickly covered his mouth to refrain from saying more. Wang Xiufang, incensed, pointed at him and exclaimed, "How can you even say that?" She reached to pinch his ear. In a moment of inspiration, Lu Fan decided to catch her off guard. He swiftly sidestepped and pulled Wang Xiufang into his embrace, kissing her without hesitation. This kiss was akin to a thunderclap, leaving Wang Xiufang utterly stunned. Her eyes widened as if witnessing the apocalypse, her body stiffened, and her mind went blank. As their lips met, Lu Fan, already aroused, let his hands roam boldly over Wang Xiufang's body. Wang Xiufang, regaining her senses, instinctively attempted to push Lu Fan away. Yet no matter how forcefully she struggled, Lu Fan remained immovable, steadfast as a mountain. "Let go of me," she cried, a mix of embarrassment and anger evident in her trembling voice. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, resembling a ripe apple, her eyes filled with disbelief and rage. However, Lu Fan paid no heed to her struggles, growing bolder with his advances. In an instant, Wang Xiufang felt a surge of electricity coursing through her, causing her to shiver and panic. "Xiaofan, you can't do this. I am your aunt," she pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation as she fought to break free of his grasp. Yet Lu Fan remained unfazed, pressing a fervent kiss upon her lips before teasingly remarking, "Aunt Xiufang, since you won tea, let me pursue Lin Shuer. I suppose I must set my sights on you. After all, I am a man with needs." With that, he continued to kiss Wang Xiufang, seemingly indifferent to her protests. Stunned by his audacious words, Wang Xiufang found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, allowing Lu Fan to continue his advances. Just as he prepared to take her down, Wang Xiufang seized the opportunity to break free from his grasp. However, as she turned to flee, Lu Fan, quick as lightning, grasped her arm, yanking her back with force. Fear and helplessness engulfed her. "Lu Fan, are you out of your mind? Let go of me. What do you want?" Wang Xiufang's voice trembled with anxiety. Lu Fan smirked, his lips curling into a playful smile. "Don't be afraid, Aunt Xiufang. I won't harm you. However, if you wish for me to release you, it is not impossible." Unless he deliberately elongated his words and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "Unless you agree to be my girlfriend." Wang Xiufang's face instantly turned an even deeper shade of red, as if blood would spill forth. She stared at Lu Fan in disbelief, unable to fathom such a proposal. "No, absolutely not. I am your aunt," she vehemently rejected. Yet Lu Fan's smile remained undiminished, growing more triumphant. He tugged her back into his embrace, holding her tightly as he declared, "But I know you are a woman too. If you are unwilling, there is nothing I can do. Just don't regret it." With Lu Fan holding her firmly, Wang Xiufang felt utterly powerless to resist, her heart racing with anxiety and confusion, fearing he might take things too far. She realized that she lacked the strength to break free from his hold. Fine. I agree. Just let me go." Wang Xiufang finally relented, hoping to stabilize the situation. Upon hearing her response, Lu Fan was overwhelmed with joy. He immediately released his grip, yet did not completely let go of Wang Xiufang. Instead, he gently wrapped one arm around her waist while lifting her chin with the other, aligning her face directly with his. "Since you are already my girlfriend, may I have a kiss?" Lu Fan's voice was laced with a hint of teasing and anticipation. Wang Xiufang's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly covered her cheeks with her hands, attempting to evade Lu Fan's kiss. However, Lu Fan offered Wang Xiufang no time to react. With a swift motion, he leaned down and boldly pressed his lips against hers. This sudden kiss sent a jolt through Wang Xiufang's body, as if struck by lightning. She had not anticipated Lu Fan's audacity, and her mind went blank, leaving her incapable of thought. She had believed that shielding her cheeks would allow her to escape, yet she had completely overlooked her tender, enticing lips. Lu Fan's kiss was as fierce and dominating as a storm. He was fully immersed in the sweetness of the moment, relishing the exquisite sensation. After a considerable time, Lu Fan slowly withdrew from Wang Xiufang. His gaze lingered on her flushed face, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Not bad at all," Lu Fan murmured, still lost in the enchantment of that kiss. Wang Xiufang's face had turned as red as a ripe apple. She anxiously wiped her lips where Lu Fan had kissed her and exclaimed, "Is that enough? Let go of me." Yet, Lu Fan seemed unwilling to release her so easily. He inhaled deeply the intoxicating fragrance emanating from Wang Xiufang before finally loosening his hold, though his eyes remained fixed on her. "I must tell you, you cannot let anyone know about this, especially not in front of the others. Otherwise, I will not spare you." Wang Xiufang's voice trembled, tinged with a touch of panic. Seeing the slightly flustered woman before him stirred a wave of compassion in Lu Fan. He stepped closer, gently patting her shoulder as he reassured her, "Xiufang, you are too sensitive." However, Lu Fan's words did little to comfort Wang Xiufang. She continued to avert her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Noticing her distress, Lu Fan felt a sudden impulse and declared, Xiufang, I have always liked you. Not only do I wish for you to be my girlfriend, but I also desire you to be my woman. After speaking, Lu Fan attempted to draw her close again, hoping to embrace her once more. Yet, Wang Xiufang dodged his embrace like a startled rabbit. Xiao Fan, don't overstep your bounds. After all, I am your aunt. Wang Xiufang's voice quivered as she lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. Hearing her words left Lu Fan somewhat speechless. He thought to himself, what does status matter at such a time? Thus, he abandoned calling her Aunt Xiufang and instead addressed her directly. Xiufang, what concerns do you have on this deserted island? Are we not destined to be together? As soon as the words escaped his lips, Lu Fan realized he might have misspoken. He quickly corrected himself. You are destined to be my woman, right? Wang Xiufang looked up at Lu Fan and replied calmly, you need not disguise it. I already know you entered Lin Shuer's room last night, correct? This revelation caught Lu Fan off guard. He had not anticipated Wang Xiufang would be aware of his affair with Lin Shuer. It meant that the lies he had told were already apparent to her, which undoubtedly explained her anger. Lu Fan, am at a loss for words, he stuttered. After a moment, he composed himself and asked, so, you were jealous? Which is why you were so upset? Wang Xiufang's face deepened in color as she turned away, retorting, who is jealous? I merely disapprove of your flirtatious behavior. Yet, the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her true feelings. Lu Fan chuckled and took her hand. Aunt Xiufang, I genuinely like you. I will take responsibility for Lin Shuer as well. On this island, where returning is not an option, wouldn't it be better to support one another? In her heart, Wang Xiufang felt a flicker of indecision. She harbored feelings for Lu Fan, but the morality of their relationship weighed heavily on her. But what would others think? She murmured softly. Lu Fan embraced her tightly. This island is isolated. There are no rules here. Please do not reject me any longer. I will protect you. Leaning into Lu Fan's warmth and strength, Wang Xiufang's defenses began to crumble. She nodded gently, whispering, all right, but you must not pursue other women. Lu Fan's lips curved into a smile as he placed a tender kiss on her forehead. Rest assured, having you is more than enough. At that moment, they heard Su Muyun's voice from behind. What are you two doing? The food is getting cold. Su Muyun approached, her gaze scrutinizing the pair. Wang Xiufang, startled as if her tail had been stepped on, wriggled free from Lu Fan's embrace, her face turning even redder as she hurriedly adjusted her clothing. And nothing, she stammered, her voice barely audible. Lu Fan remained composed, smiling at Su Muyun as he explained, Aunt Xiufang nearly fell, and I helped her. Su Muyun eyed them suspiciously, but did not press further. Oh, is that so? Then let us hurry back to eat, she urged with a smile, turning to Lu Fan with a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. Upon hearing Su Muyun's words, Wang Xiufang felt as if a weight had been lifted. She turned swiftly and made her way back to the wooden house. Lu Fan watched her hurried retreat, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Su Muyun, noticing this, grew even more curious and approached Lu Fan with wide eyes, asking, Lu Fan, you didn't manage to win over Sister Xiufang, did you? You are truly impressive. As she spoke, she gave Lu Fan a thumbs up. Lu Fan regarded Su Muyun with amusement, noting her form-fitting yoga pants accentuating her alluring figure, particularly her long legs. He unabashedly let his gaze roam over her, grinning mischievously as he remarked, well, you are not inferior to them either. Perhaps we should give it a try. Su Muyun was taken aback by Lu Fan's gaze and words, her face flushing bright red like a ripe apple. Alarmed, she waved her hands and stammered, and no, that is not happening. I should really go back to eat. With that, she dashed away like a startled deer, leaving Lu Fan behind, grinning with an increasingly mischievous expression. Lu Fan watched Su Muyun flee, unable to contain his laughter any longer as he chuckled heartily. He strolled leisurely toward the wooden house and, upon entering, immediately spotted Wang Xiufang devouring her food with her head bowed. Wang Xiufang seemed to sense Lu Fan's arrival, her body trembling slightly before she quickly lowered her head, resuming her meal with fervor, not daring to glance at Lu Fan even once. Beside her, Lin Shuer's face had taken on a faint blush, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Her gaze flickered, seemingly intent on avoiding Lu Fan's sight. At that moment, Aunt Li warmly beckoned Lu Fan, urging him to come eat, lest the grilled fish grow cold. Lu Fan responded with a smile and hurried to the dining table to indulge in the feast. After the meal, Lu Fan suddenly proposed, I believe we can harvest the disordered wheat behind the wooden cabin and convert it into flour, allowing everyone to enjoy steamed buns and noodles. Really? That would be wonderful. Su Muyun exclaimed with excitement, but her brow furrowed slightly as she added, but we lack sickles. how can we harvest the wheat? The others turned to Lu Fan, evidently finding this query rather challenging. Noticing their hesitation, Lu Fan's lips curled into a confident smile. He leisurely retrieved a curved knife from his small arsenal and waved it, declaring, "What is difficult about this? We can simply use this." The sight of the curved knife brightened the faces of Wang Xiufang and the others. Though the knife appeared somewhat worn, its blade was remarkably sharp, making it more than adequate for harvesting wheat. With Lu Fan's assured demeanor, their doubts dissipated, replaced by a surge of confidence. As they stood beside the golden wheat field, a sense of harvest joy swelled within them. The gentle breeze swept through, causing the wheat waves to roll, as though nature itself was serenading them with a song of abundance. At that moment, Lu Fan devised a playful scheme, positioning himself between Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuai. With a flourish reminiscent of an emperor, he pointed towards the vast wheat field and proclaimed, "Look, behold." He then swiftly enveloped the two around their waists, proudly exclaiming, "Ladies, this is the realm I have bestowed upon you." Upon this, he turned to Lin Shuai, a mischievous grin on his face as he leaned in for a kiss, yet his attempt fell short. However, after a shared glance, both Lin Shuai and Wang Xiufang, in perfect synchrony, raised their hands and delivered a resounding slap to Lu Fan. Taken aback, Lu Fan stumbled, stars dancing in his vision, his face ablaze with pain. He mumbled in disbelief, "Seriously? You two are quite in sync in this regard." While speaking, he rubbed his reddened cheeks in an attempt to ease the sting. Aunt Li, witnessing this scene, widened her eyes in concern. With a scolding tone, she admonished, "Xiufang, Shuai, what on earth is wrong with you? Lu Fan was only joking. How could you strike him so harshly?" As she spoke, she pointed a finger at Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuai, her voice tinged with irritation as she continued, "If you truly injure Lu Fan, what will you do? Don't come crying to me later." Unexpectedly, Xiufang and Shuai responded in unison, "What else can we do? If we break him, I'll just support him." The instant those words left their lips, all present fell silent, including Lu Fan himself. Although his face was still stinging, the remark made him abandon his pain, erupting into applause, exclaiming, "Excellent. I love the idea of being pampered." His reaction left everyone momentarily stunned, before they burst into hearty laughter. Su Miyun, in particular, laughed until she nearly doubled over, tears brimming in her eyes. She had not anticipated such a comical side to the seemingly fierce Lu Fan, which reshaped her perception of him. Aunt Li, observing Lu Fan's carefree demeanor, could only shake her head in resignation, sighing, "Oh, you naughty boy, can't you aspire to something greater?" Once the laughter subsided, they all set to work harvesting the wheat. Lu Fan wielded the curved knife with finesse, swiftly cutting down a considerable swath. Meanwhile, Wang Xiufang and the others busied themselves gathering the harvested wheat into bags crafted from old clothing. They placed the bags on the ground and used sticks to beat them, a method to separate the grains from the chaff. Moments later, Aunt Li scooped up a handful of threshed wheat, holding it in her palms. The golden grains glimmered, and tears of joy sparkled in her eyes. Never did she imagine that amidst this isolated island, such a bountiful harvest could occur, providing them with a newfound assurance for their survival. Yet, as Aunt Li reveled in the joy of their harvest, a new concern creased her brow. A thought emerged. While they had wheat, how could they grind it into flour? Lost in contemplation, she scanned the surroundings, finding no sign of a millstone or similar tools. She pondered how the previous inhabitants of the wooden cabin managed to transform wheat into flour. Turning to Lu Fan, with a furrowed brow, she inquired, "Lu Fan, now that we have the wheat, how shall we grind it into flour?" Upon hearing Aunt Li's question, Lu Fan realized he had only considered the harvesting aspect. Neglecting this crucial step, rubbing the back of his head, he sheepishly admitted, "That is indeed a problem." Nonetheless, he was undaunted by the challenge. With unwavering confidence, he reassured Aunt Li, "No worries, Aunt Li, I have a plan. After all, I grew up in the countryside and am quite familiar with agricultural tasks." Without hesitation, Lu Fan cast aside his knife and dashed toward the stream, his objective clear, to find a suitable stone to grind the wheat. In a short while, he reached the stream, scanning his surroundings until his gaze landed on a peculiar stone. It had a hollowed center resembling the bottom of a pan, and from a distance, it appeared almost as large as a boulder, with an uneven square shape. Estimating its weight to be around 600 to 700 pounds. Lu Fan felt a twinge of worry at the thought of moving such a hefty stone. Standing beside the stone, he tentatively kicked it, causing it to wobble slightly. Assessing its weight against his own strength, he decided to give it a try. Taking a deep breath, he bent his knees and positioned himself. With one hand gripping the top of the stone and the other beneath, he focused intently on his breathing, preparing to exert himself. Suddenly, he summoned all his strength. channeling it into his arms and shoulders. With a grunt, he miraculously managed to hoist the stone onto his shoulder. However, the weight was overwhelming, prompting him to exclaim, "Goodness! This stone is unbearably heavy." At this moment, Lu Fan was being crushed under the weight of the stone. His face flushed crimson and the veins on his neck bulging from excessive exertion. The effort was so intense that tears streamed from his nose. The combined weight of the stone and Lu Fan himself bore down heavily upon his feet, which sank deeply into the ground due to their limited contact area, sinking over half a foot. Regardless, Lu Fan gritted his teeth and moved step by step toward the wooden cabin. With each stride, he expended immense effort, leaving deep footprints in the earth. When Wang Xiufang and the others spotted Lu Fan slowly approaching with the heavy stone, their eyes widened in shock. Mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. "Lu Fan, are you trying to kill yourself? You'll exhaust yourself," Lin Shuer exclaimed, her voice filled with concern. As a doctor, Aunt Li understood all too well the dangers of such exertion, which could lead to increased intracranial pressure and the rupture of capillaries in the cranial cavity, an extremely perilous situation. Thus, she quickly gestured for Lu Fan to set the stone down. "Xiao Fan, quickly put it down, it's dangerous." When Lu Fan finally reached the side of the wooden cabin and dropped the heavy stone, he felt as though a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted from his shoulders, leaving them aching terribly. Aunt Li rushed forward, anxious to assess his condition. Upon noticing the large, dark bruise on Lu Fan's shoulder, she gasped in dismay. "You foolish boy. This reckless behavior is unacceptable. How could you carry such a heavy stone alone? Overexertion can be very dangerous." Wang Xiufang, standing nearby, also couldn't help but chime in, "Indeed. Xiao Fan, you must refrain from such impulsiveness in the future. We can all come together to find solutions. What if you get hurt while trying to show off?" Listening to Aunt Li and Wang Xiufang's admonishments, Lu Fan felt a sense of happiness. Aunt Li, perplexed by the large stone, inquired, "Xiao Fan, is this stone really capable of grinding flour?" Taking a deep breath to steady his breaths, Lu Fan explained, "Look, there's a groove in the middle of the stone. If we find a smaller round stone to use as a pestle, we can grind the grains into flour." The others seemed to grasp part of his explanation, though not entirely. They exchanged glances, sporting expressions of half-understanding. After resting for a moment, Lu Fan felt his strength returning and stood up to head toward a nearby stream. Seeing Lu Fan hurrying toward the stream, Lin Shuer felt a pang of anxiety, fearing he might again overexert himself, so she hurriedly followed him. "Lu Fan, what are you going to do by the stream?" she called out, breathlessly jogging alongside him. Lu Fan paused momentarily, turning to her with a hint of confusion. "I want to see if I can find a suitable round stone to use as a pestle." "Why did you come along?" Lin Shuer, catching her breath, pouted and playfully scolded, "I'm just worried about you. So I came to see if I could help." Observing her adorable demeanor, Lu Fan felt his heart soften, and a smile crept across his face. "You're the best. Here as a reward, a kiss," he exclaimed, opening his arms as if to embrace her. However, Lin Shuer, startled like a frightened rabbit, quickly stepped back, pushing him away with a frown. "Oh, Lu Fan, can't you be serious? Stop fooling around and go find the stones." Seeing her reaction, disappointment flickered across Lu Fan's face, yet he complied. "All right then, let us search together for a suitable round stone." The two made their way to the stream, moving slowly along its banks and carefully inspecting each stone visible above the water, hoping to find one of the right size and shape. Suddenly, Lin Shuer's eyes lit up as she pointed to a smooth, round stone the size of a soccer ball on the opposite bank. "Lu Fan, what do you think of that one?" Lu Fan waded through the stream, inspecting the stone. Its weight and shape were quite suitable, and he nodded in satisfaction. "Perfect, that's the one." He bent down to lift the stone. "Wait." Lin Shuer's sudden exclamation left him puzzled. "What now? Didn't Aunt Li say not to use brute force? Didn't you hear her?" Lin Shuete scolded without reservation. Lu Fan found himself at a loss for words. "But this stone is only around 100 to 200 pounds. Is it really that serious?" Upon seeing Lin Shuer's fierce expression, he quickly lost his confidence. All right, what do you suggest we do?" With her hands on her hips, Lin Shuer pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Why don't we lift it together? That way, you won't be too tired." Lu Fan, not wanting to dampen her enthusiasm, reluctantly agreed. "Okay, let us lift it together." As they positioned themselves, Lu Fan noticed Lin Shuer bending down, her loose clothing swaying, revealing glimpses of her delicate form. He froze, the memory of the previous night flooding his mind, and he stared at her unabashedly, thoughts racing. Just when he thought he was losing his composure, Lin Shuer straightened up and caught him staring intently. "Lu Fan," she exclaimed, exasperated. "Seriously, You can't help but have this bad habit, can you? Flustered, Lu Fan quickly averted his gaze, stammering, and no, let us just get started. Yet, his thoughts were entirely elsewhere, lost in the moment they had just shared. They both lifted the stone, but as soon as they put their strength into it, Lin Shuer winced and exclaimed, ouch. The stone was far heavier than she had anticipated, and she stumbled, almost falling. Lu Fan quickly reached out to steady her, preventing her from tumbling. You shouldn't push yourself, he said gently. This stone isn't even that heavy. I can manage it alone. You're just making it more complicated. As he spoke, he found himself lightly patting her back, as if to comfort her. Lin Shuer bit her lip, feeling frustrated. She realized her strength was indeed insufficient, and she would undoubtedly be mocked by Lu Fan. Yet, in her annoyance, she suddenly realized that Lu Fan was taking advantage of the situation, igniting her ire. Have you had your fill? If you're done, hurry up and move the stone yourself. I'm not interested in this nonsense. Seeing her reaction, Lu Fan quickly withdrew his hand, feeling embarrassed. I was just trying to make sure you didn't fall. However, it was clear that Lin Shuer did not buy his explanation, glaring at him fiercely. Fine. Go ahead and touch as much as you want. Once you have had your fill, consider it my encouragement for you. Later, you will have to lift this stone yourself. If it exhausts you, it will be your own doing. But really, is it necessary? Besides, we just shared our wedding night last evening. If I were to collapse, you would become a widow, Lu Fan remarked with a playful grin. Lin Shuer, her face flushed with anger, pointed accusingly at Lu Fan, as if she intended to pierce him with her finger, her voice dripping with venom. You, be quiet. Realizing Lin Shuer was genuinely furious this time, Lu Fan wisely chose to avoid further provoking her. He hefted the large stone and strode purposefully toward the cabin. Before long, the pair returned with the round stone in tow. Lu Fan cautiously placed it into the groove of the large stone and examined it closely. He noted that the round stone was slightly smaller than the groove, creating a considerable space around it. At that moment, Aunt Li and the others, having seen their return, approached with curiosity. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan scooped a handful of wheat and placed it into the groove. He then grasped both ends of the round stone and began to push it back and forth, attempting to grind the wheat grains. With each roll of the stone, the hard grains began to transform under the pressure, gradually becoming powder. Everyone watched in astonishment. Wow, it truly is turning into flour. Wang Xiufang exclaimed excitedly. Lu Fan, you are simply incredible. Others chimed in, their eyes filled with admiration for him. Seeing the joy on their faces, Lu Fan wore a proud smile. Don't be too hasty. This is just a semi-finished product. After contemplating for a moment, he rose and walked to Lin Shuer's room to retrieve the vest he had forgotten there the previous night. He found a branch to prop the vest up, fashioning it into a sieve, and placed the ground wheat on top. Grasping both sides, he began to shake it back and forth. In no time, fine white flour began to cascade down. The onlookers gasped in awe at the sight of the pristine flour. Lin Shuer couldn't help but lean in, her anger dissipating as she admired the miraculous result. I didn't expect you to be so resourceful, she murmured softly. Lu Fan's lips curled into a radiant smile as he replied, of course, how else could I be worthy of you? His gaze lingered on Lin Shuer, a hint of anticipation in his eyes, before he playfully added, how about a little reward now? He pointed to his cheek, hinting at a kiss. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer smiled slightly, raising her hand to gently tap Lu Fan's shoulder in mock reproach. You're all talk, dreaming sweetly. I won't fall for your tricks. Wang Xiufang, witnessing their intimate exchange, felt an inexplicable sense of unease, yet maintained a calm smile. Meanwhile, Lu Fan turned to Aunt Li, meticulously explaining the method of sifting flour. Aunt Li, just follow this method, and we will surely be able to create more delicious dishes. After demonstrating, he sampled a pinch of flour, savoring its taste, then remarked, you see, the flour sifted this way will be exquisite for buns, noodles, or bread. A wave of anticipation washed over the group. After all, they had subsisted on grilled fish and wild vegetables for several days and were growing weary of such fare. The thought of soon savoring fragrant buns invigorated their spirits. Lu Fan then seized a cleaver and strode confidently into the wheat field, expertly harvesting the grain. Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer followed closely behind, threshing the harvested wheat. Meanwhile, Su Muyun tirelessly rolled the round stone, grinding the grains into fine powder. Finally, Aunt Li took charge of sifting, removing the bran and impurities, leaving only the purest flour. Each person diligently fulfilled their role, though it was arduous work. Everyone was filled with enthusiasm, the atmosphere brimming with excitement. After a long day of labor, Aunt Li finally succeeded in sifting a full wooden basin of flour. On the other side, Lin Shuer and Wang Xiufang had not been idle either. they stored the excess wheat carefully in the cabin, ensuring they would have buns to eat in the days to come. Exhausted yet exhilarated, Aunt Li exclaimed, "Xiao Yun, let us quickly try making buns." Her voice was infused with anticipation and excitement. Su Muyun eagerly nodded, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and eagerness. They began their busy preparations, pouring water and adding flour to the basin, mixing it with their hands to form a smooth dough. Next came the waiting for the dough to rise, and they sat nearby, hoping it would gradually swell as if by magic. However, as time ticked by, the dough showed no sign of fermentation. When Aunt Li prepared to shape the buns, she was astonished to discover that the dough had not risen at all. She slapped her forehead, suddenly realizing she had forgotten a crucial ingredient: yeast. "Oh no, how could I forget to add yeast? But there's none here," she lamented. Su Muyun, equally anxious, blinked her eyes in frustration, racking her brain for a solution, but as a wealthy young lady, she had never set foot in a kitchen and lacked the knowledge. Just as despair began to set in, Wang Xiufang happened to walk by. Suddenly, Su Muyun had a brilliant idea. "Wait, Aunt Li, how about we make pancakes instead? What do you think?" Aunt Li hesitated for a moment, but felt reluctant to concede. "That might work, but," she trailed off. After all, the pancake-making process required salt to enhance the flavor, ensuring a delightful taste. Wang Xiufang, having overheard their conversation, smiled confidently and said, "Oh, that's no big deal. Don't worry, I have a way to solve this." However, Aunt Li and Su Muyun regarded her with skeptical eyes, seemingly unconvinced. After all, in this desolate island, the notion of creating yeast seemed utterly far-fetched. Noticing the doubt in their gazes, Wang Xiufang quickly clarified, "Trust me, back in the countryside, there was no ready-made yeast. We all fermented it ourselves. Just wait and see." With that, she set to work. She scooped a handful of flour from the basin and gently placed it in a clean, dry bowl. Next, she carefully poured in warm water and mixed it with her hands until it formed a dough that was neither too soft nor too hard. Once the dough was ready, she covered it with a smaller bowl, ensuring it was sealed tightly, and placed it in a warm spot to let it rise naturally. "Xiufang, will this really work? I just did that to make the dough. What is different?" Aunt Li gazed at the small bowl of flour with a look of skepticism and inquired, "Isn't this too little? Even if it is sufficient, it won't be enough for all of us." Wang Xiufang offered a gentle smile and patiently elucidated, "Warm water is essential, and it must be sealed. Moreover, Aunt Li, you may have misunderstood. Once it has fermented, it needs to be added during the kneading process to serve as a yeast substitute, not directly kneaded into the mantu." Aunt Li still appeared unconvinced and continued to probe. "How long will it take before it can be used?" Wang Xiufang lifted her head, thoughtfully arranging the hair at her temples, and after a moment of contemplation replied, "The fermentation time primarily depends on the temperature. Generally speaking, when the dough's volume significantly increases, showing bubbles on the surface, and when you break it open to reveal a honeycomb structure within, that signifies successful fermentation." "Oh, I see now," Aunt Li exclaimed, her understanding dawning. "All right, let us check back later." Turning to Xiaoyan, she said, "Xiaoyan, let us sift some more flour to save for later." "Okay," Su Muyun replied softly, following Aunt Li to sift flour together. After a while, having sifted more flour, Su Muyun and Aunt Li hurried back to check on the dough's fermentation progress. They found that the dough in the large bowl had indeed expanded significantly, even lifting the bowl that covered it. Upon removing the bowl, they discovered numerous bubbles on the surface. Su Muyun excitedly broke open the dough and, as Wang Xiufang had described, it displayed a honeycomb structure. "It worked," she exclaimed to Aunt Li, both of them displaying expressions of delight and admiration for Wang Xiufang. Next, Aunt Li combined the fermented dough with the previous batch, added an appropriate amount of warm water, and kneaded it into a smooth, large dough, awaiting the second fermentation. During this waiting period, the two remained busy. Su Muyun ran off to gather some fresh wild vegetables to prepare as a side dish for the mantu, while Aunt Li stayed by the dough, washing the wild boar cured meat they had made in the cave, occasionally pressing the dough gently to check its fermentation level. As time ticked by, the dough finally completed its fermentation. Aunt Li surveyed the ample bowl of risen dough, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. She deftly divided the dough into smaller portions, gently rolling them on a clean stone slab until they formed smooth mantu. Meanwhile, Su Muyun meticulously cleaned the wild vegetables she had gathered and chopped them in preparation for stir-frying to accompany the mantu. Just as Aunt Li finished shaping the mantu and prepared to steam them, a new problem arose. She suddenly realized they had no steaming rack. "How on earth can we steam the mantu now? Am I to boil them directly in the pot?" Aunt Li sighed, smacking her forehead. "Oh dear, I'm getting old. My mind keeps forgetting things." Su Muyun, Watching Aunt Lee's anxious demeanor, felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. She inwardly lamented, "Why is it so troublesome just to have a man to hear?" After pondering for a moment, Aunt Lee's eyes brightened as a thought struck her. She turned to Sumu Yun and said, "Xiaoyun, go call Lu Fan from behind the house. Ask him to weave a steaming rack from some branches. That will solve our problem." Upon hearing this, Sumu Yun dashed off towards the back of the house. When Lu Fan learned of the situation, he appeared quite relaxed and said, "I thought it was a big deal. No problem, just watch me." He quickly gathered some suitable branches and began to weave with practiced ease. His fingers danced between the branches with remarkable agility. Before long, a simple yet sturdy round steaming rack was completed. Aunt Lee accepted the steaming rack and placed it atop the large iron pot. When she saw that it fit perfectly, a smile of satisfaction illuminated her face. She hurriedly arranged the mantle neatly on the steaming rack, placing each one with care. However, at that moment, Lu Fan unexpectedly made a surprising move. Without warning, he picked up one of the shaped mantu and unhesitatingly tossed it into the nearby wooden basin filled with flour. Both Aunt Lee and Sumu Yun were taken aback, their eyes wide with confusion as they stared at Lu Fan, as though he had committed an utterly absurd act. "Xiaofan, what are you doing?" Aunt Lee's voice carried a mix of astonishment and reproach. "Do you realize how much effort we put into fermenting that dough? How could you just throw it away?" Lu Fan observed their astonished expressions and, instead of feeling embarrassed, broke into a sudden grin. "Aunt Lee, please don't worry. There is reasoning behind my actions," he explained with a smile. "This small piece of dough is actually meant to be saved for next time. When we ferment again, we can simply knead it into the new dough. It's quite valuable. It's called Lao Jiao too." Aunt Lee, upon hearing Lu Fan's explanation, nodded in partial understanding but still questioned. "Oh, I see. I wasn't aware of this method." Lu Fan patiently elaborated. "This is a traditional way of leavening dough. The Lao Jiao too is equivalent to modern yeast. It makes the steamed mantu even fluffier and more delicious." Finally grasping the concept, Aunt Lee laughed. "Oh, so that's how it is. I thought you were just being mischievous." Subsequently, Lu Fan took it upon himself to gather firewood, while Aunt Lee began stir-frying the cured meat and wild vegetables with Sumu Yun's assistance. As wisps of white smoke rose from the pot, a tantalizing aroma of mantu wafted through the air half an hour later. The three gathered around the pot, eagerly anticipating the moment the mantu would be ready. When the mantu was finally steamed, Aunt Lee carefully lifted the pot lid, revealing plump, steaming white mantu exuding a sweet and inviting fragrance. At that moment, the already hungry Lu Fan could no longer contain himself and reached for a mantu, taking a bite. "Be careful, it's hot," Aunt Lee cautioned, but before she could finish her sentence, Lu Fan grimaced in pain, dropping the mantu as if it were a scalding potato. Aunt Lee continued, "Knowing it's hot, why wouldn't you wait a moment to eat?" Then she instructed, "All right, go call Xiufang and Schwerer to come eat." "Got it. I'll go right away," Lu Fan replied casually, strolling toward the wheat field behind the wooden house. As Lu Fan approached the wheat field, he spotted Wang Xiufang and Lin Schwerer working diligently, their backs bent as they sweated while beating the wheat in their bags. Their clothes soaked with perspiration revealed their delicate and full figures, presenting a captivating sight before Lu Fan's eyes. The golden rays of the setting sun cast a soft glow upon them, as if draping them in a veil of golden silk. However, Lu Fan did not rush to call them for dinner. Instead, he quietly crouched behind them, stroking his chin and leering at their figures, observing them as if he were a rogue. His gaze wandered over Wang Xiufang and Lin Schwerer's graceful forms, relishing the delightful scene before him. Lu Fan couldn't help but marvel, murmuring to himself, "Such a life of farming and weaving is truly wonderful and blissful. If only I could completely win them over. It would be splendid to no longer have to sneak around." Just as Lu Fan was lost in his own fantasies, Wang Xiufang suddenly caught sight of his mischievous grin. She halted her actions, straightened her back, and said irritably, "You little rascal, while we toil away at threshing wheat, you appear utterly unconcerned and even dare to spy on us." Startled by Wang Xiufang's voice, Lu Fan quickly regained his composure and explained, "No, Aunt Xiufang, you misunderstand. The steamed buns are ready, and Aunt Lee sent me to call you for dinner." Lin Schwerer, who had initially glared at Lu Fan in anger, perked up at the mention of the steamed buns. "The buns are really ready? That's wonderful. I'm starving." Wang Xiufang, familiar with Lu Fan's slippery tongue, chose not to argue further and asked casually, "How did they turn out?" Lu Fan, noticing her softened demeanor, brightened up. "The buns are plump and white, almost like you," he remarked, pointing at Wang Xiufang's prominent bosom. He continued, "They emit the delightful aroma of wheat. So delicious. I just had a bite, and I'm salivating at the thought." Realizing what he had said, Wang Xiufang, infuriated, pointed at him and scolded, "You little brat, where are you pointing?" Lin Shuer burst into laughter at this and, after a moment, took Wang Xiufang's hand, saying, "Sister Xiufang, don't take him to heart. You know how he is. Come on, let's hurry and eat those buns." Wang Xiufang nodded, ignoring Lu Fan as the three returned to the house. By then, Su Miyun and Aunt Li had already set the table. The sight of the bountiful spread made everyone salivate. The scent of stir-fried cured meat mingled with the aroma of steamed buns, instantly whetting their appetites. Aunt Li had thoughtfully prepared a pot of delicious fish soup while steaming the buns. They all gathered around, indulging in the feast. Lin Shuer took a bite of a bun and exclaimed, "This is incredible. It's the best bun I've ever had." The others laughed in agreement, knowing how rare it was to enjoy a hot meal on this small island, which filled them with a sense of warmth akin to home. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds desire. After satisfying their hunger, Lu Fan reclined on his makeshift straw bed, contemplating a visit to the jungle above the cliff tomorrow to see if he could hunt some game. Just as Lu Fan was lost in his hunting daydreams, he noticed Wang Xiufang passing by with a basin of water. His heart stirred. She must be heading for a bath. With that thought, his desire was instantly ignited, and he stealthily followed her. Upon entering the bathing area, Wang Xiufang shut the wooden door with a loud bang. This so-called bathing area was merely a makeshift hut constructed from a few wooden stakes and some straw beside the wooden house. Lu Fan tiptoed closer, cautiously approaching the small hut. Although he could hear the sound of water splashing inside, the dim light made it impossible to see anything through the narrow gaps. As Lu Fan anxiously searched for a better vantage point, he suddenly slipped and fell with a thud. The noise startled Wang Xiufang, who immediately called out, "Who's out there?" Realizing the situation, Lu Fan quickly scrambled to his feet and dashed back to the wooden house, pretending to sleep. Wang Xiufang, sensing the silence outside, knew all too well that it was Lu Fan spying on her again. Meanwhile, Lu Fan lay in bed, his heart racing, staring at the ceiling, feeling both regretful and fearful that the village beauty would come to confront him. Chapter 60. Peeping after a while, Wang Xiufang finally finished her bath. She returned, carrying the empty basin, her steps light. As she passed Lu Fan's bed, she suddenly halted, her gaze suspiciously fixed on him. Lu Fan had his eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a deep sleep, but Wang Xiufang sensed something was off. Growing wary, she gently kicked Lu Fan and said, "Stop pretending. I know it's you. Who else would do such a thing here? You're such a coward, daring to act, but not to own up to it." With that, she turned away and headed to her room. Hearing her words ignited Lu Fan's anger. He silently lamented, "Have I been too kind to her, making her so audacious and mocking me?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he abruptly sat up in bed, fixating on Wang Xiufang's graceful silhouette. His fury was gradually overtaken by a bold idea. "Never mind. I must win her over today." Without hesitation, as Wang Xiufang stepped into her room to close the door, Lu Fan burst in with lightning speed. She barely had time to react before he swept her up. "What are you doing? Put me down." Wang Xiufang exclaimed in a terrified whisper, fearful of being overheard by the others in the wooden house. "My dear aunt, you already promised to be my girlfriend, didn't you? What? Are you having second thoughts?" Before she could respond, Lu Fan had already thrown her onto the bed and began fervently kissing her cheeks. Wang Xiufang's hands were pinned down, and despite her struggles, Lu Fan's strength kept her from breaking free. His hands roamed over her soft body, sending chills down her spine. "Lu Fan, stop it!" she cried, her voice trembling, her face flushed. However, Lu Fan seemed oblivious to her pleas, boldly reaching beneath her clothing. Wang Xiufang's eyes widened in shock, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Lu Fan, no, we can't do this." Her voice escalated in pitch, heart racing. Lu Fan, however, remained unfazed, asserting, "Why not? You already agreed to be my girlfriend. Isn't this normal?" Wang Xiufang was engulfed by conflicting emotions and struggles, unsure how to respond to Lu Fan's reckless advances. She didn't want to betray her principles, but feared provoking him into even more crazed actions. "Lu Fan, please get off me." Wang Xiufang's tone softened slightly, but her heart raced with anxiety. Yet Lu Fan continued his inappropriate behavior, even attempting to remove her clothing. Wang Xiufang was frightened to the point of tears, resigning herself to the reality that if this continued, the consequences would be dire. She decided to take a step back and stabilize Lu Fan first. "All right, I agree. As long as you don't do that, we can be affectionate. Is that acceptable? Please, just get up. Otherwise, I will scream." Wang Xiufang's voice conveyed a sense of helplessness and compromise. Hearing her words, Lu Fan finally leapt off her, ceasing his advances. He also realized that Wang Xiufang was after all his aunt from the same village, and he could not be too demanding. Moreover, he did not want Lin Shuer and Aunt Li to discover his sordid behavior. Seeing Lu Fan release her, Wang Xiufang quickly got off the bed and adjusted her thin clothing. Lu Fan, what's wrong with you today? Have you gone mad? This is simply outrageous. Lu Fan scratched his head and replied with a cheeky grin. Aunt Xiufang, I just couldn't help myself because I like you so much. Besides, you've already agreed to be my girlfriend. Wasn't this bound to happen sooner or later? Saying this, he attempted to embrace Wang Xiufang once more. Wang Xiufang pushed Lu Fan away, her face flushed with anger, and scolded, You little rascal, how can you act like this? Don't be so reckless in the future. Wait, didn't you say I could be affectionate? Have you forgotten? Lu Fan pouted, his eyes fixed on Wang Xiufang, as if awaiting her response. However, Wang Xiufang shot him a fierce glare and retorted, Don't push your luck. Let us just pretend today never happened, and mind your manners from now on. Why is it that you don't keep your word? Wang Xiufang felt exasperated by Lu Fan's words and countered. Aren't you also guilty of not keeping your promises? Just as Lu Fan was about to respond, they both heard footsteps approaching from the hall, and they exchanged startled glances, panic setting in. Wang Xiufang quickly said, Let us go, be careful not to let them see us. Although Lu Fan felt reluctant, he had no choice but to suppress his inner turmoil and resignedly decided to give up. Before leaving, he seized the chance to ask for a kiss. How about a quick kiss before I go? Seeing Wang Xiufang remain still, Lu Fan impulsively acted mischievously, Since you're unwilling, I'll just stay here tonight and sleep with you. With a wicked smile, he suggested this. Faced with the situation, Wang Xiufang had no choice but to acquiesce. She lightly rose on her toes and quickly pecked his cheek. However, the cunning Lu Fan would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. As Wang Xiufang leaned in, he swiftly turned and captured her lips, holding her neck and kissing her passionately twice before finally releasing the flustered Wang Xiufang. Is that settled? Let us hurry, Wang Xiufang urged, her face a rosy hue. Lu Fan extended his tongue, savoring the residual taste on his lips, his expression one of satisfaction as he left her room. Watching Lu Fan's retreating figure, Wang Xiufang felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, gently tapping her forehead, scolding herself for being so easily manipulated by him. Yet, as a human, she too had needs, and although she verbally resisted, her mind was filled with the intimate moments shared with Lu Fan. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm herself and not dwell on such thoughts. In the cool night of the canyon, a gentle breeze brought a refreshing chill. Lu Fan lay curled up on the straw mat on the floor, as if this position could provide him with a semblance of warmth. He was only covered by a thin jacket, which felt utterly inadequate against the cold night. In truth, it was not just Lu Fan who faced this predicament. Everyone present was in the same dire situation, without blankets. Thus, at night, they could only use their clothes to cover themselves against the chilly winds. Lu Fan was originally contemplating the hunt he would undertake in the woods the next day, when suddenly a bolder idea struck him. Chapter 61, Re-entering the pirate camp. Lu Fan suddenly thought, Now that I have a speedboat, I could secretly infiltrate the pirate camp and steal some bedding. After all, the accommodations in the pirate camp are furnished with star-rated bedding. The more he pondered, the more feasible the idea seemed. He mused. Everything these pirates possess was obtained through plunder. Taking a few blankets shouldn't be considered excessive, right? With determination, Lu Fan rose at dawn, ready to embark on his mission. Just then, Lin Shuer, who was nearby, heard the commotion and came out to investigate. Upon opening the door, she saw Lu Fan preparing his weapons, a dagger at his waist, a machete in hand, and a pistol tucked at his back. Lin Shuer rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked curiously, Lu Fan, where are you off to so early? I'm going hunting. Lu Fan had just taken a step when he halted, turning to Lin Shuer, Sister Shuer, if I bring back some bedding and turn your room into a bridal chamber, can I stay in your room every day? We could have a nightly candlelit romance. He finished with a cheeky wink. Lin Shuer, taken aback, felt both shy and angry. What are you talking about? Is it that early, and you're already thinking such things? With a gentle blush, she shot him an annoyed glare. However, Lin Shuer did not grasp the true meaning behind Lu Fan's mention of bedding. She thought he was merely trying to take advantage of her again. Thus, she retorted, Stop being so indecent. Quit talking about bedding. You're only thinking about that nonsense. I know you're going hunting. Hurry up and go. Just remember to come back quickly. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan deliberated whether to reveal his plan to infiltrate the pirate camp to Lin Shuer. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided against it, wishing to avoid unnecessary worry for her. Sister Shuer, I might return a bit late. Please let Aunt Xiufang and the others know not to worry about me. He smiled, attempting to keep his tone light. Lin Shuer regarded Lu Fan with a hint of concern and gently nodded, saying softly, You must stay safe. We'll wait for your return." Witnessing her reaction, Lu Fan's lips curled into a sly smile as he playfully replied, "Sister Shuer, rest assured. When I return, I will definitely bring you many wonderful things. How about we have another romantic night then?" However, upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Lin Shuer's expression darkened instantly, her earlier concern replaced by a surge of anger. She glared at Lu Fan, exclaiming in irritation, You just can't have good intentions. Are you itching for trouble again?" Realizing that Lin Shuer was about to erupt, Lu Fan sensed impending doom and hurriedly made his escape. He had no intention of being caught and scolded by her. Like a startled rabbit, he quickly turned and fled, fearing that if he delayed even a moment longer, Lin Shuer would seize him. Watching Lu Fan's retreating form, Lin Shuer couldn't help but smile knowingly. Upon reaching the seaside, Lu Fan inhaled the fresh sea breeze, savoring the essence of the ocean. He swiftly approached the location where the speedboat was hidden, expertly untied the ropes, and jumped aboard. As he turned the key to start the boat, the engine roared to life with a deep growl, reminiscent of a giant beast awakening. Lu Fan pressed the accelerator, and the speedboat darted forward like an arrow, cutting through the waves and splashing white foam. The waves continuously crashed against the boat, producing a rhythmic sound, as if cheering Lu Fan on in his adventurous endeavor. The vast expanse of the sea unfolded before him, and the speedboat appeared so diminutive amidst this blue world, akin to an inconsequential ant. However, in Lu Fan's heart, there was not a trace of fear. He gripped the steering wheel firmly, his gaze resolutely directed towards the pirate camp. After a lengthy journey that spanned most of the day, Lu Fan finally beheld the island where a colossal cruise ship was anchored. The ship gleamed conspicuously under the sunlight, its contours distinctly visible. Lu Fan's heart raced uncontrollably. He knew he was drawing closer to his objective. As the speedboat approached the island, Lu Fan did not charge directly towards the sandy shore, but cautiously reduced his speed and maneuvered the boat to conceal it on the opposite side of the island. He leapt from the speedboat, crouching low as he peered quietly towards the shore. At that moment, he noticed several pirates gathered around a campfire, roasting meat and drinking while engaging in lively conversation, completely oblivious to Lu Fan's presence. To avoid alarming them, Lu Fan decided to alter his course, circumventing the shore and delving into the dense jungle. The jungle was dark and damp, the ground littered with fallen leaves and branches, compelling Lu Fan to tread carefully with each step, fearful of producing any noise that might attract the pirates' attention. He navigated through the underbrush with great difficulty, gradually drawing nearer to the cruise ship. Just as he was about to reach the vessel, he was dismayed to find that the entrance was guarded by pirates, all clad in uniform and brandishing AKs. It appeared that infiltrating would pose a significant challenge. If he attempted to ambush them and failed, he would surely be riddled with bullets. Frustrated by his current predicament, Lu Fan felt an intense irritation. At that moment, a cacophony of noise suddenly reached his ears. His heart raced, and he quickly concealed himself behind a large tree, peering through the foliage. To his astonishment, he observed a group of menacing pirates escorting several abducted women toward the cruise ship. The women appeared utterly terrified. Some were weeping, while others bore expressions of despair, as if life had lost all meaning for them, yet they possessed striking beauty. A thought flickered in Lu Fan's mind. Perhaps these women could serve as a means for him to gain access to the cruise ship. Thus, he stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the group, patiently waiting for the pirates to distance themselves, ensuring they remained unaware of his presence before quietly trailing behind them. Upon reaching a corner, Lu Fan sensed the opportune moment had arrived. He inhaled deeply and surged forward, swiftly incapacitating the last pirate in the line. He quickly stripped the pirate of his attire, donned the uniform, bound the unconscious pirate, and dragged him into the jungle before seamlessly blending into the group. Lu Fan kept his head lowered, striving to avoid drawing the attention of the other pirates. His heart raced as he recognized the perilous nature of this endeavor. Should he be discovered, these armed pirates would undoubtedly turn him into a sieve. As he pondered his situation, Lu Fan reminded himself to remain calm. However, witnessing the frightened women trembling in fear stirred a deep discomfort within him. He yearned to rescue them immediately, but he understood that given his current precarious position, successfully liberating them would be nearly impossible. Upon entering the cruise ship, Lu Fan noticed that the pirates were escorting the women towards the cargo hold. He calculated that he must first find a way to rid himself of the pirates before seeking opportunities to gather supplies. As he reached another corner, Lu Fan seized the moment and swiftly concealed himself. Once the group moved farther away, he stealthily crept towards the staircase like a nimble cat. At that instant, a disheveled pirate captain approached, regarding Lu Fan with a look of suspicion and inquiring, Which squad are you from? And what brings you here? Lu Fan's heart skipped a beat, but he feigned composure. He quickly concocted a story, expressing frustration. I'm new here and not very familiar with the place. I was supposed to go to the warehouse to collect blankets, but I don't know where it is. The pirate captain furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with skepticism as he scrutinized Lu Fan, questioning, new here? I wasn't aware we had new recruits. Who sent you? Lu Fan felt a tightening in his chest, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he maintained his facade, responding with an air of calmness. It was Tuzi. Tuzi? The pirate captain mused, scratching his head as if the name was unfamiliar. However, his brow furrowed slightly, indicating he had heard the name before, but could not recall precisely who Tuzi was. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan continued, yes, Tuzi introduced me. He's my cousin. Today is my first day on the job, and I haven't had the chance to familiarize myself with you yet. As he spoke, he quickly produced a pack of cigarettes and several gold coins from his pocket, gingerly handing them to the pirate captain while showering him with flattery. I hope you will look after me, big brother. This tactic proved effective. As the saying goes, one who accepts favors is beholden to the giver. The pirate captain's expression transformed upon seeing the cigarettes and coins, his previously tense demeanor relaxing into a greedy smile. He patted Lu Fan on the shoulder, his tone becoming amicable. All right, since you're Tuzi's relative, I'll let it go. You took a wrong turn. The warehouse is in the cargo hold. Lu Fan hesitated upon hearing cargo hold, having only fabricated the story, yet to his surprise, it actually existed. The pirate captain, noticing Lu Fan's dazed expression, assumed he was unaware of the cargo hold's location and continued. You know where the holding cell is, right? Lu Fan nodded vigorously. Yes, I know. I've been there. But there are guards at the entrance, so I can't get in. The pirate captain laughed heartily. Huh? With your current status, naturally, you can't enter. However, considering you're so perceptive, I'll show you some mercy today. When we get there, just mention my name, and say that Captain Mouse sent you for new blankets. No one will dare to stop you. Lu Fan felt a surge of joy. He realized that his plan had succeeded halfway. He continued to flatter the pirate captain, extolling his virtues to no end. The captain basked in the praise, his demeanor shifting to one of pride. Mao, you are truly remarkable. With someone as formidable as you backing me, I could stroll through this camp without a care. Lu Fan exclaimed, his voice dripping with sycophancy. By the way, Mao, the nights on this island can be quite cold. May I collect a few extra sets of blankets? You know, if I don't cover myself properly at night, my frail frame won't be able to withstand it. The pirate captain pondered this, considering how many blankets the newcomer could possibly take. After all, it was merely a few extra blankets. It posed no significant issue for him. Thus, with a grand gesture, he declared, go ahead. No problem. Take as many as you want. This is a trivial matter. Lu Fan's heart soared. He hadn't anticipated such ease with which he could manipulate the pirate captain. He swiftly expressed his gratitude, then dashed eagerly towards the cargo hold. As Lu Fan arrived at the entrance of the warehouse, he was immediately stopped by the guards. What brings you here? This is no place for a lowly underling like you. Leave at once. At that moment, Lu Fan thought to himself that he must not show any weakness, lest he be easily intimidated by these disdainful pirates. Thus, he puffed out his chest and spoke confidently. I am here on Captain Mao's orders to collect blankets. If you refuse me entry, then I shall not take them. Perhaps it would be best for Captain Mao to come himself. However, he couldn't help but wonder how he would explain himself if Captain Mao became angry. With that, Lu Fan pretended to turn away. Upon hearing that he was affiliated with Captain Mao, the guards immediately changed their demeanor. One of them remarked, he is one of Captain Mao's men. It is wiser to avoid trouble. Let him in. If Captain Mao truly comes, we would be in for a world of hurt. Another guard, after contemplating for a moment, agreed and said to Lu Fan, since you are with Captain Mao, you may enter. It was known that Captain Mao commanded the largest number of pirates in the entire camp. He often acted arrogantly, disregarding everyone else, including their pirate leader, Old who would still show him some deference, so it was no surprise that these minor guards would do the same. Eventually, under the guidance of one guard, Lu Fan stepped into the familiar warehouse. One side of the warehouse was divided into several prison cells, while the other side was filled with various goods. The passageway still reeked of a pungent odor, and the women in the cells huddled in corners, sobbing and trembling, their eyes filled with fear and despair. The heart-wrenching scene made Lu Fan feel deeply unsettled. They traversed the long corridor until reaching a heavy iron door, where the guard, with a stoic expression, looked at Lu Fan before slowly opening the door. This is the warehouse, the guard said coldly. Find what you need yourself. Remember to close the door upon your exit. With that, he did not spare Lu Fan another glance, turning away and heading back toward the entrance. As Lu Fan gazed at the slowly opening iron door, A wave of excitement surged within him. He eagerly stepped inside the warehouse, but upon surveying the interior, he was left utterly speechless by the overwhelming sight before him. Chapter 63. Stuffed with 2 full bags of supplies, the warehouse, resembling the size of a basketball court, was piled high with supplies, and at first glance, it seemed endless. Not only were there bags of snacks and canned goods, but a comprehensive array of medications was also present. Furthermore, there were various daily necessities, such as clothing, bedding, and tools, truly a miniature department store with a plethora of items. Lu Fan couldn't help but exclaim, "How many ships have these rascals plundered to amass such a bounty?" He felt as though he had stumbled upon a paradise of supplies, a stark contrast to the harsh conditions of the deserted island he called home. The more he reflected, the angrier he became, muttering to himself, "Today, I shall take more, otherwise, I would be remiss to those robbed ships." Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity. Taking as much as he could carry, for these items were originally stolen, and taking a little more was hardly unjust. He first rummaged through the warehouse and found a sizable black bag, then began to stuff it with the blankets he uncovered. However, after only a few blankets, the bag was already bursting at the seams, looking quite cumbersome. What to do? Lu Fan pondered inwardly, fully aware that this was his only chance to take everything he could. After some contemplation, he decided to search the warehouse for any useful tools. Eventually, he discovered a length of rope and 2 large burlap sacks in a corner. Taking the rope, Lu Fan tightly bound the blankets he had packed into the bag, then placed them into the burlap sacks, thereby saving space and allowing for more supplies. Not content with just that, Lu Fan continued to scour the warehouse for other useful items. Ultimately, he found more clothing, shoes, and daily necessities, all of which he stuffed into another large bag. Looking at the 2 bags filled to the brim, Lu Fan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. However, when he attempted to lift the 2 bags, he was taken aback by their weight. He had not anticipated that they would be so heavy, likely weighing several hundred pounds combined. To Lu Fan, the amount of supplies he had gathered still felt insufficient. He pondered, how can they be so heavy when I hardly packed much? Just as he was fretting over how to transport the 2 large bags, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Oh no, had he been discovered? Lu Fan's heart raced, and he swiftly concealed the bags behind a large crate, then crept towards the door, cautiously peeking out to assess the situation. To his astonishment, he saw the newly captured women being dragged forcefully by a group of pirates who had entered unnoticed. These pirates bore fierce expressions, cursing as they shouted, "Filthy wenches! Don't you dare refuse our kindness. I am offering you a good place. You should be grateful. If you dawdle, I'll beat you to a pulp." With that, one of the pirates menacingly swung a whip, striking one of the women with a loud crack. The whip landed harshly against her tender skin, leaving horrifying crimson welts. The women cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground as they pleaded, "Please, spare us. We beg you." Witnessing this brutal scene ignited a firestorm of rage within Lu Fan. He trembled with fury, wishing he could rush forward and tear these heartless brutes to shreds. However, after a moment of impulsive anger, he regained his composure. He knew all too well that he could not rescue these unfortunate women from such vicious pirates on his own. Helplessly, he could only watch as this abhorrent spectacle unfolded before him, powerless to intervene. Once they had departed, Lu Fan returned to the spot where he had hidden the bags, staring at the 2 enormous and heavy sacks with growing concern. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and resolved to give it a try. He grasped one bag firmly, lifting it with all his might while using his knee to push upwards. With a shout of effort, the bag was finally hoisted onto his shoulder. He employed the same method for the other bag, balancing one on each side, securing them tightly on his shoulders, with his head wedged between the 2 sacks. Yet, the weight made each step arduous, causing sweat to soak through his clothes as he trudged onward. As Lu Fan passed the cell where the women were held, his peripheral vision caught sight of one woman inside. In that fleeting glance, his heart suddenly raced. That woman's face was strikingly familiar. Lu Fan's steps appeared as if they were frozen, abruptly halting in place. He widened his eyes, gazing intently at the woman, trying to ascertain whether he had mistaken her identity. Indeed, it was her. The alluring tour guide from the cruise ship left an indelible impression on Lu Fan. He vividly recalled how he had rejected her suggestion of a gambling game, only to be mocked as a miser. How the tables have turned. The once confident tour guide now seemed dazed, her disheveled hair framing a face marred by dirt and tears, her lips cracked from dehydration, and her clothing tattered as she huddled in a corner, trembling. The once glamorous and enchanting beauty had fallen to such depths, eliciting a deep sense of pity from Lu Fan. Yet, the tour guide appeared oblivious to Lu Fan's scrutiny. Her gaze wandered aimlessly, failing to recognize the figure standing outside the cell. A torrent of conflicting emotions surged within Lu Fan. He was uncertain whether to feel relieved or despondent. The other women in the cell noticed Lu Fan's gaze and mistakenly assumed he was one of the dreaded pirates. The thought of being targeted by him sent shivers through them, compelling them to lower their heads in fear, avoiding eye contact. The heavy burden of the sacks on Lu Fan's shoulders reminded him that he could not linger any longer. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he turned and hurriedly made his way toward the cargo hold's exit. Each step he took was marked by urgency, as if he were desperate to escape this suffocating place. Just as he was about to exit the hold, a pirate guard suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. This towering figure bore a fierce countenance, and upon sighting him, Lu Fan's heart sank, realizing the gravity of his situation. Chapter 64. Captain Mao. The pirate guard scrutinized Lu Fan with a look of suspicion, gruffly inquiring, "Aren't you here to fetch blankets? Why are you carrying so much out? What are you planning to do?" At that moment, Lu Fan's heart raced uncontrollably, a sheen of sweat breaking out on his forehead, terrified of being unmasked. He struggled to maintain his composure, hesitating for a full 3 seconds before inhaling deeply and feigning nonchalance. With a dismissive tone, he replied, "These are all items that Captain Mao requested to be delivered to his quarters. Surely, you wouldn't deny Captain Mao his necessities, would you? Or must he seek your permission for every item in the future?" Upon hearing this, the guard's expression flickered with uncertainty. Clearly, he was not entirely convinced by Lu Fan's words, yet the thought of incurring Captain Mao's wrath ultimately swayed him to avoid taking any risks. After all, these supplies did not belong to him. Reluctantly, he stepped aside, permitting Lu Fan to pass. A surge of relief coursed through Lu Fan as he quickly carried the 2 hefty sacks out of the cargo hold. He dared not delay, running as if pursued by a horde of malevolent spirits, racing towards the cruise ship's exit. However, upon reaching the exit, he was confronted by several more pirates who barred his way. Lu Fan's heart raced to a frantic pace, his mind blank as he grappled with how to navigate this precarious situation. Desperation gripped him. He could not claim to be delivering items to Captain Mao now without raising suspicion. Just as he contemplated his next move, a sudden roar echoed from behind him. "Let him pass. Those are items for Captain Mao." It was the same pirate guard he had intimidated earlier, who had rushed to inform those at the cruise ship exit to prevent incurring Captain Mao's displeasure. Upon learning that the items were indeed for Captain Mao, the obstructing pirates, though still skeptical, dared not impede Lu Fan any further. After all, this was not the first time subordinates had exploited their positions to covertly trade supplies in exchange for gold. This had rendered the guards powerless, forced to turn a blind eye. Realizing Lu Fan was affiliated with Captain Mao, they begrudgingly cleared the path. "Hold on, brother," called the guard, jogging up to Lu Fan with a friendly demeanor. "I didn't mean to obstruct you earlier. Please don't let Captain Mao know. If you need anything in the future, you can come directly to me," he added, slipping a pack of cigarettes into Lu Fan's pocket. It was well known that these pirates were ruthless, and those who held leadership positions, like Captain Mao, were merciless demons. The guard was merely trying to avert any repercussions from Captain Mao, hence his effort to placate Lu Fan. Lu Fan nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you for the cigarettes. Don't worry, I understand." With that, Lu Fan wasted no time, hastening out of the cruise ship, as if every second counted towards his freedom. The night had fallen, and upon escaping the vessel, Lu Fan noticed the surroundings were deserted. Seizing the cover of darkness, he slipped back into the jungle, making his way towards the concealed spot where the speedboat was hidden. As he carefully placed the sacks onto the boat, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, as if the weight had been lifted from his shoulders. After a brief moment of rest, Lu Fan contemplated leaving immediately, but the thought of the women who had been taken, especially that alluring tour guide, stirred a conflict within him. He knew he lacked the power to rescue them, yet he pondered, having come this far, it was essential to gather more information about the pirate camp and see how the bald man was faring. Thus, steeling himself, he resolved to take one more risk. Lu Fan returned to the cruise ship, and this time, the pirates at the entrance paid him no mind, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Once inside, he did not head for the cargo hold, but instead ascended the staircase towards the deck. After all, rescuing so many women was beyond his means, having saved one. Su Muyun had already forced him to sleep on the floor. If he were to rescue another, he would be left with no choice but to sleep by the creek. Furthermore, he had enough women in his life with Wang Xiufang and Lin Shui'er, not to mention Su Muyun. As Lu Fan was about to traverse the suite corridor, he heard the faint sound of a woman sobbing. The sound was delicate, as if drifting from a distant corner. Instantly alert, Lu Fan halted, straining to discern the noises around him. After careful listening, He pinpointed the source of the sound. Cautiously, he approached the room from which the noise emanated, treading lightly as if he were a cat, fearful of making even the slightest sound. Upon reaching the door, he peered through the crack and was taken aback by the sight within. A young woman sat curled up in the corner, her body trembling incessantly, clutching her legs tightly, her head buried deep within her arms. The sound of the woman's sobs, though deliberately suppressed, was still distinctly audible. Lu Fan speculated inwardly that this woman had likely been brought to this room by pirates and subjected to unspeakable indignities, which elicited her profound sorrow. With this thought, his anger ignited, fueling an intense rage against the pirate's malevolence. However, just as Lu Fan was preparing to take action, a drunken pirate staggered towards him. Realizing the peril, Lu Fan quickly deduced that escape was no longer an option. His mind raced, and in a flash of inspiration, he swiftly slipped into the room, concealing himself in the bathroom. The bathroom door was not fully closed, and Lu Fan watched anxiously through the crack. The pirate entered the room, mumbling crude remarks. "Filthy wench. I'm about to enjoy myself." As he approached the woman, she trembled violently, as if paralyzed by fear. Slowly lifting her head, her wide eyes were filled with terror, streaked with tears. "Please, let me go," she pleaded, her voice quivering with desperation, as if this were her last glimmer of hope. At that moment, she shrank into the corner, attempting to distance herself from the dreadful pirate. Yet, the confines of the room left her pressed against the cold wall. Her gaze was laden with dread, a palpable fear of the unknown and despair that evoked deep sympathy. Yet, the pirate remained devoid of any compassion, a cruel smirk on his lips as he seized her hair and yanked it violently. "Ah, help!" Her agonized screams reverberated through the room, chilling to the bone. Lu Fan, hidden in the bathroom, felt his fury escalate at the sound of her cries. Clenching his fists, his nails dug painfully into his palms. He understood that revealing himself could expose his disguise, yet witnessing the woman's plight compelled him to act. "Shout! Yell loudly. Perhaps someone will come to rescue you. I assure you, it's a privilege for me to have set my sights on you, so do not be ungrateful." With that, the pirate tore at her clothing and shoved her onto the bed. Just as he prepared to assault her, Lu Fan, unable to contain himself any longer, burst forth from the bathroom like an enraged lion. His speed was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning as he confronted the pirate. With a powerful kick, he struck the pirate's midsection. The drunken pirate, caught off guard by the sudden appearance and ferocity of Lu Fan's assault, stumbled backward, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground like a sack of flour. Without hesitation, Lu Fan surged forward, delivering several decisive blows until the pirate lay unconscious. Turning his attention to the woman, Lu Fan gently reassured her, "Do not fear. I am here to save you." Her face, once marked by terror, flickered with a hint of astonishment upon hearing his words. Yet, her body continued to tremble, her voice quavering as she asked, "Thank you. Who are you? Why have you come to rescue me?" Lu Fan chose not to answer her questions, but calmly instructed, "Do not speak. First, put on your clothes." He swiftly dragged the unconscious pirate into the bathroom. When he emerged, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the woman's chest, where blood was seeping out. Alarmed, he pointed at her wound and asked, "You are injured? What happened?" Upon hearing his question, her sobs intensified, tears flooding her face like a broken dam. Through her trembling voice, she managed to explain, "That beast bit me." As she uttered those words, a flush of embarrassment crossed her face, and she quickly lowered her gaze, unable to meet Lu Fan's eyes. Lu Fan was taken aback by her revelation. He had never anticipated such heinous cruelty from the pirate. His indignation surged anew. With a fierce resolve, he drew his dagger from his waist and stormed into the bathroom like a raging lion. Upon entering, he found the pirate still sprawled unconscious on the floor. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan lunged forward and swiftly slashed the pirate's throat. Blood gushed from the wound, and the pirate, still in a stupor, uttered not a sound as he succumbed to his fate. Lu Fan regarded the lifeless pirate in the pool of blood with an expression devoid of emotion, then calmly remarked, "Remember to be a good person in your next life." He withdrew the pirate's money and stepped out of the bathroom, turning to the still weeping woman. "It's all right now. He will no longer harm you." Her sobs gradually subsided as she lifted her gaze to Lu Fan, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you so much. My name is Linyu. I will repay you when I am free." Her voice still trembled. Lu Fan nodded slightly. "Stay here and do not wander off. I need to find someone and will return shortly." Linyu hesitated to respond, her eyes nervously darting towards the bathroom, as if fearing the pirate might awaken and continue his torment. Sensing her apprehension, Lu Fan reassured her, "Do not worry. I have killed him. He poses no threat to you now." At his words, her complexion drained of color, her body shaking violently as she covered her mouth with her hands. Her eyes wide with fright. What? You killed him? Her voice was so disordered it was barely audible. Lu Fan, observing her distress, felt a pang of helplessness but gently soothed her. He got what he deserved. You need not fear. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu attempted to steady herself. But what if we are discovered? She expressed her concern. Lu Fan pondered for a moment before responding. Not at this moment. Remember, stay put and do not run around. With that, he cautiously opened the door to assess the situation outside. Confirming it was safe, he slipped out, gently closing the door behind him. Meanwhile, Lin Yu curled up on the bed, hugging her knees, her eyes filled with anxiety and panic, her hands gripping her clothing tightly. Lu Fan hurried towards the deck where the pirates were reveling. The stage was already filled with numerous influential figures who had come to the pirate camp to procure supplies and women. Among the crowd were several familiar faces from Lu Fan's previous visit. As he approached the edge of the deck, he heard the loud voice of Hu Laoda. Ladies and gentlemen, today's grand finale features several exquisite beauties who have just arrived and are still fresh. With that, he beckoned the terrified women on stage to dance. These unfortunate beauties, coerced by circumstance, could only awkwardly twist their bodies for the depraved enjoyment and selection of the frenzied audience below. At that moment, a cacophony of murmurs and whistles erupted from the crowd below. Lu Fan scanned the surroundings as if searching for something, and eventually spotted the familiar figure of Tuzi in an inconspicuous spot at the back of the throng. He had initially worried that after his escape with Wang Xiufang and Su Muyun, if Hu Laoda discovered that he was the one who had brought them to the camp, he would surely face dire consequences. However, Tuzi appeared unchanged, with all his limbs intact, indicating that his concern was unfounded. Navigating through the crowd, Lu Fan approached Tuzi from behind. Unbeknownst to Tuzi, who was eagerly watching the beautiful dancers on stage, he seemed utterly enthralled. A slight smile curled at the corners of Lu Fan's mouth as he thought to himself that this lad was still a lecher at heart. He tapped Tuzi on the shoulder, causing him to turn around in surprise upon realizing it was Lu Fan. Stammering, he exclaimed, "Lu Dage, what brings you here?" Chapter 66. A reunion with Tuzi. Lu Fan smirked slightly and replied, "I've been idle lately, so I thought I'd come see you. Is that not welcome?" Tuzi's face paled at Lu Fan's boldness to appear so openly on deck, and he quickly pulled Lu Fan aside, whispering, "Lu Dage, I'm relieved that last time's incident didn't come to light. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble." Noticing Lu Fan's silence, Tuzi hesitated before continuing. "But why have you come again? I beg you, spare me this time, will you?" Lu Fan patted his shoulder confidently and reassured him, "Do not fret. I know my limits. What do you think of those lovely ladies on stage?" With that, Lu Fan gestured for Tuzi to look at the dancers. Following Lu Fan's gaze, Tuzi's eyes lit up as he swallowed hard and nodded. "They are beautiful. Do you wish for them?" Tuzi, upon hearing Lu Fan's words, shot him a bewildered look. "Lu Gu, please don't tease me. I barely earn a few gold coins in a month. Those women must cost at least 10 gold coins. And I'm left with only 3. Lu Fan's smile widened. "Fear not. I just encountered a beauty who surpasses them all, and I will present her to you shortly. Oh, by the way, go to the rocks west of the island and fill up the fuel for my speedboat." Tuzi's face contorted with reluctance. "Lu Dage, that might be a bit tricky. The camp is on high alert now. I fear." Lu Fan shot him an angry glance. "If I tell you to go, then go. What else with the complaints? I know you can manage this little task." Seeing Tuzi's displeasure, Lu Fan added with a smile, "Once you've filled the tank, head to room 108. I have a lovely lady waiting for you." At the mention of a beauty, Tuzi's eyes brightened, and he no longer protested about the fuel issue. He eagerly nodded, "Really? All right, Lu Dage, I'm on it." With that, he dashed away. Watching Tuzi's retreating figure, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile, realizing that beauties indeed wield power over men. Observing the smoke-filled, raucous scene around him, Lu Fan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Having gone a day without food, his stomach grumbled audibly. Consequently, he turned towards the second floor in search of a dining hall, hoping to find a satisfying meal. Upon reaching the second floor, he was met with a noisy clamor. Following the sound, he discovered a sizable dining area where several pirates were drinking and boasting. Dressed in pirate attire, Lu Fan encountered no resistance as he smoothly entered the restaurant. As he stepped inside, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The dining hall was replete with an array of delicacies and fine wines. A feast for the eyes that surpassed even the restaurant on the cruise ship he had once been aboard. However, the demeanor of the service staff starkly contrasted with the opulence of the food. Though they wore neat uniforms, their expressions and actions revealed a lack of vitality. Their eyes filled with timidity and fear. As they attended to the boisterous pirates, They moved cautiously, as if any misstep could provoke a violent reaction. Lu Fan observed the staff, deducing that they were likely captives, much like the women imprisoned in the cargo hold. The pirates would humiliate the beautiful women in exchange for gold, while the ordinary-looking women were left behind to serve as caretakers for the pirates' daily needs. Having endured a day of meager fare, Lu Fan seized the opportunity to feast, devouring the food with gusto. He relished each bite of meat and sip of wine. Thoroughly satisfied, after indulging, he let out a few hearty burps and slowly stood up, ready to leave the dining hall. Just as he stepped out, he heard a woman's voice calling from behind. It was a crisp and resonant tone, cutting through the noise of the corridor and piercing Lu Fan's ears. "You there? Come here." Lu Fan halted, puzzled, and turned to face the source of the voice. Before him stood a woman of approximately 40, strikingly beautiful. Though past her youth, she bore few marks of age, instead exuding a mature charm. Her shoulder-length hair was expertly layered, projecting an image of competence and sophistication. She was clearly no ordinary woman. Dressed in a black dress with tasteful side slits that revealed her fair and shapely thighs, she was undeniably alluring. On her feet were black high heels that accentuated her elegant arches, complementing her porcelain skin with a hint of blush. To top it off, she wore a semi-transparent floral shawl that tantalizingly hinted at her voluptuous figure. Taken aback by her captivating presence, Lu Fan felt a stir of desire. He mused to himself, "What is happening? Am I destined for a stroke of good fortune today?" With a slight smile gracing his lips, he approached her without hesitation, brimming with anticipation for what might unfold. Yet, the woman scrutinized him with a look of disdain, inspecting him from head to toe, her eyes betraying her contempt. With a smirk, she pointed at a cart laden with food and wine and commanded, "Why are you dawdling like an old woman? Hurry and take this cart to my room." Without a second glance, she turned and strode away, leaving Lu Fan momentarily stunned. A flicker of annoyance surged within him. He felt unjustly belittled by her arrogance. However, as he contemplated his next move, an idea struck him. This woman, so brazen and imperious, must possess a notable status. Resolving to set aside his irritation, Lu Fan decided to pursue this enigmatic woman. Yet, as he took a step forward to follow her, he was astonished to find that she had vanished without a trace, leaving him bewildered and at a loss. At this moment, two pirates at the restaurant's entrance noticed Lu Fan's unusual demeanor. They exchanged glances and approached him, kindly advising, "Hey, why are you standing here like a fool? Madam Hu has no patience to wait for you. If you anger her, you will regret it." Madam Hu. Lu Fan looked at the two pirates with a face full of suspicion, clearly unfamiliar with this title. One of the pirates, seeing his reaction, displayed an incredulous expression and countered, "You don't know she is Boss Hu's woman?" Realization dawned on Lu Fan, and he silently pondered, "So that's it. No wonder this woman is so unreasonable. She is the wife of Boss Hu." This was intriguing. Chapter 67. Boss Hu's wife feigning difficulty, Lu Fan said, "I know she is Madam Hu, but I don't know where her room is." The two pirates exchanged amused glances and chuckled. One of them, growing impatient, pointed in a direction and said, "Just follow this corridor straight ahead. The first room on the left, 201, is hers. Hurry up and deliver it, don't dawdle." With a resigned shrug, Lu Fan pushed the dining cart towards Madam Hu's room. Along the way, he contemplated that since this woman was Boss Hu's wife, she was likely not a pleasant person. He decided he would seize the opportunity to toy with her. Upon reaching the door, Lu Fan took a deep breath and gently knocked. "Come in," came Madam Hu's haughty voice from within. Lu Fan pushed the door open and wheeled the cart inside. Just as he was about to turn to leave, Madam Hu called out to him, "You, stay and pour me a drink." Initially taken aback, Lu Fan suppressed his dissatisfaction and approached to serve her. Madam Hu lifted her glass and took a sip, her eyes scrutinizing Lu Fan. Suddenly, she sneered, "You little brat. Seem to have some charm, but it's a pity you're just a lowly servant." Lu Fan forced a smile while slowly edging towards the door. Observing his intention to leave, Madam Hu abruptly smashed her glass, exclaiming, "Did I tell you to leave? Come here and massage my shoulders." Internally cursing, Lu Fan thought, "This arrogant woman is really overstepping." Yet he gritted his teeth and approached to give her a back rub. Madam Hu lounged back in her chair, her exquisite figure laid bare before Lu Fan. His heart raced with desire at the sight of her beauty, and he found himself increasingly unable to restrain his longing. His throat dry with anticipation. The pressure of his hands on her shoulders involuntarily intensified, causing Madam Hu to yelp in pain. "What are you doing? Are you trying to murder me?" Seeing Madam Hu's domineering attitude, the young and impulsive Lu Fan could hardly tolerate such humiliation. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "You really think too highly of yourself, don't you? I'm not serving you anymore." Madame Hu was momentarily taken aback by Lu Fan's outburst. But her expression quickly darkened, and she screamed, "You insolent wretch! How dare you insult me?" She rose to call for help. Lu Fan's heart raced with urgency. He swiftly dashed to the door and locked it. Then, with a fierce grip, he seized her wrist as she attempted to open it. His expression darkened menacingly. Resembling an enraged lion, his eyes sharp and fierce as he hissed, "If you dare to call for help, I will strangle you right now." Madame Hu was caught off guard by the sudden ferocity of this seemingly inconsequential servant. Fear gripped her, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Since being with Boss Hu, no one had ever dared to confront her so boldly, let alone yell at her. She was momentarily paralyzed, unable to make a sound or move. During his time on the deserted island, Lu Fan had often been tempted by Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuai, secretly sending them glances. Yet, due to his moral boundaries, he had refrained from crossing any lines with them. However, after his encounter with Lin Shuai, his desires had been ignited, and he found it increasingly difficult to suppress his cravings. Now, faced with the alluring and close figure of Madame Hu, Lu Fan's desires erupted like a lit powder keg. He thought to himself, "Boss Hu loves to take other men's women. Today, I shall claim his woman and see how he reacts." His heart raced wildly, as if 1,000 deer were galloping within him, nearly driving him to madness. Driven by this overwhelming desire, Lu Fan unhesitatingly pulled Madame Hu into his embrace, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. His lips, as if possessed, fervently pressed against her heavily made-up face, disregarding her feelings entirely. Madame Hu was momentarily stunned by Lu Fan's audacity, her mind blank as she struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. She never expected this inconspicuous man would dare to act so brazenly, attempting to lay hands on her, the wife of Boss Hu. Suddenly coming to her senses, panic and rage surged within her. She began to struggle violently, pushing against Lu Fan with all her might, her voice raised in a furious curse. "You little beast. Let go of me. If you dare touch me, you'll regret it when Boss Hu finds out." However, consumed by his desires, Lu Fan paid no heed to her threats or curses. His eyes burned with unquenchable lust as he retorted fiercely, "Stop your nonsense. You're no saint either. Even if Boss Hu himself came, it wouldn't matter today." Under the influence of his overwhelming desire, Lu Fan's grip tightened around Madame Hu, preventing her escape. His hands began to roam indecently across her body. Madame Hu felt an electric jolt run through her, her fear intensifying. She attempted to speak again, hoping to awaken Lu Fan from his stupor. But as she opened her mouth, Lu Fan's powerful lips descended upon hers like a hungry tiger, silencing her words. His kiss was fervent, as if he aimed to consume her entirely. Madame Hu's lips were sealed under his, rendering her voiceless as she futilely struggled in his embrace. As their desires escalated, Lu Fan's kisses grew ever wilder. Eventually, Lu Fan lifted Madame Hu, still resisting, and threw her onto the bed, tearing at her clothing with reckless abandon. His tongue slithered like a serpent, exploring every corner of her mouth. Madame Hu shuddered, her body gradually surrendering to the moment, her struggles weakening. Just as Lu Fan was about to remove her clothing, she suddenly seemed to regain awareness of her situation. Thus, in a frenzied state, she began to struggle desperately. Chapter 68. Subduing Madame Hu. She was acutely aware that once Hu Laoda discovered her liaison with another man, her idyllic days would come to an abrupt end, leaving her to face a cruel abandonment. However, under Lu Fan's powerful restraint, her feeble strength proved utterly ineffective. As the last vestiges of her energy waned, she resigned herself to Lu Fan's whims, turning her head away as tears of remorse streamed down her cheeks. Helplessly, she silently prayed for an expeditious end to this terrifying ordeal. Yet, the robust Lu Fan was not one to easily relinquish such a captivating beauty. Ultimately, after nearly 2 hours, he contentedly descended. Madame Hu lay supine on the bed, her body limp, her heart brimming with regret and helplessness. With a vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling, she uttered, "This matter must remain a secret, otherwise, we are doomed." "Rest assured, I will keep your secret," Lu Fan replied. After dressing, he glanced at her disheveled state and felt a flicker of guilt. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. "Sister-in-law, open the door." Her eyes widened in terror as she looked at Lu Fan. "Quick, hide. He is a Bao, a trusted aide of Hu Laoda and his personal bodyguard. If he discovers our affair, we are finished." Hearing this, Lu Fan felt a pang of panic, but he quickly regained his composure. He swiftly tidied up the scene and, like a slippery eel, darted beneath the bed. Seeing Lu Fan hide, Madame Hu suppressed her discomfort, straightened her clothes, and opened the door. A Bao scrutinized her with a puzzled expression, asking, "Sister-in-law, what were you doing? Why did it take so long to open the door? Madam Hu, her voice trembling with anxiety, replied, I was just taking a short nap. Bao glanced around suspiciously. Apart from the disheveled sheets, he noticed nothing amiss. He then turned to Madam Hu and said, Oh, sister-in-law, I came to inform you that the boss wants you to join a gathering in the dining hall shortly. All right, I understand. You go ahead. I will tidy up and follow shortly. Madam Hu, relieved that Bao had not detected anything unusual, felt her tension ease. At that moment, however, Lu Fan inadvertently made a slight noise from beneath the bed. Bao's expression shifted as he approached the bed. Seeing this, Madam Hu's face turned pale with fear. She knew Bao was fiercely loyal to Hu Laoda and highly skilled, earning the boss's trust. Should Lu Fan fall into his clutches, he would be doomed. And so would she. Bao quickly reached the bedside, and just as Madam Hu attempted to intervene, it was too late. He yanked the sheets aside and, upon spotting Lu Fan, his eyes widened in fury. You little rascal, how dare you engage in such acts behind the boss's back? With that, he lunged to grab Lu Fan. Reacting swiftly, Lu Fan emerged from beneath the bed, sidestepping Bao's grasp, and promptly delivered a kick to Bao's abdomen. Bao grunted, momentarily staggered, but quickly regained his footing to counterattack. Madam Hu, witnessing this, screamed in terror. Enraged, Bao charged forward, swinging his fist at Lu Fan. Lu Fan deftly dodged and seized Bao's arm, hurling him aside, causing Bao to stumble. After regaining balance, Bao, with a sneer, remarked, No wonder you dare to steal from the boss. You can hold your own. Today, you've picked the wrong fight. Lu Fan smirked in response. Is that so? Enough chatter. Come and try me. Madam Hu stood by, anxious and frightened, unsure of what to do. As Bao lunged again, Lu Fan seized the moment, delivering a kick to his knee, causing Bao to kneel in pain. Lu Fan capitalized on this opportunity to elbow Bao's back, prompting him to stumble forward. Seeing a momentary lull, Madam Hu urged, Bao, please pretend you didn't see anything today. I will reward you. Bao, gritting his teeth and glaring at Lu Fan, replied, Sister-in-law, I am fiercely loyal to the boss. I cannot let this go. As for you, just wait for the boss to deal with this. Once more, Bao charged at Lu Fan, and the two resumed their struggle. Though Lu Fan was formidable, Bao, as Hu Laoda's bodyguard, was equally skilled. After several exchanges, Lu Fan began to feel the strain. Amidst their tussle, Bao suddenly drew a dagger from his waist, slashing it across Lu Fan's chest, inflicting a deep wound. Blood instantly soaked Lu Fan's shirt. As he bent down to inspect the injury, Bao seized the opportunity, slashing once more. The pain ignited Lu Fan's fighting spirit. He realized Bao intended to kill him and struck back mercilessly, targeting Bao's vital points. Lu Fan resolved to no longer hold back. Just as Bao prepared to strike again, Lu Fan seized his wrist, twisting it forcefully until the dagger fell to the ground. Lu Fan swiftly kicked the dagger away and followed up with a powerful punch to Bao's face, causing him to see stars. Madam Hu, paralyzed with fear, could only watch anxiously. Bao, regaining his composure, charged again, and they grappled once more. Lu Fan understood that he could not afford to remain in this stalemate much longer, otherwise, discovery would spell disaster for him. Spotting a flaw in Bao's defense, Lu Fan executed a shoulder charge to Bao's abdomen, sending him staggering backward. As Bao regained his footing and lunged once more, Lu Fan sidestepped, grasped Bao's shoulder, and executed a powerful throw, slamming him to the ground. Bao struggled to rise, blood trickling from his lips, his eyes filled with fury. Just as he prepared to advance again, Lu Fan crouched low, gathering all his strength to thrust the dagger directly into Bao's throat. The blade pierced deeply, and Bao's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his throat, gurgling sounds escaping as blood poured through his fingers. His body swayed before collapsing lifelessly to the floor. Madam Hu, petrified, covered her mouth, too terrified to make a sound. She could hardly believe that the most skilled fighter in the pirate camp, Bao, had been so effortlessly dispatched by Lu Fan. Her eyes, wide with disbelief, fixated on the scene before her. Lu Fan, panting heavily, gazed at the lifeless body on the floor, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. Yet, this was not the time for fear. He needed to dispose of the body swiftly. He turned to Madam Hu, instructing her to open the window and help him dispose of the corpse before anyone discovered it. Otherwise, if it were found in her room, there would be no way to explain. Chapter 69. Bridging the gap between Tuzi and Lin Yu. Madam Hu, utterly shaken, mechanically nodded at Lu Fan's words and hurriedly opened the window. Together, they hoisted Bao's body to the windowsill. Lu Fan gritted his teeth and gave a forceful push, sending the corpse tumbling out. Subsequently, Madame Hu grabbed a towel and swiftly cleaned the room, erasing all traces of the struggle to eliminate any possible evidence. In her heart, Madame Hu was in turmoil, her face a mask of anxiety as she asked, "What do we do next? A Bao's disappearance will undoubtedly raise Hu Laoda's suspicions." Observing her distress, Lu Fan felt an inner sense of relief. She thought to herself that she had finally become a grasshopper on the same boat as him. Thus, she calmly said, "You go to the restaurant for the gathering first, and remember to act as if nothing has happened. No one will suspect you. As for me, I will find an opportunity to leave here. If we both keep silent, no one else will know." Madame Hu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. She understood that this was the only viable option for now, and then she anxiously exited the room. Seizing the moment when Madame Hu went to the restaurant, Lu Fan cleaned the bloodstains from his wounds and then stealthily slipped out of the room. He walked confidently toward room 108, as if nothing had occurred moments earlier. However, just as Lu Fan reached the door, he heard Lin Yu's voice from within, "Get out. I don't know you." Following that was the voice of the bald man. "Miss Lin, I'm not a bad person. Lu Fan sent me." At that moment, Lu Fan pushed the door open and entered, just in time to see the bald man attempting to take advantage of Lin Yu. He shouted, "Stop." His roar echoed like thunder in the room, startling the bald man. The bald man was taken aback by Lu Fan's shout, abruptly releasing Lin Yu, his face filled with panic. However, he quickly regained his composure and, with a sycophantic smile, said to Lu Fan, "Brother Lu, the beauty you mentioned must be her. Wow, she's truly stunning." Seeing Lu Fan's grim expression, the bald man quickly added, "Oh right. Brother Lu, I've completed what you asked me to do, so don't worry." Lu Fan looked at the bald man's demeanor, feeling both amused and irritated. He internally cursed. This guy is too impatient. It's our first meeting, and he should at least leave a good impression on the girl. Instead, he directly laid hands on her. He's simply a rogue. Nevertheless, Lu Fan refrained from losing his temper, knowing that the most crucial task was to calm Lin Yu's emotions. He quickly approached her and softly said, "Miss Lin, don't be afraid. He is here to protect you," albeit inappropriately. Lin Yu's face was filled with astonishment, and her eyes brimmed with disbelief as she exclaimed, "He is nothing but a rogue. I don't want him to protect me." The bald man scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Brother Lu, I'm sorry. I was too eager and lost control." Lu Fan shot him a glare and then turned to Lin Yu, saying, "Though he may appear unreliable as a pirate, as long as you stay with him, he can at least ensure that you are not bullied by other pirates. With him around, your safety is guaranteed." Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, deep in thought, and ultimately nodded, though her eyes still reflected wariness. Seeing her agreement, Lu Fan smiled contentedly and said, "Miss Lin, I can only assist you to this extent." Noticing the lingering gloom on Lin Yu's face, he continued, "But rest assured, if he dares to mistreat you in the future, I will certainly not spare him." At that moment, the bald man appeared troubled. He had initially thought this would be a simple and enjoyable experience. He never expected Lu Fan would want to give Lin Yu to him as a wife. Realizing this, the bald man felt caught in a dilemma. In the pirate camp, all pirates could choose their preferred women, but it required at least 10 gold coins. Yet he currently had only 3 gold coins, far from enough to acquire a long-term companion. Upon learning the situation, Lu Fan was not angry. Instead, he retrieved 15 gold coins, which he had taken from the drunken pirate, and handed them to the bald man. "Here are 15 gold coins. Consider the extra 5 as a gift from me." The bald man stared at the coins, his eyes widening with excitement. He hastily accepted them, bowing and saying, "Brother Lu, you are incredibly generous. Don't worry. I will treat her well and ensure she suffers no grievances." Lin Yu watched this scene unfold, feeling a mix of reluctance, yet understanding that this was perhaps the best arrangement at the moment. Just then, Lu Fan suddenly recalled Madame Hu and casually asked the bald man, "Do you know about Madame Hu? What is her situation?" The bald man showed a hint of surprise, looking at Lu Fan as if puzzled by his sudden interest in Madame Hu. After a brief silence, the bald man replied, "Why are you suddenly interested in Madame Hu? I must warn you, do not entertain any improper thoughts about her. She is the original wife of Boss Hu." Lu Fan was taken aback, his expression turning bewildered. "What? The original wife? I had always thought she was just a captive taken by Boss Hu," he murmured, a wave of disappointment washing over him. Seeing his reaction, the bald man chuckled and explained, "Although they are married, everyone knows that Madame Hu lives a life of nominal status. The reason? You know there is no shortage of beautiful women in this camp, so Boss Hu naturally has little interest in her." He then inquired, "What is Madame Hu's status in the camp? How do others regard her?" The bald man stroked his chin and said, "Madame Hu's status is not low. Although her marriage with Boss Hu is more symbolic than real, Boss whose wealth worldwide is laundered through her. In other words, all of Boss whose money is under her name. What do you think her status is? However, Lu Fan, coming from a humble background, did not understand what laundering meant. And he expressed his confusion. If Boss who no longer cares for her, why doesn't he keep the money under his own name? The bald man, exasperated, wore a look of despair. Brother, have you lost your mind? Boss who is a notorious pirate leader, a wanted man globally. He cannot even set foot on land, let alone keep money there. Do you understand? Lu Fan nodded, somewhat comprehending. He thought he had grasped a little of the situation. Hearing the bald man's words, Lu Fan felt a tightening in his chest. He had hoped that if Madame, who was merely a captive, he might still have a chance to take her out of the camp and keep her by his side. However, it now seemed that this was merely wishful thinking. The relationship between Madame Hu and Boss Hu was far more complicated than he had imagined. With a sigh of resignation, Lu Fan felt his hopes shatter. Just then, a loud commotion erupted outside, as if something significant had occurred. Fearing that others might discover Lu Fan, the bald man hurried outside to investigate. Upon returning, his face had turned pale, and he shouted, "This is bad. We are in trouble." Chapter 70. Water on the electric box. Lu Fan remained calm and composed, slowly asking, "What happened? Why the panic?" The bald man, panting and visibly frightened, replied, "Boss whose top enforcer, a Bao, has been killed by someone, and the body was just discovered by the patrolling guards under the cruise ship. Boss who is furious and is demanding a thorough investigation to find the culprit." Upon hearing this news, Lu Fan's heart sank. He had not anticipated that a Bao would be discovered so quickly. He thought to himself that this would lead to trouble. Once exposed, escaping this camp would be exceedingly difficult. While Lu Fan was lost in thought, the bald man suddenly noticed something unusual about him. His eyes widened in shock, and he stammered, "Brother, you didn't kill a Bao, did you?" As he spoke, the bald man made a gesture across his neck, mimicking a throat-cutting motion. In response to his inquiry, Lu Fan displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he sat calmly at the edge of the bed, maintaining a steady gaze on the bald man before slowly nodding in acknowledgement of having killed a Bao. "Oh, ancestor, it truly is you," the bald man exclaimed in shock. "Brother, this is utterly unacceptable. Do you realize how significant a Bao was to Hu Laoda? He was his right-hand man." At that moment, Lin Yu's expression suddenly shifted to one of panic, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, "Lu Fan, what about the drunken pirate in the bathroom? If they come to inspect this room, won't we be discovered?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the bald man's heart sank, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What? There's another one?" Before he could finish, he dashed into the bathroom like an arrow released from its bow. As he burst into the bathroom, a potent stench of blood assaulted him. Upon closer inspection, he rushed forward, calling out, "Captain Lu, wake up." However, the drunken pirate lay sprawled on the floor, his body cold, clearly devoid of life. It turned out that this pirate was none other than the captain of the bald man's current team. If not this, then how did this happen to my brother? The bald man was rendered speechless, his mind grappling with the shocking sight before him. Lu Fan, noticing his reaction, immediately countered, "You truly lack conscience. Just moments ago, Lin Yu was nearly victimized by this beast. Had I not arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Moreover, the gold coins meant for your bride were all taken from him." The bald man stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his rebuttal choked in his throat. Unable to utter a single word, he stared incredulously at Lu Fan, as if beholding a completely unfamiliar individual. After a lengthy pause, the bald man regained his composure, inhaling deeply to steady his emotions. However, the fear and anxiety within him surged like wild weeds, causing his voice to tremble uncontrollably as he urged, "We must leave quickly. Before they search this floor, let us hide in my room. Otherwise, if they discover us, we will be in serious trouble." With that, he turned to leave, and Lu Fan and Lin Yu exchanged glances before hastily following him. The bald man's room was located on the 4th floor of the cruise ship. Though it was also a hotel suite, it paled in comparison to the luxurious suites on the 1st and 2nd floors. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a dilapidated bed and a solitary coat rack, with no other furniture in sight. The room was permeated with an unpleasant odor of foot odor and smoke, prompting Lu Fan and Lin Yu to instinctively cover their noses and mouths. "This is my room. It's a bit messy," the bald man admitted sheepishly. Lu Fan and Lin Yu surveyed their surroundings, feeling a wave of disdain. However, considering that the bald man was merely a small-time pirate, having a room of his own was already quite commendable. Unable to tolerate the stench any longer, Lu Fan abruptly declared, "All right, you two stay here. I must take my leave." The moment his words fell, the bald man and Lin Yu appeared as if frozen in shock. staring at him in disbelief. Lu Gu, are you out of your mind? Going out now is like walking straight into a trap. The bald man's tone had shifted, unable to fathom Lu Fan's decision to leave at such a critical moment. Lu Fan, remaining unfazed, replied, rest assured, I have my methods. Also, tidy up your bed. Can anyone stay here? The bald man paid no heed to Lu Fan's disdain, but his heart was filled with dread, fearing that Lu Fan's exposure would bring trouble upon himself. Yet, upon reconsideration, he realized that with Lu Fan's skills, even if the pirates discovered him, capturing him would not be an easy feat. The bald man had witnessed Lu Fan's decisive prowess firsthand. He never hesitated when dealing with these merciless pirates, which instilled confidence in Lu Fan's abilities. With this thought, the bald man's anxiety gradually subsided. Meanwhile, Lu Fan found an empty bottle in the room and proceeded directly to the bathroom. He turned on the faucet, filling the bottle with water before turning to leave the room without a backward glance at the bald man and Lin Yu. Their confusion regarding Lu Fan's actions was palpable. They could not comprehend why he needed to fetch a glass of water when there was water in the room. The bald man, who had been worrying about Lu Fan's potential exposure, suddenly set his concerns aside, drawn towards the enchanting Lin Yu instead, approaching her with a sycophantic demeanor. After exiting the room, Lu Fan swiftly approached the staircase at the end of the corridor, pausing momentarily. He could hear the cacophony of pirates below. Judging by the sound's direction and intensity, they seemed to be conducting a search on the third floor. Lu Fan scanned his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on the electrical box adjacent to the staircase. Without hesitation, he moved towards it and opened the door. Then, he retreated about 3 meters from the electrical box. Taking a deep breath, he swung his arm with all his might, hurling the filled bottle towards the circuit breaker. With a resounding crash, the bottle struck its target precisely. In an instant, sparks flew, plunging the entire cruise ship into darkness. The clamor below escalated, with the pirates' frantic shouts echoing in the chaos. At this moment, Hu Laoda, situated on the third floor, retrieved a lighter from his pocket, igniting it. The feeble flame illuminated the darkness but barely made a difference. By its light, Hu Laoda glimpsed his disordered subordinates, which incited his fury. What the hell is this mess? Stand at attention. He pointed at a scrawny subordinate, exclaiming in exasperation, You. Yes, you. Go find out what is going on. Amid the turmoil, Lu Fan moved like a shadow, seizing the cover of the night to dash towards the cruise ship's exit with lightning speed. In the darkness, Hu Laoda stood, seething with rage, his voice piercing through the chaos as he shouted at his minions, You useless lot. Get the power back on now. However, just as Lu Fan was about to reach the exit, 2 pirate guards stationed there suddenly sensed something amiss. Their eyes scanned the darkness, seemingly detecting a vague figure advancing towards them. One guard instinctively reached out to intercept the mysterious silhouette. Yet, in that very moment, Lu Fan transformed into a whirlwind, swiftly drawing a sharp dagger from his waist as he continued his sprint. With a swift motion, he hurled the dagger through the air, its blade glinting like lightning as it pierced directly towards the guard's brow. In an instant, the guard's body jolted, and he collapsed, as if his soul had been forcibly extracted. The remaining guard was utterly stunned by the sudden turn of events, his eyes wide with terror as if he had witnessed the most horrifying sight in the world. He stood frozen in place, his body rigid, completely devoid of any reaction. Conversely, Lu Fan showed no signs of hesitation. He surged forward like a ferocious leopard, sprinting towards the exit with astonishing speed. As he passed the fallen guard, he swiftly bent down and retrieved the dagger embedded in his own forehead. The dagger glinted once more, resembling the scythe of death, mercilessly slashing across the throat of another guard. The guard barely had time to utter a sound before his life was extinguished in an instant. Instinctively, he clasped his hands around his neck in a futile attempt to stanch the flow of blood. However, blood gushed forth like a fountain from between his fingers, pooling on the ground and forming a ghastly crimson puddle. The guard's body swayed a few times before collapsing backward like a toppled statue, emitting a dull thud upon impact. Lu Fan dared not linger, escaping the cruise ship and darting into the jungle like a frightened rabbit, each step laden with anxiety and unease, as if some dreadful beast were in pursuit. At the moment he plunged into the jungle, he exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing he was temporarily safe. Yet, his mind remained taut, refusing to allow any semblance of complacency. Just as Lu Fan began to relax his vigilance, a buzzing sound erupted from the cruise ship behind him. Instantly, the previously dark vessel was illuminated, casting a brilliant light across the entire island and providing Lu Fan with a flicker of hope amid the darkness of the jungle. Due to his hasty retreat, the wound on his chest, inflicted during his struggle with a bow, had reopened, blood seeping from the gash and staining his clothing. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him, yet he dared not pause, pressing his hand against the injury as he continued to navigate through the thicket with great difficulty. Meanwhile, Hu Lao scoured the cruise ship in vain, uncovering no clues. His agitation over a bow's demise had escalated into a fiery rage. He glared at his band of lackeys, bellowing, "You useless fools! Find him! If you fail to locate the murderer today, none of you shall have it easy." Just then, a frantic pirate patrolling the first floor rushed over, panting, "Boss, it's bad. Captain Lu has been found murdered in the bathroom of room 108. Upon hearing this, Hu Lao's eyes widened in shock, resembling brass bells, while the flesh on his face quivered with fury. "What?" he roared, kicking a nearby chair across the room. "Whoever you are, I will tear you to shreds once I find you." With that, he stormed toward room 108, accompanied by his minions. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, still fleeing through the jungle, felt the pain from his wound intensifying, rendering his steps increasingly labored. Gritting his teeth, he bore the agony and quickened his pace, fully aware that being caught by the pirates would spell certain death. When Hu Lao beheld Captain Lu's lifeless body lying coldly on the bathroom floor, an overwhelming wave of anger and despair engulfed him. The deaths of both Captain Lu and Abao had dealt a crushing blow, causing him to lose two trusted aides in such a short span of time. In that moment, Hu Lao's emotions shattered entirely. He let out a heart-wrenching scream that reverberated throughout the cruise ship. "Quick, damn it! Inform the guards at the exits that no one is to leave the ship from this moment on." His voice brimmed with rage and anxiety, startling his subordinates into silence. Yet, just as one calamity subsided, another arose. While Hu Lao was still reeling from grief and chaos, the pirates patrolling the ship's perimeter stumbled upon the two guards lying in a pool of blood at the exit. This shocking discovery left the patrolling pirates aghast, realizing that the murderer had likely escaped the cruise ship. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed to report this urgent situation to Hu Lao. At that moment, Hu Lao was still grappling with the news of Captain Lu's death, completely oblivious to the murders at the exit. When he received this unexpected tidbit, he was struck dumb, as if hit by a bolt from the blue. Nevertheless, being a seasoned pirate leader, he quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of shock. He then commanded everyone to head toward the exit with haste, his mind fixated on one thought: the murderer must not escape. Upon arriving at the exit and crouching down to examine the guard's wounds, his astonishment deepened. He was shocked to discover that the wounds bore an uncanny resemblance to those of Abao and Captain Lu, clearly inflicted by the same hand. Hu Lao's brow furrowed tightly as he scrutinized the gruesome injuries, his mind racing with various possibilities. After a moment, he murmured, "It seems the murderer is the same person." Rising to his feet, he gazed out at the tranquil sea, pondering for a moment before addressing his subordinates. "The murderer hasn't escaped. He must be hiding in the nearby jungle. Everyone, split up and search for him. I will ensure he pays dearly for this." Chapter 72. Successfully returning to the deserted island. When Lu Fan finally arrived at the location of the hidden speedboat, he heard the sound of numerous pirates snapping branches in the jungle behind him. Realizing that the pirates were likely converging on his position and would soon discover him, he acted without hesitation. He leaped into the speedboat and started the engine. The speedboat shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, racing into the depths of the dark sea. The roar of the engine echoed through the air, and upon hearing it, Hu Lao immediately sensed trouble, stomping his feet in frustration and shouting, "You bunch of fools, what are you waiting for? Hurry and chase after him. Don't let that brat get away." A throng of pirates bolted from the jungle, their movements chaotic and frantic. However, when they finally reached the shore, they found Lu Fan's speedboat had vanished like a ghost, leaving only an empty expanse of water and the sound of waves lapping against the shore. Hu Lao soon arrived at the water's edge, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the placid sea, his heart brimming with anger and frustration. His face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, cursing, "Damn it! How could he have escaped?" Even though he knew it was too late to pursue, the fury within him could not be quelled. He angrily swung his fist, striking the yacht docked at the shore with a resounding crash. This blow seemed to have drained him of all his strength, causing the yacht to sway slightly. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was piloting the speedboat across the dark sea, his heart pounding like a drum, breath coming in rapid gasps, and the pain from his wound causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Yet he dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of relaxation, for he feared that Hu Lao and his cohorts would not relent. Should they catch up, his fate would be dire. Thus, Lu Fan gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain from his wounds, and once again increased the power of the speedboat. The engine emitted a deep, resonant roar, as if responding to the howling waves. With the acceleration, the speedboat dashed across the sea like a dart released from a bow, leaving behind only a long trail of white foam, the sole mark of its passage on the water. The following dawn, before the sun had fully risen and as the sky began to lighten, Wang Xiufang woke abruptly from her slumber, her heart filled with unease that rendered her incapable of returning to sleep. She hastily donned her clothes and hurried out of her room, making her way directly to the hall. Upon reaching Lu Fan's bed, she was struck by the sight of the empty mattress, devoid of his presence. This scene caused her heart to race, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at the vacant straw bed, as if the world had frozen in that moment. Since the previous day, Wang Xiufang had been consumed with worry for Lu Fan's safety. Now, that anxiety intensified, akin to the ominous clouds before a storm, weighing heavily upon her heart. She could not help but let her thoughts spiral, conjuring various dreadful scenarios regarding Lu Fan's current predicament. In an instant, she became paralyzed, tears streaming from her eyes like a breached dam, her sobs echoing in the stillness of the hall. Hearing Wang Xiufang's cries, Lin Shuer and others were startled awake. Emerging from their rooms, upon seeing Lu Fan's empty bed, they immediately grasped the reason behind Wang Xiufang's weeping, their faces betraying a mix of urgency and concern. Lin Shuer, in a state of distress, exclaimed, "What shall we do? Lu Fan has yet to return. Should we not go searching for him?" Her voice clearly conveyed her anxiety. Wang Xiufang, upon hearing this, eagerly nodded in agreement with Lin Shuer's suggestion. However, at that moment, Aunt Li intervened, her tone grave as she said, "No. Lu Fan has instructed that none of us venture into the jungle alone without his company." For a moment, Aunt Li's words doused the flickering hope within the two women like a bucket of cold water. Aunt Li glanced at the tearful Wang Xiufang and calmly continued, "Xiufang, have you forgotten how you were captured by pirates last time?" The mention of pirates elicited a look of fear from Su Muyun, who had remained silent until now. Haunted by her past encounter with pirates, she stepped forward and interjected, "Indeed. Sister Xiufang, Sister Shuer, you must not go. The area is fraught with danger from both wild beasts and pirates. But we cannot remain idle." Lin Shuer replied, her displeasure evident. Seeing that her admonitions fell on deaf ears, Aunt Li firmly reprimanded, "We must trust in Lu Fan's capabilities. Moreover, if he encounters a beast he cannot handle, your presence would not assist him. It would only complicate matters. Do you understand?" Though Lin Shuer and Wang Xiufang begrudgingly recognized the validity of Aunt Li's words, they were left with no choice but to relent. Just as everyone appeared disheartened and at a loss, Lin Shuer suddenly had a brilliant idea and proposed, "What if we check the climbing ladder at the cliff? If Lu Fan returns, we shall be the first to notice him." Wang Xiufang, enlightened by the suggestion, eagerly agreed. "Excellent idea. Let us hurry there at once." However, as the two prepared to set off for the climbing ladder, Aunt Li did not impede their progress. With a worried expression, she advised, "Wait. If you are merely going to the climbing ladder, I will not stop you. However, you must remember, absolutely do not ascend. It is perilous up there." After exchanging glances of understanding, Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer replied in unison, "Rest assured, we shall not wander off. We are only going to take a look." Nevertheless, Aunt Li's heart remained uneasy. After they turned to leave, she pondered for a moment before addressing Su Muyun, "Xiao Yun, I still harbor concerns. Perhaps you should accompany them. Keep a close watch on them and ensure they do not ascend. The dangers lurking in the jungle are no trifling matter." Understanding the validity of Aunt Li's worries, Su Muyun readily nodded in agreement. "Of course, Aunt Li. You may rest assured, I will keep a watchful eye on them." Meanwhile, after enduring a lengthy and perilous journey, Lu Fan finally arrived at the deserted island unscathed. However, his condition was far from favorable. The speedboat had splashed a significant amount of seawater upon him during its rapid course, leaving him drenched. What compounded his suffering was the salt-laden seawater that, upon contact with his wounds, intensified the agony to excruciating levels, causing him to gasp in pain. At this moment, Lu Fan's brow was furrowed, his lips pale as if drained of blood. Sweat beads formed on his forehead, as if every drop of moisture within him had been extracted. Having concealed the speedboat, he dragged his weary body, summoning the last vestige of his strength to hoist two enormous burlap sacks, laboriously making his way toward the cliff. Each step felt as though he were trudging through thick cotton, lacking the strength to press forward. Yet, he clenched his jaw and summoned every ounce of energy to bear the weight of those two massive sacks, which felt like two insurmountable mountains pressing upon him. Step by step, Lu Fan advanced toward the precipice, each movement resembling a struggle against death itself. His legs felt as though they were laden with lead, each lift demanding immense effort. At last, he reached the stone steps, the sole path leading to the base of the cliff. Yet, a new dilemma arose. The sacks were too large and cumbersome to navigate the narrow, steep gaps of the stone steps simultaneously. Standing at the stone steps entrance, Lu Fan was overcome by a sense of helplessness. He was on the brink of exhaustion, his body having reached its limits. Yet he had to ascend and descend this towering stairway multiple times. With no better option available, Lu Fan took a deep breath, steeled his resolve, and placed both sacks in the crevice at the top of the steps. He then exerted all his strength to carefully cover them with a hidden stone slab, ensuring that wild animals would not seize them. With preparations complete, Lu Fan unhesitatingly lifted the heavier sack and began his careful descent down the stone steps. Each step was fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could send him tumbling over the edge. After enduring tremendous hardship, he finally managed to lower the first sack to the cliff's base, at which point his body was utterly spent. He collapsed onto the ground like a puddle of mud, gasping for breath as the world spun around him. After resting momentarily, Lu Fan lay exhausted atop the sack, gazing up at the towering cliff face, a wave of impotence washing over him. Initially, he contemplated abandoning the task. After all, the cliff was dauntingly high, and he was already thoroughly fatigued. After resting sufficiently, it would not be too late to tackle these burdens tomorrow. However, as images of Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer filled with astonishment at the sight of the pristine bedding and various daily necessities danced in Lu Fan's mind, an overwhelming impulse surged within him. In an instant, Lu Fan felt reinvigorated, so he moistened his cracked and pallid lips with his tongue, gritted his teeth, and charged up the steep stone steps that rose 100 meters high. With determination, Lu Fan bit down hard, using both hands and feet to ascend laboriously, resembling a tenacious gecko clinging to the stone surface. With each upward movement, his body protested, muscles ached, and breaths quickened. Yet the radiant smiles of Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer remained ever present in his thoughts, serving as his sole motivation. At long last, after immense effort, Lu Fan reached the summit of the stone staircase once more. He disregarded the need for rest, hoisting the burlap sack filled with bedding over his shoulder and turning to descend the mountain. This time, he felt as though his legs had completely lost sensation, as if they no longer belonged to him. With each step, his legs trembled uncontrollably, threatening to collapse under his weight. The sack, laden with blankets, felt excessively cumbersome, forcing him to continually adjust his stance to navigate the narrow turns of the stone steps. Lu Fan struggled under the weight of the sack, pouring forth tremendous effort with every step down. His body was utterly exhausted, yet he persevered through sheer will. However, when he reached a point approximately 10 meters above the precipice, his strength finally reached its limit. His legs felt as if burdened by lead, each step turning excruciatingly difficult. Ultimately, he could no longer support his own body. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. As he lost his footing, he slipped, instantly losing his balance and plummeting like a kite severed from its string down the sheer cliff. At that very moment, Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer, who had hurried to the scene, witnessed this heart-stopping spectacle. "Ah, Lu Fan!" Wang Xiufang's desperate scream shattered the air, reverberating throughout the canyon, laden with terror and despair, as if the world had crumbled in that instant. Lin Shuer turned pale with fright, her hands clasped tightly over her mouth, unable to comprehend the unfolding tragedy. Her eyes widened in horror, reflecting her helplessness. As Lu Fan fell, Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer were propelled by an unseen force, racing frantically towards him. Their focus was solely on Lu Fan, who lay unconscious with tightly shut eyes, devoid of awareness, his face bearing a ghastly ash-gray hue, utterly drained of color. Blood oozed from his once pale lips, creating a stark, horrifying crimson trail. "Lu Fan, please don't scare me." Wang Xiufang's voice quivered with fear and desperation as she called his name, attempting to rouse him, yet Lu Fan remained unresponsive, as if devoid of life. Lin Shuer stood nearby, her heart heavy with anxiety and unease. Her eyes widened, brows furrowed tightly, her expression a mask of terror. "Xiufang, do you think Lu Fan, having fallen from such a height?" Might Lin Shuer's voice trembled, yet she dared not utter the dreadful word. Hearing Lin Shuer's words, Wang Xiufang's complexion turned grave. "Shuer, don't say such things." Yet deep down, she too felt a sense of dread, hastily reaching for Lu Fan's pulse, her fingers quivering, fearing she might not detect any sign of life. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Xiufang finally exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, "There is a pulse. We must urgently carry him back for Antly to treat him." Her voice revealed a glimmer of hope, yet it was overshadowed by urgency. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Su Miyun arrived, breathless, and upon seeing the unconscious Lu Fan, her complexion turned ashen as she anxiously inquired, "What happened to Lu Fan? Is he all right?" Wang Xiufang, frantic, replied, "He just fell from the cliff. Come help us carry him back quickly." Her words were imbued with an undeniable urgency. Without hesitation, Su Muyun sprang into action, joining them as they swiftly lifted Lu Fan. They could not afford to waste another moment, hastening towards the small wooden cabin. Aunt Li, witnessing the bloodied Lu Fan being carried in, felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, tears welling in her eyes. However, she understood that this was not the time for sorrow. She immediately retrieved the first aid kit and meticulously examined Lu Fan's injuries, leaving no wound unattended. Meanwhile, Wang Xiufang and the others watched anxiously from the side, holding their breaths in tense anticipation. Chapter 74. Once again, the harvest of blood orchids. Their gazes remained fixed on Aunt Li, who was diligently tending to Lu Fan. His injuries are severe. Not only is the wound on his chest inflamed and infected, but he also has internal bleeding. I will first staunch the bleeding. Our supplies are limited, and whether he can survive depends on his own resilience, Aunt Li stated, her voice grave and serious, sending a chill through everyone present. Her words landed like a heavy hammer upon their hearts. Fear gripped them at the thought of lacking medical supplies. With such grave injuries, survival seemed daunting. Just as despair began to settle in, Lin Shui's eyes lit up as if she had suddenly recalled something, and she dashed out of the cabin in a flurry. Lin Shui anxiously rushed to the cliffside, fervently searching for something. She remembered the miraculous blood orchid they had consumed when attacked by the venomous snake. Recalling the scene vividly, she followed the route from her memory to the spot where they had previously harvested the blood orchids. From a distance, she spotted the vine Lu Fan had used to climb, still hanging from a small tree on the cliff, as if awaiting her return. Witnessing this familiar sight, Lin Shui was engulfed by a swirl of complex emotions. The perilous moment replayed in her mind like a film, stirring unease within her. The memory of the venomous snake lunging at her, its terrifying visage and sharp fangs, still sent shivers down her spine. Yet, thoughts of Lu Fan's condition quickly overshadowed her fear with concern. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she grasped the vine without hesitation and began her arduous ascent. Using all her strength. Compared to Lu Fan, Lin Shui lacked his agility and strength. The limited footholds on the cliff made her climb exceedingly challenging, even clumsy. The 10-meter-high cliff loomed before her like an insurmountable barrier. Each meter she ascended demanded immense effort and courage. During her ascent, she nearly lost her grip multiple times. But fortunately, she clung tightly to the vines, thus averting disaster. Nevertheless, Lin Shui did not relent. Gritting her teeth, she persevered, inching ever closer to the Shui Lanhua. After several minutes of arduous effort, she finally reached the location where the Shui Lanhua grew. Although the journey had been fraught with peril, she emerged unscathed. Overcome with emotion, tears streamed down her face. She had never imagined she could achieve such prowess. Was it perhaps related to her previous consumption of the Shui Lanhua? However, as Lin Shui turned her head to gaze down from the dizzying height of several dozen meters, an overwhelming sense of fear surged within her. Her heart raced, her legs felt weak, and it seemed as if the entire world was spinning around her. Not daring to linger any longer in such a treacherous spot, she promptly reached out to pluck the flowers that were closest and within her grasp. After gathering a handful of blooms, Lin Shui glanced at her attire. Searching for a pocket to stow the Shui Lanhua, she was clad in a yellow t-shirt and snug yoga pants, and to her dismay, she realized there was not a single pocket on her entire outfit. A cloud of worry settled upon her face as she anxiously pondered how to resolve this predicament. What should she do? Should she simply discard the Shui Lanhua? Yet, glancing down at the height below, she feared that tossing the flowers would result in them being shattered upon impact. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and in a swift motion, she stuffed the freshly gathered Shui Lanhua into the chest area of her shirt, as if it had been premeditated. This method proved to be quite effective, and she felt a sense of pride in her cleverness. Thus, she continued to gather the Shui Lanhua, each bloom meticulously placed into her clothing until it bulged to the point of near rupture. Looking at her swollen garment, Lin Shui thought, this should suffice. She resolved to return with the flowers, for Lu Fan awaited them desperately. However, the descent presented its own challenges. Faced with the daunting height, she found herself in a quandary. Having exhausted much of her strength climbing up, coupled with the prolonged effort of gathering, she felt utterly drained. As if all her energy had been siphoned away, her legs ached as if they were cramping, and even her hands, which clutched the vines, began to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, she understood that Lu Fan's life hung in the balance, and these Shui Lanhua were vital to his survival. Thus, she dared not tarry any longer. Gritting her teeth, she summoned every ounce of strength, tightly clasping the vines with her legs while her hands gripped them firmly and began to slide downward. The rough texture of the vines chafed against her delicate skin, causing sharp stings. Soon, her hands were raw and bloodied, the crimson liquid trickling from her fingertips. Nevertheless, Lin Schwerer bore the agony, continuing her arduous descent. Despite the pain that made her grimace and the beads of sweat that rolled down her forehead, she remained resolute. Fixated on one thought, she must safely return with the Shui Lan Hua to save Lu Fan's life. Fortunately, she landed safely, not allowing the pain to delay her. Enduring her discomfort, she stumbled towards the wooden cabin. As she arrived, breathless, Aunt Li and the others turned to her. Their faces a mixture of astonishment and concern upon seeing her disheveled state. "Schwer, what happened to you?" Wang Xiufang inquired anxiously, fearing that she had been attacked by a beast. Lin Schwerer's hair was in disarray, her yoga pants torn by the vines, resembling a skirt. She appeared pale and weak. The others, noticing the bulging fabric of her shirt, were filled with curiosity. "Schwer, what happened to your hands?" Aunt Li's gaze fell upon Lin Schwerer's bloodied hands, her voice turning urgent. "There's so much blood. Let me tend to your wounds." Chapter 75, a unique method of administering medicine. Saying this, Aunt Li hurried towards Lin Schwerer to assess her injuries. Just then, Lin Schwerer spoke up. "Aunt Li, the Shui Lan Hua can save lives. When Lu Fan and I were attacked by the poisonous snake, it was this that healed us swiftly." Her voice trembled as she fixed her gaze on Aunt Li, urgency evident in her expression. Aunt Li took the Shui Lan Hua, scrutinizing it closely. The petals were a vivid red, reminiscent of blood, and glimmered softly in the sunlight streaming through the window. Although Aunt Li, a doctor, had heard tales of the Shui Lan Hua, she had never encountered this enigmatic plant firsthand. Doubt flickered in her mind regarding its efficacy. Yet she accepted the flowers with cautious skepticism, reasoning that they had no better options at present. Without further ado, she crushed the herbs and applied them to Lu Fan's wounds. Miraculously, the bleeding that had previously oozed from the wounds ceased upon contact with the Shui Lan Hua. This revelation astonished everyone present. Lin Schwerer then exclaimed, "Last time, I fed Lu Fan a considerable amount of Shui Lan Hua, and that is how he recovered. We should give him all the remaining flowers. He will surely awaken soon." Aunt Li nodded in agreement, conceding, "Very well. We have no other viable alternatives." However, just as they believed a breakthrough was at hand, a new dilemma arose. Lu Fan lay motionless, his eyes tightly shut, unresponsive, let alone able to chew or swallow the medicine. Lin Schwerer recalled that previously, she had expended a significant amount of Shui Lan Hua, painstakingly crushing it to extract a few precious drops of juice to administer to Lu Fan. Yet now, it was evident that the quantity she had gathered was insufficient. The group fell into a state of confusion, exchanging glances, uncertain of how to proceed. In that moment of despair, Lin Schwerer lamented. Lu Fan once mentioned that the Shui Lan Hua must be swallowed whole to achieve optimal results. But what shall we do now? She gestured toward the still figure of Lu Fan. Just as everyone felt helpless, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, Wang Xiufang stepped forward decisively. Seizing the remaining Shui Lan Hua from Lin Schwerer's hands without a second thought, and without a glance, she placed them directly in her mouth, beginning to chew vigorously. The taste of the Shui Lan Hua was unbearable, yet for the sake of saving Lu Fan, she persevered, grimacing as she continued to chew, undeterred by the overwhelming flavor. The sight left Lin Schwerer and the others in stunned disbelief. One by one, they appeared as if they had been cast under a spell, fixated on Wang Xiufang, utterly oblivious to her intentions. At this critical juncture, Su Muyun, standing beside Wang Xiufang, felt a surge of alarm and hurriedly attempted to intervene. However, her efforts were swiftly thwarted by Aunt Li, who seemed to have anticipated Wang Xiufang's next move. Without hesitation, Wang Xiufang crushed the blood orchid in her mouth and swiftly approached Lu Fan. She bent down, gently grasped his lips, and carefully pried his mouth open. What followed was a shocking spectacle. Wang Xiufang unabashedly expelled the chewed blood orchid, along with its juices and saliva, into Lu Fan's mouth. Much like a mother feeding her child, this scene evoked memories of the 1980s when elders often used such methods to nourish young children. Yet, in this moment, the act felt somewhat intolerable. However, the events did not cease there. After delivering the crushed blood orchid into Lu Fan's mouth, Wang Xiufang continued her efforts. Schwerer came to assist in lifting him up. With Lin Schwerer's help, they carefully propped Lu Fan, who had been lying flat, into a seated position against Lin Schwerer's embrace. Subsequently, Wang Xiufang swiftly adjusted Lu Fan's head, tilting it back and supporting his chin to keep his mouth agape. After completing this series of actions, Wang Xiufang took a deep breath and pressed her lips firmly against Lu Fan's, forcefully blowing air into him. After blowing for what felt like an eternity, her brain nearing oxygen deprivation, she finally observed that the blood orchid had successfully made its way down Lu Fan's throat. Relieved, she ceased her efforts and gazed anxiously at the still unconscious Lu Fan. As time passed, approximately half an hour later, while everyone remained tense, a miracle unfolded. Lu Fan's formerly pallid complexion began to regain some color, and his breathing steadied. The collective anxiety began to dissipate, and grateful glances were exchanged towards Lin Shuer, with admiration directed at Wang Xiufang for her actions. Just as the atmosphere began to ease, Wang Xiufang suddenly seemed to recall something significant. Her brow furrowed slightly as she thoughtfully addressed the group. "Oh, I almost forgot. When we carried Lu Fan back, it seemed he was tightly gripping a burlap sack. I had to exert considerable effort to pry it from his grasp. I wonder what might be inside." Her words piqued Lin Shuer and Su Muyun's interest, prompting them to reflect on the situation. At that moment, Su Muyun chimed in, affirming, "Yes. I remember there were 2 burlap sacks, and they were quite large." Aunt Li, puzzled, inquired, "Didn't Little Fan say he went hunting? Surely, the sacks must contain his catch." Her speculation appeared reasonable. However, Wang Xiufang shook her head in disagreement. "That doesn't seem likely. Where would he have gotten 2 burlap sacks? Moreover, they looked bulging, not like they contained game. Besides, what kind of prey could be that substantial? Are we to believe he caught a tiger, let alone 2? Wang Xiufang's remarks plunged the group into contemplation, as they began to speculate about the contents of the sacks, prompting a return of the previously relaxed atmosphere to one of tension. After a moment of reflection, Wang Xiufang turned to Aunt Li, who was tending to Lin Shuer's injured hand, and suggested, "How about this? Aunt Li, you and Shueta stay here to watch over Lu Fan. Little Yun and I will go retrieve those burlap sacks. Once we bring them back, we can all find out what's inside." Aunt Li nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, just be careful." Without further ado, Wang Xiufang and Su Muyun sprang into action, hastily exiting towards the direction of the mountain path. Before long, they arrived at their destination. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, their hearts sank. 2 enormous burlap sacks loomed large, causing a surge of panic within them. Chapter 76. The Craving for Delicacies. After all, none could ascertain what these 2 sacks contained. Wang Xiufang pondered anxiously. What if they housed some wild beast or small creature? The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. Thus, taking a deep breath to steady herself, she summoned her courage and cautiously kicked the burlap sack tightly clutched by Lu Fan when he fell. The moment her foot made contact, she discerned the sack was soft and pliable, not resembling any game. Meanwhile, Su Muyun, positioned behind her, wielded a stick, bent over protectively, and kept a vigilant watch for any movement from the sack. Noticing no unusual reaction from the burlap sack, Wang Xiufang gradually gained confidence and stepped atop it. In astonishment, she exclaimed, "Hey, this sack is surprisingly soft and elastic, just like a pillow." Encouraged by her words, Su Muyun too felt emboldened, pressing her hand down and discovering it felt akin to touching cotton. Indeed, they surmised it must be a pillow. Thus, their apprehension began to dissipate, replaced by a burgeoning curiosity. Eagerly, they tore open the burlap sack, driven by an irresistible urge to uncover its contents. As the sack was unveiled, a refreshing aroma wafted forth. Inside, they found it brimming with pristine blankets, each exuding a scent as if freshly purchased from a store. Their discovery filled them with uncontainable joy, their faces alight with excitement. However, their satisfaction did not halt there. They promptly turned to unravel the second burlap sack. This second sack appeared uneven at the bottom, somewhat cumbersome, standing in stark contrast to the previously round and plump one filled with blankets. They carefully propped it upright and eagerly began to untie its opening. Upon fully unveiling the sack, they were greeted by 2 more pristine blankets and several articles of women's clothing. Yet, as their gaze descended to the bottom of the sack, they noticed a variety of boxes of differing sizes nestled within. This revelation intensified their curiosity, compelling them to act without hesitation, driven by an insatiable desire to explore further. Gently, they set aside the blankets and clothes. As they did so, their eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of a substantial assortment of food and medical supplies. The array of provisions included bread, biscuits, canned goods, and even a whole box of instant noodles at the very bottom. This unexpected bounty left them speechless. They had never anticipated such an abundance concealed within the sack. Wang Xiufang, her expression filled with skepticism, remarked, "Didn't Lu Fan go hunting? Where on earth did these items come from?" In her mind, Various possible explanations flashed by, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not fathom how LFN had acquired such an abundance of supplies. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting the same bewilderment and astonishment in the other's eyes. At that moment, SMYN jested that there were no supermarkets on this deserted island. If there were, she would undoubtedly believe that LFN had robbed one, for how else could there be so much food? However, for the two of them who had not tasted modern cuisine in a long while, the sight of such enticing delicacies instantly ignited a fierce hunger within them. They could no longer contain themselves, and with a silent agreement, both eagerly reached for the snacks in the bag, indulging heartily. Wang Xiufang tore open a packet of compressed biscuits and immediately stuffed them into her mouth. Upon biting down, the sweet flavor of the biscuits enveloped her senses, and this long-lost treat immersed her in sheer satisfaction. Not to be outdone, SMYN, after opening a can of fruit, disregarded any semblance of ladylike decorum and began to gulp it down, as if she had never tasted such delights before. The refreshing juice and fruit flesh tantalized her taste buds, causing her to squint in pleasure, relishing this long-forgotten sweetness. They devoured the food voraciously, completely overlooking Ly and Suar in the wooden house. However, being women with smaller appetites, it wasn't long before both of their stomachs swelled. Only then did they contentedly set down their food, remembering Ly and Suar, who remained blissfully unaware in the wooden house. Wang Xiufang slapped her forehead, a touch of embarrassment creeping in as she said, "Oh dear, engrossed in our own feast, we completely forgot about them." SMYN chuckled awkwardly in response. They hurriedly repacked the blankets and clothes, intending to return and share their bounty with the others. However, as they prepared to lift the bag filled with food, they were astonished to find it exceedingly heavy, as if an immense weight pressed down upon it, making the task quite strenuous. SMYN furrowed her brow, her face revealing a troubled expression as she complained, "Why is this bag so heavy? How can we possibly lift it? What are we to do?" Wang Xiufang stared at the burdensome sack, equally perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested to the distressed SMYN, "How about this? Let us first carry back the lighter bag filled with blankets, and then we can use a stick and rope to haul the heavier one back. What do you think?" SMYN shrugged her shoulders in resignation, seemingly dissatisfied with the proposal but unable to devise a better plan, reluctantly agreeing, "I suppose we have no other choice." Thus, they decided to first transport the lighter bag. Each grasping an end, they worked together to lift it and trudged towards the wooden house. Along the way, they stopped frequently, as the weight of the bag proved to be quite substantial, causing their hands to quickly grow sore. To alleviate their discomfort, they had to frequently switch positions, allowing each other's hands a brief reprieve. Eventually, they managed to return to the wooden house, both drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Upon seeing them, Ly rushed over to wipe their brows and fetch water, her eyes filled with concern. When she noticed the bag they had brought back, confusion washed over her face, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Xiufang, what on earth is in this bag? You both look exhausted." Wang Xiufang wiped her brow, excitement bubbling forth as she replied, "Ly, it's filled with blankets and clothes, all brand new." As she spoke, she began to open the bag. Suar was immediately drawn to the pristine bedding, her face lighting up in astonishment as she wondered where LFN had procured such new blankets. "How wonderful! We will no longer have to use those thin garments for warmth." Chapter 77. A stick has two ends. How can three people carry it? In that moment, Suar resembled a child, dancing with joy. Ly was equally thrilled, never having imagined that one day she would be able to use blankets on this deserted island. Overjoyed, Suar glanced around, searching for the other bag. But after a thorough look, she found no trace of it. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Wasn't there another bag? Where is it?" Wang Xiufang, wiping her sweat away, replied with a sense of helplessness, "The other bag is simply too heavy. The two of us couldn't possibly lift it. We intended to bring this one back first, and then return with a stick and rope to carry it." After hearing this, Ly contemplated for a moment and said, "I'll go with you. 3 people are better than 2. Suar, eager to help, chimed in, "I want to go too. The more hands, the better." SMYN looked at Suar's hands, bandaged like a zongzi due to her injury, and immediately interjected, "You should probably sit this one out. With your hands in that condition, how can you assist us? It would be best if you stayed behind to watch over LFN." Suar nodded, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. "All right, you 3 be careful." After a brief rest, Wang Xiufang and SMYN, accompanied by Ly, took the stick and rope and set off towards the mountain path again. Upon reaching the bag, Wang Xiufang first divided the rope into 2 strands and placed it on the grass beside the bag. Then, the 3 of them worked together to lift the heavy sack and carefully set it upon the rope. Once the bag was securely resting on the rope, Wang Xiufang swiftly tied a sturdy cross knot. At that moment, Smyn, quick to act, threaded a thick wooden stick through the center of the rope. With everything prepared, Wang Xiufang and Smyn exchanged knowing glances, each understanding the other's intentions. They both bent down, gripping the stick tightly, and with a sudden surge of strength, they heaved. A resounding hey echoed as the heavy bag was lifted into the air. However, they soon realized they had underestimated its weight. At that moment, it felt as though 2 mountains were pressing down upon their shoulders, rendering them nearly immobile. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, and pain etched across their faces as they gritted their teeth. Seeing this, Ly rushed over to assist. Yet, given her age, her frail limbs were no match for the task. Moreover, the stick could only accommodate 2 bearers, leaving no room for her to help. Witnessing the struggle of the 2, Ly felt a pang of sympathy. Without hesitation, she bent down and grasped the bag with all her might, hoping to alleviate some of the burden for the 2 young women. However, despite her best efforts, the weight of the bag was simply too great, and Wang Xiufang and Smyn still felt overwhelmed. Their legs felt as if they were encased in lead, each step requiring immense effort. The ache in their shoulders intensified, as though their bones might crack under the strain. After only a short distance, the pampered Smyn could endure no longer. Her breath became rapid, and beads of sweat the size of mung beans appeared on her forehead. Gasping for air, she exclaimed, "I can't take it anymore. This sack is simply too heavy. My shoulders are about to give out." "Xiufang Jia, shall we rest for a moment before continuing?" Wang Xiufang, equally exhausted, immediately responded without hesitation upon hearing Su Muyun's words. "All right then, let's take a break. We can switch shoulders, which might ease the burden a bit." Ly, observing the 2 drenched in sweat, felt a surge of guilt and self-reproach. She lamented her advancing age, feeling useless and unable to assist in any way. Faced with this predicament, Ly could only silently shake her head, casting a self-accusatory glance at Wang Xiufang and Su Muyun. Meanwhile, Lin Shuer, who remained in the wooden cabin to look after Lu Fan, was not faring any better. After exhausting her strength while picking the blood orchid, she had even injured her hand. Despite this, she persevered through the fatigue and pain, staying vigilant by Lu Fan's side. When she saw that Lu Fan remained in a deep unconscious state and confirmed he showed no signs of distress, she finally felt a slight relief. However, Lin Shuer could no longer hold on. Her hands, as if drained of strength, lay limply on the bedside. Resting her head on her arm, she soon drifted into slumber. Yet, shortly after Lin Shuer fell asleep, Lu Fan, who had been in a coma, seemed to exhibit a faint reaction. His eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if he were making an effort to open his eyes. Following this, his hands stirred gently, as if attempting to grasp something. After a while, Lu Fan's eyes slowly opened a narrow slit. His gaze appeared somewhat dazed, as though he had not fully regained consciousness. He struggled to swallow, his throat parched, and then, as if expending all his energy, he closed his eyes once more, slipping back into a deep sleep. Remarkably, Lin Shuer, resting beside him, remained completely oblivious to these developments. On the other side, during their respite, Wang Xiufang, filled with curiosity, remarked, "How did Lu Fan manage to carry back these 2 heavy sacks? We are utterly exhausted after carrying them this far. The sack filled with quilts is manageable, but this one, not only filled with quilts but also clothes and a multitude of other items, must weigh over 200 jin." Su Muyun, with a look of despair, replied, "Indeed." At that moment, Aunt Li, who had been silent, suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. She sprang to her feet and approached the 2, exclaiming, "What? Did you say there are quilts and clothes here? If we remove the quilts and clothes, and I carry them, you 2 could just carry the remaining items in the sacks. Wouldn't that make it much easier?" "Oh, right," Wang Xiufang exclaimed, realizing the practicality of the suggestion. Though Aunt Li was older, carrying a couple of quilts and a few pieces of clothing should still be manageable. Thus, the 3 hurriedly set to work, extracting the quilts and clothes from the sacks, leaving only food and medicine behind. While Aunt Li found it somewhat challenging to carry the soft, fluffy quilts and clothes, it was far easier compared to the burdens Su Muyun and Wang Xiufang were shouldering. The 2 took a deep breath, grasped their wooden sticks, and lifted the sacks once more. This time, they indeed felt a significant alleviation of their load. Gritting their teeth, they proceeded step by step toward the wooden cabin. Moments later, the 3 finally returned the sacks to the cabin. Hearing the commotion, Lin Shuer awoke and rushed over to inspect the contents of the sacks. Upon opening them, She was taken aback by the sight before her, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Lin Shuer pointed at the items in the sack, her expression one of incredulity as she stammered, This. Xiufang Jia, I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? Chapter 78. Awakening and unrest. Wang Xiufang's lips curled into a faint smile as she gently nodded and replied, You're not mistaken. There is not only a plethora of food here, but also a considerable amount of medicine. One wonders where Lu Fan sourced these treasures. Lin Shuer, filled with excitement, eagerly reached into the sack, rummaging through its contents. When she discovered an entire box of instant noodles, canned goods, and some common medicines, her eyes sparkled with delight, as though she had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. She turned to glance at the still unconscious Lu Fan, her gaze brimming with admiration. At that moment, Aunt Li, upon hearing about the medicine, rushed over with a look of astonishment, her demeanor as a doctor taking charge. Since there is such an abundance, we should quickly organize these items, separating the food from the medicine for better preservation and accessibility. Aunt Li understood the critical importance of medicine on this deserted island. And without further ado, everyone swiftly responded to her suggestion, eagerly taking action. True to the adage that many hands make light work, within no time, the previously chaotic items were neatly organized and arranged in order. Aunt Li gazed at the sorted supplies and medicines, reflecting, with these medicines, our health on this deserted island is secured. Although she was uncertain of the efficacy of the blood orchid, given Lu Fan's unconscious state, she knew the reliability of the medicines was assured. Wang Xiufang readily concurred, nodding with a smile. Indeed, we owe a great debt of gratitude to Lu Fan. Who would have thought he possessed such abilities? Just then, amidst their conversation, Lu Fan stirred once more. What had previously been a steady silence was suddenly interrupted by his loud snoring, akin to thunder, echoing in the ears of the group. The others looked on in astonishment, shocked at the sound emanating from the still sleeping Lu Fan. Lin Shuer was the first to react, covering her mouth in surprise, exclaiming, This person, even in a coma, snores. Aunt Li shook her head, bemused, and explained to Lin Shuer, Silly child, how could someone in a coma snore? Lu Fan must be recovering and has merely entered a deeper sleep, which is why he snores. Upon hearing Aunt Li's explanation, the group quickly understood, and the tension that had hung over them was finally lifted. Wang Xiufang, smiling with relief, remarked, This fellow can't even rest quietly. Since he is all right, let us not dawdle. We should spread the bedding Lu Fan brought back onto our respective beds, ensuring we all enjoy a good night's rest tonight. Everyone nodded in agreement, their faces lighting up with joy, and they began to look forward to the soft bedding. Amidst the bustling activity, suddenly, Lu Fan's previously continuous snoring came to an abrupt halt, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The group was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning their gazes toward Lu Fan. They watched as his tightly shut eyes slowly opened, gazing at them with a bleary expression, momentarily lost. Lin Shuer was the first to rush forward, her voice filled with exuberance as she called out, Lu Fan, you're finally awake. You've scared us half to death. Upon hearing Lin Shuer's exclamation, the others paused their tasks and gathered around Lu Fan as if he were the center of their universe. Wang Xiufang, with a look of relief, said, You've finally awakened. We were all so worried about you. Who would have thought you brought back so many wonderful items? Fan shook his still groggy head, seemingly not fully recovered from his stupor. Observing this, Aunt Li hurriedly approached with a face full of concern and inquired, Xiufang, how are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort? Fan steadied his thoughts, attempted to move his arms, and replied, I think I'm fine now. After a good rest, I feel much better. At this moment, Aunt Li murmured, It seems that the Shui Lan Hua is indeed effective. Her voice carried a hint of surprise and astonishment. Just then, Lin Shuer, glancing at her hands wrapped like zongzi, spoke with a tinge of jealousy. This is all thanks to Sister Xiufang, who chewed the medicine and fed it to Fan mouth to mouth. Otherwise, it wouldn't have worked so well. Her words were laced with playful mockery. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiufang's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. A wave of panic surged within her, and she quickly retorted, Shuer, don't say such nonsense. That is not true. Her voice trembled slightly, clearly embarrassed and flustered by Lin Shuer's remarks. Fan felt his cheeks warm at Lin Shuer's words. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. His mind involuntarily recalled the scene of Wang Xiufang feeding him medicine mouth to mouth, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Aunt Li suddenly interjected, All right, you two, let Fan rest properly. Let us continue making the bed. Her tone was calm yet decisive, seemingly aiming to alleviate the tense situation. Hearing this, Wang Xiufang felt as if a great weight had been lifted. and she quickly dashed into her room like a startled rabbit, as if that was her safe haven. At that moment, Su Mu Yun approached El Fan and whispered near his ear. Sister Shuer got her hands all scraped up while picking the Shui Lanhua to save you. You can check for yourself. Upon hearing Su Mu Yun's words, El Fan felt a jolt of shock, as if struck by lightning. He turned to look at Lin Shuer's hands, which were originally delicate and smooth, now heavily bandaged, resembling Zhongzi, exposing only a few fingers. A wave of intense guilt washed over El Fan. He realized that her hands had become this way solely to save him. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself and then sat up, calling out to Lin Shuer, who was about to return to her room. Sister Shuer, wait a moment. Hearing El Fan's call, Lin Shuer halted and turned around to face him. At that moment, El Fan's eyes brimmed with sincerity and gratitude as he softly said, Sister Shuer, thank you for everything you've done for me. When Lin Shuer met El Fan's gaze filled with deep emotion, the slight jealousy in her heart dissipated. She smiled gently, waving her bandaged hand, and replied, It's nothing, as long as I could save you. Chapter 79. I knew you couldn't hold it in. Although Lin Shuer's tone was quite calm, her heart was far from serene. El Fan's heartfelt address as Sister Shuer sent ripples through her emotions. She stole a glance at El Fan, only to find him gazing back at her. Suddenly, her heart raced, and she quickly averted her eyes. Yet felt El Fan's gaze lingering on her. Perhaps due to El Fan's usual teasing smirk directed at her, his current expression of gratitude seemed somewhat peculiar to Lin Shuer. She felt as though El Fan resembled a ravenous wolf, greedily eyeing her, a sensation that made her quite uncomfortable. Lin Shuer's face flushed crimson, and she promptly turned away, fleeing like a startled rabbit. El Fan followed her with his gaze, observing her swaying hips and body as she ran, a mischievous smile forming on his lips. Just as Lin Shuer reached the door of her room, El Fan's teasing laughter erupted behind her like a bolt of lightning. Her body jolted, akin to a frightened rabbit, and she instantly halted. A surge of anger welled up in Lin Shuer, and she cursed inwardly. That scoundrel El Fan is truly an unabashed lecher. He just woke up and is already revealing his true colors. Consequently, Lin Shuer swiftly turned around, glaring at El Fan with righteous indignation, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury, demanding, What are you grinning about over there? El Fan was startled by her sudden question and quickly suppressed his smile. He adopted a serious demeanor and hastily explained, I was just laughing at how fast you ran. You looked just like a little rabbit. It was too adorable. Upon hearing his words, Lin Shuer's blush deepened, and she stomped her foot in playful reproach. Who asked you to find me cute? Stop being so slick with your words. Do you believe I want to make you faint again right now? As she spoke, she raised her bandaged fist in mock threat. El Fan felt a jolt of fear. He knew that there was nothing Lin Shuer wouldn't dare to do. Consequently, he quickly looked down, avoiding her gaze, and mumbled, all right, you truly are a formidable lady. I admit my wrongdoing. His voice was filled with helplessness and concession. At that moment, Aunt Li emerged from her room. Observing the scene before her, she shook her head, pointed at El Fan, and sighed, You know Shuer has a bad temper, yet you still tease her. I really don't know what to say to you. El Fan, hearing Aunt Li's words, offered an awkward smile, somewhat shyly explaining, I merely wished to joke with her. I didn't expect her to be so angry. She's such a little grouch. You're the one who's cheeky, Lin Shuer retorted, pointing at El Fan with an air of superiority. Aunt Li, well aware of El Fan's usual character, understood that he didn't mean to upset Lin Shuer, so she refrained from saying more. She turned and entered the makeshift kitchen outside the wooden house, returning shortly with a steaming bowl of instant noodles. El Fan accepted the noodles, and before he could utter a word of thanks, his stomach responded with a loud growl. His face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head. Watching his demeanor, Lin Shuer's earlier anger dissipated significantly, yet she still chided. You should take a look at yourself. Instead of thinking about how to recover, you're just full of nonsense, scheming against us. Noticing Aunt Li still standing nearby, El Fan ignored Lin Shuer's remarks and began devouring the noodles as if he hadn't eaten in days. He slurped loudly, as if fearing someone might snatch his meal away. Aunt Li, observing El Fan's ravenous appetite, smiled with satisfaction and advised, Eat slowly, don't choke. No one's trying to take it from you. With his mouth full of noodles, El Fan mumbled incoherently, Aunt Li's cooking is superb. Even instant noodles taste so delicious, it's wonderful. In no time, El Fan had devoured the entire bowl of noodles, leaving not a drop of broth behind. He contentedly let out a hearty burp, then gently patted his round belly, feeling a surge of energy coursing through him. His spirits markedly lifted compared to earlier. Lu Fan rose to his feet, stretched languidly, and, having limbered up, expressed his satisfaction, exclaiming, "Wow, I feel so much better." As night descended, the sky gradually darkened. Lin Shuer and her companions felt a flutter of anticipation at the thought of sleeping on soft beds, wrapped in warm blankets that night. Just as they prepared to return to their respective rooms, Lu Fan suddenly called out to them, "Hey, wait. You're not seriously planning to leave me here all alone, are you? That would be rather inconsiderate." Lin Shuer and Wang Xiufang exchanged puzzled glances, perplexed by Lu Fan's words. Wang Xiufang pointed at Lu Fan and asked, "What exactly do you want to say?" Lu Fan feigned seriousness, responding, "I've just recovered from a severe illness, and my body is still weak. Can you bear to leave me to sleep alone on this cold floor?" His voice carried a hint of grievance and helplessness. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiufang understood that Lu Fan was up to no good. With a cold huff, she turned and picked up a wooden basin from the side, striding away without looking back. Seeing this, a sly smile crept onto Lu Fan's face, and he slowly approached Lin Shuer, whispering, "Sister Shuer, look at how pitiful I am right now. How about you take me in tonight? I promise I'll be very well behaved." Lin Shuer felt a shiver run down her spine at his words. With wide eyes, she glared at Lu Fan, scolding, "You little rogue. So you were waiting for me here." Then, as if startled by something, she swiftly dashed into her room, slamming the door with a loud bang. The sudden noise made Lu Fan jump, leaving him awkwardly standing in place. He gazed at the closed door, feeling a twinge of disappointment. At that moment, he noticed Su Muyun still standing there, watching him with keen interest. A faint, teasing smile lingered on her lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief, as if she were waiting for his embarrassment to unfold. Lu Fan's attention turned towards her, contemplating that Su Muyun was quite attractive as well, a natural beauty. Not inferior to Wang Xiufang or Lin Shuer. She wore snug yoga pants that perfectly accentuated her long legs, while her upper body was clad in a fitted purple t-shirt that showcased her slender waist and alluring curves. Ravenous with desire, Lu Fan found himself swallowing hard at the sight of the enchanting Su Muyun, gradually inching closer to her. However, just as he was about to say something, Su Muyun interrupted him with a sudden realization. "Oh wait, I just remembered, my bed hasn't been made yet," she exclaimed, feigning surprise as she tapped her forehead. Then she turned and briskly walked into her room, leaving Lu Fan standing alone in the empty hall, feeling utterly dejected. Ultimately, Lu Fan had no choice but to settle down on the floor of the hall once more. He was aware that they would certainly not allow him to share a bed with them. He understood that this was merely a game to tease him. Yet, the only difference this time was that the straw originally laid on the floor had been covered by a thick layer of bedding, courtesy of Wang Xiufang. Neatly folded atop the bedding was a brand new quilt. Lu Fan gazed at the tidy arrangement, a warm feeling swelling in his heart. He sincerely remarked, "Aunt Xiufang is truly wonderful. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also so considerate, and most importantly, she knows how to take care of me. It's just a pity that she isn't entirely mine yet." With that thought, he slowly reclined onto the soft bedding. The gentle touch enveloped him in comfort. As if all his fatigue had been instantly dispelled, Lu Fan sighed contentedly, murmuring to himself, "When I have the time, I should make myself a proper bed. It would surely be even more comfortable." Then he suddenly recalled, "Wait, I can't just make a bed. Besides, I can't always sleep alone, can I? After all, aren't they all going to be mine eventually?" At that moment, the sound of rushing water from outside the wooden cabin caught his attention, invigorating him. His mind conjured images of beautiful women bathing, and he couldn't help but swallow hard, wondering if perhaps a lovely lady was in the shower. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead in realization. "Oh right, it must be Aunt Xiufang. She took the basin out earlier." The thought of Wang Xiufang bathing sent Lu Fan's heart racing. As if someone had suddenly pressed the accelerator, he felt a fire ignite within him, his blood boiling with a strong impulse. Lu Fan's curiosity towards Wang Xiufang was not new. He had often stolen glances at her in secret. This deep-seated temptation stirred his curiosity, compelling him, despite his recent recovery, to quietly rise and stealthily approach the bathing area like a cat, careful not to make a sound that might alert her. With each step, he felt his heartbeat echo in his ears, as if the entire world had narrowed down to that single sound. He was so tense that he hardly dared to breathe, fearing that even the slightest sound might betray his presence. Finally, he neared the bathing area, his heart pounding fiercely, as if it might leap from his throat. Cautiously, he extended his hand, intending to peek through the gap to catch a glimpse of Wang Xiufang in her bathing splendor. However, just as he was about to succeed, her irritated voice suddenly rang out from within. "Ugh, why has it taken so long to wash? My hair is still so oily. If only I had some shampoo." The unexpected sound struck Lu Fan like a bolt from the blue, causing him to shudder. His heart raced to an alarming degree, fearing that Wang Xiufang would discover his inappropriate behavior. Panicking, Lu Fan spun around and dashed back to the wooden cabin like a frightened rabbit. The hurried footsteps echoed sharply in the stillness of the night. The noise reached Wang Xiufang's ears, prompting her to halt her hair washing, yelling, "Who's there? Who's outside?" After calling out several times without a response, she wondered if she had misheard and resumed her washing. Lu Fan returned to the wooden cabin, his heart still racing. He quickly lay back down on the bedding, closing his eyes in an attempt to calm himself. Yet, even with his eyes shut, his mind replayed the heart-stopping moment, thinking how close he had come to being discovered. As time passed, the sounds from the bathing area finally ceased, and Lu Fan surmised that Wang Xiufang must have finished washing up. Without a moment's delay, he tightly closed his eyes, feigning deep sleep. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps approached, causing Lu Fan's heart to leap into his throat. He hunched over and cautiously lifted his head to glance towards the doorway. There stood Wang Xiufang, enveloped in a loose garment, her damp hair cascading casually over her shoulders, as if she had just emerged from the water. As soon as she set foot in the wooden cabin, she suddenly halted, seemingly sensing something, and turned her gaze directly towards Lu Fan. This unexpected action startled him, making him shiver involuntarily. He quickly pulled the blanket over his head, fearing that Wang Xiufang might discover he was still awake. In the darkness, Wang Xiufang appeared to notice the movement of the blanket. A subtle smile graced her lips. Lu Fan's heart raced with anxiety, and after what felt like an eternity, he finally confirmed that Wang Xiufang had left. He then lifted the blanket and stared at the ceiling, his mind still echoing with the image of Wang Xiufang's ethereal beauty upon her return to the cabin. As Lu Fan became lost in these memories, he suddenly recalled Wang Xiufang's earlier complaint about not having shampoo while bathing. He slapped his forehead in self-reproach, lamenting how he had forgotten to bring back some shampoo and cosmetics for women. His mind raced, realizing that there seemed to be none in the pirate's warehouse either. It seemed he would need to visit again. The thought of the pirate camp conjured the alluring image of Madame Hu, her enchanting figure and captivating demeanor flashing through his mind incessantly. Reminiscing about the moments spent with Madame Hu sent an irresistible itch through Lu Fan's heart. He contemplated that a return to the pirate camp might yield an opportunity to win her over. After all, it would spare him the daily entanglements with the fierce Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer, as Madame Hu seemed to promise an easier conquest. Lost in these thoughts, he soon drifted into slumber. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto Lu Fan's face, still enveloped in sweet dreams. In his drowsiness, he felt as though countless eyes were fixed upon him, an unsettling sensation that prompted him to slowly open his eyes. To his astonishment, he was greeted by the sight of Wang Xiufang and others standing at the foot of his bed, their expressions filled with suspicion as they whispered among themselves, seemingly discussing something. A flash of last night's events raced through Lu Fan's mind, and he suddenly realized, had they discovered that he had been peeping at Wang Xiufang while she bathed? His heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. In a bid to mask his unease, he quickly propped himself up on his elbows. Lin Shuer regarded him calmly and softly remarked, "You are finally awake." Lu Fan feigned composure and asked nonchalantly, "Why are you all staring at me so early in the morning?" As he spoke, he pulled back the blanket, preparing to rise. However, in that very moment, he completely forgot that he was clad only in a flimsy pair of underwear. This scene unfolded before the astonished eyes of Wang Xiufang and the others, who were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with shock, and a flush creeping onto their faces. Upon closer inspection, they were taken aback to find that Lu Fan's underwear was a pair of red lace women's panties. Lin Shuer gasped in disbelief, "Lu Fan, do you have some peculiar fetish to dare steal our underwear? Whose is it?" Lu Fan's mind reeled as he looked down, his head buzzing, his face flushing crimson as he realized he had completely forgotten about this. He hurriedly pulled the blanket to cover himself, panic rising within him. "It's not what you think," he stammered in explanation. When Wang Xiufang recognized that it was her underwear that had gone missing, her fury erupted. "So, it was you, you little rascal. You've become increasingly audacious. I wondered where my underwear had vanished to." Lu Fan's face turned beet red as he scrambled to cover himself more securely with the blanket, his heart racing wildly. Once covered, he managed to say nonchalantly, "I only have this one pair of underwear. If I'm not wearing yours, who should I wear? I couldn't fit into yours anyway." Then, shamelessly, he added, "To be honest, this larger fit is quite beneficial. It fits me perfectly now that you have stretched it out. Thank you, my dear aunt." Wang Xiufang trembled with rage at his words, raising her hand to strike him. "You little scoundrel, How dare you be so brazen? I'll teach you a lesson. Just as her hand was about to descend, Lu Fan swiftly grasped her wrist. Xiufang, don't be angry. I can take it off and return it to you later. Lin Shuer and Su Muyun, who had been waiting to enjoy the spectacle, erupted into laughter upon hearing Lu Fan's intention to return the shorts to Wang Xiufang. Wang Xiufang, feeling both embarrassed and infuriated, wrenched her hand free from Lu Fan's grip, stomping her foot in frustration. Who wants it back? That's disgusting. After the initial shock, Lu Fan seemed to have an epiphany, a sly smile spreading across his face. He then calmly countered, wait a moment. How am I obstructing you when I was sleeping peacefully? It's clearly you who were spying on me. And now you're blaming me. Aren't you the ones playing the victim here? As he spoke, he busied himself searching for his clothes beneath the blanket, as if intentionally stalling for time. He muttered, besides, when I had no blanket, I was cold and had to sleep in my clothes. Now that I have a blanket, who would wear clothes? I don't even want to wear underwear. Lin Shuer, unable to contain herself any longer, turned to him with an agitated glare. What? We were spying on you? Don't flatter yourself. However, at that moment, Lu Fan's half-clothed figure caught her eye once more. His upper body was bare, clad only in the red shorts, revealing his well-defined chest and abs. Put on your clothes. Lin Shuer's face flushed deeply, resembling a ripe apple as she shyly turned away. Unable to meet Lu Fan's gaze, Lu Fan, taking his time to dress, called out teasingly, oh, so you're all staring at me this early in the morning. And now you're shy? No need to be embarrassed. I declare that if anyone wants to see, just let me know directly. I'll show you privately. Wherever you wish. Wang Xiufang found Lu Fan's shameless remarks utterly exasperating. Who cares to look at you? We're only curious about where you got that blanket. Which is why we came to ask. Lu Fan secretly rejoiced that they weren't there to confront him about spying on Wang Xiufang while she bathed. He feigned ease. Oh, I thought it was something serious. You nearly gave me a fright. Just as he was about to tease Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer further, his gaze fell upon Aunt Li standing nearby, her expression inscrutable as she silently observed him. Lu Fan's heart sank at the sight. What was he to do? Aunt Li, being an elder, was not the appropriate company for discussing overly explicit matters. Thus, he swiftly adjusted his demeanor, wearing a smug smile as he proclaimed, haha. It's nothing much, really. I merely sneaked into the pirate camp and pilfered these items. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Lu Fan felt a twinge of discomfort, as if he had misspoken. He quickly corrected himself. No. To be precise, I should say I retrieved them, as their belongings were not acquired through legitimate means. Upon hearing Lu Fan's explanation, the group finally grasped the situation. It dawned on them why, in addition to bedding, there was such an abundance of food and medicine. Wang Xiufang, observing Lu Fan's self-satisfied expression, rolled her eyes and admonished, next time, do not act so recklessly. It is far too dangerous. Just then, Su Muyun, who had been silent, spoke up. Her voice was soft and melodious, yet it carried a hint of concern. Lu Fan, the pirate camp must be heavily guarded. Your impulsive venture is exceedingly perilous. Aunt Li, echoing her worry, added, this child is audacious. But he must not be so reckless in the future. What if something were to happen? Upon finishing, she turned and led Su Muyun into the kitchen. Lu Fan watched their departing figures, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. He composed himself, lowered his voice, and leaned toward Wang Xiufang, saying mysteriously, Aunt Xiufang, can you guess whom I saw over there? This statement was akin to casting a stone upon a placid lake, stirring ripples of curiosity. Wang Xiufang's interest was piqued. Her eyes widened as she eagerly inquired, who? Do I know them? Lu Fan's gaze flitted between Wang Xiufang and the equally curious Lin Shuer, a slight smile playing on his lips as he teased. You should know them. Wang Xiufang, unable to contain herself, urged, oh, just tell me already. Satisfied. Lu Fan unveiled the mystery. It's that tour guide I met on the cruise. Remember? She kept insisting I try my luck at gambling. But I didn't fall for it and decisively declined. He then assessed Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer's reactions. However, both shook their heads in unison, indicating they had no recollection of the guide. There were many tour guides on the cruise, and we were not in the same group. So it is unlikely to be the same one. Just get to the point. Lin Shuer said briskly. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback by Lin Shuer's remark, unsure of how to proceed. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward, but continued, she was captured by pirates and imprisoned in their camp. Alas, those pirates have mistreated her terribly. Wang Xiufang frowned. Having visited the pirates' prison and witnessed its grim conditions, she felt pity for the girl. Indeed, I recall that tour guide was dressed so flamboyantly on the cruise, with a figure that turned heads, especially her posterior. It was even larger than yours. As he spoke, Lu Fan playfully slapped Lin Shuer's backside. Lin Shuer, taken aback by the sudden gesture, flushed crimson with embarrassment and indignation, glaring at Lu Fan. What are you doing? Acting like a rogue. Wang Xiufang, astonished, reproached, Lu Fan, how could you lack such decorum? Surprised by Lin Shuer's strong reaction, Lu Fan quickly retreated, grinning sheepishly. I was just joking, don't be so sensitive. Lin Shuer, unwilling to let it go, chased after Lu Fan, and soon the room was filled with their playful antics. After a moment, Wang Xiufang, her maternal instincts surfacing, looked at Lu Fan earnestly and asked, You knew her. Didn't you ever consider saving her? You could have brought her with you. Lin Shuer nodded in agreement, supporting Wang Xiufang's perspective. Lu Fan, wide-eyed in disbelief, reached out to touch Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer's foreheads, as if checking for fever. However, as soon as his hand grazed Lin Shuer's forehead, she swatted it away. What are you two thinking? Have you lost your senses? Do you know how many women are imprisoned there? If we were to rescue them all, what would we eat? Our own supplies are already scarce. I intended to hunt for some game in the forest. Lu Fan exclaimed in exasperation. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer fell silent, exchanging glances, uncertain of how to respond. Just then, Lu Fan's expression shifted, revealing a sly smile as he mischievously remarked. Even if we rescued those women, what difference would it make? With the two of you around, I wouldn't dare to touch them, not even a hand. Oh, being a man is truly challenging. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xiufang's expression darkened. She raised her foot, poised to kick Lu Fan. In response, Lu Fan leaped nimbly to the door, wearing an annoying grin. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'm off to hunt. Who wants to join me? At that moment, Lin Shuer raised her injured hand, her face brimming with excitement, exclaiming, I'll go. I'm nearly suffocating from staying in this valley all day. I need some fresh air. However, Lu Fan, noticing her bandaged hands, frowned with concern and said regretfully, You should sit this one out. I'm going hunting, not shopping. With your hand in that condition, how can you manage? Lin Shuer, slightly miffed, puffed out her chest defiantly and retorted, Don't underestimate me. Even though my hand is injured, I still have my legs. Lu Fan, upon hearing this, scoffed. Oh, so you think you can escape with your legs? Haha. Lin Shuer's temper flared, ready to retaliate, but Wang Xiufang intervened just in time. No, let it go. Your hand is injured. You need to rest. Hunting is not an easy task. Don't push yourself. I'll accompany him instead. Although Lin Shuer was reluctant, she could only nod in agreement upon seeing her injured hands. Subsequently, Lu Fan handed a pistol to Wang Xiufang, saying, Take this. It may serve as protection if needed. Wang Xiufang, surprised, accepted the pistol, feeling a complex wave of emotions. Lu Fan then turned and led Wang Xiufang toward the jungle on the cliff. His steps were firm and resolute, suggesting an intimate familiarity with the terrain. Wang Xiufang followed closely behind, gripping the pistol tightly, yet feeling a twinge of anxiety. As they progressed, Wang Xiufang remained somewhat taciturn. Lu Fan, perceptive to her mood, asked with concern, Aunt Xiufang, what's wrong? Are you still upset about what I said earlier? Wang Xiufang, dismissing his concern with a roll of her eyes, replied nonchalantly, Who's upset? I'm merely feeling a bit homesick. Lu Fan felt a stir in his heart upon hearing this. He could empathize with Wang Xiufang's sentiments. For being stranded on a deserted island inevitably evokes feelings of homesickness. He hastily offered a nonchalant comfort, saying, What are you worried about? Don't be upset. Let's go hunting first, and later I shall take you on a joyride on the speedboat. I promise it will lift your spirits. His words exuded a hint of confidence and optimism, which slightly alleviated Wang Xiufang's mood. Although deep down Lu Fan also yearned for home. The presence of this charming village lady, along with the stunning Lin Shuer, made the thought of returning home seem rather foolish. The two continued their journey, venturing into the dense thicket. Lu Fan wielded a machete, skillfully clearing the path ahead by severing branches and underbrush that obstructed their way, thereby facilitating Wang Xiufang's passage. Aware of the myriad dangers lurking within this jungle, she prudently followed closely behind Lu Fan, cautious not to let her guard down. Shortly after, a wild rabbit suddenly darted out from the undergrowth, its speed akin to a flash of gray lightning as it zipped past.